Chapter 341, Mau Mau's Tears 15. Alright, stop crying. Bai Chenyue had no choice but to speak up to soothe them, her voice carrying a hint of helpless indulgence. I have to go now, there are other things I need to do. The leading green-grain furry, upon hearing this, cried even harder, its two little hands wringing together as it looked at her with a pitiful, wronged expression. Your Highness, you just got back, and you're leaving again? Then, will you come back to see us again? Yes, probably. Bai Chenyue gave an ambiguous response, feeling that the title Your Highness likely hid some hair-pulling hidden quest behind it. She turned around, ready to slip away quickly, but a vision of those oracle lunatics massacring in the forest flashed unbidden through her mind. To win, that bunch was capable of any insane, heinous act. If they found these utterly defenseless, only know how to cry sleep addicts. Bai Chenyue's steps halted and she stopped. No, she couldn't just leave like this. Although these little things were useless except for sleeping, they had sincerely contributed so many tears for her. She couldn't just stand by and watch them become sacrificial pawns for others to farm points, or even victims under the blade. She turned back around to face the group of green furballs staring at her with hopeful eyes. Her expression beneath the mask grew more serious, and she deliberately lowered her voice, adopting the authority befitting a royal highness. There's one more thing you must remember. Hearing Her Highness's instruction, the green-grain furries immediately stopped their sobs. Each one struggled to open their bleary, sleepy eyes wide, standing their round, fluffy ears straight up, terrified of missing a single word. Starting from now, apart from me and the people from earlier, if you see any other humans, especially ones wearing strange masks on their faces. Bai Chenyue paused, her tone becoming extremely severe. Hide immediately. No matter how they try to lure you, no matter what commotion they make, absolutely, under no circumstances come out. Understood. The green-grain furries blinked their eyes, not fully comprehending, but Her Highness's words must be obeyed. Understood. It nodded its big head vigorously, the tuft of hair on top swaying back and forth, promising in a milky childish voice. Your Highness, don't worry, we're best at sleeping. We'll burrow back in and keep sleeping. We won't get up no matter who calls. The other green-grain furries chimed in agreement, their voices soft, sticky, yet firm. Yes. Hide and sleep. Won't get up no matter who calls. Looking at these little creatures as simple as blank sheets of paper, Bai Chenyue felt slightly relieved in her heart. Although they didn't seem very clever, they were obedient. Good. Bai Chenyue nodded with satisfaction, then remembered something and asked, by the way, do you know where the nearest Mau Mau lives? The leading green-grain furry struggled to pry open its eyelids, which were practically glued together, lifted its short, chubby little hand, and pointed towards the southeast of the forest. Over there. Go through this forest. You'll see a patch of golden grassland. They live there. Yawn. As it spoke, it let out another big yawn, clearly on the verge of collapse. Southeast Gilded Meadow, huh? Bai Chenyue noted the direction, took one last look at this eerily quiet green forest, steeled her heart, turned, and left without further hesitation. Her steps were so fast they stirred the wind, afraid the Mau Mau behind would catch up. If she didn't leave now, she was afraid she'd also be infected by this overwhelming wave of sleepiness. Mission complete, retreat. Returning to the front of the convoy, Bai Chenyue spoke without looking back. All right. Guochangfan took a deep look at her. He had noticed her deliberate pause and instructions before leaving. Although he couldn't hear what was said, based on his understanding of her, she was most likely making arrangements for the safety of these little creatures. Seemingly aloof, yet meticulous and thoughtful. Guochangfan adjusted his glasses, concealing a flicker of amusement in his eyes, then turned and got into the vehicle. The roar of engines sounded again. The convoy kicked up dust and rapidly drove away from this green concealment forest. Behind them, the group of green-grain furries that had been waving goodbye reluctantly on the ground, the moment the convoy's taillights disappeared from sight, acted like soldiers who had received the highest order. Her Highness said, we must hide. Quick, quick, quick. Time to sleep. Phew. Finally can go back to sleep. Yawn. A wave of rustling swept through the green fur. Tens of thousands of green furballs scrambled to burrow back under the thick moss. In the blink of an eye, the vast forest clearing returned to its initial deathly silence, as if no living creature had ever been there. The convoy drove out of the forest and continued forward for over 3 hours. The scenery before them suddenly opened up. A seemingly endless golden prairie appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow! So beautiful! Songchinga couldn't help but exclaim. The other team members were also stunned by the beautiful sight before them. This was the Gilded Meadow. The moment Bai Chenyue landed, a rustling sound came from deep within the grassland. Immediately after, little golden spheres poked their heads out from the knee-high grass. Their bodies were entirely golden yellow, round and plump with a fluffy texture, long round ears and little white round hands and feet. They were golden sun furries. Before Bai Chenyue could even unfold her wings, the golden sun furries, the moment they saw her, collectively erupted. It's Her Highness! Her Highness really came back. Wah wah wah. We waited so long. Countless golden sun furries ran out from the grass. Their speed was extremely fast, like streaks of golden lightning, charging towards Bai Chenyue's location. The scene was like thousands of golden meteors converging. A grand and imposing sight. Guo Changfan's team members, seeing this, were startled and instinctively raised their weapons. Don't move! Guo Changfan barked in a low voice, stopping them. He stared intently at the charging golden sun furries. Their eyes held no hostility, only pure joy and excitement. Again, Bai Chenyue was also stunned. Calling her Your Highness again? Before she could figure it out, the golden tide had already surged to her front. The golden sun furries, like the green grain furries, enthusiastically surrounded her, hopping happily and rubbing against her pant legs. Bai Chenyue looked down. Creature, golden sun furry. Introduction. Natural-born optimists, little suns brimming with positive energy. They love sunlight, love running, love all things beautiful. Their tears are not born of sadness, but are crystals formed from the pinnacle of joy, possessing the miraculous power to heal hearts. Status. Having seen the long yearned for Her Highness, they are so happy they could explode on the spot, crying tears of joy. Note. A group of walking potent antidepressants that can instantly dispel all your negative emotions. But never, ever make them angry. Chapter 342, Mao Mao's Tears, Part 16. A golden tide engulfed Bai Chenyue. These golden sun furries were much more lively than the green grain furries. Each one was like a little sun, radiating a warm and cozy aura as they hopped and bounced around her feet, their mouths constantly emitting cheerful chirps. Your Highness, do you still remember us? We are the Golden Sun Furry Clan. Bai Chenyue was a bit overwhelmed by this enthusiastic onslaught. She felt as if she had fallen into a golden ocean, surrounded entirely by fluffy little suns. Even her mood inexplicably brightened. All right, I know. Bai Chenyue's voice carried a hint of amusement she hadn't even noticed herself. She took out the special crystal vial again. When she told the furries she needed tears, they all swarmed forward in a frenzy. Your Highness! Mine! My tears are the purest. Mine are brighter. Your Highness, use mine. Whoa! I'm so happy I can offer my tears to Your Highness. The scene descended into utter chaos. The golden sun furries jostled and pushed, crying tears of joy with such exuberant delight that anyone unaware would have thought they'd won the lottery jackpot. Bai Chenyue once again experienced the hectic joy of collecting tears. She suddenly thought of the honey orange furries and the misty blue furries. If she had revealed her wings back then, would they have also eagerly offered their tears? But it was too late to think about that now. Not far away, beside the off-road vehicle, the members of Guo Changfan's team had progressed from their initial shock to a state of numb acceptance. Here we go again. A new player muttered to himself, same recipe, same flavor. I used to hear some players say missions were especially hard. Seeing it today, it doesn't seem that difficult after all. Cut it out. That's for other players. For the top-ranked expert, it really isn't difficult. The boss is truly amazing, treated like the center of attention wherever she goes. Comparing people to people is infuriating. We were earlier thinking about how to make these little things cry, preparing onions and tragic stories. Yet when the boss appears, she doesn't need to do anything. Songchinga cupped her face, watching the boss surrounded by the golden fur balls. The adoration in her eyes had turned into fanaticism. Even the way the boss collects tears is so cool. That feeling of helplessness yet indulgence. I'm dead. The team member beside her silently took half a step away. This girl was beyond saving. Guo Changfan watched it all, his gaze behind his glasses profound. Soon Bai Chenyue and everyone in Guo Changfan's team had finished collecting the Golden Sun Furry's tears. A look of surreal dreamlike disbelief was on the face of every member of Team X. This is done again? I didn't do anything and the vial is full. The boss, forever the goat. The team members looked at the figure bathed in golden light, their eyes filled with a level of worship that words could no longer describe. The team set off once more. Before leaving, Bai Chenyue similarly gave the Golden Sun Furries a serious warning to be wary of the masked bad guys. These little optimistic sons didn't really understand what bad guys were, but they agreed without hesitation to their Highness's command. After asking for the location of the next furry territory, the group continued their journey. The convoy drove away from the Gilded Meadow and found an open area with good visibility to set up camp and rest. The team members excitedly discussed their dreamlike experience of the day. Only Bai Chenyue walked silently to the side alone, gazing at the distant sky, lost in thought. Guo Changfan walked over to her side, holding a bottle of water. Have some water. He offered it to her. Bai Chenyue took the water but didn't drink it, just held it in her hand. Twice now, Guo Changfan teased. Green grain furries, Golden Sun Furries. Different races, yet they both call you your highness. It seems your identity within the game is even more noble than we imagined. After leaving the Green Grain Furries territory Bai Chenyue, considering that Guo Changfan and his team were all new players without game coins, had personally bought a temporary translation card from the mall and given it to Guo Changfan. Because of this, Guo Changfan had heard the Golden Sun Furries excited and adoring cries loud and clear. Bai Chenyue wore her mask, so Guo Changfan couldn't see her expression. But from the way she clenched the water bottle, he could sense her awkwardness. Bai Chenyue was also quite frustrated. What could she say? That she was just as clueless? She turned her head, looking through the comical cat mask at Guo Changfan's penetrating eyes, and helplessly spread her hands. Her voice was the processed electronic tone, devoid of emotion, but her words were honest. If I said I don't know anything, that I'm completely in the dark, would you believe me? She really didn't know. First she thought it was a game bug, but with it happening repeatedly, she had to face this issue head-on. There must be some setting behind this that she was unaware of. Guo Changfan looked at her quietly, not answering immediately. It was quiet around them, with only the crackling of the campfire and the hushed conversations of the team members. After a few seconds, Guo Changfan suddenly smiled. I believe you, he said, uttering just that single word. Bai Chenyue was taken aback instead. She had prepared a whole speech to explain why she would say that, even planning how to deflect the topic if he pressed further. And yet, his casual I believe you blocked all her prepared words. You. Bai Chenyue gathered her thoughts. You obviously don't believe me, right? His reaction was off. Shouldn't a normal person, hearing such an outrageous thing, be full of suspicion and then dig deeper? Guo Changfan's reaction was too calm. So calm it made her feel he was simply humoring her. Why wouldn't I believe you? Guo Changfan countered, his smile unwavering. When it comes to you, nothing that happens strikes me as strange. You yourself are a person who constantly creates miracles. His tone was sincere, without a hint of flattery. Bai Chenyue was left speechless again. This conversation was impossible. She felt that in front of this high IQ-based leader, no matter how she tried to disguise herself, she couldn't hide anything. Irritated, she turned her head away, her back to Guo Changfan, and muttered sullenly, "Think whatever you want. I just don't know." Guo Changfan looked at her back, which resembled a cat with its fur puffed up in alarm, and the amusement in his eyes deepened. He didn't pursue the topic further but shifted direction instead. Whether you know or not, this Your Highness identity is more beneficial than detrimental for our upcoming actions. At the very least, regarding the tier collecting mission, we possess an advantage that no other players can match. This point Bai Chenyue could not deny. Chapter 343, Mao Mao's Tears 17. But at the same time, Guo Changfan's tone turned serious. It could also bring you unknown dangers. The oracle's goal is to collect the blood and genes of special creatures and players. If they were to learn about the special connection between you and Mao Mao, coupled with your identity as the top-ranked expert, you would likely become their primary target. Bai Chenyue let out a cold snort, her electronic voice dripping with disdain. Let them come. She was actually worried she couldn't find those maniacs. Come one, she'd eliminate one. Come two, she'd eliminate a pair. Night fell. Several bonfires were lit, driving away the chill of the night and bringing a long-lost warmth and peace. The team members gathered in small groups around the fires, eating and talking in low voices. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than the previous night. The relief of having survived a disaster, coupled with the joy of having laid down and won 2 missions in a row, allowed them to temporarily forget the cruelty of the apocalypse and the dangers of the game. By one bonfire, Song Chinga huddled with several new players, their voices hushed as they engaged in a mysterious discussion. Hey, what do you think the boss's true identity is? Why does even Mao Mao like him so much? No idea. Could the boss be a princess from the game world? Get out of here, you've read too many novels. The boss is clearly a prince. I think the boss might be a god within the game. A god? That's even more far-fetched than his prince idea. How is it far-fetched? What's the difference between the boss's strength and a god's? Anyway, I don't care. In my heart, the boss is a god. On the other side, Bai Chenyue, accustomed to solitude, sat alone by the bonfire farthest from the crowd. Her hearing was exceptional, and she heard their discussion clearly. The corner of her mouth beneath the mask twitched, a little embarrassed. Wasn't the scale of these people's imaginations a bit too grand? A steady sound of footsteps approached from the distance. Bai Chenyue didn't even look up. She knew who it was. Guo Changfan sat down on a rock beside her, maintaining a half-meter safe distance. The firelight outlined his wise profile. He glanced at the young people still fervently discussing in the distance and said with a smile, "Young people are always full of rich imagination." Bai Chenyue shot him a sidelong glance, said nothing, and simply turned her gaze back to the dancing flames before her. Guo Changfan looked at Bai Chenyue and said earnestly, "However, there is one thing they didn't get wrong. Your strength truly surpasses that of all other players." Bai Chenyue still didn't respond. She was just a lucky one who had been reborn, someone who knew the script in advance. Well, at most, plus having pretty good luck. "Thank you." The sudden expression of thanks made Bai Chenyue pause. She looked up and asked, "For what?" "For saving all of us." Guo Changfan's voice was gentle. Illuminated by the firelight, his eyes behind his glasses appeared exceptionally sincere. "And even more so, thank you for everything you've done all along for the country, for all of us. Whether it was the previous supplies, intelligence, rescuing the national team, or this time's assistance the country remembers." Bai Chenyue fell silent. She had always acted alone. Part of what she did stemmed from obsessions left over from her previous life's struggle for survival, but more of it originated from an instinct engraved in the bones of every child of Zhonghua. She had never expected anyone's gratitude, nor did she ever think she needed thanks. It was only right. After a long while, she finally squeezed these 3 words from her throat. To cover up the sudden awkwardness, she forcefully threw a thick piece of firewood into the blaze, sending up a shower of brilliant sparks that momentarily illuminated the bottomless eyes on her mask. She was a person of Zhonghua, born on this land, raised on this land. If she had the ability, naturally she should do something for this land. No reason was needed, no thanks were required. It was an instinct engraved in her bones. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Bai Chenyue thought that next, Guo Changfan would, like others, take the opportunity to invite her to join the national team, or subtly probe for her identity. She had even prepared several sets of responses in her mind to deal with it. But Guo Changfan's next words completely took her by surprise. "You thought I would invite you to join the national team, didn't you?" He suddenly laughed, as if seeing through her thoughts. Bai Chenyue was taken aback. Was this guy a mind reader? What else? "Would you join?" "No. So I won't ask." Bai Chenyue? Question mark. She was utterly stunned. This wasn't following the script. According to the normal procedure, shouldn't the other party try to persuade her with emotion and reason, using national righteousness and the welfare of the people? How could he give up so easily? She was, after all, the top-ranked expert, the pinnacle of combat power in the game. Didn't she have any face? Not even going through the 3 visits to the thatched cottage routine? A person's way of doing things is engraved in their bones. If you wanted to join, you would have done so long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Guo Changfan extended a slender twig into the fire, poking at the log Bai Chenyue had just thrown in to let it burn more fully. The firelight made his face flicker between light and shadow. For a question destined to receive a negative answer, asking it is meaningless in itself. On the contrary, it would damage the trust we've managed to build with such difficulty. His gaze shifted from the fire to the deep night sky, becoming slightly distant. This world has already changed. The game has descended, the rules have been reshaped. Old systems and concepts can often become shackles. We can no longer look at new problems with old eyes. Some people are like eagles born to soar through the highest heavens. Locking them in a cage of rules might seem like protection, but in reality it's breaking their wings. Outside the system, the role they can play is far greater than within the confines of rules. And mystery at certain times is itself a powerful deterrent. He paused, withdrew his gaze, and looked at her solemnly, his voice becoming incredibly firm. So whether you join the national team or not, it doesn't matter. You just need to know that no matter when, no matter where. He spoke each word clearly and powerfully. The nation will always be your strongest backing. These words were not a recruitment pitch but a promise. A promise of the highest level coming from the national level. It meant that no matter what she did, as long as it did not harm the nation's core interests, the country would unconditionally support her and clear all obstacles for her. Bai Chenyue turned her head away, not daring to meet Guo Changfan's gaze. His gaze was too intense. In her previous life, she struggled alone in the apocalypse. Besides herself, she trusted no one. Having been reborn, she still preferred to act alone, wrapping herself layer by layer in aloofness and vigilance. Guo Changfan's words quietly seeped through her hard shell, touching the softest part of her heart. The strongest backing. These 7 words carried far too much weight for her. So this is what it feels like to be unconditionally trusted and supported. Not bad at all. Chapter 344. Mao Mao's Tears 18. The campfire burned quietly, and the atmosphere between the two grew even more harmonious. By the way, there's something I've always been curious about. Bai Chenyue broke the silence. For this game, how did you manage to gather so many people and get teleported together exactly? This was a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. Every time she entered the game, she was alone. Yet, whether it was Guo Changfan's team, the national team, or the people from Oracle, they could all act collectively, which didn't align with her understanding of the game. Guo Changfan smiled and explained. Because we were together from the very beginning. You were together even before the game started? Bai Chenyue was even more puzzled. That's right. Guo Changfan nodded and continued. Actually, 5 days before this game started, I received a notification from the game system and became a reserve player. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted sharply. 5 days in advance? She only ever received notifications a few minutes before the game started. Could it be because this game was an emergency? I reported this situation immediately, Guo Changfan said in a calm tone. The higher-ups attached great importance to it and activated the highest-level emergency response plan. Within just 2 days, they selected a batch of similarly chosen reserve players from the military and special departments across the country and urgently transferred them to the Chengdu base. Our team, besides military elites, also includes some ordinary survivors from the base who were selected. When the game's countdown sounded, all of us were in the base's preparation room, so after the teleportation, we appeared in the same location. It's also fortunate we were notified in advance, otherwise we wouldn't even have had time to prepare. But there's a downside too, we are all new players, and the national team hasn't even returned yet. Bai Chenyue suddenly understood. So that's how it was. So you could operate like that. She suddenly realized a problem. So, for every game, as long as the selected players gather together in reality, they will appear in the same place after entering the game? According to the patterns we've grasped so far, that's correct. Guo Changfan gave an affirmative answer. But the prerequisite is that they must be within the same, sufficiently small enclosed space. If the area is too large, they will still be randomly separated. Bai Chenyue fell silent. She had always thought all players were teleported randomly. It turned out it was only because she had always been alone. Eating alone, sleeping alone, doing missions alone, facing all dangers alone. Having grown accustomed to solitude, she assumed the world was meant to be that way. Seeing her remain silent for a long time, Guo Changfan seemed to guess what she was thinking and softened his tone. Because you've always been alone. Bai Chenyue coughed awkwardly, pretending to look at the night sky in the distance, and mumbled, "Yeah, always alone." Seeing her deliberately feigning composure, the amusement in Guo Changfan's eyes deepened. "You are truly remarkable," he sincerely exclaimed. "Alone without any support. Yet you stand firmly at the pinnacle of global players. To be honest, before meeting you we had countless speculations about who's that guy. But each one pointed towards a tightly organized player team, a secret under Zhonghua. We never imagined that the top-ranked expert was actually just one person." He wasn't flattering her, only expressing pure admiration. "But we are very fortunate." Guo Changfan changed the topic, his gaze burning as he looked at her. "The person standing in this position is someone from Zhonghua. It's you." This sudden, high praise made Bai Chenyue feel extremely uncomfortable. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had been praised so bluntly, and by someone in a position of great power at that. She felt her cheeks growing warm beneath her mask. All right, stop it." She quickly waved her hand, cutting Guo Changfan off. "If you keep going, my tail will be sticking up to the sky." Guo Changfan burst into hearty laughter, his robust laughter dispelling the chill of the night. He stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. "It's getting late, you should rest early. Tomorrow there's still a tough battle ahead." With that, he turned and walked towards the other side of the camp, saying nothing more. Bai Chenyue watched his receding figure until he blended into the crowd before withdrawing her gaze. The night passed without incident. After a night of rest, the team set off again in high spirits. According to the direction provided by the Golden Sun Furry, the next target location was Starfall Purple Forest. The convoy traveled across the vast plain for nearly 2 hours before a forest with a peculiar silhouette finally appeared on the horizon ahead. The trees in the forest were not the usual green but a deep purple. Their canopies resembled enormous, unfurled canopies, refracting a dreamlike luster under the sunlight. "Is that the Starfall Purple Forest? It's so beautiful." Song Chinga leaned against the car window, her eyes sparkling with amazement. "It looks quite pretty, but something feels off," the one-armed officer frowned. His vigilance, honed over years in the military, made him sense a hint of unease. Bai Chenyue had already arrived in the air. Hovering above the woodland, her brow was tightly furrowed. This place was too quiet. On the ground, what should have been a soft layer of purple fallen leaves was now scattered with dark purple liquid, already congealed and blackened. A faint scent of blood and something burnt hung in the air. On some thick tree trunks there were obvious scorch marks. Bai Chenyue slowly descended, crouched down, and dabbed a bit of the purple liquid on the ground with her finger. Item: Star Purple Furry's blood. Description: blood containing intense curiosity. Contact will temporarily boost exploratory desire. Note: if it's bleeding, curiosity is probably turning into a desire for revenge. It was indeed furry blood. Bai Chenyue stood up, her eyes turning cold. Those scum from Oracle had already arrived first. Judging by the tragic scene, they had not only taken action but had done so with extremely cruel methods. The off-road vehicles also arrived at the edge of the woodland. Guo Changfan led his team members out of the vehicles. Seeing the scene before them, everyone's expressions darkened. "It was done by Oracle's people," one soldier said through gritted teeth. "Those bastards." Guo Changfan adjusted his glasses. His gaze behind the lenses was sharp as a blade. He walked up to a scorched tree, carefully observing the marks on it, and calmly analyzed. Judging by the burn marks, the other side likely used fire-based or explosive weapons. The bloodstains on the ground are widely distributed, indicating the battle covered a large area. The furries offered almost no effective resistance. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, the surrounding purple bushes suddenly rustled with a series of soft sounds. "Something's up. Everyone be on alert." the one-armed officer shouted sharply. Chapter 345 Mao Mao's Tears. All team members immediately raised their weapons, quickly forming a defensive formation, placing Guo Changfan in the center. Whoosh! 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 Over 20 purple shadows shot out from behind trees in all directions, swift as lightning. Their bodies were the color of a starry night sky, round and plump with a furry texture, long round ears and tiny white round hands and feet. It was the star-purple furry. But at this moment, the large eyes that should have been full of curiosity were instead blazing with intense fury and hatred. Their fur was puffed up, and they emitted sharp screeches, attacking the players without hesitation. In their view, all humans were murderers who had slaughtered their companions. Don't open fire, Guo Changfan immediately ordered. The team members could only passively block with their weapons, not daring to fight back. But this group of star-purple furry was exceptionally agile. They darted rapidly around the team members, occasionally poking with their pointed ears. Wherever they were poked, a numbing sensation immediately spread. What's more, some would scatter a handful of sparkling stardust to dazzle the eyes. The situation descended into chaos for a moment. "This won't work," a soldier anxiously shouted. "We can't even touch them." Bai Chenyue spread her wings and intercepted between the two sides. The star-purple furry, who had been attacking wildly, suddenly froze mid-action. All the furries stopped, looking in unison at the figure with wings on her back, bathed in light. The hatred and madness in their eyes rapidly faded the moment they saw those wings. Several star-purple furry closest to Bai Chenyue remained frozen in their attacking poses mid-air. They stared blankly at Bai Chenyue, mouths slightly agape, letting out tentative cries. Your Highness! Is it you? How could you be here?" Before Bai Chenyue could even open her mouth, one of the star-purple furry seemed to remember something. It pointed its tiny short finger in terror at Guo Changfan and the others behind Bai Chenyue. Its voice shrill as it cried. "They are bad people. They killed so many of our fellow furries. Run, Your Highness. Don't let them catch you." Bai Chenyue. This misunderstanding was huge. Completely bewildered, she was just about to open her mouth to explain. "What's going on?" At the very moment Bai Chenyue prepared to explain, two more figures suddenly burst forth from the bushes to the side. "Stop! You are not allowed to hurt them anymore." A young man's clear voice filled with anger rang out. Bai Chenyue followed the sound and saw the newcomers. Under her mask her eyebrows raised slightly. They looked somewhat familiar. A teenager of about 17 or 18, wearing a white tracksuit, with a pair of light wings similarly spread behind his back. Though not as magnificent as hers, they clearly shared the same origin of power. It was precisely that Chenyue teenager from the flood in Mountain City, Qifeng, from whom she had conveniently borrowed wings. Beside him was a tall, sturdy young man holding a long blade, his face full of vigilance. It was his teammate Luo Hao. Luo Hao spotted Bai Chenyue with her ridiculous cat mask at a glance. Looking at the heavily armed, obviously well-trained team members behind her, he immediately took her for the ringleader of the furry slaughterers. "It's you bastards! You slaughtered so many innocent furries, and you dare to come back." Luo Hao glared furiously, his long blade pointing directly at Bai Chenyue. Qifeng also saw the wings on Bai Chenyue's back. He was stunned at first, then his Chenyue soul blazed fiercely. Pointing at Bai Chenyue, he declared righteously, Even if you have wings too, you cannot do as you please. Slaughtering these innocent creatures, doesn't your conscience ache? I, the messenger of the sky, the executor of justice, shall act on behalf of heaven today to judge your sins." As he spoke, light flashed behind him, and a pair of light wings spread out as well. He struck a pose he thought looked very cool. Under her mask, the corner of Bai Chenyue's mouth twitched. This guy, still reeking of Chenyue, hadn't changed a bit. Behind Qifeng, other equally indignant players followed, all hurling accusations. "That's right. We saw it. It was the people wearing masks who did it. You've gone too far. How could you lay hands on such adorable little things? If you don't want us to complete our mission, just say so. What kind of hero uses such despicable methods?" Oh! Bai Chenyue felt a throbbing at her temples. What the hell was going on? She wore a mask to hide her identity. How did she end up taking the blame for those oracle bastards instead? She wasn't taking this blame. The team members in Guochangfan's squad couldn't stand listening anymore either. They had been carried along by the boss all the way, and their admiration for the boss had reached blind levels. Now someone dared to slander the boss right in front of them? What the hell are you spouting? Are you blind? Does our boss need to use such methods? We just got here. Which eye of yours saw us killing furries? I think you're the ones crying thief while being the thief yourselves. Song Qinga was so angry her face turned red. She stepped forward, planted her hands on her hips, and pointed at Luo Hao and Qi Feng's noses as she scolded. You two are the ones who are sick. Open your damn eyes wide and see clearly who this is. This is the top-ranked expert on the global players leaderboard. Who's that guy? If the boss wanted tears, would she need to snatch them by force? Those furries were all crying and begging for the boss to accept them. Who the hell are you to dare slander the boss here? Who's that guy? Song Qinga's words exploded like a heavy bomb in the clearing. The anger on Luo Hao's face instantly froze, replaced by disbelief. Qi Feng's reaction was even more exaggerated. His finger pointing at Bai Chenyue began to tremble, his eyes blazing with fervent light. His Chinibyu tone completely changed. Who's that guy? You are that legendary elusive top-ranked expert who dominates the top of the leaderboard all by herself. This reaction was even more excited than when he saw the wings. Luo Hao was calmer. He scanned the scene warily and snorted coldly. Top-ranked expert? Who knows if what you say is true? When we arrived, this place was full of slaughtered furries. The aura left at the scene belongs to masked villains like you. You must be lying. Bai Chenyue, who had been shot while lying down, was in a very foul mood. She looked at Luo Hao and said, In that case, why don't we have a fight? To prove my identity. Seeing both sides at daggers drawn and the misunderstanding deepening, Guochangfan stepped forward. He adjusted his glasses and calmly walked to the front of his team. He pulled a document from his pocket and showed it to Luo Hao and Qi Feng. I am the person in charge of the Chengdu Hope Base, Guochangfan. This team of ours is a direct subordinate unit of Zhonghua. On the document, the bright red national emblem and the gold embossed characters gleamed brilliantly under the forest light. Chapter 346 Mao Mao's Tears 20. When Luo Hao and Qi Feng saw the identification, their expressions shifted again. They were indeed unaffiliated players, but they still held a basic reverence for the national team. The two men's hostility immediately eased by more than half, and their attitudes softened considerably. The other four players slowly lowered their weapons as well. Guochangfan retracted his ID and said in a deep voice, We also just arrived and discovered this catastrophe. Not long ago we were attacked by the Oracle. They're the same group as the masked killers you mentioned. Oracle. Luo Hao and Qi Feng exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. The group called a temporary ceasefire and, led by the star-purple furries, moved to a concealed cave. Inside the hollow tree, a tall woman with a cold, striking face watched them warily. Crouched beside her was a girl with straw-yellow hair and a thin frame. The girl kept her head bowed, her hands bound, her gaze indifferent, uncaring about the outside world. Bai Chenyue glanced at her, and the eyes beneath her mask tightened slightly. Somewhat familiar. Around them lay 7 or 8 injured star-purple furries moaning in pain. Seeing Luo Hao and Qi Feng return with a large group, Meng Lin immediately stood up and tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. What's going on? It's fine, their national team. Luo Hao waved a hand, signaling her to relax. After explaining the encounter with the national team to Meng Lin, she let down her guard. Luo Hao turned his gaze to Guochangfan and asked in a low voice, What exactly is this oracle you mentioned? The atmosphere in the hollow tree grew heavy. Guochangfan did not hide anything. He succinctly described the Oracle organization's existence, their goals, and the earlier attack on the outskirts of the Chengdu base. When they heard that the Oracle was experimenting on living people to create a perfect god, even breeding heat crimson worms and wiping out Shelter C-19, the expressions on Luo Hao, Meng Lin, and Qi Feng's faces all darkened. These beasts. Luo Hao punched the nearby rock wall, producing a dull thud. They don't even treat people like people. Cold determination glinted in Meng Lin's eyes as well. She despised indiscriminate killers more than anything. Chi Feng, the Chenyue boy, simply exploded with fury. Unforgivable. Such evil that tramples life and desecrates the sacred should not exist in this world, he declared righteously. I, Chi Feng, swear in the name of justice, to turn these dark henchmen to ash under the judgment of light. The boy's voice echoed through the cave. He took a step forward, his gaze burning across everyone present, finally fixing on the mysterious figure who wore a ridiculous cat mask yet remained calm as a mountain from start to finish. The dark pawns have gathered to drag the world into an eternal abyss. But fate has brought us children of light together here. This is no coincidence. Chi Feng's eyes blazed like a furnace. He lifted one hand high, pointing upward. I propose we unite. Form the Justice Alliance to exterminate the Oracle, he cried, boiling with youthful zeal. Then turned to Bai Chenyue. I beg the top-ranked expert to lead us. Let us spread the radiance of justice across this land tainted by evil. Since our goals align, I propose our two teams temporarily join forces. The Oracle is numerous and powerful. We must unite every force we can, Guo Changfan said. A strange silence fell over the cave. Some of Guo Changfan's teammates struggled to hold back laughter. Others awkwardly looked away. Luo Hao pressed a hand to his forehead, wearing an expression that said, I don't know him. So awkward. Bai Chenyue's face twitched beneath her mask as she stepped half a pace aside, putting distance between herself and the source of Chenyue, so she wouldn't catch the disease. I agree. Breaking the silence was Guo Changfan. He spoke as if he had not heard the dramatic speech at all, cutting straight to the point. Comrade Chi Feng's proposal is constructive. The Oracle is numerous. Acting alone only gives them the chance to pick us off. Joint operations, intelligence sharing and mutual support are the most rational choices right now. In a few words, he turned the cringe-inducing Justice Alliance into a practical joint operation. Yes, that's what I mean. Chi Feng nodded emphatically, then looked at Luo Hao and Meng Lin. How about you two? Luo Hao and Meng Lin exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. We have no objections. Although their team leader could be unreliable, they agreed with the proposal. They still had doubts about Bai Chenyue as the top-ranked expert, but Guo Changfan's official position, and the Oracle being a shared enemy left them no reason to refuse. Don't listen to me, listen to the government. Bai Chenyue quickly waved her hand. With the main plan settled, the atmosphere eased. Song Qinga looked at the trio of Chi Feng and his companions and praised. You guys are amazing. The national team was still trapped on the Talos mining star. Yet you all managed to return. She had only learned from Guo Changfan, and Bai Chenyue's conversation about the previous game instance. To her, anyone who returned on schedule from interstellar missions must be top-tier players. Talos mining star? Chi Feng, Luo Hao and Meng Lin simultaneously froze, question marks written all over their faces. What Talos mining star? Luo Hao asked, bewildered. Bai Chenyue looked at them in puzzlement. You didn't go to Talos mining star? Luo Hao shook his head. No. Our last instance was on Grass Star. The mission was to dig for crystal cores and exchange them for grass. We were slow, so we came out late. Bai Chenyue. Guo Changfan. After Bai Chenyue briefly explained the forging mission on Talos mining star, the hollow tree fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds passed. No way. Interstellar. Chi Feng was the first to react. He wailed and clutched his head. What did we miss? While others learned forging, we were slogging away as miners. I knew it. Mining missions are a death trap. No decent rewards and you work like a dog. Luo Hao lost his temper too, pacing angrily and cursing. If I'd known, I wouldn't have skimped. Should have bought the top-ranked expert's guide earlier. Bai Chenyue was inexplicably called out. Listening to their back-and-forth complaints, Bai Chenyue roughly understood. These three had been mining the whole time, and the wind rats had made trouble in between. She had already completed her task while these guys were still digging energy crystals. They had planned to buy the guide after finishing mining, but by the time they finished it was far too late. She had returned to Blue Star at that time, so naturally these players couldn't have bought the guide. Chapter 347, Mao Mao's Tears 21. During the crystal core excavation, the wind rats stole their food and refused to guide them, taking a long detour to look for the velvet ear rabbit. Although they eventually reached the Sky Lizard tribe's territory, and were treated like divine emissaries with plentiful food and drink, strangely, after completing the mission they were not immediately sent back to Blue Star by the game. Instead, the game forcibly detained them here, including other players who had failed to finish their missions on time. They were only transported away when the next game cycle began. The 4 players who had earlier accused her had also been teleported directly from Grass Star. Watching the 3 people who were now clutching their heads and weeping over their regrets, members of Guo Changfan's squad looked at them with sympathetic eyes. Bai Chenyue found it a little amusing as well. Ahem. Guo Changfan cleared his throat twice to interrupt the trio's mutual blaming and steer the topic back. He looked at Qifeng and asked the question everyone was curious about. Comrade Qifeng, may I ask, why did those star purple furries call you your highness? Qifeng scratched his head, looking puzzled. I don't know either. When we first arrived they chased and attacked us. Later I showed my wings and they suddenly stopped. Then they started calling me that. He glanced at Bai Chenyue with curiosity in his eyes. Boss, they called you your highness too. Do you know why? Everyone's gaze turned to Bai Chenyue. She was silent for a moment, then decided to share information she hadn't mentioned earlier. I'm not entirely sure, she said slowly. Her voice filtered through her mask so no emotion could be heard. But I have a guess. In the previous instance on Talos Mining Star, the natives there mistook me for royal. She briefly explained what she had discovered back then. The interstellar divine race, how wing colors indicated rank, and that white wings symbolized the royal class. Of course, she didn't utter a single word about the Haha tribe, the crown prince, or the exile to the 3 child stars. After her explanation, everyone showed expressions of sudden understanding. So that's it. Winged beings are called the divine race, and white wings mean royal. Qifeng exclaimed, enlightened. He looked down at his light wings, then at Bai Chenyue's pure, magnificent nightlight wings in day mode. So because both my wings and your wings are white, they mistook us for royal divine race princes? Very likely. Guo Changfan pushed his glasses up, a gleam of insight in his eyes, and made a bold inference. I even suspect that the furries princes might actually be 1 or 2 royal members of the divine race with white wings, possibly somewhere on this planet. You 2 were simply misidentified because of wing color. Bai Chenyue nodded in agreement. Guo Changfan's analysis matched her own thinking. This game world was far more complicated than they had imagined. In the cave, the atmosphere turned oddly charged because of the Your Highness topic. Guo Changfan's theory felt sensible, and everyone felt they had found an answer. Only Bai Chenyue and Qifeng, the 2 who had been mistaken as Your Highness, felt a swirl of mixed emotions. Qifeng was excited and thrilled, as if his chosen child's storyline had just gained another dramatic chapter. Bai Chenyue, however, found the matter increasingly troublesome. At that moment, the girl in the corner coughed twice, and all eyes fell on her. Song Qinga asked curiously, is she one of your teammates? Why is she tied up? Teammate. Luo Hao snorted as if he'd heard a joke, looking at Zhou Yin with contempt. She's not. She's a wanted criminal. A murderer. What? The members of Guo Changfan's team were startled, eyes widening. A murderer? Seriously? She doesn't look like it, so skinny. Luo Hao ignored the chatter. He pointed at Zhou Yin and said in a loud voice, this woman's name is Zhou Yin. In Mountain City Shelter, after a small argument she ruthlessly killed 3 people, one of them an administrator of the shelter. Her methods were brutal. She's wanted throughout the city. He paused, glanced at Zhou Yin, who kept her head lowered without reacting, and continued. We found her in the Sky Lizard tribe's territory on Grass Star. We intended to hand her over to the authorities, but we couldn't get back and were later teleported here. If we'd wanted to make sure she faced punishment, we would have left her behind long ago. Guo Changfan's squad members looked at Zhou Yin with complicated expressions: shock, incomprehension, and contempt. A murderer? Killing people in a shelter? In the apocalypse, that was an unforgivable crime. Suddenly, Zhou Yin lifted her head. Her eyes, once dead and empty, now burned with a crazed flame like 2 patches of wildfire ready to spread. They deserved to die. Good riddance. She roared, her voice hoarse and piercing, like a beast cornered with nowhere to run. She struggled, the ropes biting bloody marks into her wrists, yet she paid no heed. They all deserved to die. My brother and sister-in-law left me in the flood to die over a few boxes of junk. The administrator took bribes to cause trouble for me, locked me in solitary confinement, trying to let me die on my own. Her crazed howls echoed through the cave, every word soaked with blood and tears. Luo Hao jumped at her maniacal display, then scowled with even greater disgust. With what you said, I have every reason to suspect you're the killer. Someone like you shows no remorse at all. Bai Chenyue stood aside, watching it all coldly. Then she remembered who the girl was. This was the same girl she had once saved in Mountain City and later used as a human shield. Bai Chenyue didn't feel anything special about it. She had saved Zhou Yin's life, and Zhou Yin had taken the blame for her. To Bai Chenyue it was an equal exchange. Whether the administrator and the brother and sister-in-law lived or died, that kind of family would never stop tormenting Zhou Yin. Besides, at the time the administrator and Zhou Yin's brother and sister-in-law were set on avenging themselves on her, and venting their anger on Zhou Yin. If those three hadn't been killed, Zhou Yin's fate would have been even worse. From the moment Zhou Yin cut ties with her family amid the storm and jumped onto the boat, Bai Chenyue knew the girl wanted to survive. Someone driven to the absolute edge will do anything to stay alive. And Zhou Yin had earned the qualification to enter the game. So once she left the shelter she could fight for a chance at life in the game. Bai Chenyue was no saint. In the apocalypse, she had no obligation or reason to be responsible for someone else's life. Moreover, she had once saved her, so she wasn't indebted. Chapter 348. Mao Mao's Tears 22. Zhou Yin laughed a shrill, piercing laugh. Repent? Why should I repent? She raised her bloodshot eyes, glaring fixedly at Luo Hao, her face etched with a near-maddened satisfaction. My only regret is that I didn't kill that family of beasts with my own hands. No matter what you think, I stand by my words. Those three people deserve to die. She was like a lone wolf backed into a corner. Even covered in blood, she would bare her sharpest fangs to tear at this unjust world. You! Luo Hao was so infuriated by her deranged appearance that his temples throbbed violently. The rage in his chest exploded, his clenched fist bulging with veins as he raised his arm to strike down. Xiaoyi! Seeing Luo Hao about to erupt, Guo Changfan raised a hand. A nearby elite soldier immediately stepped forward, firmly blocking Luo Hao's descending arm. Leader, why are you stopping me? Luo Hao's anger had nowhere to go, his neck flushing red. This unrepentant murderer deserves a good lesson to teach her what rules are. Guo Changfan adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. His gaze behind the lenses was as calm as a deep pool. He waved his hand, signaling the soldier to release Luo Hao, and spoke in an even tone. No rush. First, tell me the whole story, every detail without missing a word. From what the child implied, this case likely has hidden circumstances. Suppressing his fury, Luo Hao reported the ins and outs of the bloody incident at the Mountain City shelter, along with Zhou Yin's family background, to Guo Changfan in full detail. Guo Changfan's tone remained even as he began dissecting the entire event. A cramped solitary confinement room, a girl suffering from long-term malnutrition, 3 adults. Even if she was armed, the idea of her killing all 3 in that environment is practically a fantasy. Based on all the player information we've gathered so far, there is not a single case indicating that a player can obtain a combat-ready offensive skill the instant they gain their qualifications. At this point, Guo Changfan's speech paused slightly, his gaze sweeping imperceptibly over everyone's faces. But Bai Chenyue's eyes flickered. What a coincidence. Others didn't have it, but she did. He continued his analysis. Her family abandoned her on a rooftop amidst raging floods for a few boxes of unimportant supplies. That is a fact. The shelter manager abused his authority, accepted bribes, and attempted to assault a civilian rescuer. That is a fact. However, motive does not equal fact. You only heard her overwhelming hatred but didn't consider where that hatred came from. In the moment when the apocalypse descended and the old order collapsed, abusing one's power to oppress the already precarious weak is itself a crime. These words plunged the several players from Qi Feng's squad into deep thought. Zhou Yin was stunned. She stared blankly at Guo Changfan. This was the first time someone had spoken from her perspective, said a word in her defense. For the first time, a look of confusion appeared in those eyes that had been burning with madness. Guo Changfan's gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Luo Hao. He said gravely, "This matter is full of doubts and is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. Once we return to Blue Star, I will personally verify it with the Mountain City authorities. Until then, she is under our custody. No one is to lay a hand on her." His words, reasonable and well-founded, carried weight. They not only completely dispelled the doubts of Qi Feng's squad, but also raised Bai Chenyue's opinion of Guo Changfan several notches higher. Truly worthy of being a base leader who commands a region, his perspective on issues was indeed different. He not only pinpointed the loopholes in the incident, but also placated everyone from a humanistic angle, while temporarily suppressing the issue of Zhou Yin's identity. Watertight, practically perfect. With the serious business concluded, the atmosphere in the cave eased considerably. Almost forgot the main task. Bai Chenyue smacked her forehead, drawing everyone's gaze. She pulled the cloth bag containing the golden thread healing mushrooms from her Nijia star disc. Ignoring the surprised looks from everyone, she walked directly over to a star-purple furry that was most severely injured, crouched down, and stuffed an entire mushroom into its mouth. The star-purple furry struggled at first, but as the mushroom melted in its mouth and a warm life energy flowed throughout its body, it squinted its eyes in comfort. Visibly, the charred fur on its body began to fall off, revealing newly grown purple skin beneath. The wounds that had been bleeding also healed rapidly. Before long, all the injured furries had regained their vitality. They gathered around Bai Chenyue and Qi Feng, affectionately rubbing against their pant legs, emitting waves of grateful chirps. "Your Highness, thank you for saving us. Whoa, we thought we'd never see you again." Looking at the revived little creatures, Bai Chenyue took out the crystal vial. The mission was, once again, easily completed. After collecting the star-purple furry's tears, the atmosphere in the cave finally relaxed completely. The star-purple furries, having survived the ordeal, crowded around Bai Chenyue, chattering nonstop about their previous ordeal. Those masked bad guys were too terrifying. They charged in, set fires, and even used strange things to blow up our home. So many of our clan's furries. Woo! One star-purple furry started crying again as it spoke. Listening to their descriptions, Bai Chenyue's brows beneath her mask furrowed tighter and tighter. Setting fires, explosions, going to any lengths to collect blood. "Do you know where they went?" Guo Changfan asked gravely. "We know." A slightly larger star-purple furry immediately nodded. It pointed its short little finger south of the cave, its voice filled with fear and anger. "They went south. That way leads to the lava tundra, the territory of the Crimson Flame Furries." "Crimson Flame Furries?" Bai Chenyue looked at the furry. "MHM." The star-purple furry nodded vigorously. "The Crimson Flame Furries are the strongest among all us furries. They have terrible tempers, their whole bodies are covered in fire, and they love to fight the most. Those bad guys are definitely targeting them too." "Belligerent Crimson Flame Furries?" Bai Chenyue and Guo Changfan exchanged a glance, both seeing gravity in each other's eyes. "Based on the intelligence we previously obtained, the Oracle's goal is to collect the blood of all special creatures." Guo Changfan began slowly, his gaze behind his lenses becoming exceptionally sharp. "Furthermore, at the final moment, they intend to completely destroy the missions of all players. Our main mission is to collect the tears of 6 types of furries. 6 types. Not a single one can be missing. Now they have already targeted the star-purple furries. Their next target is likely to massacre all the Crimson Flame Furries." Guo Changfan's gaze swept over everyone as he enunciated each word clearly. "If they succeed in exterminating even one type of furry, our mission will become forever impossible to complete." The cave fell into a deathly silence. Even the furry's sobs stopped. "Once the mission fails," Guo Changfan said gravely, "all of us will be trapped here forever." Chapter 349, Mao Mao's Tears 23. Guo Changfan's words fell, and the faces of everyone in the cave changed. Trapped here forever? That was worse than killing them. Those lunatics. Luo Hao gnashed his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds. How dare they? Qifeng was even more furious, trembling all over. The light wings on his back flickered on and off due to his agitated emotions. This inhumane, evil plan must never be allowed to succeed. Then let's go and slaughter them all. A cool, clear voice, not loud, instantly suppressed all the noise. Bai Chenyue turned around, her mask facing the blood-stained purple forest outside the cave. She spoke slowly, word by word. Since they want to keep us here forever, then we'll bury them here, using their blood to pay tribute to the dead furries. The cave fell silent. Everyone was awed by the sharp, chilling killing intent emanating from Bai Chenyue. The boss is right. Kill them all. Fight them to the death. We must never let them succeed. Count me in. I've long been sick of those masked bastards. For a moment, the group's emotions were inflamed, and everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Guochangfan walked to Bai Chenyue's side and said in a deep voice, "The situation is urgent. We must set off immediately to stop the Oracle's operation." He looked at the group of star purple furries who had already recovered their health and asked, "We are unfamiliar with this place. Can you guide us?" The leading star purple furry nodded vigorously. They hated the Oracle to the bone. Now, with your highness leading them, of course they were willing to seek revenge. "We are willing to guide your highness. To avenge our fellow furries." A few of the most agile star purple furries jumped out, volunteering to act as guides. Good. Guochangfan made a decisive decision. He turned around and commanded, "Everyone, organize your equipment. Check your ammunition. We depart in 3 minutes." The team quickly sprang into action. The 7 members of Qifeng's squad also quickly integrated. Meng Lin inserted rows of cold gleaming daggers back into her tactical vest and carefully checked the medical supplies. Luo Hao used a soft cloth to repeatedly wipe his heavy broadsword. Qifeng, meanwhile, stretched his muscles on the spot, muttering under his breath as if performing some kind of pre-battle prayer, looking ready for a big fight. Zhouyin silently followed at the back of the team. Although her hands were still symbolically tied, her eyes remained indifferent, as if everything had nothing to do with her. A few minutes later, the team finished their preparations. Because the main force had increased in number, Bai Chenyue took out 2 more off-road vehicles. "Move out." Following Guochangfan's order, the 5 off-road vehicles started up again, their engines emitting a low rumble. Several star purple furries nimbly jumped onto the vehicle hoods to guide the convoy's direction. Bai Chenyue did not get in a vehicle. The holy white light wings on her back swished open, casting a dazzling light among the trees. "I'll scout ahead first. You all follow. Wait for me, boss. I'll go with you." Wings united, justice prevails. Seeing this, Qifeng's Chinibi spirit burned fiercely. Without another word, he also spread his own light wings and followed closely behind. 2 streams of light streaked across the sky, disappearing on the distant horizon. On the ground, the off-road vehicles kicked up a cloud of dust, following closely behind, speeding at full throttle towards the southern lava tundra. Meanwhile, at the lava tundra, the earth was a cracked dark red, crisscrossed by deep bottomless fissures and gullies. At the deepest parts of the gullies, there was no flowing water, only thick boiling magma slowly oozing, emitting scorching high temperatures and a strong smell of sulfur. No normal plants grew here, only some tenacious, heat-resistant fungi, pitch black all over, clinging to the crevices of rocks. The air was thick with the pungent searing smell of sulfur. Boom! A huge red rock suddenly exploded, and a small fiery red round ball shot out from within. Its round body was a size larger than other furries. Its fur resembled solidified dark magma. The tips of its long ears flickered with 2 clusters of flames. Underneath that fiery body, it extended the same small white, round hands and feet as other furries. It was a crimson flame furry. "Get out of my territory, you ugly rock!" The crimson flame furry hovered in midair, roaring at the rock it had smashed. Not far away, another crimson flame furry emerged from a magma pool, dripping sparks all over. "What's all the noise? Can't you see I'm sleeping? What are you looking at? Want to fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" The 2 crimson flame furries, at the slightest disagreement, crashed into each other the next second, turning into an even larger fireball. They tumbled and collided fiercely in midair, sparks flying everywhere, sizzling and scorching the surrounding ground. They were the darlings of fire, the spirits of this land. Their dictionary contained no word for docile, only irritable and fight. Dozens of black shadows appeared silently at the edge of the lava tundra. They were all dressed in pitch-black combat suits, wearing various bizarre masks on their faces, ranging from black bears to evil spirits. The man at the lead wore a ferocious demon mask. From beneath the mask, his eyes emitted an unsettling red light. He raised his hand and made a simple downward pressing gesture. Thud! An oracle member wearing a boar mask had his arm muscles bulge unnaturally, becoming rough and hard. He took out a dagger and easily stabbed through the body of a crimson flame furry that was dozing off. That crimson flame furry didn't even have time to let out a scream before the flames on its body rapidly extinguished, and it rolled to the ground. Fresh, warm crimson blood flowed down the boar mask member's arm, collected by him into a specially made glass tube. A warlike race. Their blood is full of violent energy, truly premium. He let out a satisfied, low chuckle. The sudden slaughter ignited the entire lava tundra. Enemy attack. Kill them. Outsiders. Die. Hundreds, thousands of crimson flame furries surged out from the magma, from rock crevices, from deep underground. The flames on their bodies blazed violently, transforming into a crimson sea of fire that swept towards the oracle members. They spewed out scorching fireballs, condensed burning spears, venting their fury in the most violent way. But the oracle members were not ordinary players. They were gene-modified monsters. Facing the overwhelming rain of fireballs, an oracle member wearing a serpentine mask suddenly crouched low, her spine arching backward in an inhuman posture, almost touching the ground. She moved like a venomous snake slithering along the ground, weaving at a speed difficult for the naked eye to follow through the gaps between the falling fireballs. Every twist of her body was accompanied by a slight crack of dislocated joints, which then smoothly reset the next second, effortlessly dodging all attacks. Chapter 350. Mau Mau's Tears 24. The other oracle member was even more direct. Facing a fireball hurtling towards him, he suddenly took a deep breath, his chest swelling to an inhuman degree, the muscle fibers beneath his combat suit seeming to twist and reconfigure. Then he opened his mouth, but what he expelled was not cold air. It was a roar that shook the very atmosphere. Hume! An invisible sound wave transformed into a visible shockwave, forcefully dispersing the unstable mass of flames midair, scattering it into a shower of sparks that lit up the sky, causing ripples in the surrounding air. From the very beginning, this was not a battle. It was a cold, efficient slaughter. The oracle members moved through the sea of fire formed by the crimson flame furries. Some were so fast they left afterimages. Others possessed strength great enough to shatter boulders of molten rock with a single punch. One crimson flame furry, gathering all its flames, slammed hard into a burly man wearing a black bear mask. The intense heat, capable of melting metal, only caused the man's combat suit to glow faintly red. The burly man didn't even take half a step back. He grinned, and a hand as large as a cattail leaf fan shot out like lightning, seizing the furry. The crimson flame furry let out a shrill scream, the flames on its body snuffed out by an invisible force. The burly man tightened his grip. With a sickening crunch of bone, the furry's body was crushed outright. Warm blood splattered over his hand, but he paid it no mind. He took a specially designed glass tube from his waist, carefully scraped the blood from his hand into it, and only then did he lick the remaining blood from his fingers with satisfaction. The wails and lamentations covering the ground completely replaced the usual clamor of the lava tundra. Kill! An earth-shattering roar exploded from the other end of the tundra. The earth began to tremble with a rhythmic beat. Over a dozen burly figures, each over 2 meters tall, charged towards the battlefield with heavy, pounding steps. Their muscles were knotted like granite sculptures, each bulging mass brimming with explosive power. They wore only simple beast-hide shorts, their bronze skin glinting with a metallic sheen under the glow of the lava and flames. The old man leading them had hair and beard white as snow, each strand distinct. His eyes were sunken deep in wrinkled sockets, murky yet sharp as a hawk's. His gaze swept over the sea of fire and slaughter before him, not a trace of warmth in those eyes. He held a dark brown wooden staff tightly in his hand. The staff, taken from some unknown ancient tree, retained its rough bark. Its body twisted upwards in a spiral, the knobby protrusions worn smooth and shiny by time. He took a step forward, the base of his staff striking heavily upon the cracked crimson earth. Thud! The staff struck the rock, yet it didn't raise a single spark. Instead, an invisible wave of heat spread out from its base, making the already scorching air around them even more violent. He was the Cuckoo tribe's high priest Kukuyi. "Stop! You filthy hyenas!" Kukuyi roared. Beside him, the youngest and most robust Cuckoo tribe warrior Kukushu was the first to charge forward with a roar. He carried no weapon. Those iron fists, thicker than an ordinary man's thigh, were his strongest weapons. Bang! Kukushu's fist smashed into an oracle member wearing a boar mask. The collision of fist and flesh produced a deafening clang of metal. The member was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing over 10 meters away into a massive rock, shattering it. His body twisted into a grotesque shape, motionless on the spot. The arrival of the Cuckoo tribe was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, temporarily halting the oracle's one-sided slaughter. They were born warriors, possessing unparalleled physical strength. A single Cuckoo tribe warrior could easily overturn multi-ton boulders, their resilient skin capable of withstanding most physical attacks. "Protect the furries!" Kukushu, like a moving fortress of war, bellowed. He used his mountain-like broad back to shield a group of besieged young crimson flame furries, letting several attacks land on him with dull thuds. "A bunch of brainless savages," the flame demon said disdainfully, watching the Cuckoo tribe charge into the fray. He did not move, merely watched quietly. The battle grew even more brutal. A Cuckoo tribe warrior roared as he tore the arms off an oracle member and smashed him into the ground. But the oracle member's body quickly dissolved into a squirming mass of sludge, instantly reforming several meters away. He then silently drove a newly grown bone spike through the Cuckoo warrior's back, piercing his heart. Kukushu fought desperately, already having taken down 3 oracle members with his bare hands. But his own body was covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, blood staining his bronze skin. "High priest! They're not right." Kukushu dodged a cunning attack, shouting hoarsely. Kukuye's expression was grim to the extreme. These masked individuals were far too bizarre. "Retreat! Take the furries and retreat!" Kukuye made the decisive call, his aged voice carrying an unquestionable finality. To fight on would mean their complete annihilation. However, the flame demon moved. He simply took a step forward, as casually as a stroll in a garden. A wave of fire, hotter and more violent than the lava tundra itself, erupted from beneath his feet. "Want to leave? Did you ask me?" The flame surged from the ground, forming a fiery wall over 10 meters high, like an impassable chasm, blocking the retreat of all the Cuckoo tribe members and crimson flame furries. The flames instinctively spat out by the crimson flame furry seemed pitifully small before this magnificent wall of fire, like candles in the wind. They couldn't even get close before being vaporized by the terrifying heat. "Who are you?" Kukuyi stood before everyone, staff in hand, his aged body ramrod straight. "The crimson flame furries have never been enemies of humans. Why have you come to invade them?" "You'll know when you die," the flame demon said, raising his hand. A golden flame danced quietly in his palm. The flame was not large, only the size of a ping-pong ball, yet it resembled a miniature sun. What it emitted was not light, but a pure aura of destruction, scorching and warping the surrounding air until it seemed to collapse. He cast a contemptuous glance at the sea of fire spat out by the crimson flame furries opposite him and spoke again, his tone tinged with impatience. "Don't wave that garbage fire of yours in front of me. Truly an eyesore." Before the words faded, he flicked his finger. The golden flame left his hand. There was no sound of it cutting through the air, no wave of heat. It simply traced a silent path through the chaotic battlefield, heading straight for Kukuyi. In that instant, Kukuye's pupils contracted to pinpricks. As a born warrior, his battle-hardened intuition screamed in his mind with unprecedented frenzy. Danger! Mortal danger! Chapter 351, Mau Mau's Tears 25. Roar! A beast-like growl rumbled from deep within his throat. The veins on his arms bulged violently, and his knotted muscles strained against his bronze skin, threatening to burst through. His hands gripped the black wooden staff with a deathly force. The earth beneath his feet cracked and shattered, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, meeting that insignificant golden light with all his might, swinging the staff down with devastating force, to meet the attack head-on. That was a warrior's only answer. Staff and fire met in midair. At the moment of contact, there was only a faint, almost inaudible sizzle, like a red-hot branding iron plunging into cold grease. The next second, that point of golden light suddenly exploded. The flames, like a greedy venomous snake, raced up the black wooden staff with lightning speed. Starting from the staff's head, that ancient wood, tougher than metal, began to disintegrate and annihilate inch by inch, dissolving into the most basic particles that vanished into the scorching air. A force of pure destruction didn't even wait for the staff to fully disappear. It rampaged along the staff, through Kukuye's desperately clenched hands, and violently surged into his arms. Crack! The bones in both his arms shattered on the spot. The tough garments made from special ferocious beast hide couldn't hold for even a second. Under the golden light's illumination, they directly turned to flying ash. Kukuye's feet left the ground as he was blasted backward by that force. Boom! Kukuye's massive body slammed fiercely into a giant boulder over 10 meters away. The hard rock fractured instantly. Spiderweb-like cracks erupted from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. He slid powerlessly down the rock face to the ground, his chest heaving violently. The muscle tissue that was once tougher than metal was scorched black by that bizarre golden flame, sizzling and emitting the foul stench of burnt protein. Although his chest wasn't pierced through, the overwhelmingly powerful golden flame had invaded his internal organs, clinging like maggots to bone, frantically gnawing away at his vitality. Ha ha! Kukuye's mouth hung open. Every breath brought forth scalding bloody froth and a tearing excruciating pain. He stared fixedly at the demonic figure strolling leisurely in the distance. In his ears were the crimson flame fury's shrill, despairing wails and the furious, unwilling roars of his own tribesmen. All light had extinguished from those once hawk-sharp, now turbid eyes. For the first time, an emotion named despair took root. Great Priest! Kukushu and the surviving tribesmen let out heart-wrenching cries. Their eyes were bloodshot, but they were tightly entangled by oracle members, unable to get even a step closer. The man wearing the demon mask, the flame demon, slowly walked to stand before Kukuyi. He didn't immediately deliver the killing blow. Instead, with apparent interest, he bent down, grabbed Kukuye's graying hair, and hauled him up from the ground like dragging a dead dog, exposing him to everyone's sight. The violent movement tugged at the penetrating wound in his chest. Kukuyi let out a suppressed grunt. Blood gushed from the wound as if it cost nothing, staining the earth beneath him crimson. Everyone, stop! The flame demon's voice rang clearly across the entire battlefield. The Kuku tribe warriors fighting desperately in the bloodbath froze abruptly. The smile on the flame demon's lips deepened. He gripped Kukuye's neck, reigniting that destructive golden flame at his fingertips, and slowly brought it close to Kukuye's eyes. Otherwise, he drawled, savoring the look of anger turning to terror on his prey's faces. Your esteemed great priest here will turn into a pile of carbon ash in my hands, so fine even the wind won't be able to stir it. A threat. All sounds of fighting, roaring, wailing, ceased abruptly at that moment. Held aloft by the neck in the flame demon's grip, Kukuyi wheezed like a broken bellows. Blood mixed with saliva continuously spilled from the corner of his mouth. But those turbid eyes of his stared fixedly at his tribesmen. Summoning the last of his strength from his blood-soaked chest, he squeezed out a roar that shook the very lava. All, lift your heads. The voice was hoarse, broken, yet carried authority. All the Kuku tribe warriors who had hung their heads jolted violently, instinctively straightening their spines. We are born warriors. Kukuye's body trembled violently, each word seeming to be ground out by his very bones. We do not live on our knees, we only die standing. Pick up your weapons. Fight to the last man. Kukushu's tightly clenched iron fist finally dropped powerlessly. His fingernails dug deep into his palms until they bled. He looked at the great priest held high in the air, now breathing more out than in. His resolute, hardened face was etched with utter unwillingness. Fight? How could they fight? Death they did not fear, but the great priest's life. Truly moving. The flame demon let out a low, derisive chuckle. He watched Kukuye's face twisted with fury with great interest and spoke slowly. Pity. The barking of an old dog is nothing but noise. Utterly useless. As he spoke, the destructive golden flame at his fingertip didn't directly strike Kukuye's head. Instead, it landed on Kukuye's other, still intact shoulder. Sizzle. A light sound that made one's scalp crawl. The thick stench of charred flesh filled the air. The golden flame burned Kukuye's skin and flesh. Muscle tissue dissolved inch by inch under the flame, turning into charred carbon. One could even see the white shoulder bone gradually flaking away under the golden light. Kukuye's body arched violently. The intense agony made every muscle in his body spasm, but he clenched his jaw tightly, forcing the soul-rending scream back down his throat. Only an extremely suppressed groan rumbled from deep within. Stop! Kukushu's eyes were completely bloodshot, the corners almost splitting. He let out a mournful howl. I beg you. Stop! Seeing their great priest, whom they revered as a deity, their protector, being tortured like this was 1,000, 10,000 times more painful than killing them themselves. The smile on the flame demon's lips deepened further. He gripped Kukuye's neck, reignited that destructive golden flame at his fingertips, and slowly brought it close to Kukuye's eyes. Drop your weapons. This time it was Kukushu who shouted. Clang! Clang clang! One by one the warriors dropped their weapons. Tears of humiliation streamed down their resolute, hardened faces. The flame demon looked at this scene with satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the dying Kukuyi in his hand and gave a contemptuous laugh. See, your people love you very much. Pity. The love of the weak is the most useless thing in this world. He raised his hand. A golden flame suddenly burst from his fingertip, swelling explosively. Chapter 352, Mao Mao's Tears 26. No. Kukushu finally understood. That person had been deceiving them all along. He wanted the high priest dead. His eyes were bloodshot, the corners nearly splitting, as he let out a furious roar. Like a frenzied behemoth, he charged recklessly toward the fallen Kukuyi. Just as the golden flame at Flame Demon's fingertip was about to imprint itself on Kukuye's forehead, a small crimson figure, like a meteor flying against its course, fearlessly slammed into that golden light. It was a crimson flame furry. The moment that tiny body made contact with the golden flame, the raging crimson fire burning on its body did not get devoured as expected. It was more like a drop of water being tossed into a pot of boiling oil. A sickening crackling sound erupted. The fire belonging to the crimson flame furry on Nunu's body was violently torn apart and stripped away the instant it touched that destructive golden flame. Its small body was sent flying like a pebble struck by immense force, tumbling through the air, carving a tragic parabola across the hard crimson rock before finally crashing to the ground motionless. All the flames on its body were extinguished, leaving only a small charred, curled-up form, emitting the last few weak wisps of blue smoke. To go to one's death. It was so wretched and so utterly silent. Nunu. Kukuye's aged eyes snapped wide open. A heart-rending roar exploded from his chest, making the magma across the entire tundra tremble. But this sacrifice in the face of absolute power only earned Flame Demon a moment of stunned surprise, followed by even more cruel mockery. How touching. There's still a whelp trying to save you. At that moment that charred little thing actually twitched slightly. It trembled with immense effort, trying to prop itself up. But beneath its charcoal-like fur, a flicker of red light, weaker than a candle flame, stubbornly pulsed in its chest, like the last embers of life. Using its final ounce of strength, it opened its scorched eyes, desperately searching for Kukuye's figure in its blurred world. It found him. It looked at that old man, at his blood-red eyes. In those tiny eyes a look of relief and pleading actually surfaced. Kukuyi stared fixedly at it. This little one he had watched being born and had watched grow up, the little furry most attached to him in the entire tribe. A scorching gust of wind blew past, carrying a nearly inaudible whisper to Kukuye's ear. Live on. The voice was as light as a dream, fragmented. Go? Protect. Your Highness. Those eyes gazing at him slowly closed. High Priest. Nunu. Kokushu roared, speeding up his charge. But two ghostly black shadows detached from the battle. The moment Kokushu's mind was violently shaken by Nunu's death and he charged forward. They flanked him left and right, clinging like maggots to bone, precisely blocking his path of advance. One figure moved like a snake, its spine bending backward at an inhuman angle, its body almost skimming the ground as it slid. The poisoned bone blade in its hand traced a cold, sinister arc, silently aiming to slice Kokushu's waist and abdomen. The other was like a predatory wolf, cutting a bizarre zigzag through the air, leaping up silently. Its 5 fingers merged into a claw-black keratin talons half a foot long extending from its fingertips, aiming straight for his throat. The coordination between the two Oracle members was seamless, their killing intent bone-chilling. "Get lost!" Kokushu's furious roar was choked in his throat. His frenzied charge abruptly halted. He was forced into a frantic, frustrating dance of left and right parries. Despite possessing earth-shaking strength, he was completely suppressed and immobilized by two enemies far weaker than him, thanks to their inhuman combat skills. Across the entire battlefield, the Cuckoo tribe was utterly routed. Warriors fell one after another. Their strength seemed so clumsy and powerless against those bizarre genetic abilities. The mournful cries of the Crimson Flame Furries echoed throughout the tundra. Oh! The convoy jolted along the rugged road for nearly 4 hours. The surrounding scenery gradually shifted from vibrant purple forests to desolation. The air grew increasingly hot and dry, the soil turning a dark red. Finally, as the convoy crested a hill, a completely different landscape unfolded before everyone's eyes. It was a vast volcanic region. The ground was an endless expanse of dark red rock, as if soaked in blood. Stepping on it, one could feel waves of heat rising from beneath their feet. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur and an overwhelming cloying scent of blood. The off-road vehicles stopped at the edge of the volcanic region. Everyone got out. When they saw the scene before them, they all gasped sharply. This was a battlefield, or rather a slaughterhouse, that had just experienced a cataclysm. Dark red, congealed, blackened bloodstains were everywhere, like dried paint splashed across every inch of the cracked earth. Countless remains of Crimson Flame Furries lay scattered like discarded ragdolls in the crevices of the rocks. Some were pierced by blades, others violently torn in half. Their deaths were gruesome. Meng Lin stared at this lifeless scene, her voice tight. "Are we too late?" No one answered her. Song Chinga clamped a hand tightly over her mouth, her stomach churning. Her gaze froze on the corpse of a small furry. Half its body had been violently stomped into the still warm rock. The other half was twisted into a grotesque shape, as if it had endured unimaginable agony before death. Beasts! The one-armed soldier's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. He slammed a fist against the car door, producing a deafening bang. The hard alloy door bore a clear dent, but he seemed to feel no pain. The veins on his arm bulged starkly from extreme fury as he ground out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Scum!" Guo Changfan's face was ashen. He saw the scene further away, over a dozen burly corpses, frozen in fighting stances even in death. Some had arms cleanly severed at the shoulder, others had chests brutally pierced through. Their blood had dyed the earth beneath them a shocking deep brown. Qi Feng trembled with rage, his lips quivering. Seeing this scene of utter carnage, his eyes reddened. "How dare they? How dare they?" He muttered to himself. Since becoming a player, he had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Even Zhou Yen, who had remained silent, flashed a flicker of pity in her eyes at the hellish sight. Her heart, wrapped in hatred and indifference, was still sharply pierced when she saw the corpse of a small furry that had lost an ear, its body still curled up as if protecting something. Bai Chenyue hovered in midair. The look in her eyes beneath the mask was cold enough to freeze. Chapter 353. The Furry's Tears 27. Bai Chenyue arrived first, having flown over at a faster speed, and took in the horrific scene of the entire lava tundra. Oracle. She clenched her fists, her knuckles emitting a soft crack. At this moment, her killing intent soared to its peak. These scum. Not a single one of them will live. A moment later, several star-purple furries serving as guides scrambled up behind her. When they saw the bloody slaughterhouse before their eyes, they all froze in place. Their small bodies began to tremble violently, uncontrollably, and their translucent eyes rapidly filled with tears. They saw their kin torn in half, they saw younglings trampled into the scorching hot rocks, they saw those crimson flame furries who usually loved to fight the most, had the worst tempers, and were the most vigorous, now lying like piles of broken garbage discarded haphazardly everywhere. Wah! A cry of grief, suppressed to the extreme, was squeezed out from the throat of one star-purple furry. Immediately after, heart-wrenching wails rose and fell one after another across this tundra. Suddenly, Bai Chenyue's gaze swept over a pile of corpses, and a line of faint blue text appeared before her. Creature: Crimson Flame Furry, Juvenile Form. Name: Crimson Flame Nunu. Status: Near death, severe internal organ damage, multiple comminuted fractures, 99% life energy dissipated, soul flame about to extinguish. Note: don't waste your effort. This thing already has one foot in the coffin. Even if Huatu were reborn, he'd shake his head and say, next patient. Bai Chenyue gave her wings a light flap, silently floating down beside that mountain of corpses. The smell of blood and the smell of char mixed together, forming a nauseating stench that shot straight to the crown of her head. She crouched down, reached out a hand, and gently pushed aside the charred corpse of a cuckoo tribe warrior. Under that corpse's broad back, there was, shockingly, a small crimson sphere curled up. Its fur was like solidified dark lava, its body covered in wounds deep enough to see bone. One of them pierced through its small abdomen, the dark red blood already congealed. Bai Chenyue's gaze locked onto this little creature that still had half a breath left. Without the slightest hesitation, she flicked her wrist. A golden thread healing mushroom appeared in her palm out of thin air. She roughly, stuffed the entire mushroom into Nunu's mouth, which could no longer open. No matter how potent the energy contained in the mushroom, it needed to be digested and absorbed. But Crimson Flame Nunu's jaw was already rigid, its small body having lost even the most basic swallowing reflex. The life-saving mushroom was stuck in its mouth, unmoving. Boss! Songqinga rushed forward in a flash. Seeing this scene, she advised, it's no use. It can't swallow anymore. It's alive. It has half a breath. It can be saved. Bai Chenyue said in a low voice, one hand supporting the furry. Grind it into powder. Grind it into powder, mix it with water, and force-feed it like medicine. A soldier, quick-witted from years of special forces experience, thought of a field first aid method. His words were like a wake-up call. Bai Chenyue took out a stone mortar and a small bottle of purified water, her movements so fast they almost left afterimages. She didn't even glance at Songqinga, but her actions were the best response. Everyone immediately gathered around. Even Zhou, who had been keeping her distance, cast a complicated look. In this land of death, the hopes of everyone present seemed to rest on this little creature on the brink of death. Bai Chenyue held Crimson Flame Nunu's body with one hand, using the stone mortar with the other to pound the golden thread healing mushroom into a fine powder. I'll do it. Songqinga pounced, taking the mortar from Bai Chenyue's hands and pounding away with all her might. The stone pestle collided with the mortar, emitting crisp, rapid thump-thump sounds. In the deathly silent tundra, it felt like each strike hit everyone right in the chest. A rich life force spread out as the powder flew, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding smells of blood and sulfur. The powder was soon ready. Songqinga carefully poured it into the small bottle of purified water and gave it a gentle shake. The originally clear water instantly turned into a milky white liquid containing specks of golden light. A soldier immediately handed over a sterile syringe from the first aid kit. Here, I'll hold it, you feed it, Bai Chenyue said, glancing at Songqinga. Using her left index finger and thumb, she gently applied force, prying open a tiny gap in Crimson Flame Nunu's already stiff, dead mouth. Songqinga knelt on both knees, filled the syringe with the liquid, carefully inserted the needle tip into the gap, and slowly, steadily pushed the life-saving milky white medicinal liquid in, drop by drop. Everyone held their breath. Guochangfan's team members, these iron-blooded soldiers accustomed to life and death, also stared intently at the little furry, their fists unconsciously clenching. Some of the liquid overflowed from the corner of Crimson Flame Nunu's mouth, but more of it slowly flowed down its tiny throat. It went down. A long while passed. Everyone waited anxiously. Bai Chenyue's gaze remained fixed on Crimson Flame Nunu. Status: near death, injuries too severe, life energy supplementation insufficient. The effect of one golden thread healing mushroom is like pouring a cup of water into the Pacific Ocean, meaningless. The soul flame is still counting down to extinction. Note: told you it was useless but you wouldn't listen. Such a good mushroom, wouldn't it taste better if you ate it yourself? Why waste it on a dying furry? It's working. Keep feeding it. Bai Chenyue's expression remained impassive as she pulled out another golden thread healing mushroom from the Nijia star disk. 1, 2, 3. As if they cost nothing, she tossed the precious golden thread healing mushrooms into the mortar. Without a word, Song Chinga took it and buried her head in vigorous pounding. The vast life energy transformed into medicinal liquid, continuously being forced into Nunu's body. Finally, it began to accumulate within, slowly repairing those shattered internal organs and bones. No good, this is too slow. Grind it up for external application, Bai Chenyue said succinctly. Song Chinga immediately understood. She carefully sprinkled the newly pounded dry powder onto the most gruesome penetrating wound on Nunu's abdomen. As soon as the golden powder made contact with the charred, curled-back flesh, it emitted a faint sizzling sound, then transformed into specks of golden light that seeped deep into the wound. The gentle energy dissolved and separated the necrotic tissue. Visible to the naked eye, new granulation tissue was slowly sprouting and intertwining at an unbelievable speed. An even more astonishing scene occurred. On the newly formed flesh and skin, thin dark red filaments broke through the surface. They rapidly grew, thickened, and solidified. Internal consumption and external application. The concentrated life energy finally formed a pincer attack inside and outside Nunu's body, forcibly repairing those shattered organs and bones, dragging Nunu back from the brink of death by sheer force. Status: critically injured, vital signs temporarily stabilized. No longer near death, but still not out of danger. Requires continuous supplementation of high-concentration life energy, otherwise may kick the bucket at any time. Note: alright, fine, you win at being wasteful. All these rare resources dumped on a nearly dead furry? But it can't be denied, it's going to live. Chapter 354. The Furry's Tears 28. Seeing the words "can live," Bai Chenyue's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed a little. She felt the small creature in her arms was no longer cold, but had a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. It's alive! Boss, it's alive! Song Chinga exclaimed excitedly in a hushed voice, her eyes turning red. The soldiers around them all let out a long sigh of relief at that moment. Their clenched fists slowly unclenched, and expressions of immense relief washed over their faces. Everyone fan out and search. Check the battlefield, see if there are any other survivors. Bury all corpses on the spot. Guo Fan pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. The lenses reflected the dark red glow of the lava, as his calm command pulled everyone back from the relief of having survived into the harsh reality. Yes, sir, the one-armed officer roared in a low voice, leading his team members as they quickly dispersed. Their movements were professional. They formed groups of 3, covering each other in turns, gun barrels lowered, beginning a carpet search of this hellish slaughterhouse. Bai Chenyue took out a blanket. She gently placed the little creature in her arms onto the blanket, then took out more than a dozen golden thread, healing mushrooms from her space and handed them to Song Chinga. Continue. Grind them into powder. Guard it. Yes. I will definitely complete the mission. Song Chinga immediately straightened her back as if she had received some sacred task. Carefully holding the mushrooms, she buried her head and continued vigorously grinding them with the stone mortar. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. The surrounding star-purple furries stopped crying. They formed a circle, watching nervously as their fellow furry lay on the blanket, its chest rising and falling weakly with each breath. Their eyes were filled with worry. In the air, only the monotonous pounding of the mortar and the faint sounds of soldiers moving bodies in the distance remained. An unknown amount of time passed. The little creature on the blanket, the crimson flame Nunu, its long ears suddenly twitched slightly. Immediately after, its burnt eyelids struggled to open a crack. Blurred. Chaotic. The world was a twisted play of light and shadow in its eyes. Several fluffy purple shadows swayed before its eyes, like candle flames flickering in the wind. Am I dead? A faint voice squeezed out from its small body. The star-purple furries gathered around it froze for a moment, then burst out with joyful cries. Fellow furry, you're awake. You're not dead. You came back to life. It's His Highness. His Highness saved you. His Highness used so many glowing mushrooms to pull you back from the brink of death. You don't even know how badly you were injured just now. We all thought you. The star-purple furry's chattering discussion helped Nunu's chaotic mind clear up a little. His Highness? Has His Highness come? It struggled to turn its eyes. Its gaze passed over the purple furries and finally settled on a figure wearing a cat mask. Those holy white wings were the last obsession it had before losing consciousness. His Highness. Nunu struggled to get up, but was gently pressed back down by Chenyue's hand. Don't move, Bai Chenyue spoke, her tone flat. Was it you who saved me? Nunu looked at her. Tears rapidly welled up in those eyes that had just regained their luster. It remembered the terrifying golden flames, remembered the high priest's roar, remembered the mournful cries of its tribespeople. Memories surged like a tidal wave, shattering the relief it felt after surviving. Wah! Tears as big as beans rolled down. Nunu let out a heart-wrenching wail. Your Highness! You came too late. You came too late. The furries are all gone. All of them. High Priest Cookie, he was also killed by that demon. They died so horribly. Woo-woo. Each of its sobs was like a knife, stabbing into the hearts of everyone present. Songchinga's grinding action stopped. Tears silently slid down her face. She couldn't understand the furry's words, but she could sense its pain from its sorrowful emotions. Qifeng clenched his fists. The light wings on his back trembled violently with anger. Even the usually aloof Zhouyin turned her head away, unable to bear watching any longer. Bai Chenyue listened quietly. She did not offer words of comfort. She only waited until Nunu's crying subsided slightly before asking in a deep voice. Where did the people who killed you go? Nunu sobbed, shaking its head vigorously. I don't know. I was hit by that ball of golden fire. I don't know what happened after that. Its voice was broken and halting from grief and weakness, but the information was enough. Golden fire. It's the flame demon. Rest well. Bai Chenyue stood up, patting Nunu's small head. The vengeance will be repaid. After saying this, she turned and walked towards Guochangfan, who had just returned. Guochangfan's face was dark and grim, a livid color. How is it? Bai Chenyue asked. Guochangfan slowly shook his head, suppressing his anger. The entire lava tundra we checked 3 times. Besides this little one, there are no survivors. Not among the crimson flame furries, nor. He paused, took off his glasses and slowly wiped them with a cloth, as if this action could calm his chaotic thoughts. Nor among those cuckoo tribespeople. He put his glasses back on. The gaze behind the lenses was sharp, looking directly at Bai Chenyue. I have a question. Guochangfan lowered his voice. Based on the intelligence we had before, the cuckoo tribespeople, aren't they supposed to have infinite resurrection? However, the dozen or so corpses of cuckoo tribe warriors here, I had the team members examine them carefully. They are completely dead, showing no signs of resurrection. Guochangfan stared at Bai Chenyue. This doesn't make sense. Unless they are not the cuckoo tribe as we know them. Bai Chenyue remained silent for a moment. Guochangfan's question struck right at the core. She looked at the mountain of corpses piled in the distance, then glanced at this man with his clear eyes and terrifyingly meticulous logic and spoke. What if I said they are the cuckoo tribe from the 3 child stars? Guochangfan's eyebrows shot up sharply. The cuckoo tribe from the 3 child stars? How could they appear here? Not just the cuckoo tribe, Bai Chenyue said slowly. The Haha tribe is also here. What? This time Guochangfan was genuinely shocked. Earlier on Blue Star, I took down Wang Yi's stronghold. In his laboratory, I found an observation diary. As she spoke, she took out a notebook from the Nijia star disk. This was a document she had organized after obtaining the information, and she handed it to Guochangfan. The diary records in detail why the Haha tribe and the Cuckoo tribe were exiled. It also records some secrets of their races. Bai Chenyue paused, then continued in a grave tone. Chapter 355. Furry's Tears 29. Guo Changfan took the notebook but didn't open it immediately. His gaze merely swept over the line written on the cover with a marker pen. 3 child stars exiled race observation log. Before he looked away, Bai Chenyue concisely recounted her encounter with the Haha tribe and the matter of the crown prince mentioned by them. I think you should go find the Haha tribe, Guo Changfan said after listening, pondering for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. I had people check. The oracle hasn't hidden their tracks at all. I also asked the star purple furries. The direction they are heading is precisely the territory of the honey orange furries. Without a doubt, their next target will be the honey orange furries. Bai Chenyue clenched her fist, her knuckles emitting a faint cracking sound. I'm fast. I'll go directly to the honey orange furries' territory to intercept them, she said coldly, her white light wings behind her giving a slight flutter, her killing intent unconcealed. No. Guo Changfan almost immediately rejected her proposal. Meeting the cold light in Bai Chenyue's eyes, he adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. The gaze behind the lenses was exceptionally calm. Comrade, who's that guy? I admit, among everyone present, your individual combat capability is unmatched. Guo Changfan's tone was calm and serious. That flame demon who can control golden flames might not last more than a few exchanges under your hands. You alone could even turn their world upside down. His tone shifted. Beneath that calmness was the absolute rationality and coldness of a politician facing a scale of justice. However, I cannot let you go. Our understanding of this oracle team is almost zero. How many of them are there? Besides the flame demon, what kind of bizarre abilities do those members possess, who could easily slaughter battle-hardened cuckoo tribe warriors and crimson flame furries? The crow didn't say, and the corpses at the scene can only tell us they are utterly inhumane. They could trade lives for your injuries, they could use a war of attrition to exhaust your stamina. Is your stamina infinite? Can you guarantee a smooth escape under the siege of dozens of such monsters? With each word Guo Changfan spoke, he pulled Bai Chenyue's rationality back a fraction. He took a step forward, his voice lowering further, becoming heavier. You are number 1 on the global player rankings. More importantly, you are the hope and the anchor for all of us Blue Star players. If the Oracle can use dozens or even hundreds of worthless lives to trap you here forever, for them that's a bloody bargain. And we would lose the entire future. For this operation you are not alone. You have us behind you. Try to believe in everyone. We can do it. Guo Changfan spoke word by word. Let everyone together. Round up the Oracle in one fell swoop, and eliminate this threat forever. Bai Chenyue fell silent. She had to admit Guo Changfan was right. Bai Chenyue looked towards the distant mountain of corpses and frowned. After a long while she nodded. Guo Changfan seemed to have already devised a countermeasure. He turned, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and began issuing orders. Qifeng. Here. Qifeng jolted, immediately standing ramrod straight. Your wings, like who's that guy's, are also white. You are also a Your Highness in the eyes of the furries. Guo Changfan spoke rapidly, his logic clear. Your flight speed is fast. Depart immediately, use your fastest speed to get ahead of the Oracle, but do not let the Oracle discover your presence. Find the honey orange furries. Use your status as Your Highness to have them immediately use the terrain advantage to hide completely. As he spoke, he took several fingernail-sized metal flakes from Bai Chenyue. You are responsible for protecting them. No matter what happens, do not come out. Wait for our signal. Yes. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Qifeng puffed out his chest, feeling he had accepted an S-rank mission concerning the survival of the world, his Chinibu soul burning fiercely. Guo Changfan nodded, then looked at Bai Chenyue. Comrade, who's that guy? You mentioned the Haha tribe earlier. The Cuckoo tribe and the Haha tribe are both exiled races and mortal enemies. In this world, the ones who understand the Cuckoo tribe best must be the Haha tribe. Moreover, you've already dealt with the Haha tribe before coming here. They know you. I need you to set off immediately, go to the territory of the misty blue furries to find them, and persuade them to join this battle. Gathering all available living forces is the key to defeating the Oracle. Finally, Guo Changfan's gaze fell on the team he led, as well as Luo Hao, Meng Lin, and the others. The remaining people will be led by me. He looked at the crimson flame furry that had just recovered a bit of vitality. Star purple furries, lead the way for us to the territory of the honey orange furries. Nunu struggled to stand up from the blanket. The newly grown fur on its body was still somewhat sparse, but its eyes burned with flames of vengeance. We will follow behind the oracle, Guo Changfan said gravely. We will clear out any possible rearguard forces they may have left along the way, buying the most precious time for both of your sides. Three-pronged advance, each link tightly connected. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their fighting spirit high. The plan was set, no more delay. Messenger of justice, depart. Qi Feng shouted loudly, his light wings spreading behind him, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared into the southeastern horizon. Bai Chenyue also called over the most clever star purple furry, had it jump onto her shoulder, gave her wings a flap, and flew swiftly in another direction. On the spot, Guo Changfan watched the two streaks of light disappear, then turned around, his face turning cold again. Everyone, organize your equipment, check your ammunition. Our hunt begins now. Honey Orange Grove. This place was completely different from the desolation of the lava tundra. The warm, humid air was filled with a sweet, fruity fragrance. This was the home of the honey orange furries. But the honey orange grove at this moment was eerily quiet. Over 100 figures wearing black combat uniforms flitted through the woods like ghosts. They wore various masks on their faces. They were the members of the oracle. The flame demon at the lead stopped and looked around. None, he uttered in confusion, the red light beneath his mask flickering uncertainly. Not a single one? They had already searched this area once. Forget living honey orange furries, they hadn't even found a single strand of fur. Lord Flame Demon, it seems they hid in advance. A member wearing a wild boar mask stepped forward and reported in a low voice. Hid? The Flame Demon sneered. On this planet, no matter where they hide, we can dig them out. He raised his hand. The cluster of golden flame reappeared in his palm, emitting an aura of destruction. Burn this grove. Let's see if they come out then. Chapter 356 Mau Mau's Tears 30. Deep within the honey orange grove, inside a vast subterranean tree hollow, thousands of honey orange furries squeezed together, all looking up anxiously toward the center of the hollow, where a holographic projection streamed from a frontline nano-surveillance robot. The projection showed a clear image of Flame Demon and his party. Qi Feng crouched among the furries, staring at the screen with equal tension, sweat beading on his brow. This was what the top-ranked expert had told him. After coming to the honey orange furries' territory, immediately release the surveillance robot and keep monitoring the oracle's movements at all times. When the honey orange furries saw the crimson flame furries and the Cuckoo tribe members imprisoned inside cages, the entire tree hollow erupted. That's the crimson flame furries. Our hot-headed brothers. What did those bastards do to them? And the big ones from the Cuckoo tribe, they've been captured too, their bodies all injured. I'm going to tear them apart, avenge the furries. His Highness told us to wait, so we wait. Wait until His Highness's friends come. Then rip them all to shreds. Use our ears to blind their necks. Use our fruits to smash their heads. Oh. Countless honey orange furries' eyes reddened. Quiet. Be quiet. Qi Feng was frantic, drenched in sweat, spreading his arms to try and calm this pack of angry little rascals. Wait a little longer, we must wait. As Qi Feng soothed the furries, he prayed frantically in his heart. Hurry up and come, boss. National team. Oh. Burn this forest down. I want to see if they come out. Flame Demon's unemotional command, like a death sentence, echoed through the silent honey orange grove. A member of the oracle wearing a wild boar mask stepped forward with a cruel grin, took a metal canister off his back, and aimed the thick nozzle at the fragrant orchard ahead. If he pressed the trigger, flames would turn everything here into scorched earth. He lifted the metal canister. Shoo! A sharp tearing sound suddenly cut through the air. A black crossbow bolt, like a venomous fang shot from the void, pierced precisely through the wild boar mask member's neck. Ugh! The wild boar mask member froze mid-action, looking down in disbelief at the blood-stained bolt protruding from the front of his throat. He opened his mouth, only able to make a hissing wheeze. The next second, the metal canister in his hand clanged to the ground. His body went rigid and toppled backward, slamming onto the earth, utterly still. The sudden turn of events froze all the Oracle members' movements. Enemy attack! A member who reacted shouted sharply. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! What answered him were a string of earth-shattering explosions. Dozens of inconspicuous mushrooms flew out from the trees in all directions and detonated among the Oracle members. The violent shockwaves, mixed with dirt and debris, swept across the clearing. Several Oracle members closest to the blast didn't even have time to scream before being torn apart, blood and flesh scattering. Before the dust from the explosions settled, a concentrated barrage of crossbow fire thundered through the forest. TSK 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 TSK. A metal storm of bolts poured out from the shadowed tree-line, ruthlessly targeting those Oracle members who survived the blasts and were still dazed. Bloody splatters continuously spattered across their black combat uniforms. Kill these scum! With a roar of uncontrollable fury, Luohao was the first to charge out from the trees, his sharp-featured face filled with killing intent. The heavy long blade in his hand sliced a grim arc through the air, cleaving one Oracle member attempting to counterattack cleanly in half at the waist. For the furries! The one-armed officer followed closely behind, wielding an assault crossbow in one hand. The weapon spat angry bolts one after another, striking down every exposed enemy head with deadly precision. Song Chinga and Meng Lin moved like phantoms, silently flanking from both sides of the formation. Song Chinga's crossbow fired 3 quick shots, landing with surgical accuracy on an enemy's knee, wrist, and brow, her movements smooth and fluid. Meng Lin lowered her stance, holding her dagger in reverse grip, darting through the chaotic battlefield at high speed. Her blade always found the most awkward angles, cutting throats and the backs of knees. A bunch of trash. The Oracle members finally recovered from the initial chaos. Though they suffered heavy losses in the first wave of the ambush, their individual combat abilities were far beyond ordinary people. A burly man wearing a black bear mask, facing bolts aimed at him, neither dodged nor flinched, letting them clang harmlessly off his armor with a crisp metallic ring, leaving only a few shallow white marks on his combat suit. He roared, grabbed a chunk of tree trunk shattered nearby like a war fan, and swung it in a sweeping blow toward a soldier. Careful! The soldier's pupils shrank. He was about to be cleaved in two. Bang! Luohao's figure appeared in time, his long blade planted horizontally in front of him, forcibly bracing the heavy trunk. The tremendous force cracked the ground beneath his feet. Strong arms! The black bear mask remarked with admiration. Luohao snorted coldly. He thought it ridiculous. After all the good mushrooms the top-ranked expert had given them, they didn't come for nothing. He clenched his jaw, veins bulging in his arms, and engaged the black bear mask in brutal combat. On the other side, the snake-masked woman who had appeared on the lava tundra slid across the ground in a twisted posture, evading every stray projectile. Her target was the weakest-looking survivor soldier among the ranks. Like a venomous serpent flicking its tongue, her bone blade glowed with a green light and stabbed straight toward the soldier's back. Your opponent is me. Meng Lin's figure suddenly appeared before her as if by teleportation. Twin daggers crossed to precisely parry the deadly strike. Clack! The battle escalated to white-hot intensity. Although the national team soldiers' physical abilities had surged from the mushroom's enhancement, the Oracle members' bizarre combat styles and extensive battlefield experience still made the fighting extremely difficult. A soldier's crossbow had just emptied its bolts and was switching magazines when a mantis-masked Oracle member closed in, long blade swinging toward his neck. Although the soldier had also taken mushrooms, against such a lightning-fast strike he had no time to react, only instinctively crossing his arms in front of him in desperate defense. Clang! The bone blade collided with his forearms, producing a thunderous metallic sound. The soldier felt a wave of searing pain surge through his arms. He was driven back several paces by the force and fell onto the ground. But he had blocked it. Chapter 357, Mau Mau's Tears 31. I'll be damned! The soldier exclaimed in shock. If this were any other time, his arms would have already been chopped off. The mantis mask member was also stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that this seemingly fragile ordinary person could withstand his slash head-on and come out completely unscathed. What was going on? Was the other party also a genetically modified human? For a moment, both of them were a bit dazed. Then the soldier suddenly remembered. They had eaten a kind of mushroom called the ironhide mushroom. After consuming it, a temporary keratin armor would form on the surface of the body, effectively resisting physical damage for 5 minutes. Right, only 5 minutes. This had to be finished quickly. In that brief moment of distraction, Song Chinga's crossbow bolt pierced straight through the man's mask with perfect accuracy, exiting through the back of his skull and spraying a burst of red and white matter. Don't zone out. Fight! The roar of the one-armed officer snapped the soldier who had just narrowly escaped death back to reality. Yes, sir. A spark like never before ignited in the soldier's eyes. He picked up the crossbow from the ground, swiftly replaced the bolt magazine, and looked at his comrades around him, who had also swallowed mushrooms, their physical abilities surging, fighting those monsters back and forth without giving an inch. His fighting spirit reignited. Oh! In a hidden location within the forest, Zhou Yin silently watched everything unfolding across more than 20 surveillance screens, shock appearing on her face. She saw the man named Luo Hao, someone she had thought to be a simple-minded brute, now charging across the battlefield like a raging bull, yet always managing at the most critical moments to block fatal attacks for the comrades behind him. She saw Song Chinga, the female special forces soldier who had once been hostile toward her, and whom she had dismissed as just a brainless top fan. Her movements were fast, precise, and ruthless. She also saw those soldiers whose names she didn't even know. They got injured, they bled, and some even died, but not a single one retreated. When someone fell, another immediately took their place. When someone was wounded, a medic instantly dragged them to the rear and treated their injuries with golden mushroom powder. They were like a precision war machine. Each person an indispensable cog, tightly interlocked, unleashing a terrifying combat power far greater than the sum of their individual strengths. They were fighting for those round, unfamiliar Mau Mau. For justice. For the first time, Zhou Yin felt a flicker of doubt toward this word she had scorned countless times. Guo Changfan's voice rang out again, transmitted precisely to every combat unit through the communication patch. Before leaving, Bai Chenyue had given Guo Changfan a box of interstellar communication patches. A small black box filled with stickers no bigger than half a pinky finger. Item: disposable shortwave brainwave communication patch. Children's version. Description: produced on planet Alpha 798 of the 7th Spiral Arm. An entry-level communication toy given to younglings when they go to kindergarten. It can establish an encrypted brainwave communication channel within a 20-kilometer range, blocking all external interference and ensuring the younglings won't get lost while playing hide-and-seek. Guo Changfan took one out and directly stuck it onto his earlobe. After testing it, it proved extremely useful. At this moment he was the absolute brain of the battlefield, linking every soldier's movement and attack into a single network. He sat firmly at the center of the web, tightening every strand. Like a chess player, the battlefield of flesh and blood was his chessboard. Every piece he moved and every command he issued was precisely calculated. Luo Hao, you've pushed too far forward. Fall back. Your task is to act as bait. Draw that bear's firepower and lure it into the encirclement. Meng Lin, the snake woman's weak point is at the 4th vertebra in her spine. After each twist, there's a 0.3-second stiffness. Seize the moment and kill in one strike. Firepower team, suppress the left flank. Don't let them break through the line. Create opportunities for the snipers. Zhou Yin looked at this middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared refined and even scholarly, and a feeling called awe rose in her heart. This man was different from all the authorities she had ever seen. Those in charge of the mountain city shelter held power, but only knew how to use it to oppress the weak and satisfy their own desires. But the man before her possessed supreme command authority, yet used his intellect to bind the entire team into a single force, unleashing a terrifying effect where 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. This was a true leader. Under Guo Changfan's flawless command and the boost of the magical mushrooms, the tide of the battlefield began to tilt wildly in favor of the national team. Although the members of Divine Oracle were individually powerful, they lacked any coordination. each fighting on their own like a pack of rabid dogs, possessing strength but not knowing how to use it. Under the national team's coordinated tactics and relentless firepower, they began to fall back step by step, with people constantly dropping. Poochie! Ming Lin finally sees that 0.3-second opening in the snake woman's movement. Like a venomous snake striking, her dagger shot out at the critical moment, precisely stabbing into the fourth vertebra of her spine. Chapter 358. Mao Mao's Tears 32. Just as the burly man in the bear mask froze, parrying the attack, preparing to retaliate and smash the annoying fly into a bloody pulp, two ghostly figures silently pounced on him from his left and right blind spots. They did not use knives or crossbows. They maximized the effectiveness of Guo Changfan's tactics and the medicinal properties of the great strength mushroom, using their own flesh and blood to become a siege hammer. Bang! Bang! Two dull impacts exploded simultaneously. A soldier channeled all his strength into his elbow and slammed it hard into the left knee joint of the burly man in the black bear mask. The other man delivered a vicious knee strike, precisely hitting his right rib area in the back of his lower back. Snap! The cracking sound of bones dislocating could be clearly heard. Roar! The burly man in the black bear mask let out a painful beastly roar, his tall body tilting uncontrollably to one side, completely exposing his fatal weakness. He tried to adjust his stance and regain the initiative in the attack, but it was too late. Now! Charge! With a roar from Luo Hao, the long-awaited warrior surged forward from all directions to the west. Without the slightest hesitation or even the thought of fighting alone, they grabbed their weapons and smashed them all over the black bear mask. The attack targets only one area: the joints, the ankles, the back of the neck, the kidneys. A soldier slid behind him and with all his might, used his assault crossbow as a warhammer to smash his left ankle. The other man forcefully plunged a sharp dagger into his kidney through a gap in his lower back defenses, then twisted his wrist viciously. Aya! The excruciating pain drove the bear mask into a frenzy. It flailed its arms wildly, but couldn't touch a single enemy. Panting heavily, Luo Hao, carrying a long sword dripping with blood, walked step by step to Black Bear Mask, who was kneeling on the ground and being held tightly by several soldiers. His bloodshot eyes burned with the fury of revenge. Pay for the lives of those Mao Mao, you scum! Luo Hao raised his long sword high, channeling all the anger in his chest into the blade, and slashed down fiercely at the enormous head. The heavy blade tore through the air, slashing down from top to bottom, fiercely striking the top of the head, with unstoppable force. The hard mask's skull and flesh were easily cleaved open by this one blade. The black bear mask's body suddenly stiffened and fell completely silent. The scales of victory seemed to have tipped completely in favor of the national team. However, the flame demon, who had stood still and watched coldly from the start of the battle, finally moved. He seemed completely unconcerned about his subordinate's defeat, only impatiently cracking his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds. Waste! He uttered two words softly, his voice not loud, but they clearly penetrated into everyone's ears. Then he took a step forward. Boom! An indescribable scorching heat, like an invisible tsunami, swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone engaged in fierce combat, whether from the national team or members of the Oracle, stared in horror at that area at that moment. The air was distorted by the scorching heat, and the cracked red rocks on the ground began to melt, converging into streams of viscous lava. The battlefield, which had been a scene of carnage, fell eerily quiet for a moment under this terrifying pressure. You can't even handle the small fry. You've completely disgraced the Oracle. He didn't look at anyone, he just kept commenting to himself. Then he raised his hand, and a golden flame the size of a ping-pong ball danced quietly in his palm, like a miniature sun. It's over. One of the most powerful shots from the flame demon. Golden flames shot out from his hand, silently slicing across the chaotic battlefield. Their target the ground in the center. Get out of the way. Guo Changfan's roar resounded in everyone's minds. The moment the golden flame touched the ground, there was no explosion, only an indescribable heat that spread silently. Wherever the halo passed, whether it was solid rock, the corpses of Oracle members or scattered weapons, everything was instantly incinerated by the extreme heat and turned into charred ashes. A charred crater over 5 meters in diameter appeared in the center of the battlefield. The rocks at the bottom of the crater had melted and were still emitting wisps of smoke. The edges were twisted and uneven, with traces of scorching remaining. Everyone was stunned by this incomprehensible scene. Did you see that? The Balrog spread his arms, reveling in the fear on everyone's faces, and let out a low laugh. This is true power. He fixed his gaze on Luo Hao, who was at the very front of the group. It starts with you. The flame demon raised his hand again, and another ball of golden flame condensed at his fingertips. Your opponent is me. A clear, youthful voice descended from the sky. Qi Feng unfurled his wings of light at full power, drawing a white streak in the air. He held a flaming pistol in both hands and pulled the trigger at the flame demon below. Justice will prevail. Accept your judgment, you evil demon king. Chapter 359 Mao Mao's Tears 33. On the ground, all the members of the Alliance team erupted in cheers of relief upon seeing the figure suspended in midair. It's the big boss. The big boss is here. Great. We've got this in the bag. Song Chinga was so excited she almost jumped up, brimming with confidence. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. Amidst the dust kicked up by the cheers, the crowd finally made out the figure. The powerful figure descended from the sky, her face concealed by a cat mask, leaving only her dark eyes looking down upon all living beings. But it seems like she's holding a rope in her hand. At the other end of the rope hanging a person. The old man's face turned red, his beard trembled with anger, and he kept cursing. Put me down. You ill-mannered royal, don't think you're so great just because you can fly. When I see His Highness, I'll make sure he punishes you. He'll hang you in the coldest place and freeze you for 100 years. Guo Changfan's teammates. Qi Feng. Bai Chenyue ignored the old man's curses and loosened her grip on his wrist. The rope slipped from his grasp and Hahali, who had been flying it like a kite all the way, crashed down with a roar filled with rage. He landed squarely, his fist striking a member of the oracles right in the face. With a cracking sound of bones breaking, the man's face caved in, and he passed out without uttering a sound. Finally down. Hahali stretched his wrists, which were numb from being tied up, and swept his furious gaze over the members of the oracle, cursing. You bunch of inhuman trash, how dare you touch our mortal enemy? You think you can mess with Kokoi? And those Mao Mao, what did they do to you? Huh. The old man chose a member of the oracle nearby. Before the man could dodge, Hahali grabbed his head and slammed it against the ground, cursing as he did so. Our fight to the death is a racial conflict, but we will never allow outsiders to bully them. A bunch of inhuman beasts. The Alliance team was completely dumbfounded. This old man was from the Haha tribe? He's amazing. The flame demon ignored Hahali and focused his gaze solely on Bai Chenyue. He could sense that the person wearing the cat mask in front of him was not in the same league as the little fly that had been buzzing around earlier. But even they are no match for him. Another one coming to die? The Balrog sneered, trying to probe with words. Bai Chenyue didn't even bother to reply with a single word. With a gentle flap of her dark wings, dozens of solidified void feathers silently condensed and shot towards the flame demon. When facing an enemy of this caliber, any nonsense is a waste of time. Strike first, strike hard. A trivial skill. The flame demon curled its lip in disdain, clasped its hands together in front of it, and then suddenly opened them wide. A ring of golden fire erupted from his center, burning and devouring all the incoming void feathers in midair, turning them into ashes. Bai Chenyue hovered in the air, calmly observing. The flame demon's golden flames are indeed terrifying in power. Not only is the temperature extremely high, but it can also annihilate energy. Although my void feathers are sharp, they are essentially made of energy, and they will be quickly disintegrated upon contact with the golden flames. A head-on confrontation is absolutely out of the question. Although her mental strength is high, it is not limitless. Although she really wanted to copy the other person's skills, she was afraid that copying such powerful skills would deplete her mental energy, and then she wouldn't be able to use her trump card. CPU overload warning. Moreover, she didn't want this person to die so easily. Seems that we have no choice but to use that one. Bai Chenyue had a thought. Buzz. A soft clang of a sword rang out. What novels? Your portable library. More than 10,000 volumes. A long sword appeared out of thin air before her. The sword had no luster, yet it was incredibly sharp. Huh! A flying sword. The flame demon was taken aback when he saw the sword, then let out a sneer full of superiority. Fancy stuff. In his view, any physical attack would only meet one fate in the face of his golden flames, to be melted into molten iron. Bai Chenyue ignored his sarcasm. She stretched out her finger and gently touched the flame demon from a distance. Call out. The flying sword transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, and aimed for the flame demon's throat. Overestimating one's abilities. The flame demon didn't even bother to dodge. It simply raised its right hand, which was burning with golden flames, and grabbed at the flying sword. He wanted to melt this ungrateful sword in front of everyone. The flying sword was about to make contact with the golden flames. At this moment, Bai Chenyue's lips curled up beneath the mask. The speed of the flying sword suddenly doubled, and it drew an arc in the air, grazed the edge of the flame demon's burning palm, bypassed him, flew behind him, turned again and stabbed him in the back. The flame demon's pupils suddenly contracted. Wow, that's fast. What a bizarre change of direction. In the rush, he could only rely on his fighting instincts to forcibly twist his body. Although the flying sword failed to pierce his heart, it stabbed deeply into his left shoulder. Ugh! The flame demon let out a muffled groan, his face filled with disbelief. The sword actually pierced through? His body has been genetically modified, and his skin is as hard as steel, so ordinary swords and knives cannot harm him in the slightest. The flame demon reached out to draw his sword, but the flying sword flew up again, and he couldn't catch it. Taking advantage of the flame demon's distraction, Bai Chenyue thought to himself, a good opportunity. CPU overload warning, precise face contact. A surge of spiritual energy drained a third of her mental power, condensing into an invisible sharp needle that pierced the flame demon's brain across spatial distances. The absence of sound and light effects is the most lethal move. Ah! The Balrog let out a shrill scream, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He clutched his head, his tall body convulsing violently, his fingernails digging deep into his scalp, yet he could not alleviate the torture in the depths of his soul. Crimson blood spilled uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, ear canals, and even the corners of his mouth. Bai Chenyue hovered in the air, coldly observing everything. She was well aware of the power of her attack. It was enough to turn a mentally strong player into a brain-dead vegetative state. But the figure convulsing in the pool of blood on the ground, though in extreme pain, was not dead. He's actually still alive? Bai Chenyue's brows furrowed slightly beneath her mask. This guy's mental strength is so powerful that he can withstand her precise face-to-face attack without dying. This surprised her somewhat. What? Does it hurt a lot? Bai Chenyue hovered in the air, looking down at him with murderous intent in her voice. This pain is less than 1/10,000th of what those furry creatures you tortured and killed suffered. She reached out and recalled the flying sword. I won't let you die so easily. You must atone for every furry you have killed. Who are you? Chapter 360, Mao Mao's Tears 34. The flame demon clutched his bleeding shoulder, the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart churning wildly deep within his mind. For the first time, fear filled his eyes as he looked at Bai Chenyue. His response was an even fiercer attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Bai Chenyue's control, the flying sword transformed into a silver snake, silently launching a surprise attack from the most cunning blind spot. The flame demon was put on the defensive. His prized golden flames were utterly helpless against the flying sword. The flame barrier can only hold them off for a while, but it cannot stop the speed and agility of the flying sword. He tried to force Bai Chenyue back with a large-scale firestorm, but the other party always maintained an absolutely safe distance from which he had no way to use his strength. Air-to-ground, absolute suppression. The flame demon was like a toy, running around frantically and looking utterly pathetic. Bai Chenyue seized an opening, manipulating her flying sword to slash across his ribs, leaving a trail of eerie blood. The sensation of flesh and bone being cut open was crystal clear, and the excruciating pain nearly drove him mad. Ah! He roared, turned around and threw a punch. Golden flames roared like an angry dragon, but he only hit empty air. Just as his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, the flying sword turned back again, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his left thigh as he parried with all his might from the right. Asshole! The Balrog has gone completely mad. His dignity was repeatedly trampled on, and his body was subjected to constant torture, causing him to gradually lose his reason. He abandoned all defense, letting the flying swords leave wound after wound on his body, and gathered all his strength into his hands. The flame demon frantically gathered energy, and the golden flames around his body no longer radiated outwards, but instead all retreated and condensed between his palms. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into a golden sphere the size of a fist. The space around the sphere of light began to distort, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures capable of melting everything. Hahali, who had just smashed the head of an oracle member into the ground, suddenly stopped. He looked up at the small golden orb, his white beard twitched, and a trace of fear flashed in his cloudy old eyes. He cursed and kicked the person at his feet again, then grabbed another oracle member by the leg and flung him like a hammer, knocking down a group of enemies. He then retreated quickly without hesitation. This thing will turn to ash if you touch it. Quick! Everyone retreat. Find cover. Guo-Changfan's roar rang in everyone's ears. Without hesitation, Luo Hao, the one-armed officer, and others abandoned the enemy in front of them and retreated to the woodland behind them as quickly as possible. The members of the Oracle also temporarily ceased fighting and began to seek cover. Run, boss! Qi Feng in the air was terrified, his wings flapping so hard they were smoking, and he desperately tried to fly higher. The flame demon's arms bearing the immense energy were bulging with veins, his skin cracking and oozing charred blood. He laughed maniacally, pouring all his power and resentment into this final strike. Die! He roared and forcefully pushed the golden orb in his hand toward Bai Chenyue in the sky. The moment the ball of light left his hand, everything in its path was annihilated. Even the light itself was swallowed up. Everyone thought the big shot would temporarily avoid the limelight. She simply hovered quietly in the air, her white wings of light gently fluttering behind her. The flying sword that hovered beside her began to spin at an extremely high frequency, creating a sharp vortex. The savage grin on the flame demon's face twisted even more. In his view, this was tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of absolute power, any skill is futile. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. Go! Bai Chenyue pointed at something from a distance. The flying sword transformed into a silver lightning bolt, arriving first despite being delayed, and pierced into the golden light sphere. Centered on the point where the flying sword pierced through, a crack appeared on the surface of the golden sphere. Then came the second, the third. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered the entire sphere of light. The raging internal energy, having lost its last restraint, found an outlet for its release. The balance has been broken. Not good. Alarm bells rang in the flame demon's mind. For the first time, he felt a fear that came from the depths of his soul. He tried to cut off the energy supply, but it was too late. Boom! That miniature sun exploded with a deafening roar. A golden storm of destruction swept wildly in all directions to the west from the point of explosion. The first to be hit was the flame demon, which was closest to them. He was hit squarely in the face by the backlash of his own strongest attack. The protective flame barrier was torn to shreds in an instant. He spat out blood, flew backward, plowing a scorched furrow tens of meters long in the ground, and finally crashed heavily into a huge boulder. The rocks shattered with a crash, and he was buried beneath the scalding rubble, motionless. Just 0.01 seconds before the explosion, Bai Chenyue's wings suddenly flapped, rapidly rising and narrowly avoiding the core area of the destructive storm. A violent shockwave swept across most of the battlefield, scraping away a layer of ground and leaving a huge crater with a diameter of over 30 meters, raising a cloud of dust. The national team members, who had just retreated to a safe area, were collectively stunned into silence by the devastating scene. They lay on the ground, clinging tightly to anything they could to avoid being thrown away by the shockwave. After an unknown amount of time, the storm subsided and the smoke and dust dissipated. The world was deathly silent. Everyone looked up, staring blankly at the sky. Bai Chenyue hovered above the crater, her white wings flapping, her body surrounded by golden dust that had not yet dissipated after the explosion. She stood between heaven and earth like a true god. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Both the members of the Divine Oracle and Guo Changfan's team stared in horror at the figure wearing a cat mask in the center of the arena. The invincible flame demon was defeated just like that? Big boss is awesome. Song Qinga murmured to herself, her eyes turning into stars as she looked at Bai Chenyue. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came from the pile of rubble. The Balrog struggled to slide off the rock, kneeling on the ground covered in blood. A gaping hole ran down his right shoulder, his left arm was twisted unnaturally, and his demon mask was shattered, revealing a hideous face. He raised his head and looked at Bai Chenyue walking towards him step by step. His eyes no longer held the arrogance of before, but only fear. No, don't kill me. His voice was hoarse and pleading. I can tell you everything about the Oracle. I know their stronghold, I know the Pope's plans. Just let me go. Bai Chenyue walked up to him and stopped. Chapter 361 Mao Mao's Tears 35. Work for me. Bai Chenyue let out a cold snort, as if she had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. You? Are you even worthy? Before her words had fully fallen, she extended her finger once more and lightly slashed through the air toward the flame demon below, who was barely clinging to life. Whoosh! The flying sword moved at her command, turning into a blur too fast for the naked eye to follow. The flame demon's pupils shrank sharply. His instinct for survival drove him to raise his arm to block, but the sword was simply too fast, so fast it exceeded the limits of his body's reaction. Slash! 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 Several soft sounds erupted almost simultaneously, the unmistakable noise of a blade cutting into flesh, precisely severing tendons, so clear it made one's scalp tingle. Ah! The flame demon's scream became even more shrill and miserable. All four of his limbs went limp at the same time, his muscles slackening, unable to muster even the slightest strength. The flying sword had precisely severed the tendons of all four of his limbs. He collapsed into the pool of his own blood. Aside from howling and twitching, he could no longer make a single threatening move. Bai Chenyue watched the scene coldly, her gaze completely unmoved. Killing him would be too merciful. Letting him live, forcing him to atone for the innocent lives lost in endless regret and pain, was the most fitting punishment. The instant the flying sword completed its cuts, a flash of sharp light flickered in Bai Chenyue's eyes. She activated Honor Among Thieves. Ding! Skill, Honor Among Thieves, successfully activated. Copying target, Flame Demon. Detected copyable skill Golden Flame. This skill level is too high and will consume a large amount of the host's mental energy. Confirm copy. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. It would consume a large amount of mental energy? She thought for less than 3 seconds before confirming. Skill copying. 10%, 30%, 70%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill Annihilation Golden Flame. Successfully copied. Warning. Host's mental energy severely depleted. Remaining 2%. Please rest immediately. Repeat, please rest immediately. Almost at the exact moment the copy succeeded, a wave of weakness struck, sweeping through Bai Chenyue's entire body. Everything before her eyes began to spin. A roaring filled her ears and a needle-like pain stabbed at her, making her nearly lose consciousness. Her body wavered uncontrollably in midair. The backlash from overexerting her mental energy was even more intense than she had imagined. The flame demon also sensed something was wrong. He roared. You don't feel so good either, do you? Kill me. If you've got the guts, kill me now. Guo Changfan, who had been calmly controlling the entire battlefield, was the first to notice that something was off with Bai Chenyue. His heart tightened. Song Qinga, go support that whoever it is immediately. Which blind bastard is causing trouble? A thunderous roar exploded from the other side of the forest. The voice rang like a bell, filled with raw fury and primal rage. Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake violently, as if thousands of troops were charging forward. Who the hell has the guts to bully our sworn rivals? Tired of living, are you? This is outrageous. I heard it's this bunch of masked guys who slaughtered our rivals? Those idiots are ours to beat. Who the hell do you think you are? You can even bring yourselves to harm such a cute little thing. Are your hearts made of stone? What's the difference between you and those beasts? Amid a barrage of crude yet powerful shouting, dozens of burly figures with fierce expressions came rushing out of the forest. Each of them wielded stone hammers or long spears as they charged forward aggressively. The people on the Alliance side were startled by the sudden display, initially thinking it was reinforcements from Divine Oracle, but after taking a closer look, probably not. Completely different style. Most likely the Haha tribe. Even Guochangfan, who had been calmly directing everything, couldn't help but push up his glasses. Behind the lenses, his eyes were filled with astonishment rarely seen in a lifetime. This is the Haha tribe? The members of Divine Oracle were also stunned by the sudden appearance of these barbarians. One of them instinctively raised the long blade in his hand, charging toward Hahali, who was leading the charge. Get the hell out of my way. Hahali's large, fan-like hand grabbed the blade directly. Then his massive fist, like a heavy iron hammer, slammed solidly into the man's mask. Bang! The mask, along with the skull beneath it, shattered instantly. The Divine Oracle member didn't even let out a groan before collapsing stiffly to the ground. That's all you've got? And you dare go around slaughtering villages? Hahali spat disdainfully on the ground, sweeping his gaze over the remaining Divine Oracle members, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Brothers, give them a proper welcome. Let them learn who the real masters of this planet are. Roar! Dozens of Haha tribe warriors let out savage howls. Like tigers charging into a flock of sheep, they stormed into the already collapsing Divine Oracle ranks after the loss of the Flame Demon leader. One Haha tribe warrior grabbed a Divine Oracle member by the waist, roared, and with strength comparable to a bear's, snapped the man's spine in half. Elsewhere, another warrior wielding a large axe chased a thin Divine Oracle member across the field, hacking at his head again and again while cursing loudly. The Divine Oracle members were beaten until their faces were bruised and swollen, and in the end, one of them was struck on the back of the head with a large axe. His eyes rolled back as he fainted on the spot. Luo Hao and the others watched, their eyelids twitching. These guys, their fighting was truly fierce, and their insults were just as unique. With the addition of the Haha tribe as fresh reinforcements, the battle ended quickly. All the Divine Oracle members who continued to resist were either killed or captured. Boss! Song Qinga and Qi Feng rushed forward in a single stride. Before Bai Chenyue could land, they each supported her from one side, steadying her swaying body. I'm fine. Bai Chenyue waved her hand. She looked somewhat weak but forced herself to stand steady. Just a bit tired. Hahali walked over carrying a half-dead Divine Oracle member. He tossed the person onto the ground like garbage, then glanced at Bai Chenyue, and at the flame demon lying limp on the ground. His tone was rough and heavy. Hey you, the one who can fly. He jerked his chin toward the flame demon on the ground. There was now a trace of genuine respect in his eyes. You're the one who crippled him. What do we do with the rest? Hand them over to the base commander for interrogation, Bai Chenyue said briefly, then added, I'll leave the rest to you. Guochangfan heard Bai Chenyue's words through Song Qinga's communication device and began assigning the next tasks. Medical team. Count the wounded and prioritize treating the seriously injured. Luo Hao, take some people and gather all the prisoners. Keep a close watch on them, especially the flame demon. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield and collect the bodies of our fallen comrades. Chapter 362 Mao Mao's Tears 36. Under Guochangfan's command, battlefield cleanup proceeded in an orderly and methodical manner. On the other side, several soldiers led by a one-armed officer walked toward the metal cage imprisoning the surviving captives. The distance was not long, yet every step seemed to cross over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Inside the cage, the surviving crimson flame Mao Mao were curled up in the corners. Their eyes, once burning with hope and happiness, were now completely hollow, stripped of any reaction to the outside world. Clack! Without unnecessary words, the one-armed officer raised his blade and brought it down in one clean motion, cutting through the cold metal lock. The sharp sound of metal breaking was especially piercing in the air, causing the figures inside the cage to tremble uncontrollably. He stepped back, making way for their path to freedom, but none of the Mau Mau inside dared to move. Looking at the trembling little creatures shaking like leaves, his single shoulder sank slightly. In a hoarse voice, he spoke word by word. "It's over. You are free." The crimson flame Mau Mau inside the cage still pressed tightly into the deepest corner, completely unresponsive to the open door, their bodies continuing to tremble violently. The officer thought they hadn't understood him, so he stepped back again and silently watched them. Only when a star-purple Mau Mau ran over did the silence finally break. It shouted loudly into the cage. "Come out! Come out quickly! The bad guys were beaten away by our wise and mighty princess. The rest of them have all been captured too." A few surviving star-purple Mau Mau also gathered around, following their companions' lead and shouting toward the cage. "It's true. Look, those who captured us have all been tied up," one star-purple Mau Mau said, pointing at the prisoners being dragged away by the Haha tribe warriors in the distance. "We were also saved by the princess. She's amazing," another added, puffing out its small chest, trying to sound more convincing. "Don't be afraid anymore. The fire-wielding bad guy was also knocked down in one move by the princess. We all saw it. Yes. You're safe now. Really safe." The dead silence inside the cage was finally broken. One slightly braver crimson flame Mau Mau squeezed out from among its companions. It pressed against the metal bars and cautiously poked out a small fluffy head. What entered its vision was blood, wreckage, and prisoners being dragged away. A very soft, suppressed sob escaped from its throat. Its tiny body trembled violently, and a tear the size of a bean rolled down and hit the ground. Wah! Once one began to cry, it triggered them all. The fear of captivity, the despair of watching companions being slaughtered. All emotions erupted in an instant. Heart-wrenching cries surged into a tidal wave, echoing across the battlefield sky. The sound carried endless sorrow, yet also marked the beginning of survival after catastrophe. On another side, several Haha tribe warriors strode toward the cage holding the Coco tribe prisoners. "Hey! You bunch of weaklings blown over by the wind, anyone still alive?" the leading Hahali said, casually picking up a large hammer. With a single heavy strike, the lock was sent flying. Inside the cage, several elderly and child Coco tribe survivors slowly raised their heads. Meeting their eyes, even Hahali nearly couldn't hold back his emotions. "It's over," he said, his eyes slightly red. "Wah!" A Coco tribe child stumbled forward and threw itself at a Haha tribe warrior's leg, hugging the rock-hard limb and crying hysterically. The warrior's mountain-like body stiffened instantly. His palm, as large as a fan, hovered awkwardly in the air, not knowing where to place it. He scratched the back of his head irritably and shouted down, "Why are you crying? I didn't even hit you. So annoying, stop crying. If you keep crying, I'll roast you some meat later." He awkwardly bent his massive frame and, using a thumb that looked like it could scrape a layer of skin off a person's face, clumsily wiped the child's tear-streaked face, smearing tears and dust into a muddy mess. "Those bastards with masks on," another Haha tribe warrior said through gritted teeth while looking at the remnants of the nearly wiped-out enemy tribe. The freed members of both tribes stood in a daze. Their gazes drifted over the soldiers silently collecting bodies, then over their former enemies awkwardly comforting children. Finally, all eyes converged in the same direction. That figure standing at the center, surrounded by everyone, carrying a faint exhaustion. Princess. It was the princess. She had come to save them. On another side, Hahali personally used the special ropes Bai Chenyue had given him to tightly bind the flame demon, whose limbs had been disabled. "Boss, how are you holding up?" Songchinga supported Bai Chenyue, his face full of concern. Chi Feng also looked at her nervously. "Boss, your face looks really pale. Was the energy consumption too much earlier?" "I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit." Bai Chenyue waved her hand. Her voice remained the same processed electronic tone, revealing no weakness, but she knew herself clearly. Having only 2% mental energy left felt like she had gone 7 days without sleep. Everything she saw slightly doubled and blurred. The cost of copying Golden Flame was far greater than she had expected. She forced herself to walk to a relatively clean tree and leaned against it, closing her eyes to rest. Song Qinga and Qi Feng exchanged a glance. Without a word, they quietly went to the side and sat down, simply standing guard over Bai Chenyue. Not long after, Guo Changfan arrived. Luo Hao dragged the flame demon over with one hand and tossed him in front of Guo Changfan. Director, the person has been brought. Guo Changfan pushed up the glasses on his nose bridge, now lightly dusted with ash, and calmly looked at the man who had been so arrogant moments ago, yet was now unable to even move a single finger. The flame demon's demon mask had already shattered, revealing an ugly face pitted and burned by flames. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. Luo Hao dragged the flame demon, who had been tied up like a rice dumpling, over to the tree and secured him there, worried he might suddenly explode in violence again. Then he took out a small folding stool from his portable spatial bag, placed it in front of Guo Changfan and stepped aside. Guo Changfan sat down and asked calmly, "Let's talk. About your divine oracle stronghold, the Pope's plan and everything you know." The flame demon froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. The movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to cough violently and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood-stained saliva. "You think I would tell you?" His voice was hoarse, filled with thick contempt. "Dream on. All of you are going to die. The Pope will avenge me. He will descend upon this world and crush you ants, all of you, into dust." Guo Changfan ignored his shouting entirely and simply stared at him in silence. That calmness instead made the flame demon feel fear. "Your Pope can't save you. He doesn't even know you're here, waiting like a dog to be slaughtered." Chapter 363 Mao Mao's Tears 37. For his plan, you and the Mao Mao you slaughtered are all nothing more than insignificant numbers, disposable objects that can be discarded at any time. The flame demon's crazed expression froze. Guo Changfan's gaze behind his lenses seemed to pierce straight through him, as if directly staring at his collapsing soul. Moreover, according to the precise intelligence we obtained, and this is the most interesting part, he paused deliberately, that so-called all-powerful Pope of yours, he is not a player. Guo Changfan's tone remained calm from beginning to end. That calmness made the flame demon feel fear. The flame demon's manic smile stiffened. He struggled to lift his head, his grotesque face filled with arrogance. "Ridiculous. You think that's some kind of secret? The Pope has already transcended you ants, who are shackled by the game. He is a true god." "God?" Guo Changfan's tone carried no fluctuation, merely stating a simple fact. "A god who needs a group of ants like you to collect blood for him and complete his objectives?" The flame demon's breathing caught. Guo Changfan leaned slightly forward. The invisible pressure made the flame demon nearly suffocate. He analyzed calmly. "You work for him, slaughter living beings for him, and end up in this state. You think he will avenge you? No. He won't even care. In your eyes you are the flame demon of divine oracle, the sharpest spear of the Pope. But in his eyes you are just a replaceable tool, something disposable once used." "You're lying!" the flame demon roared, his voice breaking from emotion. The pain from his severed limbs distorted his face. "I am chosen. I am the Pope's most capable subordinate." "Oh!" Guo Changfan adjusted his posture, leaning back on the small stool, as if recalling something. "Not long ago we destroyed Wang Yizha's laboratory. You should know him, a madman obsessed with genetic research. In his notes we found something very interesting. He recorded all of the Pope's early great experiments. For example, the Chimera Project, an attempt to fuse over a dozen species genes into one monster. It went out of control, became insane, and was ultimately destroyed by the Pope himself. Not even a single cell sample was left behind. And the Leviathan Project, a marine-based modification subject with traits of ocean organisms. It was also discarded as waste due to its uncontrollable brutality. Speaking of which, all of you from Divine Oracle have undergone genetic modification injections. Judging from your behavior, there is at least some degree of violent instability. So let me ask you, if those gene modifiers were truly effective, why would you repeatedly be ordered to collect blood from game creatures and players with skills? This only proves one thing. What you injected was not a finished product at all, but a flawed semi-product. No, perhaps not even a semi-product. To create the perfect God, countless experiments are required. And you are merely one of those experiments. Half of these words were truth, such as the two projects, and half were reasonable deductions based on existing intelligence, such as the experimental subject's conclusion. No, impossible, you're lying. The flame demon's pupils contracted violently. He shook his head frantically, tangled hair soaked in blood and grime whipping around. The Pope said it himself. The gene modifier I received is the most perfect, the best. Everyone else is inferior. Collecting game creature blood is for researching monsters. Is that so? A faint reflection flickered across Guo Changfan's glasses. He countered calmly. Then why did you lose? Why did all of you lose? He paused slightly, not giving the flame demon a chance to respond, and delivered the final, fatal question. If it is truly perfect, then why collect Mao Mao's blood? Would a true God need to steal the power of others to perfect himself? The flame demon froze. Yes, why? The thought surfaced uncontrollably, like a thorn piercing the center of his belief. God creates rules. But your Pope is desperately adapting to rules, and even trying to steal them, Guo Changfan continued, seeing the collapse in his eyes. Collecting blood is to compensate for his own genetic defects. Sending you to hunt players is to steal their eligibility. He is not a god. He is merely a pathetic man who wants to become a player but cannot, hiding in the gutters. He envies us, envies everyone chosen by the game. He painted you a false blueprint of godhood, but it is nothing more than a tool to exploit your stupidity and greed, so you would help him seize what he desires most, perfect genes. He doesn't care whether you live or die. Once you lose your value, your fate will be no better than the Mao Mao you killed. He might even reclaim your corpse, study the flaws of your so-called latest model, and use it as valuable experimental data for the next flame demon to be created. His self-proclaimed strength, and the faith he had never once doubted, were peeled away piece by piece under Guo Changfan's words, revealing the blood-soaked truth beneath. He was not a messenger of God. He was just a fool who had been deceived, a disposable tool that could be discarded at any time. From his throat came a beast-like howl that no longer sounded human. His body convulsed violently, saliva and bloody foam mixing together and continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. Liars, all liars. He alternated between hysterical laughter and wailing tears, completely plunging into madness. Guo Changfan waited quietly for a few seconds after his outburst before speaking again at an unhurried pace. All right. Let's continue. Under the complete collapse of the flame demon's psyche, he began to intermittently spit out key pieces of information. Qi Feng had originally come to find Luo Hao, but accidentally overheard this exchange. He quietly slipped away without making a sound. Then he moved next to Song Qinga and whispered about what he had just heard during the interrogation. The department head had not fired a single shot, nor swung a single blade. Yet he had directly shattered the flame demon's mental defenses. A method of killing without shedding blood. Far more chilling than the most brutal battlefield slaughter. Qi Feng swallowed hard and murmured to the person beside him. I'm never arguing with intellectuals again. Song Qinga nodded deeply in agreement. Then she turned her gaze toward the resting Bai Chenyue, admiration in her eyes growing even stronger. Compared to the base commander, the boss was still cooler. Not long after, Guo Changfan stood up, straightened his collar, and said to Luo Hao, "Take him away. Separate him from the other prisoners and keep him under strict guard. Break open the others' mouths and cross-check all the intelligence." Yes. Luo Hao snapped to attention. His gaze toward Guo Changfan completely changed. Chapter 364. Mao Mao's Tears, 38. Guo Changfan finished the preliminary interrogation of several ordinary Divine Oracle members. He pushed up his glasses and walked toward Bai Chenyue. Arriving beneath the tree where Bai Chenyue was leaning, Luo Hao, Qi Feng, and the others immediately understood the situation. They silently dispersed, expanding the perimeter of vigilance and isolating this small area, leaving it for their base commander and the top-ranked expert. "How are you feeling?" Guo Changfan's voice was steady, as if the interrogation earlier had been nothing more than a minor interruption. Bai Chenyue did not open her eyes. She simply gave a faint The sensation of mental exhaustion was terrible, far more torturous than any physical injury. Her eyelids felt as heavy as iron. She could even feel her eyelashes trembling. But she cared more about something else. Finished interrogating them? Her synthesized voice sounded slightly unfocused. Everything that needed to be known we now know, Guo Changfan said, standing beside her. His gaze did not fall on her, but instead drifted toward the distance. Beyond the busy soldiers, the honey-orange Mau Mau and star-purple Mau Mau were surrounding the crimson flame Mau Mau, continuously comforting them. He spoke again, his tone turning heavier. The flame demon's confession, along with the testimonies of the other prisoners, can be cross-verified. The intelligence is basically consistent. But there is bad news. Bai Chenyue kept her eyes closed. Her mental energy had only recovered a little, but her mind remained clear. Speak. The Divine Oracle Organization has already designated whoever that's you as a top priority elimination target, Guo Changfan said, looking at her with a serious expression. Their original goal was only to capture players with special abilities. But your appearance changed their plan. One of the Flame Demon's missions was to keep you here at all costs. They believe you are the biggest obstacle to their so-called godhood plan. Bai Chenyue's lips curled slightly under her mask, faintly amused. Obstacle? These lunatics really thought highly of her. But it was also troublesome. She disliked being targeted. Additionally, according to the Flame Demon's confession, the structure of Divine Oracle is far larger and more tightly organized than we expected. Their core force, the so-called apostles, is spread across the world. Those who entered this game this time are only part of them, and most are newly recruited members or controlled overseas players. The truly experienced apostles were mostly left stranded on the Talos mining planet due to the previous dungeon. Guo Changfan's tone grew increasingly solemn. This means they still have unknown forces on Blue Star and across the world. Completely uprooting them will not be easy. Also, after returning to Blue Star, they will do everything they can to find you or force you to appear. Your future actions must be even more cautious. I understand, Bai Chenyue replied lightly, already calculating in her mind. Hiding was impossible. If they wanted to come, then they could come. She would kill one or kill a pair. She had plenty of time and patience to play this game to the end. She had come back from her rebirth hoping for a peaceful life, yet trouble always found its way to her. Guo Changfan noticed her indifference and could only shake his head helplessly. For someone like her, even major threats seemed unable to shake her resolve. Such overwhelming confidence could be reassuring at times, and at other times worrying. Thinking of this, he handed her a notebook. It was precisely the 3-star exiled species observation log Bai Chenyue had previously given him in the lava moss plain. Regarding this notebook, I've made some new discoveries that may help resolve some of our doubts, Guo Changfan explained, pointing at it. According to the records in this diary, both the Haha tribe and the Coco tribe possess infinite regeneration abilities, allowing them to revive infinitely under certain conditions. It is an extremely powerful racial trait. He paused, glancing at the Coco tribe survivors mourning their dead not far away, lowering his voice further. But this directly contradicts what we are seeing. The Coco tribe warriors who died on the battlefield have completely lost their life signs. There is no sign of revival. If the diary is correct, then why can't they resurrect? Bai Chenyue also fell silent. She had considered this before, but never found an answer. Now, with Guo Changfan pointing it out, the inconsistency became even more glaring. Was the diary wrong? Or were these Coco tribe members not the same race described in it? On this point, Guo Changfan flipped open the notebook again. I have some doubts. We may need to speak with the Haha tribe's priest. At that moment, Hahali walked over from a distance. His beast-hide robe was soaked with enemy blood, and the tribal paint on his face had been smeared by sweat, yet his expression was full of excitement. What are you planning to do with the surviving Crimson Flame Mau Mau? Hahali asked directly, his voice booming. We'll set the Crimson Flame Mau Mau issue aside for now, Guo Changfan said, a subtle glint flashing behind his glasses as he closed the notebook, his expression calm and steady with a gentle, composed smile. Elder Hahali, we have some questions regarding the Coco tribe that we would like to consult you about. Upon hearing this, Hahali's smile faded slightly. He glanced at the silent Coco tribe members and snorted. Those stubborn blocks of wood? What's there to ask? Guochangfan did not mind his attitude. He simply and calmly repeated the earlier question. When he heard the keywords infinite regeneration and why they cannot revive, Hahali's expression changed. His body suddenly trembled. His rough, calloused hands subconsciously tightened around the bone staff he was holding, his knuckles turning white from the force. He turned his head to look at the surviving Coco tribe warriors not far away. Hahali's throat rolled. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end it turned into a long weary sigh. Because our roots are not here. At the mention of their dead clansmen, and thinking of his lifelong rivals, the Cocoyi, the muscles on Hahali's face twitched. His cloudy old eyes were filled with sorrow. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a voice that was almost hoarse. Infinite regeneration is not without cost, nor is it without limits. We need an altar. An altar built from the bones of our ancestors and the faith of our entire tribe. As long as the altar exists, the dead clansmen can be awakened again, and return once more. As long as the altar exists, all living things on this land, animals, plants, can be endlessly regenerated. In other words, what you call resurrection. At this point, Hahali's voice choked slightly. The burly, bear-like elder's eyes actually turned red. But our altar, it was left on the 3-star system. Left on a place we can never return to again. Chapter 365. Mao Mao's Tears 39. Bai Chenyue suddenly understood. So that was how it was. She had always thought that such an overpowered ability could not possibly come without any limitations. A system that required a specific location and structure that made far more logical sense. Curious, she asked, why don't you rebuild an altar here? Because there are no ancestral bones? Hahali's towering body suddenly trembled, his eyes turning red. To build the altar, it's not just ancestral bones. It also requires the faith power of the entire tribe, and a high priest to perform the ritual. There are too few of us exiled here. The faith power is not enough. He paused. His voice grew even more pained, as if he were squeezing it out through clenched teeth. And Cocoyi is dead. It can't be built anymore. It will never be built again. The final hope was completely extinguished with the death of the high priest Cocoyi. The Coco warriors who had died in battle would never return again. Hahali turned his head to look at his people. Those familiar faces, usually as full of fight first, talk later defiance as his own, were now all blank with confusion. They no longer cursed, no longer raised their fists. They simply stood in silence, guarding the Coco tribe. They were the same. The clansmen who had died before could no longer return either. They could fight, bleed, and even die to protect their sworn enemies, but they could no longer resurrect. Nor could they ever return to the 3-star system to reunite with the rest of their people. Those who remained here had become true wandering souls. Bai Chenyue fell silent. It was a dead loop. To resurrect, they needed an altar. To build the altar, they needed the high priest. And the high priest was dead. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath and brought the topic back to the beginning, asking the question that had long lingered in her mind. You were exiled because your infinite regeneration ability was too powerful and threatened the balance of interstellar civilization, which is why you were locked in the prison, known as the 3-star system. But I remember you once said it was because of the first prince. She enunciated each word clearly. Which one is the truth? Which is it? Hahali looked conflicted. Now you should tell us the truth, don't you think? Bai Chenyue said. She was seated while Hahali stood, but even so, he could still feel an invisible pressure bearing down on him. After a moment of struggle, Hahali lifted his head. His blood-red eyes now contained not only sorrow, but also deep-seated, bone-chilling hatred. Threatening the balance of the galaxy? Ha! That's nothing but a lie written by the victors. We were never exiled because of some bullshit infinite regeneration. The galaxy is vast. There are countless races with strange abilities, many far stronger than us. Why were we singled out for exile? Although our 2 tribes are warlike, we only ever fought each other. We never invaded others. Our power was only ever used to protect our homeland, to protect the people we wanted to protect. Hahali's voice carried deep unwillingness. There is only one real reason we were exiled. Because we served the Little Highness. The Little Highness? Bai Chenyue immediately caught the new keyword. Hahali's facial muscles twitched, hatred surging in his eyes. That's right. He gritted his teeth. The Haha tribe and the Coco tribe have, for generations, been the most loyal guards of the royal family. But ambition is a poison that devours everything. The first prince, blinded by greed, attempted to usurp the throne that did not belong to him. Hahali seemed to sink into distant memories. That day, the entire royal capital was engulfed in war. The first prince launched a coup. Using despicable methods, he framed the Little Highness and expelled them from the capital. And we, who swore loyalty to the Little Highness, naturally became thorns in his side. He did not dare openly slaughter us, because the power of our two tribes was too great. So instead he fabricated the charge of threatening interstellar balance, joined forces with several allied races, labeled us as a high-risk exiled species, and threw us into the most desolate corner of the universe. The three-star system was our original prison. Bai Chenyue immediately thought of several other similarly bizarre races. The Bubble Tribe and those elemental beings, she said instinctively. Upon hearing those names, Hahali nodded heavily. That's right. They were also followers of the Little Highness. It's just that we all lost. There's one more thing, Bai Chenyue said, fixing her gaze on him sharply. You said the elemental beings were followers of the Little Highness. But as far as I know, they don't have the ability to communicate. How could they be controlled? Could it be that the Little Highness had some method of controlling them? At that question, a barely perceptible stiffness flashed across Hahali's face. His blood-red eyes subconsciously flicked past Bai Chenyue's back. His gaze landed on the white wings behind her. That look was extremely complex. There was probing and a trace of confusion. The change in his eyes was so fast it was almost impossible to catch. But Bai Chenyue clearly saw it. There's something he's hiding. She and Guo Changfan exchanged a glance. Same conclusion. I don't know. Hahali looked away, speaking vaguely. Maybe the five-element beings have some kind of special connection with the Little Highness that we don't understand. After all, the Little Highness is the most unique existence in the royal family. His explanation sounded reasonable, but his eyes had already betrayed his inner unease. Bai Chenyue did not press further. Some secrets could not be forced out through interrogation. The tighter you pushed, the more guarded the other side became when they did not want to speak. She simply marked the doubt silently in her mind. There's something I don't understand, Guo Changfan said after a moment of thought, pinpointing a flaw in Hahali's words. If your tribes were all exiled to the three-star system, why are you here? Were there 2 exile locations? We left the three-star system to search for the Little Highness, Hahali replied vaguely. But when we arrived here, our starship broke down. We couldn't leave anymore. Guo Changfan continued. Where is the Little Highness you speak of? I don't know. Hahali shook his head. The coup happened too suddenly back then. After the Little Highness was expelled, they completely lost contact. Those of us who followed were scattered and exiled to every corner of the universe. We searched. We have always been searching. But the galaxy is too vast. Finding one person is harder than finding a needle in the ocean. Chapter 366. Mao Mao's Tears 40. Speaking of this, Hahali's eyes, which had just eased slightly, became alert again. What are you people asking about the whereabouts of the Little Highness for? Don't tell me you're the dogs sent by the first prince to gather intelligence about the Little Highness. He looked left and right at Guo Changfan and Bai Chenyue, glaring at both of them. Great. We've come full circle again. The trust that had just been established for less than half an hour collapsed instantly at the mention of the Little Highness. Leaning against a tree trunk, Bai Chenyue didn't even bother lifting her eyelids. She only let out a silent sigh in her heart. Communicating with a stubborn, muscle-brained man was truly exhausting. However, Guo Changfan seemed to have expected this already. He kept a gentle smile on his face and did not continue the topic. Today's conversation ends here. If he kept asking, it would only have the opposite effect. He had already obtained enough information. The rest needed to be verified slowly through time and action. Seeing this, Guo Changfan changed the subject and discussed with Ha Li about the arrangements for the surviving Red Flame Mau Mau and the Coco tribe members. What are the plans for these surviving Coco tribe members and Red Flame Mau Mau? I was just about to ask you guys, Ha Li said, spreading his hands. The blue crystal water nest where the Mist Blue Mau Mau live is too damp and cold. The Red Flame Mau Mau can't possibly go there, and we don't get along with the Coco tribe either. I really can't do anything about it. Saving the Coco tribe was one thing, accepting them was another. Ask the Honey Orange Mau Mau, Bai Chenyue said lightly. If they are willing, there's enough space here to live. Of course, that's assuming both the Red Flame Mau Mau and the Coco tribe are also willing. After consulting both sides, the Honey Orange Mau Mau agreed, and the Red Flame Mau Mau and Coco tribe also agreed to settle here. After Bai Chenyue recovered a bit of her mental energy, she stood up and went to the surviving Red Flame Mau Mau to collect tears. Thus, all 6 types of tears were finally collected, leaving only the last one, the polluted Mau Mau. But why was it called a polluted Mau Mau? She couldn't figure it out. Along with that, there was also the earlier system notification when she entered the game, mentioning abnormalities in the game world and a risk of collapse. Now it seemed that aside from that group of madmen called Divine Oracle causing trouble, where exactly was it collapsing? She couldn't understand it. She asked Guo Changfan, but he also couldn't explain it. Guo Changfan's team also began collecting tears from the Honey Orange Mau Mau. With prior experience, everyone was now familiar with the process. The Honey Orange Mau Mau already had great affection for the humans who had saved them, and now they were even more generous. They gathered around the soldiers, chirping their thanks while pat tears kept falling. The soldiers held glass bottles, scrambling to catch them, and the scene was once very lively and cheerful. Song Chinga, while catching tears, secretly glanced toward Bai Chenyue, who was setting up a tent in the distance, her eyes full of little stars. As expected of a big boss. Even doing quests with her makes everything so easy, she whispered to Meng Lin beside her. Meng Lin did not speak. She silently put away the filled bottles, her gaze also falling on the big boss, thoughtful. Now we've collected the tears of the Honey Orange Mau Mau and the Red Flame Mau Mau. We still need the tears of the Mist Blue Mau Mau, Song Chinga said as she stored the small bottle containing the tears. That's great. We still have 3 more to go, Qifeng said bitterly, frustrated. If only we had met the big boss earlier. Then they could have just lain flat and won. Big boss, where are we going next? Song Chinga walked up to Bai Chenyue and asked. You follow the Ha tribe, Bai Chenyue replied without turning her head. And you? I'm not going with you. I'm going to the final mission location, to find the polluted Mau Mau. No. As soon as Bai Chenyue finished speaking, a soft voice rang out. They turned around, it was Nunu. Under the healing of the golden silk healing mushroom, it had recovered quite a bit, and could now move around freely. Night had deepened, and the campfire crackled and popped. Everyone gathered around the fire. Hearing that Bai Chenyue intended to go find the polluted Mau Mau, both the Mau Mau and the Hako tribes had serious expressions. Absolutely not. Ha Li's reaction was especially intense. That place is a forbidden zone, the location of the color-melted Mau Mau, at the entrance of the Valley of Sorrow. Going there is a dead end. The surrounding Honey Orange Mau Mau, Star Purple Mau Mau, and even the recently freed Red Flame Mau Mau all trembled uncontrollably at the mention of the Valley of Sorrow, shrinking into tight balls. Valley of Sorrow? Guo Changfan's brows furrowed tightly. There is an invisible monster lurking there, Ha Li said with a very ugly expression. We call it the Sorrow Beast. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Sorrow Beast? What is that? Bai Chenyue asked. That is a pet raised by the ancient divine race in its early days. But it became too dangerous and eventually went out of control. Even the royal family could not control it and had no choice but to exile it. They are pure killing machines. By the time you realize they are there, your life is already gone. Silently, after killing you, they will even take over your body. A monster that can kill and then take over bodies? Guo Changfan and Bai Chenyue exchanged a glance. A terrifying speculation simultaneously arose in both of their minds. The emergency announcement released by the game. Could it be referring to that ancient killing weapon? In this frozen, oppressive atmosphere, a faint yet soft and adorable voice rang out. Your Highness, Nunu is willing to guide you. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. It was Red Flame Mau Mau Nunu, the one rescued from the brink of death. Its fur was still sparse, burn marks still visible on its body, but in its obsidian-like eyes an undying flame was burning. It walked over to Bai Chenyue's feet and gently rubbed its small head against her combat boots. Nunu's life was given by your Highness. No matter where you go, Nunu will follow you even unto death. Bai Chenyue lowered her head and looked at the little fellow that wasn't even as tall as her calf. She said nothing, only reached out and gave it a couple of gentle ruffles. On the other side, Qi Feng and Luo Hao were still hesitating. Boss, how about we go together? Qi Feng rarely dropped his Chinibyu tone, his face full of worry. More people means more strength. Luo Hao also rarely agreed. That's right. Although our team isn't very strong, we can at least act as cannon fodder. Forget it, no need for you guys. I'll go alone, Bai Chenyue said, waving her hand. If even I can't handle that sorrow beast, then you guys definitely can't either. Just do your own quests and don't worry about me. Because their tier collection was not yet complete, Qi Feng, Luo Hao, and Meng Lin's team decided to first follow Guo Changfan's team to the Blue Crystal Wetlands, and later proceed to the territory of the color-melted Mau Mau. And Bai Chenyue would head alone, accompanied by a self-volunteered Red Flame Nunu who insisted on following her no matter what, toward the place all natives regarded as a death-forbidden zone, the Valley of Sorrow. Chapter 367, Mau Mau's Tears 41. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Bai Chenyue had already packed her belongings. Her mental energy had mostly recovered, and it no longer affected her movements. She stood at the edge of the team. Nunu quietly crouched at her feet, its newly grown downy fur trembling slightly in the morning breeze. Are you really not going to reconsider? Qi Feng made his final attempt. No need, Bai Chenyue replied, shaking her head decisively. Guo Changfan stood not far away without speaking, only watching her. His gaze behind his glasses was as calm as still water. He did not try to keep Bai Chenyue. Being able to accompany them this far was already a great kindness. Bai Chenyue met his gaze, a silent farewell. She unfolded her light wings, scooped up Nunu from the ground, and placed it on her shoulder. Hold on tight. Nunu immediately stretched out its two small white paws and tightly hugged her neck. The next second, Bai Chenyue gave a powerful beat of her wings. Her entire body turned into a streak of light, shooting into the sky and flying rapidly toward the northwest direction indicated by Hahali, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust in place. Qi Feng tilted his head back, watching the disappearing streak of white light in the sky, his face full of envy. This is the kind of style a true sky envoy of our generation should have. Luo Hao slapped the back of his head without hesitation, the motion clean and practiced, clearly a repeat offender. Stop acting like a teenager. We should get going too. In the high sky, violent winds howled. Bai Chenyue was worried that Nunu might fall off, so she tied a sturdy rope to her back. The small body clung tightly to her, resisting the airflow of the high altitude. Your Highness, you're flying so fast. Nunu's voice came from beside her ear, filled with excitement at being so high up for the first time. Hold on tight, Bai Chenyue said, adjusting her flight posture, her mental energy fully concentrated. After several hours of high-speed flight, the terrain ahead began to change dramatically. Green forests and golden grasslands disappeared, replaced by a desolate gray land. Bai Chenyue hovered in midair. This place was Rongguang Ravine, the land where the color-melted Mau Mau lived. In the distance, a towering mountain range rose like the spine of a colossal beast, stretching across heaven and earth and dividing the world into two halves. The pitch-black mountains pierced into the clouds, like an insurmountable heavenly chasm. Nunu pointed at that mountain range, its small body trembling uncontrollably. Your Highness, over there, that is the Valley of Sorrow, the nest of the sorrow beasts. The old Mau Mau say the sorrow beasts are the most failed creations of the ancient divine race. They have no form and only know killing, Nunu said, its voice shaking. And if you stay near them for too long, you'll be corrupted. The color-melted Mau Mau are like that. Bai Chenyue thought to herself. So they also affect emotions. If they can't be controlled, why were they created in the first place? I don't know. What do creatures corrupted by the sorrow beasts become? They slowly lose all emotions and colors, turning as lifeless as stone. In the end, they die completely in sorrow. That's why they are called sorrow, Nunu recalled. That little highness? Bai Chenyue asked. What do sorrow beasts look like? I don't know, Nunu shook its head. They have no color. They're transparent. You can only feel a gust of wind when they attack. A transparent monster? That made things troublesome. If you couldn't see them, how were you supposed to fight them? If the sorrow beasts are so powerful, why don't the color-melted Mau Mau move away? Why do they insist on living outside the Valley of Sorrow? Because the color-melted Mau Mau are the only Mau Mau that can resist the sorrow beasts. Nunu said, its tone unclear whether it was sadness or guilt. If they leave, the sorrow beasts will rush out of the Valley of Sorrow. By then the entire planet will be in danger. Bai Chenyue fell silent. Sacrificing one race in exchange for the peace of an entire planet. How familiar and how cruel. Bai Chenyue lowered her altitude, folded her light wings, and landed steadily on a dry riverbed. The surrounding land was cracked and desolate, a lifeless gray-white color. There wasn't even a trace of grass. The riverbed was covered with gray-white stones, without the slightest hint of moisture. She set Nunu down. The little creature had just landed when it immediately raised its guard, its nose twitching as its sparse red fur stood on end. Your Highness, the smell here is terrible, Nunu whispered. It smells like something rotten. Bai Chenyue also noticed it. The air was filled with a decayed, heavy stench that made her chest feel tight and suffocated. At that moment her gaze locked onto something in the distance. At the edge of the dry riverbed, a figure was slowly moving. It was a Mau Mau, only its color was gray. From head to toe it was a lifeless shade of gray. Its long ears drooped weakly as it used a worn wooden bucket, mechanically scooping water from a small muddy puddle, again and again without pause. Its movements were stiff and sluggish, devoid of any purpose, like a wind-up puppet that had been wound but no longer had a soul. Bai Chenyue felt something stir within her and quickly walked over, her gaze falling onto the gray Mau Mau. Creature. Color-melted Mau Mau. Ngahuku. Status. Severe contamination of body and soul. Senses sealed. No response to external stimuli. Note. A Mau Mau that has lost its dreams. What's the difference between it and a salted fish? Oh, it's not even a salted fish. It's just a gray stone. Bai Chenyue looked at the Mau Mau in front of her. Its entire body dark gray, its fur dry and brittle, its eyes hollow, and fell into silence. Its form was the same as all the Mau Mau she had seen before. Round body, long ears, small white hands and feet. But there wasn't even the slightest trace of color on it, as if all the hues of the world had been stripped away. This was the mission target. The polluted Mau Mau. Oh my! Nunu looked at Cuckoo, sadness filling its eyes. It is a color-melted Mau Mau? I heard from the elders that color-melted Mau Mau are the most beautiful of all Mau Mau. Their fur is supposed to be like a rainbow with 7 colors. How did it become like this? Bai Chenyue did not answer. She crouched down trying to communicate with Cuckoo. Hello. No response. Color-melted Cuckoo continued its mechanical motion of scooping water, completely unaware that a person and a Mau Mau had appeared in front of it. Bai Chenyue frowned and took a piece of roasted meat from her spatial storage device, holding it out in front of it. Want some? No response. In its hollow eyes there was no reflection of the roasted meat, nor of her figure. Nunu stepped forward and poked Cuckoo's body. The color-melted Cuckoo didn't even sway. It was like a real stone, completely unresponsive to any external stimulus. Bai Chenyue stood up and looked around at the dead silence of the world, and at the Mau Mau before her who had lost its soul. Only then did she finally understand why Hahali and the other Mau Mau called this place a death-forbidden zone. Chapter 368. Mau Mau's Tears 42. The death of the death zone was not the end of life, but the annihilation of will and emotion. In other words, heart death. Color-melted Cuckoo filled the bucket with muddy water, lifted it, and walked away with stiff mechanical steps toward a certain direction. Bai Chenyue put away the roasted meat and told Nunu to follow. Then she silently trailed behind Cuckoo. She gave up trying to communicate with Cuckoo and decided to follow it instead, to see exactly where it was going. One person and one Mau Mau walked one after the other across the silent gray land. Cuckoo's steps were very slow, each one as heavy as if its legs were filled with lead. Following behind it, Bai Chenyue's mood also grew increasingly heavy. After about half an hour of walking, a low fence made of gray stones and dead wood appeared in Bai Chenyue's field of vision. Beyond the fence was a small settlement. Calling it a village was generous. It looked more like a graveyard. Everything in sight was gray. Gray land, gray stone houses, and hundreds of gray Mau Mau that looked as if they had been copied and pasted. Some were carrying stones, some were repairing fences, and some were weaving something out of dried grass. Every Mau Mau's movements were like Cuckoo's, mechanical, stiff, repetitive. The entire settlement was eerily silent. Apart from the wind, there were no sounds of conversation, laughter, or even coughing. Not a single Mau Mau acknowledged Bai Chenyue and Nunu's arrival. Not a single one looked at them. To them, the two of them were as non-existent as air. "Your Highness, they." Nunu's tears fell drop by drop as it tightly grabbed Bai Chenyue's pants, too afraid to look into the eyes of its own kind. Bai Chenyue's heart sank. Still unconvinced, she took out a plate of roasted meat from her spatial storage and walked up to a gray Mau Mau who was carrying stones. "Do you want something to eat?" No reaction. The Mau Mau continued carrying a stone larger than its own body, struggling forward. It even bypassed Bai Chenyue entirely, walking around her feet as if she did not exist. Bai Chenyue then took out a piece of candy and held it in front of another Mau Mau who was weaving vines. Still no response. She then placed a bottle of collected tears in front of a Mau Mau repairing a house. Still no reaction. What am I even supposed to do for this mission? Bai Chenyue scratched her head violently, feeling like she was interacting with a village full of stones. An unprecedented sense of frustration rose within her. She circled the village several times, trying everything, calling out, tempting them, testing them, but all the color-melted Mau Mau were sealed within their own worlds, completely unresponsive to anything outside. She sat down on a stone at the village entrance, looking at the gray world before her, her temples throbbing. "Your Highness, are they never going to get better?" Nunu asked, sitting dejectedly beside her. Bai Chenyue did not answer. She didn't know either. The mission required her to obtain the tears of the polluted Mau Mau, but these Mau Mau had even lost their most basic emotions. No matter how many times she walked in front of them, they acted as if she did not exist. What now? She was starting to not understand the color-melted Mau Mau at all. Was it because the sorrow beast's corruption was too complete? Or had she missed some crucial clue? Bai Chenyue rubbed her temples irritably and decided to stop wasting effort. Since she couldn't find a breakthrough point, she might as well try the new ability she had just obtained. She opened her personal panel. Her gaze landed on a brand new skill in the skill list. Golden Flame. This was a skill copied from the Flame Demon. However, because there were too many people at the time and her mental energy was severely depleted, and after arriving at Rongguang Ravine she had been busy with missions, she had not yet had time to study it. Skill Golden Flame. Description. This flame contains the pure law of annihilation, and can burn and deconstruct most forms of matter and energy. Effect 1. Flame Shaping. The Annihilation Golden Flame can be condensed into any form for attack or defense. Stability and power depend on mental energy consumption. Effect 2. Energy Nemesis. The Annihilation Golden Flame has strong lethality against all living beings and energy forms. Exception: energy entities. Note: congratulations, dear. You now possess the most top-tier lighter in the universe. Friendly reminder: using it to light cigarettes or roast meat may cause small-scale spatial collapse. Please use with caution. Also, don't forget to send a thank you card to the Flame Demon. After all, such a great skill was given to you by him. However, this skill consumes a lot of energy, so if you don't manage your skills properly, you'll be completely exhausted. To avoid alarming Mau Mau in the village and to prevent accidents during practice, Bai Chenyue moved to a flat area farther away from the settlement. She took a deep breath and extended her right hand, focusing her mind. A thin strand of golden flame, about the thickness of a finger, trembled into existence at her fingertip. She did not dare be careless and carefully controlled the small flame, letting it dance gently on her finger. Although the golden flame was small, its temperature was extremely high. She flicked her finger toward a gray stone about ankle height in the distance. The golden spark flew out silently, drifting lightly onto the rock. The moment it made contact, the solid stone rapidly melted and disintegrated, turning into a handful of gray ash finer than dust. A gust of wind blew past, and it completely scattered into the air. Not even a trace of its existence remained. Bai Chenyue watched this with a surge of excitement in her heart, and once again condensed a strand of golden flame. "Your Highness, this fire of yours." A soft, hesitant voice rang out. Bai Chenyue lowered her head and saw Nunu looking up at her, its obsidian-like eyes fixed unblinking on the golden flame at her fingertip. Even the small red flames flickering at the tips of its ears seemed to dim slightly. "It looks exactly like that big bad guy's," Nunu muttered softly, a little afraid but also curious. Bai Chenyue did not respond. "There is no good or evil in skills, only in the people who use them." Nunu lowered its head, its small body shrinking slightly. After a moment it gathered its courage, straightened its tiny chest, and with a soft poof, a flame appeared above its head as well. A warm orange-red flame, vibrant, lively and full of life, stood in stark contrast to Bai Chenyue's golden flame. Nunu lifted its little flame a bit higher, clearly showing off in silence. Bai Chenyue looked at its flame, only about the size of a thumb and still flickering weakly, and the corner of her mouth beneath her mask twitched unconsciously. With a thought, the thin golden flame at her fingertips suddenly surged, expanding into the size of a fist. Golden light burst forth, distorting the surrounding air with heat. Nunu's eyes widened, its mouth forming a perfect O. It puffed up its cheeks in refusal to admit defeat and pushed its orange flame to the limit. It barely grew half a circle larger, but even so, it still fell short compared to Bai Chenyue's golden flame. Chapter 369, Mao Mao's Tears 43. She and Nunu had been immersed in studying the new skill when she failed to notice that the last trace of light in the sky had already been swallowed by a distant mountain ridge. The sky had completely darkened. The night in Rongguang Ravine contained no stars, no moon, only absolute blackness. Bai Chenyue withdrew the golden flame from her fingertips. Continuous practice had made her increasingly proficient in controlling the new skill, but it had also consumed a considerable amount of her just-recovered mental energy. "Your Highness, it's dark now." Nunu yawned widely. Its small body instinctively leaned against Bai Chenyue's combat boots, and even the signature flame on the tip of its ear drooped weakly, its light fading. Bai Chenyue responded with a soft her gaze turning toward the distant gray village that resembled a graveyard. As the last trace of light disappeared, the color-melted Mao Mao inside had completely stopped all mechanical activity and silently retreated into their stone houses one by one. The entire village fell into dead silence, filled with an eerie stillness. She had already grown used to it. In the 2 days since arriving here, it had been the same every day. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. Mechanical. Emotionless. Not even a single word spoken. The mission was stuck anyway, there was no solution. "Let's go back," Bai Chenyue said, rubbing her faintly aching temples as she turned and headed back toward the temporary camp with Nunu. The multifunctional stealth tent had perfectly blended into the surrounding gray rocks. If not for the bright red cloth tied at its entrance, they would probably spend a long time searching for it every night. She carefully circled the camp once, checking for any unfamiliar footprints or suspicious auras. "Safe. Your Highness, what are we eating tonight?" Nunu squatted at the entrance of the tent, looking up with its round little head. Its black, glossy eyes sparkled with anticipation in the darkness. In just a short time, its stomach had already been completely conquered by Bai Chenyue's cooking. Bai Chenyue took out a lightweight folding table and 2 small stools with backrests from her spatial storage. Then dinner, meticulously prepared by the all-purpose gourmet, was laid out one by one. The moment the plates touched the table, a rich and domineering aroma of meat spread out, breaking the oppressive silence of the surroundings. All the food had been prepared by the all-purpose gourmet's cooking robot. Every night before sleeping, it would generate a beautifully illustrated digital menu for her to choose the next day's meals. Of course, if she suddenly wanted something else, she could modify it at any time. When she had traveled with Guo Changfan's team earlier, She had to maintain her secrecy and often hid in her tent to eat inside her personal space, repeatedly declining Guo Changfan's invitations to dine together. Removing her mask meant exposing her identity. She could not take that risk. But now, with only Nunu beside her, who had no idea of her true identity and only knew her as Your Highness, there was no need for such restraint. Tonight's main dish was honey-glazed grilled ribs. Each piece was evenly coated in a thick sauce, its surface seared into a beautiful caramelized glaze, sizzling faintly with oil. Nunu immediately cheered. The flame at the tip of its ear shot up an inch, and its black eyes sparkled like stars. It eagerly reached out its fluffy little paw toward the largest rib, only to freeze in place under Bai Chenyue's calm gaze. The little guy stiffened, only then remembering it hadn't washed its hands yet. It quickly ran to the water basin nearby, carefully washed its paws, shook them dry, and then climbed onto its own small stool with great seriousness. After finishing dinner, Bai Chenyue lay inside the tent, while Nunu had already fallen asleep beside her. Time passed slowly. At midnight, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. A thin layer of eerie gray-white mist rose from nowhere, silently enveloping the entire land. Visibility rapidly decreased until even objects 10 meters away became blurred. Perhaps sensing the cold, Nunu curled up closer to Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue quietly summoned her flying sword, letting it hover beside her. She lay inside the tent, monitoring the outside through surveillance. The fog grew thicker and thicker, as if alive, rolling and surging across the gray ground. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, so silent that even the wind had vanished. Before she knew it, the night deepened and Bai Chenyue fell asleep. In a dazed state, the sound of fabric tearing echoed through the silent night. She immediately woke. Her stealth tent had been forcibly torn open on the side by something unknown, creating a gash over 1/2 meter long. Cold wind mixed with mist poured through the opening. She sat up at once, eyes sharp as lightning scanning outside the tent. Nothing. Outside was empty, only rolling gray fog, covering the entire Rongguang ravine. Nothing could be seen with the naked eye. Yet the gaping vicious tear in the tent clearly proved one fact. Something had just been here. Or rather, it never left at all. At that moment, a sharp alarm from absolute insight rang in her mind. Warning. High-intensity killing intent detected. Target location. Tent tear, 3 meters directly ahead. Bai Chenyue followed the torn opening and looked outward. A familiar pale blue prompt automatically popped up in her vision, precisely locking onto what appeared to be empty air at the tent entrance. Creature. Sorrow beast. Juvenile. Status. Hungry hunting. Note. You can't see me la la la, it really thinks you can't see it. Give it a surprise, dear. Sorrow beast? Bai Chenyue's mind moved slightly. The flying sword beside her emitted a clear hum and turned into a streak of silver lightning, shooting straight toward that direction. Its speed reached the extreme, leaving only a faint silver afterimage in the air. Clang! A sharp metallic collision echoed through the night sky. It felt as if the flying sword had struck something like an extremely hard transparent armor, bursting out a spray of fine sparks. From the seemingly empty space that had been locked onto, a sharp ear-piercing screech suddenly erupted, like fingernails scraping across glass. Gee! The sound carried pain. It seemed completely unprepared to be discovered, and even less prepared to be attacked. Before the scream had even faded, it retreated toward the depths of the distant fog at a faster speed, vanishing in an instant. The flying sword circled in midair, emitting an unwilling hum, then returned to Bai Chenyue's side as a streak of light. She reached out and caught it. It felt slightly heavy in her hand. Looking down, the sharp tip of the sword was completely clean. Nothing had been left behind. Bai Chenyue frowned. She stored the tent away, woke Nunu up, and decided not to wait passively any longer. She spoke in a low voice, her expression dark, her sleepiness turning into rising irritation. Let's go. We'll go meet them ourselves. Chapter 370 Mao Mao's Tears 44. Bai Chenyue did not return to the tent. The torn opening looked like a mocking grin, declaring that there was no longer any safe place here. She shielded the trembling Nunu behind her, while her flying sword hovered silently at her side. A thread of silver light flickered in and out of the thick fog, carrying a chilling edge. The irritation from being woken up still lingered, further lowering her already icy aura. She decided to take the initiative. "Your Highness, where are we going?" Nunu's voice trembled. Its small body, overwhelmed by fear and tension, clung tightly to her combat boots. "Kill whatever tore open our tent," Bai Chenyue replied simply and directly. She stepped forward into the living, rolling gray mist. Each step made no sound, like a panther blending into the night. The air around them was thick and oppressive. Nunu stayed pressed against her, the flame on its ear trembling in fear as it struggled to illuminate a small patch of ground. Less than 100 meters in, alarm bells rang in her mind. Warning. High-intensity killing intent detected. Target location. Front left. 15 meters. Here it comes. Bai Chenyue halted without hesitation. In a flash of thought, her flying sword turned into a silver line, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, stabbing straight toward the marked location. But the sword pierced through the fog and hit nothing. There was nothing there. Only swirling gray mist disturbed by sword energy, forming a brief vortex. "Gee!" A sharper, mocking screech came from her right rear. So fast. Bai Chenyue's eyes narrowed. The speed of this thing had already surpassed even sound itself. She immediately turned. The flying sword arced through the air, slashing toward the source of the sound. Still nothing. It was toying with her. She stopped chasing and instead stood still. Map scan initiated. Current coverage. 4%. Analyzing. High threat energy entity detected ×1. On the map, a tiny red dot moved rapidly around her, its path chaotic and unpredictable. Its speed was so extreme that even the display showed delay and afterimages. Then a pale blue line of text flickered at the edge of her vision, so brief it felt almost like an illusion. Creature. Sorrow Beast adult. Even identification could not keep up with its speed. This adult form was clearly far stronger than the juvenile that had torn their tent earlier. "Your Highness." Nunu's voice was already close to tears. It could clearly feel the omnipresent malice, as if countless invisible eyes were watching from within the fog. Its small body trembled like a sieve. Bai Chenyue pulled Nunu in front of her. Her flying sword circled rapidly around them, faster and faster, forming a seamless silver ring that protected them both. The sword cut through the air, dispersing the creeping fog. Since it couldn't be seen, she would switch from offense to defense. Time passed second by second. Only the faint hum of the flying sword remained in the mist. The sorrow beast seemed to lose patience and stopped its harassment. The suffocating killing intent vanished. But Bai Chenyue did not relax. She knew better than anyone that a hunter's silence often meant the calm before a fatal strike. The quieter it became, the closer danger was. Suddenly. Warning. High-intensity killing intent detected. Target location. 5 meters above. Bai Chenyue snapped her head up. The flying sword shot upward. Clang! A violent metallic clash rang out overhead. The sword successfully intercepted the attack. A tremendous force surged through the blade, sending it spinning uncontrollably before stabilizing. So powerful. The sorrow beast, missing its strike, immediately retreated once more, its killing intent vanishing without a trace. Bai Chenyue's frustration flared. This thing was cunning beyond belief. It was exploiting its invisibility and speed to carry out high-frequency, hit-and-run harassment, steadily draining her mental energy. Maintaining high-speed sword defense consumed enormous mental power. The moment she showed even a fraction of hesitation, it would tear through her defenses. This couldn't continue. She was at a disadvantage. At this rate, she would eventually be worn down to death. She had to force it to reveal itself. Bai Chenyue recalled her flying sword, letting it hover in front of her. She deliberately exposed a flaw. She left both herself and Nunu's back completely open to the fog. She was gambling that this adult sorrow beast would never miss an opportunity for a one-hit kill. As expected, less than 3 seconds later, that tangible killing intent appeared again from behind her. Warning. High-intensity killing intent detected. Target location. Directly behind 2 meters. Now. A sharp light flashed in Bai Chenyue's eyes. Her flying sword, already coiled with accumulated force, moved at the instant of her will, breaking the speed of sound, tracing an invisible arc of death, and reversing into a fatal counterstrike. Gee! A shrill scream reached its absolute peak. It hit. The flying sword struck something. In that seemingly empty space, the air violently twisted, and a drop of gray-black liquid suddenly materialized, falling to the ground. The injured sorrow beast erupted in rage. The surrounding fog churned violently as an even stronger killing intent locked onto Bai Chenyue. It was going all out. Bai Chenyue's focus sharpened to the extreme, as she prepared to withstand the opponent's thunderous counterattack. At this tense moment, a figure suddenly burst out from a cluster of withered bushes on the side. It moved like lightning. Its target was clear. Nunu at her feet. Bai Chenyue reacted instantly and moved to intercept. But the sorrow beast's attack arrived at the same time. An invisible strike carrying a howling wind slammed straight toward her face. She was forced to defend. Her flying sword snapped back in front of her. Clang! Another deafening impact. The force pushed her back half a step. And in that fraction of a second of delay, the figure had already slipped past her side and snatched up the still dazed Nunu. A trap. The sorrow beast's attack from start to finish had only been a feint, to create an opening for this moment. Help! Your Highness! Nunu's terrified scream tore through the dead silence of the fog. Bai Chenyue snapped her head around, only to see a streak of afterimage shooting into the depths of the gray wasteland at shocking speed. Nunu struggled desperately in its grip, but it was useless. Damn it! Bai Chenyue didn't even spare a second glance at the still threatening sorrow beast. She turned and chased after the figure holding Nunu, madly without hesitation. Chapter 371 Mau Mau's Tears 45. Night and thick fog became the cover for that figure. It moved through jagged rocks with wind-like agility, clearly familiar with the terrain. It used every obstacle to conceal its body, blending its presence and trajectory into the mist. Your Highness! Save me! Nunu's shrill cries echoed from the front, piercing through the fog yet remaining unstable, sometimes near, sometimes far. Bai Chenyue used lightning legs to sprint across the ground at high speed. In such near-zero visibility, her dark light wings were almost useless. She pushed off the ground violently, her body shooting forward in a straight brute force charge. The distance between them closed rapidly. The shadow clearly noticed her sudden acceleration and also increased its speed. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Just as she was about to catch up, a trailing killing intent struck from the side rear. Warning. High-intensity killing intent detected. Target location. Left 3 o'clock behind the rock. Almost at the same instant the warning appeared, Bai Chenyue reacted on pure combat instinct. Her forward momentum abruptly stopped, not retreating, but instead twisting forward into an unnatural angle a normal human couldn't achieve, bending toward the left front. Her flying sword had already rotated back, drawing a cold arc of light in the air, slashing fiercely toward the seemingly empty fog. Clang! A deafening metallic impact exploded in the mist, sparks scattering everywhere. A transparent claw suddenly emerged from the fog, precisely colliding with the sword's edge. A tremendous force surged through the blade, numbing Bai Chenyue's arm. Her body was forced backward, sliding several meters and carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. So powerful. The fog churned violently. A vague silhouette flickered in and out of view, much larger than the juvenile from before. An adult sorrow beast. Its attack was blocked, but it did not continue fighting. Instead, it silently melted back into the fog, its needle-like killing intent disappearing once again. Cunning beast. It was stalling her. Bai Chenyue's anger deepened. The black figure that had abducted Nunu had already gained distance during this brief clash. Your Highness, sob. Nunu's voice grew weaker and weaker. Bai Chenyue gritted her teeth. She couldn't be held here by this adult sorrow beast any longer. She took a deep breath and spun her flying sword, pushing away the surrounding fog for a brief moment. Her vision cleared slightly as she locked onto the direction of Nunu's fading cries and surged forward again. But the adult sorrow beast refused to let her go. Before she could even run 100 meters, killing intent erupted again from above this time. And in that chaos a black lightning-like figure tore through the air, aiming straight for her back. That same claw again. Bai Chenyue reacted as if she had eyes on her back. She twisted midair, her flying sword snapping back in defense. Clang! Another impact. This time she did not retreat. Instead, she used the force to spin like a top, whipping out a powerful kick that sliced through the air and slammed into the empty fog. A dull groan echoed in the mist. The killing intent wavered and quickly withdrew. She did not pursue. The moment she forced it back, she sprinted again in the remembered direction. Nunu's cries had already become faint, almost inaudible. Just when she thought all traces were lost, a weak voice for help suddenly drifted from beneath her feet, intermittent and fading. "Your Highness, help!" It was Nunu. Bai Chenyue crouched down and carefully searched for the source of the sound. Soon she discovered a deep, hidden hole beneath a patch of dead bushes, covered in vines and shadows. The entrance was small and pitch black, like a gaping maw devouring all light and dust. Nunu's final cries were coming from within. Without hesitation, Bai Chenyue leapt straight down into the darkness. Wind howled past her ears as she fell rapidly. About half a minute later, her feet finally touched solid ground. She landed steadily. Everything around her was pitch black, true absolute darkness. She activated night vision, and the surroundings became clear. It was a narrow underground passage. The walls were damp and slick, covered in gray-black moss. The air was thick with moist, earthy scent. The tunnel twisted and branched repeatedly, forming a natural underground labyrinth. Bai Chenyue followed the direction of Nunu's voice and moved forward quickly. The deeper she went, the more wrong it felt. The gray fog that had covered the surface was completely gone inside the tunnel, as if an invisible barrier existed at the entrance, completely isolating the mist. Map scan initiated. Current coverage: 5%. Analysis in progress. Warning: unknown interference detected. Map functionality restricted. The map couldn't be used either. This situation was similar to what had happened on Talos mining planet. Bai Chenyue became even more cautious. "Your Highness!" After turning another corner, Nunu's cries suddenly became clear for an instant. Bai Chenyue immediately accelerated. Her body turned into a streak of afterimage within the narrow passage, weaving through one bend after another as she went deeper and deeper underground. The tunnel grew wider and wider. The earthy smell in the air gradually faded, replaced by a faint freshness of soil, mixed with a subtle, almost imperceptible fruity fragrance. Continuing forward, she soon reached a three-way fork. Bai Chenyue stopped and listened carefully. Nunu's crying had completely disappeared. Had it been silenced? Or had they already reached their destination? Standing on her flying sword, Bai Chenyue gritted her teeth and, following the faint fruity scent, chose the right passage. The tunnel on the right grew deeper and deeper. After several minutes of flight, the endless darkness finally ended. A soft glow seeped out from the end of the passage, dispersing the surrounding gloom. The light grew brighter and brighter. Bai Chenyue slowed down, stepped off her flying sword, and held it in her hand as she cautiously approached the source of the light. When she rounded the final bend, her movements froze completely. An unimaginable underground cavern unfolded before her. The dome overhead was extremely high. Countless luminous stones were embedded within it, like stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire underground world as bright as daylight. The air was warm and filled with the sweet fragrance of plants and fruit. A clear stream wound across the ground, producing crisp, pleasant sounds. Beside it bloomed unknown glowing flowers. Countless luminous vines hung down from the ceiling, weaving into delicate hanging bridges that connected different regions. Everywhere she looked, life flourished, like a secluded paradise untouched by the outside world. Chapter 372, Mau Mau's Tears 46. In this underground cavern, thousands upon thousands of Mau Mau are bustling with activity. Some are polishing shimmering crystals by the stream with fine sand, while others are weaving brightly glowing vines into hammocks and baskets. There are also groups of young Mau Mau chasing and playing together. Every single Mau Mau is radiating brilliant colors. Here is the true color fusion Mau Mau village. Bai Chenyue stood at the cave entrance. The air around her was filled with the fragrance of earth and the sweet scent of fruit, completely different from the dullness of the surface world. Her mind went completely blank, and the hand holding the flying sword silently dropped. So what exactly were those gray, Walking Dead-like beings above? She saw Nunu. The little one was being surrounded by several color fusion Mau Mau. They curiously stretched out their small hands, gently poking at the sparse red fur on Nunu's body. Nunu sat there in a daze, its little face full of confusion. It was not injured. The figure that had captured Nunu was standing nearby. It was also a color fusion Mau Mau, but its body was about one size larger than the others, and the rainbow glow on its body was even more brilliant and solid. It seemed to notice Bai Chenyue's arrival and turned around, quietly looking at her. There was no hostility, only vigilance and curiosity. Blue holographic text automatically appeared before Bai Chenyue's eyes. Creature. Color fusion Mau Mau. Name Kai Rong Yao Yao. Status. Vigilant, guarding, no hostility. Note. Surprised? Unexpected. I just wanted to invite your kid over as a guest. Was it necessary to chase us down like we were enemies? Bai Chenyue. She stood at the cave entrance holding her flying sword, looked at the kidnapper who seemed completely innocent, and for a moment did not know how to react. Kai Rong Yao Yao looked at Bai Chenyue standing at the entrance. Its brilliant rainbow-colored fur gently undulated in the light. It did not show any hostility, only gently protected Nunu behind itself, its large eyes full of vigilance. What was this? An invitation into a trap? The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. In the end, Kai Rong Yao Yao moved first. It took 2 steps forward, then slowly bowed toward Bai Chenyue, expressing an apology. I'm very sorry for inviting you here in this way. Its voice was gentle, slightly soft and cute. We have no ill intentions, Kai Rong Yao Yao explained. It's just that the surface is too dangerous, especially at night. I was on duty tonight and saw you, so I had no choice but to bring you to a safe place using this method. Your Highness. Nunu finally recovered from its confusion. It ran over and tightly hugged Bai Chenyue's combat boot, looking up with its small head. They didn't hurt me. They even gave me very sweet fruit. Bai Chenyue looked down and saw that Nunu's little claws were still holding half a strange, fragrant red fruit. All right then. It really was a misunderstanding. You are color fusion Mau Mau, right? Bai Chenyue asked. Yes. Kai Rong Yao Yao nodded. Then what about those gray Mau Mau above? They are also color fusion Mau Mau, corrupted color fusion Mau Mau. Kai Rong Yao Yao made an inviting gesture. Please follow me. Our elder has something to say to you. Bai Chenyue did not refuse. She followed Kai Rong Yao Yao with Nunu trotting behind her. Along the way, countless color fusion Mau Mau poked their heads out from their dwellings, curiously observing this uninvited guest. Their fur shimmered with rainbow-like brilliance under the light, making the entire cave look dreamlike and surreal. Here, compared to the barren surface, was an entirely different world. Kai Rong Yao Yao led her beneath a dome formed by glowing vines. At the center of the dome sat an even larger Mau Mau on a smooth white stone. Its ears were longer, almost touching the ground, and long whiskers hung from its mouth, giving it a sense of authority and wisdom. Creature. Color fusion Mau Mau Elder. Name. Kai Rongji. Status. Worried aging. Note. An old fossil who has lived too long and seen too many troubles, spending every day pondering the meaning of Mau life. Don't expect any good news from his mouth. His life motto is, another anxious day today. Bai Chenyue. Welcome, distant guest. Please take a seat. Kai Rongji opened its eyes. Unlike other Mau Mau, its eyes were not completely black, but carried a faint purple hue. Bai Chenyue sat on a stone stool in front of it. You must have many questions. Kai Rongji's voice carried the weight of time yet remained clear. About those on the surface, our kin. They have been polluted, Bai Chenyue said directly. Yes. Kai Rongji nodded heavily. By the mist. It raised its head, purple eyes reflecting the faint starlight on the cavern ceiling, as if recalling something. A long time ago, Rongguang Ravine was not like this. It was once a world of color. Our people lived on the surface, bathing in sunlight, until that disaster came. A gray dense fog appeared from nowhere and covered the land, and the calamity beasts, using the fog, were able to leave the Valley of Calamity. Moreover, within the fog, their combat power multiplied several times over. Could it be that those corrupted tribesmen are beyond saving? Bai Chenyue asked the most crucial question. Upon hearing this question, a faint glimmer flashed in the elder's purple eyes. Yes. It spoke each word slowly and deliberately. As long as you gather the tears of the other 6 kinds of Mao Mao and fuse them together, then pour them onto the gray Mao Mao, you can purify them and awaken their lost colors. Bai Chenyue suddenly understood. So that was how it was. She did not hesitate. With a single thought, she retrieved 6 identical glass bottles from her spatial storage star disk. Inside the bottles were, respectively, the tears of 6 different kinds of Mao Mao. Are you talking about these? When the 6 bottles containing tears appeared on the stone table, Kai Rongjiji's ancient, still purple eyes suddenly widened. Its aging body trembled violently from excitement, and even its long whiskers shook uncontrollably. Yes, it's them. Tears of the 6 emotions. You actually collected all of them. The surrounding color fusion Mao Mao also gathered around. Looking at the bottles on the table, they erupted into thunderous cheers. We're saved. Our tribe is saved. And Gray, we can save it. Great. Wah. Countless color fusion Mao Mao wept tears of joy. The entire underground cavern was immersed in a sea of happiness. After its initial excitement, Elder Kai Rongjiji reached out its aged hand and picked up one of the bottles, examining it carefully for a moment. Then the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Its face, which had just been filled with joy, was once again covered by an unshakable heavy sorrow. It set the bottle down and let out a long sigh. Chapter 373, Mao Mao's Tears 47. Alas! That sigh made all the color melt Mao Maos fall silent, looking at their elder in confusion. Bai Chenyue also sensed that something was wrong. What's the matter? The elder raised its head, still deeply grateful to Bai Chenyue. Guest, thank you for bringing us hope. It paused for a moment, then continued with difficulty. But the tears you brought are too few. Too few. Bai Chenyue was stunned. Yes. The elder picked up a bottle and held it toward the light at the top of the cave. To purify a severely contaminated color melt Mao Mao requires an enormous amount of pure emotional energy. What you brought is only enough to save one of our kind. 1. Bai Chenyue looked at the 6 small bottles on the table, then thought of the hundreds and thousands of gray Mao Maos on the surface, wandering like walking corpses. 1. A drop in the bucket. No. If one set of tears can only save one, then... A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Players. Yes, the players. All players who enter this instance ultimately have the task of collecting 6 kinds of tears. One set of tears saves one Mao Mao. Then what about hundreds, thousands of sets of tears? If all the players want to return to reality, they must complete the task, so they will definitely gather all 6 kinds of tears. By then, there might even be extras left over. Having figured this out, the gloom in Bai Chenyue's heart dissipated. She lifted her head again and met the elder's sorrowful gaze. One is still better than none. She spoke calmly. And I'm not the only one who has collected all 6 kinds of tears. More people will come here with more tears. We will definitely be able to save all of your people. A faint spark of hope was rekindled in the cloudy eyes of Color Melt Gigi. To be able to keep a blazing flame Mao Mao by your side and collect so many tears, I believe you are not a bad person. It nodded solemnly. Bai Chenyue pushed the 6 bottles of tears on the table toward the elder. Use these to save one of your people first. Tell me the method. Since she had already found a direction, she would test it first. The elder did not refuse. It called over a few Mao Maos and sent them to bring a contaminated one. Watching their departing figures, Bai Chenyue suddenly remembered something. She turned her head and looked at Elder Color Melt Gigi. I have another question. Please go ahead. You said before that color melt Mao Maos can resist the pollution of Shang. Bai Chenyue stared at it, questioning word by word. Then why are your people on the surface still contaminated? If it's just about dealing with those invisible Shang beasts, we can help. Elder Color Melt Gigi's massive body trembled slightly, and complex emotions surged in its calm, ancient purple eyes. There was sorrow, helplessness, and even exhaustion. It did not answer directly, but let out a long sigh. Guest, you are right. We color melt Mao Maos can indeed resist Shang beasts. But what we resist is only the killing intent of the Shang beasts. Resist killing intent? What did that mean? As if seeing through her confusion, The elder raised its aged hand and pointed toward the top of the cave, at the stones that shone softly like stars. Shang beasts are creatures of pure slaughter. They have no color, no scent. They are the purest form of malicious intent and cannot be seen. But we can. A trace of pride unique to the color melt Mau Mau race appeared in the elder's tone. We are born with the richest emotional spectrum. Precisely because our perception of emotions has reached the extreme, we can clearly sense the singular and extreme killing intent of Shang beasts. Pause, then explained more vividly. For us, every Shang beast, no matter how it hides, cannot conceal its killing intent. As long as it is around us, we can clearly feel it. So that's how it is. Bai Chenyue understood. Color melt Mau Maus were essentially born detectors of Shang beasts, using emotion to locate killing. This is the true reason we can resist Shang beasts, the elder said in a deep voice. Although we cannot completely eliminate them, at least long ago, we were able to maintain a dangerous balance with them. They stayed within the valley of Shang, and we guarded the outside. We did not interfere with each other. The elder's tone suddenly shifted. But at some point the gray mist began to increase. Its body trembled slightly in fear, even the long whiskers by its mouth quivering. The thing that truly kills us has never been the invisible Shang beasts. It is the omnipresent gray mist. The gray mist. Bai Chenyue's brows knitted tightly. Yes. Despair showed in the elder's purple eyes. That mist strips away all of our emotions. It slowly, bit by bit, draws away all the colors from our bodies, joy, sorrow, anger, love, everything, until we become like those on the surface. Bai Chenyue thought of color melt Cuckoo, and of the gray Mau Maus who mechanically repeated the same actions day after day. Once we lose our emotions, the elder's voice was extremely strained, almost forced out between clenched teeth. We lose the last weapon we have to resist the killing intent of Shang beasts. We can no longer sense them. We become blind and deaf. What's even more terrifying is that we become hollow shells, completely unresponsive to everything around us, only able to repeat, day after day, the final action we performed before losing our color, until our life force is completely exhausted. Or we are taken as prey by the Shang beasts and silently torn to pieces. At this point, the surrounding color melt Mau Maus could no longer hold back and let out suppressed sobs. Some of the younger Mau Maus buried their heads into their parents' arms, their rainbow-colored fur trembling with fear. Nunu clung tightly to Bai Chenyue's combat boot, its small body shaking like a sieve. Even the flame at the tip of its ears had dimmed. Bai Chenyue did not speak to comfort them. She simply listened quietly. By the time we realized all of this, it was already too late. The elder's voice was filled with endless regret and pain. At that time, the gray mist had already enveloped most of our homeland. Countless members of our kind living on the surface were deeply contaminated by the mist without us even noticing. We tried to resist, but it was useless. The mist was like a bottomless black hole, greedily devouring everything we had. And yet we didn't even know what it was. We could only watch helplessly as our own kin, our friends, one by one lost their colors and turned gray. And there was nothing we could do. Chapter 374, Mau Mau's Tears 48. The elder closed its eyes and 2 lines of murky tears slid down its aged cheeks. In the end, to preserve the last spark of our kind, we had no choice but to abandon our homeland on the surface and move the entire race underground, cut off from the world. Relying on the special geological structure of the underground caves, we barely managed to block the invasion of the gray mist, and have struggled to survive until today. The entire cave fell into dead silence. Only the low sobbing of the Mau Maus echoed beneath the vast dome. Bai Chenyue looked at the 6 small bottles of tears on the table, then at the sorrow on the elder's face that refused to fade. She understood. Tears were crystallizations of pure emotion. They could restore what had been stripped away from those color melt Mau Maus who had lost their emotions. Those brilliant colors could perhaps be described as emotion. Killing the Shang beasts would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The true enemy was the strange gray mist. As long as the mist remained, the tragedy of the color melt Mau Maus would continue to repeat itself. She remained silent for a long time, organizing the tangled information in her mind, then spoke again. What exactly is that mist? We don't know. The elder shook its head. its aged face filled with helplessness that seemed etched into its very bones. Bai Chenyue fell silent for a moment. An unknown source of the mist meant the current predicament was an unsolvable problem. She changed her line of thinking and raised a more practical question. In that case, why not join forces with other Mau Mau groups? Since tears can purify the contamination, wouldn't it be better to directly seek help from other Mau Maus? In her view, this was the most straightforward and effective solution. Rather than waiting here to die, it would be better to take the initiative and seek external aid. Hearing this question, Elder Colormelt Gigi did not answer immediately. It simply looked at her deeply. The elder slowly rose from the smooth white stone. "Guest, please follow me." Bai Chenyue did not ask further. She stood up and followed behind the elder. Nunu followed closely at her feet, its small body sensing the change in atmosphere, its ears twitching uneasily. The elder led Bai Chenyue toward the deepest part of the underground cave. Along the way, the Colormelt Mau Maus who had been playing or working stopped what they were doing upon seeing the elder and her, and silently stepped aside, making way. The entire cave grew quiet. Only the gentle sound of flowing water and their faint footsteps remained. The deeper they went, the fainter the fragrance of fruit and flowers in the air became. At the end of the passage was a massive cavern even more magnificent than the dome where the village was located. At the center of the cavern stood a circular platform entirely constructed from pure white crystal. Countless glowing vines emitting rainbow-colored halos hung down from the ceiling like waterfalls, wrapping around the platform and making it appear sacred and solemn. At the very center of the platform, a 2-meter-tall stone floated quietly in midair. It hovered silently, its surface flowing with dreamlike colors. Bai Chenyue stopped in her tracks. Item: 7-colored origin crystal. Description: a super energy core left behind by an ancient divine race, containing the power to distort space and suppress dimensions. It is the energy source that drives a planet-level protective barrier. Note: a beautifully designed top-tier energy battery. It is also an unbreakable electronic shackle. Congratulations, dear. You have found the most magnificent prison on this planet. Prison? This is? Bai Chenyue murmured. The 7-colored origin crystal. The elder was filled with reverence, its body bowing slightly as if worshipping a deity. A sacred relic that our Colormelt Mau Mau clan has guarded for generations. It paused, then lifted its head. The reverence on its face was replaced by sorrow as it finished the sentence. And also the cage that imprisons us. Bai Chenyue's heart trembled. The elder did not look at her. It simply gazed up at the floating crystal, the flowing rainbow light reflected in its purple eyes. Guest, what you are seeing is the final barrier protecting this planet. The 7-colored origin crystal, through our Colormelt Mau Mau clan as a medium, has constructed a barrier that envelopes the entire valley of Shang. It is this barrier that suppresses the countless billions of Shang beasts deep within the valley of Shang, preventing them from stepping out and invading the outside world. Bai Chenyue asked in confusion, if the barrier can suppress them, then what about the Shang beasts we encountered on the surface earlier? The light in the elder's eyes dimmed, replaced by endless pain and guilt. Because our people have become too few. Those on the surface who were contaminated, their connection with the 7-colored origin crystal has been severed by the mist. They can no longer provide energy. As for us survivors, our numbers are dwindling, and the energy is already close to running out. The energy of the 7-colored origin crystal is weakening, and the power of the barrier is declining as well. What's even more terrifying is that the gray mist is continuously seeping out from the depths of the valley of Shang. It is like the tentacles of the Shang beasts, the territory they extend outward. As long as the mist reaches a place, a small number of Shang beasts can briefly pierce through the constraints of the barrier and come out to hunt. So that's how it is. Bai Chenyue brought the topic back to the original point. But what does this have to do with you not seeking help? Because we cannot leave. The elder's voice was filled with endless sorrow. The maintenance of the barrier requires a constant supply of energy, and we, the Colormelt Mau Maus, are the living batteries of the 7-colored origin crystal. Every member of our race, from the moment of birth, has their soul bound to the 7-colored origin crystal. We share its power, and we also bear its burden. This bond allows us to sense Shang beasts and grants us a longer lifespan than other Mau Maus. But the price is. The elder turned its head. In those purple eyes was an inescapable despair, like a prisoner sentenced to life. Not a single one of us can leave the melt-like chasm for more than 200 kilometers. Once we exceed that range, our soul link with the seven-colored origin crystal will be severed. Without an energy supply, our bodies will rapidly decay within just a few hours, our souls wither, and in the end we will turn to dust. And the seven-colored origin crystal, having lost enough batteries, will suffer a sharp drop in energy, causing the barrier to become unstable. If even the slightest crack appears in the barrier, the elder did not continue, but the consequences were obvious. The Shang beasts, suppressed for countless ages, would surge forth like a collapsing flood, rushing into every corner of the planet. That would be the true apocalypse. Chapter 375. Mau Mau's Tears 49. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath. It felt as though an invisible boulder was pressing down on her chest, so heavy that it was almost suffocating. At last she pieced together all the clues into a complete and cruel truth. Why the color melt Mau Maus would rather watch helplessly as their kin on the surface were polluted by the mist and turned into walking corpses, yet still chose to stand their ground here. Why, even though they clearly had a way to purify the contamination, they did not seek help from other Mau Maus. It wasn't that they didn't want to. They couldn't. They simply could not leave. The reason all the other living beings on this planet could live in peace, could laugh and cry over a single tear, was entirely because the color melt Mau Mau race stood here, using their own flesh, blood, and freedom to build an invisible line of defense. They were trapped here forever, using the future of their entire race, even sacrificing the lives and sanity of some of their own kind, to protect the peace of the whole planet. How tragic. And how cruel. Bai Chenyue stood there, looking at the magnificent seven-colored crystal, at its flowing radiant surface, as if she could see countless bound souls of the color melt Mau Maus within it. A creation of the gods. A curse wrapped in sugar. An eternal prison in the name of protection. So the ones on the surface who were contaminated, Bai Chenyue murmured. We abandoned them willingly. The elder closed its eyes and calmly admitted this cruel truth. Rather than letting them, after losing their emotions, be silently torn apart by the Shang beasts and become weak points in the barrier, it is better for them to remain on the surface as gray sentinels, forming the first line of defense against the mist and the Shang beasts. Shang beasts do not attack Mau Maus without emotions, so they are relatively safe, using their already soulless bodies to buy time for the survivors underground to continue barely surviving. Every word cut to the heart. This was the most helpless, and the most ruthless choice a race could make for its survival. The cave fell into a long silence once again. After a long while, the elder finally opened its eyes again. It glanced at the 6 bottles of tears Bai Chenyue had brought, and the sorrow on its face gradually gave way to determination. Guest, what you have brought is our only hope. It turned toward Bai Chenyue and bowed deeply. Now, please save one of my people. They returned to the previous area. 2 color melt Mau Maus carried out a soft stretcher woven from vines, emerging from the shadows of the passage. Lying on it was the very first gray Mau Mau Bai Chenyue had encountered on the surface, color melt cuckoo. Its eyes were still hollow, unmoving like a lifeless gray statue. The elder solemnly pushed the 6 bottles of tears toward Bai Chenyue. One is still the beginning of hope. Bai Chenyue looked at the 6 small bottles in front of her, then at color melt cuckoo lying there, stripped of all color. She reached out and picked up the 6 bottles that carried pure emotion. She looked at elder color melt Gigi and confirmed, just drip them directly onto its forehead? Yes, guest. The elder's voice trembled with anticipation. That is the center through which our race perceives emotion. Bai Chenyue did not hesitate. She opened the first bottle. Inside was the tear of anger from a blazing flame Mau Mau. Tilting the bottle, the crimson liquid slid out and fell precisely onto the center of color melt Cook's dull, gray forehead. The tear did not roll. The moment it touched the skin, it seeped in rapidly and disappeared without a trace. All the surrounding color melt Mau Maus held their breath. Hundreds of eyes stared unblinkingly at their companion on the stretcher. Time seemed to freeze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Color melt Cook's body suddenly twitched. At the roots of its lifeless gray fur, a faint trace of red flickered, so fast it almost seemed like an illusion. Then on its expressionless face, its brow furrowed slightly, and the corners of its mouth turned downward, revealing the faintest hint of anger. Though weak, it was unmistakably an emotional fluctuation. It moved. It moved. There's a reaction. The surrounding color melt Mau-Maus let out suppressed gasps, then quickly covered their mouths, afraid of disturbing the sacred process. Elder color melt Gigi trembled with excitement, its long whiskers shaking. It really works. Bai Chenyue understood immediately and opened the second bottle. The tear of the mist blue Mau-Mau. A drop of pure blue liquid fell and merged into Kuka's forehead. Before the faint anger had even dissipated, a deeper emotion surged forth. Kuka's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, replaced by a silent melancholy. Its body curled slightly as well. It looks like it's sad," a young color melt Mau-Mau whispered, sobbing softly. Bai Chenyue did not stop. The third drop, the tear of the honey-orange Mau-Mau. The sixth drop, the tear of the green-grain Mau-Mau. When the final drop of green tear, carrying a peaceful energy, fell onto the center of color melt Kuka's forehead, the 5 colors that had already merged into its body seemed to respond to some kind of call, suddenly emerging from deep within its skin. When the final drop, the green tear containing a gentle, calming energy, fell onto the center of color melt Kuka's forehead, the 5 colors that had already merged into its body seemed to respond to some kind of call, suddenly emerging from deep within its skin. 6 points of light gathered on its forehead, and a 6-colored halo suddenly burst forth from it. The halo swept across color melt Kuka's entire body. A miracle under the watchful eyes of all the Mau-Maus occurred. Wherever the halo passed, the stubborn gray that clung like a curse was rapidly purified and dispersed, like ice and snow melting under the blazing sun. In its place appeared flowing radiant 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Its dried, withered fur became fluffy and soft again at a visible speed. The dull, hollow gray in its eyes faded, replaced once more by deep black and brightness, gradually regaining a clear, lively sparkle. Wah! A loud and aggrieved cry suddenly burst from color melt Kuka's mouth, filled with the confusion, helplessness of surviving disaster, and rebirth. At the same moment its crying rang out, a series of game notification sounds echoed in Bai Chenyue's mind. Game announcement. Player whose kit is that has successfully completed the quest, Mau-Mau's Tears. Countdown. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Quest notice. All players must deliver the 6 colored tears to the color melt Mau-Maus to complete purification before the countdown ends. Global server announcement. After the countdown ends, all players who have completed the quest will be transported back to their original world. Players who fail to complete the quest within the allotted time will remain on this planet until the task is completed, after which they will be transported. The exact same announcement repeated 3 times. Every player in the game world heard the tolling bell that signaled the final phase of the game. Chapter 376. Mau-Mau's Tears 50. A server-wide announcement simultaneously rang out in the minds of every player on the planet. In the team of Guochangfan, who was currently resting at the edge of the blue-scale wetlands, a soldier wiping his assault crossbow suddenly jerked his hand, nearly losing his grip. One of the soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Big Shot has completed the mission. I knew it." Song Chinga suddenly jumped up from a slippery rock, tightly clenching her fists. Her cheeks flushed red from excitement. She straightened her chest, her face full of proud honor, as if the one who had completed the mission was not someone else, but herself. "My idol is always this amazing." Guochangfan pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The lenses reflected the wetland's unique deep blue glow. Ignoring the commotion of his teammates, he simply raised his head and looked through the mist toward the distant northwest. That person once again proved with absolute strength that they were always ahead of everyone else. Guochangfan calmly withdrew his gaze and issued orders with composure, his voice clearly suppressing all discussion. "End rest. Check equipment. In 10 minutes the entire team departs. Target: Rongguang Ravine." Oh! On the other side, in the dense forest heading toward the Qinghe Mau-Mau territory, Qi Feng's team was also startled by the sudden announcement. Holy crap! Chi Feng, who had been resting against a giant tree, immediately sat up upon hearing the announcement. The countdown is starting already? Of course, as expected, the big shot is always first. Meng Lin paused her motion of wiping her dagger and sighed softly, her eyes filled with admiration. Another first place. Luo Hao, carrying his long blade, grinned. His dark face was full of natural admiration. Seriously, he doesn't leave anyone any room at all. Sitting nearby, quietly recovering his stamina, Zhou Yin tightened his grip on his water bottle upon hearing the familiar nickname. Who's that somebody again? From Stargrass to here, she had thrown everything into it. Fought through near-death situations, exhausted all her energy and intelligence, just barely managing to keep up with the main group. And that person, time and time again, had left all players far behind. Righteous comrades! Qi Feng's Chenyue spirit ignited at this moment. He suddenly swung his arm and pointed toward the Qinghe Mau Mau territory, shouting with his loudest voice, "The final trial has begun. We must not betray the hope light that the big shot has lit for us. Follow his footsteps and advance at full speed." Oh! Underground cavern. After a brief shock, the color fusion Mau Maus erupted into earth-shaking cheers. It succeeded. It really succeeded. My brother is saved. Whoa! This is great. Our clan Mao is saved. Countless color fusion Mau Maus cried tears of joy. They embraced each other, jumping and cheering. The entire underground cavern was immersed in a sea of rebirth and hope. On a soft couch, the healed color fusion Cuckoo, after its initial burst of emotional crying, gradually stopped. It looked somewhat blankly at its hands, now once again multicolored and vibrant, then touched its own fluffy, soft fur. Finally it raised its head. Those clear eyes, now once again full of vitality, passed over the cheering clan members, over the elder who was weeping tears of joy, and looked at Bai Chenyue standing quietly at the side, calm from beginning to end. Thank you. 2 days later, on the barren gray land of Rongguang Ravine, dust filled the sky. Guo Changfan's team appeared on the horizon, covered in dust from travel. When they truly stepped onto this land, a shadow immediately fell over everyone's hearts. Everything in sight was a lifeless gray-white world. Cracked earth, bare rocks, with not a trace of green anywhere. The air was filled with a suffocating heavy atmosphere that made one's chest feel tight. This place is way too creepy, isn't it? Song Qingge instinctively tightened her grip on her crossbow and muttered softly. Guo Changfan stopped walking and pushed up his glasses again. His gaze swept over a nearby village made of gray stone and dead wood. The village was eerily silent. No smoke, no sound, no signs of any life activity. Something's wrong, Guo Changfan frowned deeply. It's too quiet. While everyone was tense and uneasy, a figure descended from the sky. Cat mask, white wings. Big shot. Song Qingge's eyes lit up, and the unease in her heart was instantly replaced by excitement at seeing her idol. Bai Chenyue looked at them calmly. On her shoulder hung a small red Mau Mau Nunu. Big shot. Is this the settlement of the color fusion Mau Maus? Why is it? Song Qingge looked around and only managed to ask halfway. No need to look anymore. Bai Chenyue's voice came through the communicator. 2 nights ago, only one of the contaminated Mau Maus here remained. The others were taken by the morning beasts. These words caused everyone in Guo Changfan's team to sink heavily in their hearts. Then our mission. A soldier's expression changed drastically, his lips trembling. Oh, 3 more days passed. More player teams, following the final guidance of the mission, dragged their exhausted bodies and gradually arrived at this place called Rongguang Ravine, the land of despair. Qi Feng's team was among them as well. This place is like a graveyard, Luo Hao muttered, carrying his long blade, his brows tightly furrowed into a knot. Righteous comrades, do not be deceived by the darkness before your eyes. Light is just ahead. Qi Feng's Chenyue spirit burned fiercely. The light wings behind him whoosh unfolded, turning into a streak of white light that shot into the sky. Very soon his eyes lit up. On the barren land in the distance he saw the big shot, he saw Guo Changfan's team, and also a colorful Mau Mau. Found it! The big shot is over there! Qi Feng excitedly shouted from midair, pointing in that direction. The people on the ground all perked up, and all doubts and unease were thrown far into the sky. If the big shot is here, if Minister Guo is here, then everything is fine. When Qifeng, Luo Hao, and more than 100 players who arrived in succession finally gathered over, panting heavily, they were shocked by the oppressive atmosphere. Not a single person in Guo Changfan's team had any sign of joy from completing a mission. Big shot. Minister Guo. Qifeng was the first to rush forward. He retracted his light wings, his face filled with undisguised admiration and excitement. You've all completed the mission? Is the final mission here? What should we do next? Where are the contaminated Mao Maos? He fired off a series of questions, voicing the thoughts of everyone present. The players crowded around, their exhausted yet expectant gazes all focused on Bai Chenyue. They were too tired. Now the end was right in front of them. Looking at their optimistic expressions, Bai Chenyue stood quietly without speaking. Only when the noise gradually subsided did she finally speak calmly. I'm afraid not. Those 4 words caused the entire noisy scene to fall silent. Chapter 377, Mao Mao's Tears 51. All players froze. The smiles on their faces stiffened in place. What do you mean by that? A player asked cautiously. What do you mean? It's not possible anymore. Qifeng also dropped his usual playful grin, his expression turning somewhat blank. Everyone looked at her in confusion, waiting for an explanation. Bai Chenyue raised her hand and pointed toward the nearby dead-silent gray village. You're a step too late. All the gray Mao Maos have been captured by the morning beasts. She paused, then swept her gaze across the pale, blood-drained faces before adding the most cruel sentence. There are none left. Not a single target remains. The atmosphere, which had just been full of excitement and celebration, instantly dropped to freezing point. Wait. Luo Hao opened his mouth, feeling like his brain couldn't quite process it. Big shot, do you mean we have no mission left to complete? Bai Chenyue did not answer. But her silence was already the answer. The players who only moments ago had been imagining returning home and celebrating victory, now felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them from head to toe. How could this happen? What about our mission? Without the contaminated Mao Maos, how do we turn in the quest? We can't go back. What a joke. How can they design something like this? We ran all the way here. And now they tell us the mission targets are gone? I don't want to die here. My wife and kids are waiting for me to go home. A middle-aged man collapsed to his knees in despair, crying out loud. The hope that had just risen upon reaching the destination was instantly shattered into pieces. Shut up, all of you! A furious roar exploded, drowning out all cries and accusations. Luo Hao lifted his long blade, still dripping with blood, and swept his gaze across the crowd. His dark face was filled with boiling anger. Crying does jack shit. If the mission targets were taken, then we just take them back. He kicked a nearby stone. It flew through the air in an arc and slammed into the distance with a dull thud. Whether you go or not, I'm going. I'm not about to be trapped in this godforsaken place for the rest of my life. Qifeng also put away his usual Chinibyu demeanor. The light wings behind him emitted a soft white glow, and his expression had rarely become serious. Luo Hao's right. We defeated the flame demon before. We can defeat the morning beasts too. Yeah, take them back. Damn it, let's fight them. Let's go all out. Driven by survival instincts and unwilling rage, the players' red eyes reignited as Luo Hao and Qifeng struck the spark that lit the fire. They picked up their weapons again, clenched their fists tightly. Rather than wait helplessly here for death, they would fight for a chance to go home. I will go with you, Bai Chenyue said. This was not for the players but an explanation for all the color fusion Mao Maos. Big shot, you fought them before, Guo Changfan said directly. Can you tell us everything you know? All eyes focused on Bai Chenyue. The morning beasts. Bai Chenyue's synthesized voice remained calm and emotionless, as she raised a finger. They are invisible. The naked eye cannot see them. A heavy weight sank in everyone's hearts. An invisible enemy was always the most terrifying. Second, they have physical forms, Bai Chenyue continued. My sword struck them, I could feel it. They were able to tear through my stealth tent, proving they have physical claws. Third, they are extremely fast. Adult forms move faster than me. They use their speed to harass and wear down enemies. If a strike misses, they retreat immediately. They are very cunning. Fourth, Bai Chenyue glanced at the color fusion cuckoo beside her. The color fusion Mau Maus can sense their killing intent. They can act as a radar and provide early warning. Invisible, fast, high damage and cunning. How were they supposed to fight something like that? They have physical bodies. Guo Changfan repeated softly. A glint suddenly flashed behind his glasses. His gaze moved past the crowd and landed on color fusion cuckoo. If they can't be seen, Guo Changfan raised his head. His voice not loud but clearly heard by everyone. Then we make them visible. He looked around and said word by word. We paint them. Paint them. Luo Hao scratched his head, full of question marks. Minister Guo, are you joking? Something you can't see or touch. How do you even paint it? Most of the others had similar expressions. The idea sounded absurd. But a smile appeared on Guo Changfan's face. He pushed up his glasses and explained. Big Shot just said it. Morning beasts have physical bodies. That means they can be coded. Imagine if there's something extremely brightly colored, made into bombs, thrown across the battlefield on a large scale. When the morning beasts move at high speed the moment they collide with it, or are hit by our bombs. He didn't finish his sentence. But a comically clear image had already formed in everyone's minds. A terrifying invisible monster suddenly splattered with thick, sticky, multicolored liquid. Red here, green there. Running in panic across the battlefield at high speed. Every movement and trajectory fully exposed as a living target. I swear. Qi Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He slapped his thigh. Damn, Minister Guo. This move is absolutely brilliant. Coloring bombs. Song Qinga also reacted. Her face flushed red with excitement. As long as we can see them with our firepower, we can definitely take them down. There are many brightly colored fruits and plants in the underground home of the color fusion Mau Maus. Bai Chenyue thought for a moment and said, this matter will require their help. With that, Bai Chenyue led everyone back to the underground cavern. Paint the morning beasts? Elder color fusion Gigi was hearing such a rebellious idea for the first time, but after thinking about it carefully, it still felt like the only feasible method. Its massive body slowly stood up and bowed deeply to all the players. If the guests require it, the color fusion Mau Mau clan is willing to give everything we have. One day later, all preparations were completed. Over 10,000 coloring bombs of various colors were stacked into small mountains. At the entrance of Morning Valley, beneath the towering mountain range that resembled the spine of a giant beast, a joint force had fully assembled. Over 100 human players were fully armed. In addition to their usual swords, blades, bows, and crossbows, each person now carried a vine-woven backpack filled with heavy coloring bombs. The team was divided into more than a dozen squads, and at the front of each squad stood a color fusion Mau Mau, dazzling and multicolored. Chapter 378. Mau Mau's Tears 52. The entrance of Morning Valley gaped open like a pitch-black mountain maw, as if it intended to swallow everything. Gray mist churned within it, completely silent. A joint force composed of over 100 players and dozens of color fusion Mau Maus stood solemnly before the valley. Each of them carried heavy coloring bombs on their backs and gripped their weapons tightly, waiting in silence for the final command. Guo Changfan pushed up his glasses. This operation is either success or death. We have no way back. Either we bring back the captured Mau Maus and go home, or we all stay here. No one spoke. Guo Changfan issued the final order through his built-in communicator. Move out. No unnecessary words followed. The moment the joint force stepped into the valley, the surrounding air suddenly became thick and heavy. Visibility instantly dropped to less than 2 meters. Beyond 2 meters, there was only an unbroken dense gray, like the entire world had been swallowed by this eerie fog. A system prompt sounded in Bai Chenyue's mind at the scheduled time. Warning. Unknown strong magnetic field interference detected. Map function has failed. She remained calm. This outcome had already been expected, but this time the team did not panic. Everyone instinctively slowed their pace, forming defensive formations by squad. Warriors with bows, crossbows, and long blades moved to the outside, while players responsible for throwing coloring bombs were protected in the center as they cautiously advanced forward. Every step produced a faint crack of bones and broken stones underfoot, which sounded especially harsh in this deathly silence. The only sounds were everyone's suppressed breathing and heartbeat. Color Fusion Cuckoo walked at the very front of the team, with Bai Chenyue closely following behind. Nunu also wanted to come along. Bai Chenyue did not allow it. Nunu was not a Color Fusion Mau Mau and had no combat ability against morning beasts, so she left it in the underground cave with the other Mau Maus. The team had only advanced less than 100 meters. Suddenly, Color Fusion Cuckoo, who was leading the way, stiffened. Its multicolored fur exploded outward, its long ears shot upright, and it pointed a small finger toward the front left. Left. 1. It's here. Almost at the same instant as its warning. Go. A soldier who had already been prepared erupted with force. His muscular arm tightened as he poured all his strength into his waist and abdomen, hurling a palm-sized coloring bomb toward the stone pillar ahead. The red bomb traced a sharp arc through the air. Boom! The coloring bomb struck the morning beast and exploded violently. Thick, tomato-like red liquid splattered outward. A previously invisible outline was revealed. It was a 2-meter-tall creature, completely transparent, as if formed from distorted crystal. It had mantis-like scythe-shaped forelimbs, multiple spider-like compound eyes, and a body structure that defied all biological logic. At that moment, the transparent creature was covered in bright red liquid. It had not yet reacted, still maintaining its forward pouncing posture, now dyed in a ridiculous shade of red. Attack! The moment it lost its invisibility advantage, its death sentence was sealed. It did not even have time to make a sound. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of crossbow bolts, accompanied by sharp tearing sounds through the air, swept in from all directions toward the glaring red target. The bolts accurately pierced its joints. They exploded into clusters of bloody holes across its body. Luo Hao even roared as he leapt into the air, his heavy blade slashing down from above with a violent howl that tore through the air, striking its head mercilessly. Poochie! The once arrogant morning beast stiffened violently, then collapsed as if its bones had been pulled out. It rapidly dissolved into a spreading pool of gray-black viscous fluid that hissed and expanded on the ground. Pop! A faint bubble-like sound burst, almost inaudible amid the thunderous battle cries. From the center of that black pool, a small wisp of darker gray smoke suddenly erupted. It briefly condensed in the air, then silently scattered, completely merging into the endless surrounding fog. Bai Chenyue saw this and a thought flashed through her mind. This is not. The other players stared at the conspicuous gray-black pool for a moment, then erupted into suppressed cheers. We did it! Holy crap! It really works. We killed it. We actually killed it. This strategy is insane. Ha ha ha. I thought it was something terrifying. Turns out it's just a stealthy glass cannon. Guo Changfan pushed his glasses up again, his gaze still calm behind the lenses. Don't let your guard down. Keep moving forward. With the Color Fusion Mau Maus acting as radar, the combat efficiency was extremely high. Front right. 2. Color Fusion Cuckoo's voice rang out again. Boom! Boom! 2 yellow coloring bombs were thrown almost simultaneously, accurately landing near a pile of rocks. Red liquid exploded outward, drenching the 2 morning beasts that had been preparing to ambush them into 2 tomato sauce-soaked mantis monsters. Open fire! A dense barrage of firepower once again swept across the area. The 2 red targets were instantly turned into sieves. Above, one is sliding down. Another Color Fusion Mau Mau issued a warning. The players didn't even need to look up. A soldier who had been ready long ago immediately threw a green bomb upward with a backhand motion. Splat! A ridiculous muffled sound rang out. The morning beast, silently sliding down the cliff wall, was splattered in the face with mustard-like green liquid and froze mid-motion. Whoosh! Songchinga's crossbow bolt arrived just after it, precisely piercing its compound eye. The monster's body twitched in midair, then fell helplessly, crashing into a pool of green sludge. The battlefield scene became strangely surreal, even carrying a hint of dark humor. One after another terrifying transparent killing machines were, the moment they were discovered, dyed into ridiculous colorful shapes. The players' morale had reached an unprecedented peak. They were no longer afraid. No longer passive. They had become hunters. Following the color fusion Mau Mau's guidance, they took the initiative, throwing each coloring bomb with precision into the shadows where the Reapers hid, then using overwhelming firepower to completely erase them. Ha ha ha. Come on, you little punks. Let Grandpa give you all a makeover. Luo Hao laughed loudly, carrying his long blade. He even snatched a bag of coloring bombs from a soldier and started acting as a thrower himself. Under Guo Changfan's command, the entire team had become an efficient, precise killing machine, steadily advancing deeper into Morning Valley. Everything seemed to be going unbelievably smoothly, but Bai Chenyue felt that something was deeply unreal. If morning beasts were so easy to kill, why would the Haha tribe and the color fusion Mau Maus fear them so much? She stood quietly in the center of the team, holding her flying sword. Absolute insight told her that the surroundings were filled with morning beasts. Chapter 379, Mau Mau's Tears 53. Bai Chenyue walked in the center of the team, her flying sword hovering by her side. She appeared relaxed on the surface, but in reality her mental energy was highly focused. Beside her, the rescued color fusion cuckoo was dutifully observing its surroundings. Its multicolored fur occasionally fluffed up slightly whenever it sensed killing intent. Everything was going too smoothly. Smooth to the point of abnormality. Morning beasts, these terrifying creatures that even the Haha tribe and color fusion Mau Maus feared deeply. Were they really so fragile? Aside from invisibility and high speed, they did not seem to have displayed any other particularly threatening abilities. Bai Chenyue felt that she had overlooked something critical. Guo Changfan, standing nearby, also had his brows tightly furrowed, saying nothing as he remained vigilant of the surroundings. Left. A color fusion Mau Mau's scream cut through Bai Chenyue's thoughts. On the flank of the formation, a morning beast noticeably larger than the other juvenile ones suddenly burst out from the shadow of a rock wall, having somehow broken through the color fusion Mau Mau's detection. Its speed was terrifying. Almost the moment it was exposed by the coloring bomb, it had already charged to the edge of the formation. Holy shit! A player responsible for guarding the flank changed expression drastically. He had no time at all to throw a coloring bomb, and could only instinctively raise his long blade horizontally in front of him. Clang! A piercing metallic collision rang out. Wang Lei only felt an irresistible force surge through the blade. His tiger's mouth split open, blood flowing instantly. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the rubble several meters away. The morning beast, having succeeded in its strike, did not pursue. Instead it changed direction, its scythe-like forelimbs slicing out a deadly cold arc toward another nearby player. Color fusion cuckoo threw out a coloring bomb, revealing the beast. Boom! A purple coloring bomb arrived at the same time, exploding precisely and drenching the attacking morning beast into a half-purple sweet potato. Die! Luo Hao's eyes turned blood-red. With a furious roar like an enraged bull, he charged in from the side. He abandoned slashing with his blade and instead used the wide body of the sword to slam brutally into the morning beast. The creature, which had just moments ago been ferocious, let out a dull, pained howl under this heavy strike. Its massive body was sent flying, rolling several times across the ground. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared across its purple and transparent body. It struggled to rise, but what awaited it was a storm of revenge. Go to hell! Wang Lei, who had been knocked away earlier, roared as he forced himself up from the ground. Ignoring the tearing pain in his wounded hand, he gripped his blade with both hands and threw it with all his strength. The long blade turned into a streak of cold light in midair, accurately piercing the creature's compound eye. At the same time, dozens of crossbow bolts and several blade strikes covered its entire body. Puff! 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 Under the dense barrage of attacks, this larger morning beast didn't even manage a complete scream before following in the footsteps of its companions. Its body rapidly collapsed and dissolved, turning into a larger, more viscous pool of gray-black liquid. TCH, thought you were so impressive. Luo Hao retrieved his blade and spat toward the puddle of goo, his face full of murderous intent. The surrounding players erupted into even louder cheers. At this moment, a line of unrelated text briefly appeared. Set shnmaxsw.com as homepage to receive daily updates of Apocalypse arrival. I store loot in game dungeons first. Aren't you okay, Wang Lei? A medic-type player immediately ran over, pulling bandages and medicine from his backpack. I'm fine, just a minor injury, Wang Lei grinned, his face mixing relief from surviving and satisfaction from revenge. At that moment, the gray-black sludge suddenly popped, producing a larger bubble. A surge of gray smoke, several times denser than before, erupted from it. Several droplets of the gray-black liquid, splashed up by Luo Hao's strike, landed on Wang Lei's neck and the torn part of his combat suit, emitting faint sizzling sounds before quickly seeping in, as if being absorbed by his skin. Hiss! What the hell is this? Disgusting. Wang Lei only felt a chill on his neck. He subconsciously reached up to wipe it, only to find a sticky, slimy residue in his hand. He didn't think much of it. The medic finished treating his tiger's mouth wound and checked his chest where he had been struck. After confirming it was only soft tissue injury and no bones were damaged, he finally relaxed. You're lucky. Of course I am, Wang Lei laughed, rolling his shoulders and picking up his blade again. Let's go. Keep fighting. I'm going to wipe out all these damn bastards today. This small incident did not dampen the players' morale. Instead, it made them even more convinced that the coloring tactic was invincible. Even stronger mutated forms could be killed. What was there to fear? The team continued forward, their morale even higher than before. Guo Changfan pushed up his glasses, looking at the high-spirited formation, then moved closer to Bai Chenyue and lowered his voice. Something is wrong. Bai Chenyue nodded. There is a problem, Guo Changfan said in a low voice. The morning beasts are testing our defenses. Bai Chenyue responded softly, her gaze drifting almost imperceptibly toward Wang Lei, who was on the flank of the formation, currently bragging to his teammates about how brave he had been earlier. He looked completely normal. Bai Chenyue did not make it public. Instead, she silently diverted part of her absolute insight monitoring focus onto him. Under the encouragement of the coloring tactic, the joint force advanced at full speed. They were like a blazing hot blade thrust into the rotten flesh of Morning Valley. The labyrinth-like terrain and pervasive dense fog were no longer obstacles. The precise tracking of the color fusion Mau Maus, combined with the players' simple and brutal coloring attacks, formed an almost unsolvable tactical system. The battle had even become somewhat procedural. Front left rock crevice 2 targets. Received. Second squad, coloring bomb coverage. Boom. Boom. Focus fire on the green one on the left. Poochie. Such exchanges and battles repeated continuously over the next few hours. The players went from initial tension to excitement, and then to a certain numbness. Killing had become muscle memory. They even felt that this final mission was nothing more than this. About 10 kilometers into the valley, they made an unexpected discovery in a relatively low-lying basin. Minister Guo. Big shot. Come quickly. A scout player ran back excitedly from the front, his face filled with disbelief and joy. When Guo Changfan and Bai Chenyue led the main force over, they were also shocked by the scene before them. At the center of that basin, gray color fusion Mau Maus were curled up together like puppets, completely unresponsive. Chapter 380 Mau Maus Tears 54. Why? It's our clan Mau Maus. From the front of the formation, color fusion Cuckoo let out a sorrowful whimper. Great! We found them. The mission targets are right here. The players erupted into enthusiastic cheers. All previous fatigue swept away in an instant. Successfully rescuing a batch of trapped mission NPCs made everyone feel that the dawn of victory was right in front of them, and the day of returning home was not far away. The entire team was filled with unprecedented optimism. Several players carefully approached and carried the gray Mau Maus, who had already lost their sanity. Everything was going smoothly. The gray Mau Maus showed no resistance at all, allowing the players to carry them or guide them with vines. The size of the team suddenly increased significantly. This terrain is complex, and we just experienced a battle. It's not suitable to stay long here. Guo Changfan checked the surrounding environment and issued a new order. There is a relatively open stone cave 300 meters ahead. We'll go there to rest, and redistribute personnel to guard these Mau Maus. No one objected. The team set off again, passing through a narrow fork in the road. The rock walls on both sides stood tall, compressing the sky into a long and narrow gray line. The dim light made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Just as they were about to exit this narrow passage and enter the open stone cave that served as a resting point, a sudden change erupted. Without any warning, overwhelming killing intent swept in from all directions. This was not the killing intent of one or dozens of mourning beasts. Warning: high-intensity killing intent lock detected. Target count: unmeasurable. Threat level: lethal. Their multicolored fur stood on end. It's the adult forms. So many. At the front of the team, Color Fusion Yao Yao used all its strength to shout this out. Before the words even faded, the dense gray fog surrounding them began to violently churn and boil. It was as if a pot of boiling soup had erupted. Countless massive grotesque shadows flickered within the mist. In the next second, dozens of adult mourning beasts, each twice as large as all the juvenile forms they had encountered before, launched a full-scale assault from all directions. They did not hide. They did not ambush. They advanced openly in an overwhelming, crushing charge. Many players didn't even have time to take out a bomb from their backpacks before an invisible wind pressure hit them head-on. They only felt an indescribable pain in their chests. In the next instant, the entire world spun violently in their vision before being swallowed by darkness. Blindingly fast claws did not even leave complete corpses behind. Aya! One player had just raised his arm trying to throw a bomb, when an adult mourning beast that had swept over his head casually slashed downward. Half of his shoulder and arm were cleanly severed and sent flying into the air. Hot blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing all over his nearby companions. That companion stood there blankly, his expression frozen. In the next second, another adult mourning beast rushed from the side, opened a mouthful of twisted fangs, and bit off his head in one bite. The players were like sardines thrown into a shark swarm, falling into a one-sided massacre. No tactics, no coordination, not even proper resistance. Only dying screams and torn flesh. Hold the line. Don't panic. Back-to-back defense. Luo Hao roared with bloodshot eyes. He slashed at an adult mourning beast that was pouncing on Song Chinga. The blade collided with its hard carapace, numbing his arm. But another mourning beast had already silently appeared behind him, its claws aimed straight at his heart. Watch out! A coloring bomb struck the adult mourning beast. Seeing this, Chi Feng let out a piercing scream and dove from the air, using his own body to slam Luo Hao away. The claw grazed the edge of his light wings, tearing off a trail of dazzling white feathers of light. In the chaos, Zhou Yin watched helplessly as a young player who had just been discussing what hot pot they would eat after returning home was split open from chest to abdomen by an invisible claw. She didn't even have time to dodge. Warm blood and shattered organs splashed all over her face and body. The overwhelming smell of blood and stench rushed into her nose, making her stomach churn violently, almost forcing her to vomit bile. The fear of death left her mind completely blank in that instant. In that moment of distraction, an especially massive adult mourning beast silently descended upside down from the rock wall above her, like a hunting spider. Its twisted compound eyes were almost pressed against her face. Zhou Yin sensed the wind pressure and threw a coloring bomb upward. The adult mourning beast appeared right in front of her. Her pupils shrank to needle points. Instinct forced her to grip her dagger in reverse and roll awkwardly to the side to evade. But she was fast, yet that thing was faster. Before she could even stand up, the adult form suddenly grabbed her body. An irresistible force lifted her entire body into the air, her feet leaving the ground. Hell! She only managed to let out a short, hoarse cry for help from her throat before her entire body was violently dragged into the dense fog by that overwhelming force, her figure vanishing completely. Zhou Yin. Not far away, Luo Hao was being besieged by 3 adult forms. He saw this scene and let out a furious roar, trying to rush over to rescue her. However, his right shoulder was slashed by the claw of an adult form, opening a deep wound that reached the bone. The pain forced him to stagger half a step, completely unable to break free. On the other side, Bai Chenyue's situation was equally grim. She had almost immediately become the eye of the storm on the battlefield. As the primary target, she was being frantically besieged by at least 5 adult forms alone. Her flying sword was like a continuously flowing ring of mercury, rotating rapidly around her body. It deflected all invisible claws and ferocious fangs within millimeters. The clash of metal rang endlessly, sparks of piercing cold light bursting out in the thick fog. The defensive line looked impregnable, but only Bai Chenyue herself knew that maintaining such high-intensity defense was draining her mental energy at an unprecedented rate. She saw Zhou Yan being dragged away, but she was completely unable to split her attention. She could not save her. Bai Chenyue's mind raced rapidly. If she used explosive mushrooms here, the fog was too dense. Friendly fire was inevitable. The CPU overload warning collective glitch couldn't be used either. There were still other players within a 20-meter radius, and it would cause indiscriminate damage. Then the only option was precision kill. She deliberately slowed the circulation speed of her flying sword by 0.1 seconds, exposing a fleeting gap. The largest adult form on the left immediately took the bait. It let out a silent roar, its transparent scythe-like forelimb carrying the momentum to tear everything apart as it broke through the sword ring, aiming straight for Bai Chenyue's throat. Chapter 381, Mao Mao's Tears 55. Now. CPU overload warning precision close-range strike. The adult morning beast that was mid-pounce suddenly froze in the air. Its body convulsed violently, its scythe-like forelimb stopping less than half a meter from her throat. The entire body fell into uncontrollable spasms. Bai Chenyue did not pause at all. Almost at the same moment, she locked her mind onto the most cunning morning beast at the rear right. Again, this one adult form, in the middle of its furious charge, suddenly froze as well, collapsing into self-destructive neural chaos. Clang! Under her mental control, the flying sword precisely swept across the necks of the two immobilized morning beasts. Silently, two heads flew up. Their massive bodies collapsed and quickly dissolved into two pools of hissing gray-black sludge. The remaining three adult forms seemed momentarily shaken by this bizarre scene, their assault briefly stalling. Bai Chenyue used the opening to stabilize herself. Her back was already soaked in cold sweat. One more time, she didn't dare gamble. She knew her limits too well. Once her mental energy was exhausted, she would die faster and more miserably than those torn-apart players. Base Commander, what do we do? If this continues, we'll all die here. The one-armed officer asked Guo Changfan while leaning against the rock wall, precisely shooting down juvenile forms that pounced on his allies. Guo Changfan leaned against a giant boulder, breathing heavily. A speck of warm blood had splattered onto his glasses, sticky and glaring. His mind was switching frantically between chaos and clarity, trying to find a breakthrough. Suddenly, a foul, killing intent-filled gust of wind struck from the side. Guo Changfan's pupils shrank violently. No coloring bomb. He raised the flamethrower Bai Chenyue had given him and fired into the empty space ahead. Bang! An orange fireball shot out and plunged into the fog. The brief flash of light revealed the outline of a massive creature. The adult form only paused for a moment, then let out a silent roar. Its distorted compound eyes turned toward him, and its killing intent intensified tenfold. Guo Changfan's heart jumped violently. He had been locked on. The next second, a streak of silver light tore through the fog at even greater speed, cutting between him and the beast. Poochie! A soft sound of flesh being cut. A head rolled to the ground. The massive body collapsed and dissolved into a stinking pool of sludge. Bai Chenyue sheathed her sword and turned back, glancing at the pale-faced Guo Changfan. She pulled 3 mushrooms from her spatial inventory and shoved them into his hands. Eat them. Guo Changfan looked down and recognized them. Golden silk healing mushroom, agility mushroom, iron skin mushroom. He did not hesitate and stuffed them all into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. The wound on the back of his hand, cut by flying debris, began to slowly heal as blood clotted. A warm current spread through his abdomen, and his numb arm regained sensation. On the other side of the battlefield, a new change erupted. Zhou Yan! Luo Hao roared. He saw Zhou Yan being dragged into the fog by a morning beast, disappearing completely. His eyes turned blood red as he tried to charge in. You're crazy. Meng Lin grabbed his arm tightly. There are at least 7 or 8 adult forms over there. You're just going to die if you go. Let go. Luo Hao shook her off violently, shouting, I have to catch her. I'm taking her back for judgment. Judgment. Meng Lin froze. She's already dead. And you're still talking about judgment? Luo Hao didn't listen. He roared and forced his way through the encirclement of two adult forms, carving a bloody path with his blade toward the direction Zhou Yin disappeared. His right shoulder was slashed open to the bone, blood spraying into the fog. The battlefield situation turned sharply within seconds. Run! Someone shouted this first. The surviving players no longer cared about formation or mission objectives, and turned to flee back the way they came. Everyone, immediately escort the color fusion Mau Maus and retreat. Hurry! Bai Chenyue's voice clearly reached every survivor, becoming the only anchor in the chaos. Retreat! Fall back! Guo Fan immediately ordered. The mushroom effects were taking hold. He could feel his body rapidly recovering. He organized the remaining combat-capable military players and began a coordinated retreat under covering fire. No! Luo Hao isn't back yet. Qi Feng shouted at Bai Chenyue, his face full of urgency. Bai Chenyue cast him a cold, blade-like glance. If we don't leave now, everyone here will die. I can't abandon him. Qi Feng shouted back. Going to save him means nothing except dying with him, Bai Chenyue said again. Qi Feng's body stiffened. He knew she was right. Logic told him he should obey the order, but emotion tore at him, making it impossible to accept abandoning a comrade. Retreat! Bai Chenyue shouted. I'll hold the rear. The flying sword circled beside her, emitting a deep humming sound. Silver light flowed across its blade. Someone had to stay behind and hold back these strongest monsters. Otherwise, with the speed of these adult morning beasts, not even a single color fusion Mau Mau would be able to escape. Guo Fan looked at Bai Chenyue deeply. His lips moved slightly. Be careful. Bai Chenyue nodded. Everyone, alternate cover fire and retreat at full speed. Don't look back. Guo Fan roared. The one-armed officer and several other military players immediately formed the outermost defensive line. They continuously fired their weapons, disrupting the juvenile forms surging in from all directions, covering the retreat of the other players. Gray mist churned violently. Bai Chenyue stood alone at the very rear of everyone. In front of her were the morning beasts. Behind her were the panicked survivors fleeing in disarray. Come! She spoke slowly. The flying sword let out a clear, ringing cry, as if responding to her fighting intent. One person, one sword stood quietly within the dense fog, blocking the surging tide of death behind her. Bai Chenyue did not charge forward. She was waiting for the players to put enough distance between them and the battlefield. In the fog, more than 10 adult morning beasts slowly approached. Their transparent bodies flickered in and out of visibility within the gray mist. They seemed to sense that the human before them was different. They did not immediately attack, instead slowly tightening the encirclement, savoring the prey that was about to fall into their grasp. Bai Chenyue stood still, completely unmoving. Her mental energy was highly concentrated, sensing every trace of killing intent flowing in the surroundings. Second by second passed. Bai Chenyue silently counted the time, confirming that the surviving players should have already run a sufficient distance. She moved. She took out more than 10 explosive mushrooms from her spatial storage and threw them in all directions. Boom! 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 The explosive mushrooms detonated the moment they touched the ground, the rock walls, or the transparent bodies of the morning beasts. Chapter 382 Mau Mau's Tears 56. The flames shot into the sky as clusters of orange-red mushroom clouds exploded within the dense fog. Deafening blasts echoed through the narrow valley, shaking loose countless fragments of rock and dust. The fog churned violently from the explosions, briefly revealing the tragic scene on the ground. Those morning beasts that had once been invisible were now exposed in their most miserable state. Some of them were blown to pieces, their transparent limbs scattered everywhere, quickly dissolving into pools of foul-smelling gray-black liquid. Boom! 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 The second wave of explosions followed immediately. Firelight illuminated the calm eyes beneath her mask, reflecting a hell-like landscape. The fog was blown even thinner, revealing more than a dozen additional pools of black, foul-smelling liquid on the ground, hissing as if they had been drenched in acid. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Bai Chenyue turned and activated lightning legs, her entire body transforming into a blur as she sprinted back the way she came. After running about 200 meters, she took out a card from her spatial storage. Monster Attraction Card. Permanent. The card suddenly exploded in midair and fell to the ground. Countless surges of killing intent erupted from all directions. The morning beasts scattered across the valley, whether juvenile or adult, instantly went berserk, as if they had lost all reason, madly converging toward the location of the red glow. Bai Chenyue sprinted at full speed. She had to escape Morning Valley before the card's effect ended. She raced through the narrow passage. Behind her, earth-shaking roars and explosions continued. Countless morning beasts were dragged into frenzied slaughter by the card's attraction. After running for quite some time, Bai Chenyue finally saw the retreating team ahead. Guo Changfan was at the rear, organizing military players for alternating cover fire. When he saw Bai Chenyue rushing out of the fog, his tense expression finally relaxed. Big shot! Qi Feng was the first to rush over, his face full of excitement. Bai Chenyue did not stop and pass straight by him. Move! She only said 2 words. No one dared to delay and continued running. After another half-hour of running, Bai Chenyue suddenly stopped. She frowned. Something was wrong. The terrain around them was completely different from when they came in. What's wrong? Guo Changfan also stopped and walked over. We took a wrong route, Bai Chenyue said after a moment of thought. What? Meng Lin's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. We followed the markers from before. The markers? Bai Chenyue asked. Meng Lin looked around, her face growing even more grim. They're gone. The markers we left earlier were destroyed by the morning beasts. We can't find them anymore. The fog was too dense, visibility less than 2 meters. It was impossible to distinguish direction. The group fell into silence. Big shot, what do we do? Qi Feng asked. Bai Chenyue did not answer. Her mind raced furiously as she thought of something. Using the concealment of her spatial storage, she took out a small yellow petal. 7-color wish flower. Yellow petal. Core effect. Activates when the user faces a 2 or more choice dilemma, locking onto the direction of the optimal outcome. This was the only thing that could help them find the correct path now. Bai Chenyue crushed the yellow petal. It turned into golden light particles that circled around her fingertips, then drifted toward a fork in the left front direction. Follow the light. She spoke. No one dared to question her and immediately followed. The yellow light floated through the fog, guiding them through complex branching paths. Every time they reached a fork, the light would precisely point toward one direction. Following the light, the players and color fusion Mau Maus traveled for about an hour. The fog began to thin. 10 minutes later, they finally burst out of the fog and arrived at the entrance of Morning Valley. We're out. We made it out. The surviving players erupted in long suppressed cheers, many collapsing directly to the ground, gasping for breath. The yellow light in Bai Chenyue's fingertip dissipated into the air. The road back to the underground cave was long and heavy. Fewer than 90 players survived, and almost all were injured. They moved forward in silence, supporting one another. The atmosphere filled with both relief at surviving and grief for lost comrades. When they finally dragged their exhausted bodies, along with the gray Mau Maus, back to the entrance of the underground cave, the busy color fusion Mau Maus all stopped what they were doing. Elder color fusion Jiji, leaning on a vine staff and supported by color fusion Yao Yao, hurried forward. When it saw the gray, hollow-eyed, and fur-depleted members of its clan, its body trembled violently. 2 lines of murky old tears uncontrollably slid down its face. They're back, they've all come back. It did not ask a single question about the battle. It only looked at the lost and broken clan members, trembling lips repeating those words over and over. Guo Changfan then issued an order to all players. Everyone, it's time to complete the mission. The players exchanged glances, their expressions turning complicated. One by one, they took out the glass bottles containing the 6 kinds of emotional tears from their inventories. I'll go first. Songqinga was the first to step forward. She walked up to the smallest gray Mau Mau and, following the steps Bai Chenyue had demonstrated earlier, carefully dripped the 6 kinds of tears onto its forehead in sequence. 6 colored halos burst open. The dull, ashen gray faded away as brilliant, vibrant colors returned. Wah! The newly restored color fusion Mau Mau, after realizing everything around it, burst into loud sobs. One success ignited hope in everyone. The players no longer hesitated and stepped forward one after another. For a moment, light flowed within the cave. One after another, 6 colored halos continuously exploded. Along with the return of color came deafening waves of crying. The surviving players stood to the side, silently watching the scene. Some even turned their heads away, quietly wiping their eyes. Elder Color Fusion Gigi bowed deeply toward all the players with its aged body. Thank you. The Color Fusion clan will never forget your kindness. Bai Chenyue stood outside the crowd, quietly watching everything. Her mission was complete. The crying gradually subsided. The elder straightened and spoke to everyone. Guests, you have saved our tribe. But in this land of Rongguang Gorge, along the edges of Morning Valley, there are many other clans of our kind. They are just like us, trapped in the gray fog. At these words, everyone fell silent. Bai Chenyue did not respond. She was not a savior. All she could do was complete her own mission, and occasionally, when possible, help those within her reach. Save all the color fusion Mau Maus? She did not have that ability. Chapter 383, Super Enhance 5 Senses. The elder's plea weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The joy on the players' faces had not yet completely faded. They looked at one another, their exhausted faces filled with complicated emotions. To save a single tribe, they had paid the price of nearly 20 lives, and 2 more people were still missing, their fate unknown. Bai Chenyue stood quietly to the side. She was not a savior. She did not have the ability to help them on that scale. There were quite a number of players who had come here. To complete their tasks, with the corrupted Mau Mau here gone, they would inevitably move on to other places. In a way, that was also a good thing. Thinking of it this way, Bai Chenyue felt a sense of clarity. After completing the task, the players each found a place to sit down, tending to their wounds and taking stock of their dwindling supplies. Qi Feng stared blankly at the entrance of the cave. The figure he had been waiting for never appeared. Luo Hao and Zhouyan, they were not coming back. Damn it! Qi Feng cursed under his breath, smashing his fist hard against the rock beside him. The skin on his knuckles split open and bled, but he felt no pain. Bai Chenyue leaned against a rock wall in the shadows, resting with her eyes closed. The high-intensity battle and the consumption of her mental energy had left her somewhat fatigued. Guo Changfan checked each player's injuries one by one, quietly soothing their emotions. At last he walked up to Bai Chenyue. His voice was extremely hoarse. We're missing 6 people. Luo Hao and Zhouyan are missing. Missing was only a euphemism. Under those circumstances, everyone knew what missing meant. Bai Chenyue didn't even lift her eyelids, only letting out a single syllable through her nose. Guo Changfan continued on his own. Thank you. Bai Chenyue paused for a moment, then said, You're welcome. Guo Changfan looked at her deeply. Behind his lenses, his eyes held complicated emotions. He said nothing more and closed his eyes to rest. After completing the mission, the players waited quietly in Rongguang Trench for the game's settlement. Bai Chenyue said she would take Nunu back, then parted ways with the group. But halfway there, Bai Chenyue felt the pulling force on her neck grow slightly stronger, and she stopped flying. Nunu lifted its small head, its black bean-like eyes glistening with tears. Your Highness! Its voice was soft and trembling. Can Nunu not go back? Bai Chenyue looked at it, but did not answer immediately. Nunu wants to stay with your Highness. The little creature mustered its courage, tightening its arms around her neck. Nunu can help. Nunu runs fast and can fight bad guys too. Your Highness, please don't abandon me. By the end, its voice was thick with a nasal tone, its eyes reddening as tears threatened to fall. Bai Chenyue sighed silently in her heart. She pulled Nunu in front of her, meeting its gaze at eye level. Your tribe is still waiting for you. They'll be worried. I'll explain it to them. Nunu retorted hurriedly. If I follow your Highness, they'll understand. Bai Chenyue spoke slowly. She raised a finger and gently tapped Nunu's fluffy forehead. Go back. Your tribe needs you. Nunu lowered its head. Its long red ears drooped as it softly replied. Although reluctant, it knew that what her Highness said was right. After returning, Nunu explained its wish to follow Bai Chenyue. The other Crimson Flame Mau Mau were all very happy and envious. They repeatedly reminded Nunu to listen to Her Highness, not to cause her trouble, and to help her as much as possible. Bai Chenyue felt a sting in her nose as she listened. In the end, she agreed to take Nunu in and stored it in her space. As time passed, the game entered its final settlement phase. When the system notification sounded, everyone finally let out a breath of relief. The game was over. All surviving players were transported to the settlement center. Ding! The time limit for the Tears of Mau Mau quest has ended. Ding! Calculating game results. Ding! All players will now be transported to the settlement center. Bai Chenyue felt her vision go black. When she opened her eyes again, she was once more standing in that familiar, endless expanse of pure white. The game's notification sounded again. Ding! Grass Star mission completion. 60%. 60%? Bai Chenyue's heart stirred. The last time she left Grass Star, the completion rate had been 30%. This time, after going to the Mau Mau world, the completion rate of Grass Star had increased by another 30%. Could it be that the planet where the Mau Mau lived was originally a part of Grass Star? Ding! All players who participated in and completed the mission have received an exclusive badge. Mau Mau World. The badge has been distributed to each player's personal inventory. Now announcing the overall leaderboard for this game. First place. Who's That Someone? Second place. Prosperity and Flourishing. Bai Chenyue looked at the second place name on the leaderboard, Flourishing Prosperity. Could it be Guochang Fan? The leaderboard announcement has been completed. Distributing rewards to players. Ding! Detected player, Who's That Somebody achieved the fastest completion in this Mau Mau's Tears game. Ranking as the undisputed first place. Ding! Distributing exclusive rewards to the player ranked first overall. Bai Chenyue's heart began to beat slightly faster again. Another new skill. Ding! Congratulations to player, Who's That Somebody, for obtaining first place overall reward. 10,000 game coins. Ding! Congratulations to player, Who's That Somebody, for obtaining the exclusive first place reward. Special skill. Super Enhance 5 senses. Ding! Congratulations to player Who's That Somebody, for obtaining additional material rewards. Pure mineral water 500 milliliters, times 10, rye bread times 10. Super Enhance 5 senses? Does it enhance basic abilities? Rewards for all players who completed the task have been distributed. Settlement complete. Ding! All players will now be transported back to the real world. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Teleportation begins. After the familiar sensation of weightlessness, Bai Chenyue returned to her bedroom in the Eternal Fortress. Just moments ago in the game, she had been fighting side by side with hundreds of people, facing life and death. Now she was alone again. She shook her head, casting aside useless emotions, and immediately opened the skill panel. Skill. Super Enhance 5 senses. Effect. Your vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch are comprehensively and permanently greatly enhanced. Vision. Both dynamic and static visual capabilities are enhanced to the extreme. You can capture the wingbeat trajectory of a flying insect 100 meters away, and discern the minute rotations and imperfections on the surface of high-speed moving objects. Hearing. You can isolate specific sound sources from countless noises. Within 100 meters, even the sound of a pin dropping can be heard. Smell. You can distinguish and remember faint molecular level scents lingering in the air for over 24 hours. Taste. You can precisely identify foreign substances dissolved in water at a ratio as low as 1 part in 10,000. Note. Congratulations, you are now a walking human precision detection instrument. We strongly recommend that you do not stay in crowded, enclosed places for long periods, or your brain may crash due to receiving excessive information. Also think twice before eating luocefen. Chapter 384. Two nations make a move. Bai Chenyue closed the panel. As the skill took effect, the entire world changed in her eyes. In the air, countless tiny specks of dust rolled and collided in the light, the trajectory of each and every one of them perfectly clear. She raised her head, her gaze piercing across nearly 100 meters, focusing on a nano-surveillance robot disguised as a screw in the corner of the hall's ceiling. With her vision enhanced to the extreme, She could even see through the metal shell, clearly observing the interior of the robot. Smaller than a grain of rice, the transmission structure adjusting its angle, the gears engaging with extremely slight friction. Her hearing picked up the mechanical friction produced when the lens module extended and retracted, a sound countless times fainter than the flutter of a moth's wings. Every detail was presented within her perception with an unprecedented level of clarity. At that moment, boom virrrr, a burst of violent engine roaring tore through the silence of the fortress, interrupting her perception. Immediately after, a yellow blur swept in with an extremely flashy drifting maneuver, fishtailing straight into her room. It was Bumblebee. He had transformed into a cool yellow sports car, circling Bai Chenyue like crazy while drifting. The tires screeched against the smooth floor, whipping up gusts of wind. Dear, you're finally back. I missed you to death. Let me tell you, during the days you were gone, I felt like every single one of my parts was crying. My engine oil even turned bitter from longing. Don't believe me? Come smell it. From Bumblebee's speaker came his modified voice, unusually overflowing with enthusiasm. Bai Chenyue. Before she could even speak, another figure shot out from the doorway with a whoosh. Master! Atu dragged a sobbing tone as it lunged forward and tightly hugged Bai Chenyue's calf. Its entire rat body clung onto her leg, pouring out the performance of a lifetime, truly earth-shaking. Whoa! Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much. While you weren't home, you couldn't sleep or eat every day. I think I've even lost a few strands of fur. Look, I've gotten thinner. As it wailed, Atu lifted its head and sucked in its belly, trying hard to make itself look slimmer. Bai Chenyue lowered her head, looking at this pendant hanging from her leg that gave off a faint nutty scent. Then she glanced at Bumblebee, who was still drifting wildly nearby, wiggling his rear end at her. One chatterbox, one drama queen. She felt that during the time she was gone, these two seemed to have gone further and further down some strange path. However, the fortress that had just felt empty and lonely because she was alone was instantly filled with the noise of these two lively troublemakers. The feeling of home seemed to become more tangible because of it. All right, get down. Bai Chenyue patted Atu's head. I won't. Atu clung even tighter. Unless, boss, you give me a kiss. Bai Chenyue. She silently took out a Sadako figurine from her storage star disk. Atu's crying stopped abruptly. Its body stiffened, and the next second, it released its grip like lightning and darted behind the door at top speed, only a pair of black bean-like eyes peeking out cautiously. The world became quiet. Oh! At the same time, in the capital, at the highest command center of the Dragon Shield base, on the holographic projection screen, it was divided into several windows, each displaying the faces of top leaders from different countries. In the main seat sat Chenyue, his expression calm, betraying neither joy nor anger. In the two windows opposite him, one showed the Prime Minister of the Neon Nation, while the other displayed the highest diplomatic representative of Eagle Nation. At this moment, the well-maintained face of the Neon Prime Minister was filled with undisguised anger and questioning. Minister Chun, regarding your country's player, who's that somebody who maliciously slaughtered players in the game world, our Neon Nation demands an explanation. Beside him, the Eagle Nation's representative immediately followed up, his tone arrogant. That's right. This person's actions have seriously violated the basic rules of the game and the principle of peaceful coexistence among international players. We strongly demand that your country immediately hand over who's that somebody and impose the most severe sanctions. Otherwise, you will bear all consequences. The two countries echoed each other, their words filled with threats. Inside the conference room, several members of the host nation had extremely grave expressions. The other side was clearly well prepared and aggressive. This was using the situation as a pretext to apply pressure. Yet Chenyue, seated at the head, remained completely unperturbed. He quietly listened to their clamor, even lifting the teacup in front of him, leisurely blowing away the steam before taking a sip. This action made the two on the other side of the screen look even worse. Finished. Chenyue set down his teacup and spoke calmly. Then it's my turn. He lightly tapped the table with his finger. A top-secret classified intelligence file was transmitted to the conference's public channel, and a preview window of the document popped up in front of every participant. The file contained several segments of in-game footage recorded from different angles, along with a detailed action log analyzed down to the second. The videos clearly documented dozens of well-equipped, highly coordinated players launching a long-planned ambush against another team of players. And among the ambush team, the leader was none other than Guochangfan, the person in charge of the Hope Base in Rongqing. This is. The expressions on the faces of the Neon Prime Minister and the Eagle Nation representative froze when they saw the intelligence. Chenyue leaned forward slightly, his thin fingers interlaced on the table, a frightening sharp light bursting from his eyes. He smiled, but it was all coldness. The person in charge of our Hope Base, Comrade Guochangfan, encountered a meticulously planned ambush in the game world. The attackers called themselves Oracle. Do the two of you recognize them? Chenyue's gaze seemed almost tangible as it pierced through the screen, staring directly at the two opposite him. We don't know them. This has nothing to do with us. The Eagle Nation representative's face changed repeatedly. He waved his hands almost instinctively, his speech speeding up. At a time like this, admitting it would be equivalent to completely tearing relations apart with the host nation. An attack on the head of an official base was far beyond an ordinary conflict between players. Did they think something on a global scale was just a joke? The Neon representative also forced himself to remain calm. What we're discussing now is the violent conduct of who's that somebody. Since neither of you recognizes this organization called Oracle, Chenyue let out a cold snort, interrupting him. Then why are you making such a fuss over who's that somebody eliminating terrorists? The ones who's that somebody killed were precisely this group of attackers known as Oracle. On one hand, you claim not to know this organization. On the other, you are speaking up for their deaths and even demanding that we hand over who's that somebody. This makes me have no choice but to suspect, Chenyue's gaze turned as sharp as a blade, that the decapitation operation carried out by Oracle against our base commander was instructed by your two countries. Chapter 385. The person protected by Huaxia. Rubbish! The Eagle Nation representative's voice rose sharply as he hurriedly denied it, instantly bristling. We have absolutely no connection with the Oracle. Oh? Not you. Chenyue let out a cold snort and said, then explain this. Why is it that right after Oracle attacked our people, you immediately jumped out and demanded an explanation on behalf of those guys? He leaned back into the wide chair, fingers tapping on the tabletop, his gaze fixed on the two increasingly stiff faces on the screen. Don't tell me it's just overflowing sense of justice, and you can't stand casualties in a game? Then I'd like to ask, when our player bases were destroyed and tens of thousands of civilians died, where was your sense of justice then? You attacked our base commander, got killed by our players in return, and now you still have the face to come here demanding people? If you really think you're the world police, then you might as well hand Oracle over first. Chenyue's tone turned colder. I'm telling you, whoever that little someone belongs to, they are a person of my Huaxia. It's not your place to point fingers. If you can prove that the mass player who attacked our base and our commander is one of yours, I wouldn't mind giving you an explanation. If you admit it, then it's total war. Chenyue didn't say that last sentence. If you're not convinced, we can settle it in the real world. My Huaxia is always ready to accompany you. Settle it in the real world. As soon as those words came out, both the Japanese Prime Minister and the Eagle Nation representative fell silent. Fight? They didn't dare. With global disasters constantly occurring, everyone was overwhelmed just trying to survive. Who had the spare capacity to start an all-out war? Even if they did, going to war on Huaxia's territory would be no different from seeking destruction. Seeing the two remain silent, Chenyue's expression turned mocking. Competing in-game is fine too. I'm just afraid that even if your two countries' players were tied together, they still wouldn't be enough for that little someone to handle alone. At these words, the Japanese Prime Minister's face turned the color of pig liver. He clutched his chest and began coughing violently. His assistant quickly handed him water and medicine. Clearly he was furious. The Eagle Nation representative's expression was equally ugly. His mouth opened and closed, but not a single word came out. They didn't dare fight. They couldn't argue. And if they kept pressing on, they would only humiliate themselves further. The communication channel fell into silence. The Eagle Nation representative, muttering an excuse about being busy, cut the connection first. Then the Japanese Prime Minister's window also went dark. The call ended. In the command center, the Huaxia personnel were silent for a moment, then erupted into suppressed cheers. Good comeback. That felt amazing. This is how it should be. Those bastards think we're easy to bully. Chenyue waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. He picked up the slightly cooled tea and took a sip. After Guo Changfan returned from the game, he immediately reported the ambush situation along with all video evidence. Combined with the previous attacks on 2 bases, Chenyue had been holding back a surge of anger. Now it was finally vented. This exchange, transmitted through encrypted channels, spread among the top levels of multiple countries. Everyone once again confirmed one thing. The one called, that little someone belonged to Huaxia, and was protected by Huaxia. Whoever touched them dies. That sentence was never spoken by Chenyue. Meeting ended, Chenyue sat alone in his office. There was a knock on the door, and his deputy walked in. Intel from our agent in Japan. The deputy handed over a document. According to the latest intercepted information, the simultaneous attacks on Hope Base and Dragonshield Base were definitely orchestrated by Oracle. As for the attack on the minister of Guo Changfan, it can basically be confirmed that it was backed by Japanese right-wing financial groups. Eagle Nation isn't clean either. They provided technology and equipment. Chenyue took the document but didn't read it. No direct evidence, so saying this is meaningless. He looked out at the night, his voice calm. Winning arguments doesn't mean it's over. Keep monitoring them. Any movement, report immediately. Yes. As for the base attack, cold light flashed in his eyes. We've recorded this debt. We'll make them pay it back, with interest. Eagle Nation, the White House. Inside the Oval Office, the atmosphere was oppressive. The representative who had just ended the call stood with his head lowered, reporting to the president. You useless thing. After hearing everything, the president smashed a crystal ashtray against the wall. It shattered into pieces. I told you long ago, don't provoke a lion that has just woken up. He paced the office irritably, then stopped in front of the window, staring at the distant city lights. Tell the Pope, have his people behave themselves. Huaxia has suffered such heavy losses this time. They will definitely do everything they can to root out the attackers. Anyone who shows their head now will die. Understood. Japan Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister, just rescued from the brink of a heart attack, had a pale face, but his eyes were filled with venom. Bastards! This is outrageous. He slammed his teacup onto the tatami. Scalding tea spilled everywhere. A kimono-clad aide sat opposite him, head lowered, not daring to speak. So what if that little someone belongs to Huaxia? The Prime Minister gasped, his voice hoarse. That guy is arrogant and refuses to join any official group. In the game, he's a lone wolf. And as long as he's a lone wolf, there are plenty of ways to kill him. The aide raised his head. Prime Minister, according to intelligence, Huaxia suffered heavy losses in the attacks on Dragonshield and Hope Base. They're now busy dealing with Oracle and don't have the energy for anything else. A twisted smile appeared on the Prime Minister's face. Immediately make arrangements. Prepare our people. At any cost, I want that little someone dead in the next game session. Hi. In the dim room, conspiracy began to grow. They all seemed to have forgotten. The last group who tried to kill that little someone, the crows, already had sprouts growing on their graves. Eternal Fortress. Bai Chenyue was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. She soaked comfortably in an oversized bathtub at the fully automated bathing center, feeling nanomachines glide across her skin, removing all fatigue and dust. Ah, amazing! She sighed in satisfaction, feeling like she had come back to life. A waterproof speaker nearby was playing Oldgua's comedy stand-up, his distinctive voice echoing through the spacious bathroom. The happiness of Dad is beyond your imagination. Leaning against the edge of the tub, Bai Chenyue closed her eyes and enjoyed the rare tranquility of this apocalypse-era luxury. The tense nerves from the game finally relaxed completely. After finishing her bath, she changed into dry, comfortable home clothes and walked barefoot across the soft carpet into the living room. Big Ding Dang had already prepared dinner for her. A long dining table was filled with various dishes, spicy crayfish, boiled pork slices, spicy chicken, hot pot tripe stew. All her favorites. Welcome home, master. Big Ding Dang bowed respectfully in perfect butler form. Thanks for your hard work. Bai Chenyue sat down and picked up her chopsticks, taking a piece of boiled pork and putting it in her mouth. Fresh, fragrant, numbing, spicy. Flavors exploded on her taste buds. With her enhanced super senses, the numbness of Sichuan peppercorns, the heat of chili, the richness of fermented bean paste, the aroma of garlic, everything became vividly intense. So good, she sincerely praised. While eating, she asked the standing Big Ding Dang. Big Ding Dang, during the time I was away, did anything major happen in the outside world? Chapter 386. Base under attack. Big Ding Dang straightened his body upon hearing his master's question. Yes, master. The Hope Base and the Dragon Shield Base were simultaneously subjected to large-scale attacks 7 days ago. According to analysis, the attack on the Dragon Shield Base was a diversion. The real target was the Hope Base. This attack resulted in over 10,000 deaths across both bases. The leader of the Hope Base, Tian, was killed in action. Bai Chenyue's chopsticks froze in midair. Hope Base. Rongcheng. Tian killed in action? Her heart suddenly sank. Pull up the relevant data. Yes, master. Big Ding Dang waved his hand, and the living room wall transformed into an ultra-high-definition screen. Surveillance footage was projected onto the wall. In the footage at the center of the base, a jagged tear suddenly appeared. The edges of the distorted space shimmered with a ghostly glow. Countless figures surged out from the crack. They wore uniform white combat suits, had various masks on their faces, and were equipped with standard weapons. Genetic-modified humans. Oracle. After landing, they formed combat formations. The energy weapons in their hands spewed destructive beams, firing at all civilians. They killed on sight, causing people to scream and scatter in all directions. The soldiers of the Hope Base fought back from behind the shattered buildings. Gunfire, explosions, and screams mixed together. Bai Chenyue watched everything on the screen, her hand holding the chopsticks frozen in midair. At that moment, a figure appeared in the footage. Tian stood on a flying sword, holding a thunder roar battle blade, charging straight into the densest formation of the Oracle Force's vanguard. A bunch of damn bastards. The base I'm protecting, and you still dare to attack it. Her signature curse clearly echoed through the recording equipment into Bai Chenyue's ears. The flying sword accelerated to its limit, drawing a straight silver line across the sky. The battle blade swung. Thunder erupted. The 3 genetic-modified soldiers in the front row were cut in half. Flesh, bones, and organs mixed with blood splattered in all directions. With a single strike, the Oracle formation was torn open. They saw that figure rampaging across the battlefield, and they saw hope for survival. It's the leader. We're saved. A mother holding her child, tears streaming down her face, gritted her teeth and ran backward. More enemies poured out from the spatial crack. The machine guns in their hands fired at Tian. Tian did not dodge. She controlled her flying sword and in the hail of bullets, harvested enemies in the most direct and brutal way. The flying sword pierced through them, leaving a trail of blood. Hold the line. Support Boss Tian. On the ground, the players of the Hope Base were also red-eyed. A tall, thin male player pulled out a metal sphere from his backpack and crushed it with force. Thorn barrier. A semi-transparent wall of energy vines rose from the ground, blocking in front of a group of civilians. Several energy beams struck the barrier. The vine wall trembled violently, its color rapidly fading. Die. From another direction, a muscular male player with a scorpion tattoo on his arm roared, and threw 2 heavy cleaver blades in his hands. The cleavers spun through the air with a piercing whistle, accurately decapitating 2 modified soldiers. But the next second, a white-robed apostle appeared behind him. His thin, skeletal finger pressed against the man's back. The muscular player's body rapidly withered, turning into a dried corpse that collapsed stiffly to the ground. The tall, thin player lasted less than 10 seconds as well. The thorn barrier shattered, and his body was hit by multiple energy beams, instantly riddled like a sieve. He didn't even manage to scream. On the battlefield, only Tian was still effectively killing enemies. But she was also being targeted. 3 powerful white-robed apostles stood in a triangular formation, surrounding her. "It's over, fat girl," the leading apostle said. "Your grandmother." Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. Her flying sword turned sharply and charged straight at one of the apostles. The apostle remained calm. A spear of pure energy appeared in his hand, thrusting straight toward her. The other 2 apostles attacked simultaneously. A lightning net spanning half a block suddenly appeared, sealing off all her escape routes. A thick energy beam shot toward her back from a tricky angle. Tian showed no fear. Instead, her expression was filled with madness. She did not slow down. Instead, she pushed her flying sword to its absolute limit. Just before the energy spear was about to pierce her, the tip of her flying sword precisely met the spearhead. Clang! A deafening impact. The energy spear in the apostle's hand shattered inch by inch. The apostle himself was forced back repeatedly by the violent force, his face filled with shock. But Tian did not fare well either. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy beam behind her had struck her solidly. The dark brown combat vest on her body absorbed most of the energy, but the impact still caused internal injuries. "Xiao Tian." From a distance, her brother Tian's roar echoed out. "Brother, don't come over. Protect Mom and Dad," Tian shouted back. Just as she was about to activate her flying sword again, the lightning net had already contracted, binding her and the sword together. Her body convulsed violently. Her hair stood on end, and wisps of green smoke rose from her body. The flying sword also lost control and carried her down from midair, crashing heavily onto the ground and smashing a deep crater into the concrete floor. "Capture her! The leader!" The apostles shouted excitedly as they closed in. A group of ordinary civilians who were fleeing, frightened by the explosion here, fell to the ground. They were less than 10 meters away from Tian. A little girl holding a doll stared blankly at the figure crawling out of the pit, its whole body still smoking. Tian struggled to her feet. She looked at the group of terrified civilians, then at the apostles closing in. She smiled. Her wounds had fully split open. She was covered in blood. "Come on then, you damn bastards." She held her flying sword horizontally in front of her, using her fat body as a shield, and stepped forward, step by step, toward the enemy. A modified soldier lunged at her. Tian did not dodge. Her flying sword pierced straight through his face, and the modified soldier collapsed rigidly. Another bone blade swung in from the side. Tian did not have time to block. She could only twist her body with all her strength. The bone blade did not cut her in half, but it carved a deep, long wound from her lower abdomen to her side waist, flesh turning outward. The pain made her vision go black. Using the momentum of her turn, she thrust her bloodied flying sword backward. Her body swayed from the blows, but she did not take a single step back. Every time an attack was directed toward the civilians behind her, she would use her own body to block it. Her back, thighs, shoulders, one after another, deep wounds kept being added to her body. Blood gushed out from her wounds, quickly staining the ground beneath her feet red. She has an issue with her armor. It's something from Talos, very high defense. A Oracle player noticed the dark brown vest on Tian's body, and shouted toward the apostles in front. Chapter 387. In the next life the apostle's expression turned dark. Seeing that the battle had dragged on without progress, and that they had instead lost several subordinates, he finally lost his patience. "Useless trash. Use the Talos weapons, blow her apart." Several players behind him rushed forward and pulled out strange tube-shaped weapons from their backs. The weapons were entirely silver-white, engraved with blue patterns. At the front of the barrels, terrifying energy began to converge, locking onto the fleeing civilians. The recording device captured her voice, filled with rage, echoing across the battlefield. "You damn bastards! Come at your granny then. What kind of skill is it to hit civilians? You want to save them?" One Oracle player sneered, his tone full of mockery. "Sure. Come here. Use your life to trade for theirs." The apostle looked at her with contempt, as if she were an insignificant insect. "I'll give you a choice," he said sarcastically. "Watch them die, or you die in their place. Or kneel down and beg me. I'll give you a quick death." Tian used up her very last strength and charged forward once again. Kneel your head. Chuan army has never backed down. She threw herself toward the most densely packed group of enemies, toward the oracle players who were about to unleash attacks on the ordinary civilians behind her. She spread her arms wide and used her own body to block several dark blue energy beams aimed at the civilians behind her. The beams pierced through her body. In her chest and abdomen, several shocking transparent holes were left behind. At the very same moment, the flying sword shot up from a corner and violently pierced through the apostle's heart, going straight through his body. You! The apostle collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Tian's body swayed. In the end, she still could not remain standing. She fell straight backward. She fell in front of the group of ordinary civilians she had protected with her life. Click! A sharp sound. The chopsticks in Bai Chenyue's hand snapped cleanly in half. Xiao Tian! Tianan shouted. Tian! It was Zhao Zhe. He had broken through the enemies surrounding him and rushed to Tian's side. But it was already too late. Tian lay in a pool of blood. There was almost not a single intact piece of her body left. Her originally robust frame now looked somewhat thin and fragile. She had only one last breath remaining. Seeing Zhao Zhe, who had fought his way over, a faint, relieved smile actually appeared on her face, like she had finally been freed. In the footage, one of her hands, mangled and exposed bone visible, still stubbornly lifted up. Her fingers moved through the air, performing some kind of operation. The leader of the Hope Base. I'm transferring it to you. Her voice was broken, every word mixed with blood foam, amplified by the recording device and piercing directly into Bai Chenyue's ears. Zhao Zhe's eyes were blood red. He knelt beside her, reaching out to support her to heal her. But looking at that ruined body, he couldn't even find a place to lay his hands. Hold on. Tian. You better hold on for me. The man who usually wore a mocking smile, who considered himself a chosen genius, was now producing nothing but choked, broken sounds. Tian weakly shook her head. Her gaze passed over Zhao Zhe and looked toward the empty space behind him. Her pupils were slightly unfocused, as if she were seeing someone who wasn't there. In the next life, see you. After saying her final words, her head tilted weakly to one side. The light in her eyes went out. The image froze there. It froze on Tian's face, covered in blood yet still carrying a faint smile. It froze on Zhao Zhe's face filled with unbearable pain. It was also frozen in Bai Chenyue's eyes, silent, yet filled with killing intent. Snap! A soft sound. The alloy chopsticks in her hand were unknowingly crushed into two halves. The living room fell into a deathly silence. The comedy show stopped. Big Yellow Bee ceased its singing and dancing, reverting back to robot form, standing rigidly in place. The melon in Atu's mouth fell to the ground. It stared blankly at the screen, then at its master. Its small black bean-like eyes were filled with fear and unease. It had never seen its master like this before. Bai Chenyue slowly, very slowly stood up. She walked to the front of the screen and stood there in silence. That fat girl who once gossiped with her about her brother's love life. That Sichuan girl who had once stuffed the base leader's token into her hand and said foolishly, "Only in your hands can this thing play its greatest value." She was gone. She died protecting a group of ordinary civilians she had never even met, in a place Bai Chenyue could not see. And her final words were left for her. In the next life, see you. There is no next life. When someone dies, there is nothing left. Bai Chenyue slowly withdrew her hand, turned around and walked step by step back toward the dining table. On the table, the dishes were still steaming, still fragrant, still rich with aroma. She sat down, picked up a new pair of chopsticks, and once again lifted a piece of boiled pork into her mouth. The super senses made her taste perception unimaginably sharp. She could clearly taste it, inside that slice of meat, soaked through with a salty, bitter flavor called tears. Tears of unwillingness, shed before the thorn barrier shattered. Tears of hatred, shed before the warriors fell. Tears of agony, shed when Zhao Zhe knelt on the ground, holding his friend's cold body. Tears of ice-cold despair, flowing through Tian as she lay in a pool of blood. So it turned out, not only tears were salty, blood was salty too. She chewed mechanically, swallowing. Again and again she stuffed the dishes on the table into her mouth, bite after bite. As if only by doing this could she fill the hollow space inside her that was collapsing inward at a terrifying speed. A long time passed. She finally put down her chopsticks. Her face returned to calm, an eerie, unsettling calm. "Master, will you attend the morning?" Big Ding Dang asked, having detected fluctuations in Bai Chenyue's heart rate and cortisol levels. Bai Chenyue looked up. Base Commander Guo Changfan has announced that at 9 a.m. tomorrow, a memorial ceremony will be held at the central square of the Hope Base for all personnel who died in this incident, Big Ding Dang reported. Bai Chenyue stood up. "Prepare it. I'll go send her off for the last time." The night was as dark as ink. Rongqing Hope Base. After the devastating blow 7 days ago, it had become a city of wounds. The air was filled with a complex mix of disinfectant and dust, lingering, inescapable. Bai Chenyue, concealed and unseen, hovered in the air, looking down at this battered and broken base. It was called hope, yet it was filled with pain. She did not descend. The images on the screen kept replaying in her mind again and again. Tiantian's final smile as she lay in a pool of blood, and that light, almost indifferent sentence, "In the next life, see you." She thought she had long become accustomed to life and death, accustomed to the cruelty of the apocalypse. But when death fell upon someone familiar, she realized she still hadn't gotten used to it. She slowly closed her eyes, letting the night wind brush against the hem of her clothes. When she opened them again, all sorrow and fragility in her gaze had been replaced by killing intent. Chapter 388. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Morning. Bai Chenyue stood in front of a full-length mirror. Using interstellar black technology, she made her neatly cut short hair grow at a visible speed. In a short time it cascaded past her shoulder blades, covering half of her cheek. She stood up, changed into the most ordinary black tracksuit, and pulled up her hood, hiding her entire face in shadow. After finishing all of this, she left the fortress without a sound. She swallowed an invisibility mushroom and merged into the darkness before dawn. She did not want to reveal her identity. She only wanted to be an ordinary mourner. When she arrived at the outskirts of the Hope Base, the sky was already beginning to lighten. She instructed Big Ding Dang to block all surrounding surveillance. Then in a deserted corner, she deactivated her invisibility and revealed herself. The scene before her was even more shocking than what she had seen in the surveillance footage. The once flat roads had become pitted and broken. The buildings on both sides were covered in spiderweb-like cracks and scorch marks from artillery fire. Collapsed steel and concrete had not yet been fully cleared. Twisted metal frames pointed toward the gray sky. Teams of soldiers and volunteers silently transported rubble. Occasionally, suppressed cries echoed from some corner, quickly swallowed by louder chaos. Everywhere were the injured and survivors with hollow, vacant eyes. Muted sobbing drifted intermittently from temporary shelter tents. Grief hung over the Hope Base like a shroud. At the center of the base, the central square had already been cleared and turned into a temporary memorial site. Bai Chenyue lowered her hood even further and merged into the crowd heading toward the central square of the base. At the center of the square stood a newly erected black memorial monument, like a silent blade piercing straight into the sky. In front of it, there was already a sea of people. Not only residents of the Hope Base, but also people from various shelters across the region who had come of their own accord. They held small white flowers in their hands and lined up in long queues, walking forward step by step in silence toward the monument. Bai Chenyue moved forward with the crowd. Her loose hair covered her face, making her appear like an ordinary, unremarkable girl. She advanced slowly with the flow of people. Around her were murmured conversations from ordinary civilians, words that made the heavy atmosphere even more sorrowful. "I'm fine. I'm still alive. Compared to little Tian and the others, I'm already lucky," said a young soldier in a wheelchair, his leg amputated. He was comforting his crying wife beside him. "Child, don't be afraid. So many heroes are with you. You won't be lonely over there." A mother who had lost her child whispered to herself as she gently placed a paper-folded white flower at the base of the monument. Her eyes were swollen red. She had already cried many times. "My son also died that day. He was only 19, had just joined the army for half a year. An old man with white hair repeated over and over again to a stranger beside him. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead in the crowd. Bai Chenyue raised her eyes. A woman had collapsed to her knees, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. In her arms, she tightly held a little girl with twin ponytails. It was the mother from the surveillance footage, the one who had been shielded by Tian's body during the attack. A hero. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The woman's crying pierced the hearts of everyone around her. The little girl did not understand what had happened. She simply clung to her mother's neck and cried softly. Bai Chenyue's gaze did not linger. She continued moving forward. She finally reached the memorial monument. At its base, a sea of white flowers stretched endlessly. Bai Chenyue looked at it in silence, took out a small bouquet, and gently placed it at the edge of the sea of flowers. It was a small cluster of bright, blooming sunflowers. Rest in peace, she said softly. Her voice was very light, quickly swallowed by the surrounding sobs and the wind. She saw Guochangfan. He stood in a straight military uniform in front of the monument, having removed his glasses. His posture was rigid, his expression completely blank. Only his bloodshot eyes revealed everything. Beside him stood Zhao Zhe. He was dressed in black, his eye sockets deeply sunken, unshaven, standing motionless. Bai Chenyue stopped within the crowd and said nothing. The memorial ceremony began. Guochangfan stepped forward. His voice, amplified through speakers, spread across the entire square. 7 days ago, we lost 8,754 fellow citizens. We lost 3,412 soldiers. We lost our leader. Their names are engraved here. Their spirit remains with us. I, Guochangfan, hereby swear. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Oracle must be eradicated. We will find them, hunt them down, until the last enemy turns to ash. This is my promise to all the fallen, and also my promise to all the survivors. On the square, the cries of grief merged into a vast ocean. Bai Chenyue stood at the edge of the crowd. After offering her flower, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she turned and walked toward the electronic honor board on the side of the monument. The honor board continuously scrolled the names and photos of all those who had died in the attack. Bai Chenyue's gaze slowly swept across the screen. Very soon she found a familiar name. Tian. The photo was black and white. In it, Tian wore camouflage uniform, grinning carelessly, laughing without a care in the world. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Bai Chenyue's gaze froze on that black and white photo. She suddenly remembered that in refuge shelter R01, Tian had pointed at the merit wall with bright, sparkling eyes and said to her, I also want to be on the list. Now she was on it. In the most tragic way possible. Bai Chenyue's gaze slowly moved downward. Right next to Tian's photo was another name. Tianan, her brother. Further down, Luo Yi, Tianan's lover. Further down, Tian Zhangwo, her father. Oh, except for Tian's mother, the photos of the entire family were neatly arranged side by side. All of them were black and white. Bai Chenyue slowly raised her head again, looking at Tian's black and white photo with its carefree, heartless smile. As you wished, she murmured. Only she could hear her voice. At some point the sky had grown dark. A drop of rain struck her cheek, then a second, then a third. The rain began to fall in a thin drizzle, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. The crowd around her stirred in commotion, people hurriedly searching for shelter from the rain. Only Bai Chenyue remained standing quietly in front of the honor board, unmoving. She stood in the torrential downpour, letting the rain soak through her long hair and drench her clothes. Water slid down her pale face, indistinguishable now, whether it was rain or tears. Slowly she clenched her fist. Her neatly trimmed nails dug deeply into her palm, breaking the skin, yet she felt no pain. On that face, calm to the point of being terrifying, there was no expression, but deep within her eyes, killing intent was quietly taking root. Oracle. From this moment on, no end until one side was dead. Chapter 389, The Pope's Fury. A torrential rain washed over Rongqing, and also over the white sea of flowers in front of the memorial monument. Bai Chenyue stood in the rain, unmoving. She remembered that in her past life, this continuous downpour had been the sign of the coming of the day of eternal light. After a week of nonstop rain, there would be no night for months. But now, everything was completely different from her previous life. The apocalypse had already drifted far off its original track, heading toward an unknown direction. Only one thing remained unchanged: natural disasters. Inside a shelter, it was noisy and crowded. The air was thick with a heavy mix of sweat, food, and disinfectant, so dense it was hard to breathe. Wang Lei held a metal tray, standing in the long queue for food distribution. He had just returned from Mao Mao's game. The exhaustion in his body had not yet faded, but his mind remained tightly wound. In his thoughts, the scenes of battling the Shang beast kept replaying. Invisible claws tearing through flesh, the sensation of blood and bone being ripped apart. While spacing out, a tall, thin man suddenly squeezed directly in front of Wang Lei, rudely thrusting a porcelain bowl toward the serving window. A suppressed commotion rose through the long line. Wang Lei's brows furrowed. "Get back in line," he said. The man who had cut in turned his head and gave Wang Lei a once-over, like he was sizing up a piece of merchandise. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Who the hell are you? New here? You think you've got a say?" As soon as he finished speaking, two more shameless-looking companions squeezed forward with grins. They rudely shoved an elderly man who was bent over in front of Wang Lei aside. Seeing this, Wang Lei quickly reached out to steady the old man. But the two companions brazenly took their place right behind the first man. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out." One of them snarled through clenched teeth at the crowd that was watching in dissatisfaction. The people in line all lowered their heads, too afraid to meet their eyes. Wang Lei's mind suddenly went blank with a buzz. A sharp thought screamed wildly inside his skull. "Kill them! Kill them!" Blood rushed to his head. The faces of the three men in front of him rapidly enlarged in his vision, their mocking expressions becoming crystal clear. His hand holding the tray began to tremble uncontrollably. His knuckles bulged from excessive force, and the edge of the metal tray bent under his grip. No, he couldn't act here. Wang Lei abruptly lowered his head, his teeth grinding so hard they creaked. He forced himself with all his strength to resist the murderous impulse that was about to swallow his reason whole. Almost instinctively, he reached up and touched his neck. Don't hold it back," he muttered under his breath, trying to drown out the screaming inside his head with his own voice. The men who had cut in line heard his self-talk and exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Ha, look at this guy. A lunatic. Some mentally ill freak. Forget him, hurry up and get food. I'm starving." Wang Lei couldn't stay any longer. He dropped his tray, turned, and squeezed out of the crowd, fleeing the cafeteria. He would rather go hungry than lose control and kill someone here. Staggering, he ran into an empty stairwell. Leaning against the rough concrete wall, he gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently. After a long while, the screaming in his mind gradually faded, replaced by lingering ghost-like whispers. Bone-deep fear slowly crept up from the soles of his feet and wrapped around his heart. What was happening to him? Ever since returning from the game, he had been wrong. He didn't know how long passed before the cramping pain in his stomach became unbearable. Wang Lei pushed himself off the wall and walked out unsteadily, looking for something he could eat. Just as he turned the corner of the corridor, he saw the three men sitting together, devouring their food and loudly bragging about something. The man who had first cut in line stood up, cursing under his breath as he walked alone toward the public restroom at the back of the shelter. Wang Lei stopped. The voice returned. This time it was no longer a mad scream, but a low whisper, like a snake's tongue brushing against his ear, seductive and cold. "He's alone. No one can see. Do it. Release your anger. He'll be dead, and no one will ever look down on you again." Wang Lei's body began to move on its own. He followed behind the man step by step, walking into the dimly lit corridor. Every step landed precisely within the shadow of the man in front. The restroom was one of the few blind spots with no surveillance. There was no one inside. The man had just unzipped his pants and hadn't even had time to react when Wang Lei suddenly rushed up from behind. One hand clamped tightly over the man's mouth, cutting off any chance for him to make a sound. The other hand pulled out a standard-issue dagger he had obtained in the game from his lower back. With all his strength, He drove it straight into the man's back. Ugh! The man's body suddenly stiffened, then went limp like a puddle of mud, no longer moving. The moment it was done, the whispering in his mind vanished. Rationality, mixed with a violent urge to vomit, returned to his body. Wang Lei stared at his hands now covered in warm, sticky liquid, and his stomach churned violently. He had killed someone. He had killed someone. No. He couldn't be seen. He had to hide the body. Panicking, Wang Lei dragged the corpse into the innermost toilet stall, and hastily covered it with a broken wooden board and several dirty, stained tarps. Extreme fear made his legs weak. He could barely stand. Then, that whisper returned. Take it. Wang Lei's gaze instinctively fell back onto the buried body. He reached out his hand and grabbed toward the corpse. Oh! Oracle base. Above the vast dome ceiling was a massive mural depicting the descent of gods. 12 towering pillars were carved with intricate reliefs. The floor was made of flawless white marble, polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the colorful light pouring in from stained glass windows on both sides. The air was filled with the scent of expensive incense, sacred, solemn. A messenger in a white robe stumbled into the grand hall, collapsing onto the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably like a sieve. Lord Pope, the last round of the game. All the players we sent have lost contact. On the high throne, the Pope slowly opened his eyes. All of them. His tone was calm, devoid of any emotion, yet it made the temperature in the hall drop instantly. The messenger lowered his head even further, almost pressing it against the floor. Yes, all of them, none returned. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Dozens of white-robed apostles standing in attendance did not dare to breathe loudly. They all knew what Flame Demon and Crow represented. One of Oracle's core armed forces. The Pope remained silent. He did not erupt in anger, nor did he question further. He simply rose slowly from the sacred throne. Step by step he walked down the towering stairs. Chapter 390. Player Location. The messenger felt a shadow enveloping him, and he trembled even more violently. A wet stain rapidly spread through the crotch area of his pants. The Pope stopped in front of him. Useless. The Pope spat out 2 words. The messenger's whole body shook. The Pope took out a handgun and fired a shot at the messenger's head. Clean it up. Immediately, 2 apostles stepped forward and skillfully disposed of the corpse and the mess on the ground, as if nothing had ever happened. The Pope walked to the center of the great hall. Who did it? He asked calmly, and all the apostles could feel the earth-shattering rage hidden beneath that tranquility. An apostle in charge of intelligence stepped out and knelt on one knee. We just received urgent intelligence from our allies. He paused for a moment before continuing his report. The Eagle Saw site has confirmed that in the Mau Mau world, the ones who wiped out the Flame Demon and the Crow were Who's That So-and-so? Who's that so-and-so? The Pope repeated the name, letting out a low laugh. Good. A heretic who dares to challenge the majesty of God. He turned and walked back to the holy throne, looking down upon the people below. The glory of divine revelation must not be defiled, and the authority of God must not be challenged. It's just that they killed tens of thousands of ants from 2 of their bases, and they already start screaming for blood debts to be repaid. This time, I will show them what true despair is. I will make all players clearly understand the consequences of opposing God. The Pope spread his arms, his tone fanatical. I command. Go find Fox and use player positioning to lock onto the location of Who's That So-and-so. Have the others prepare. Go and take Who's That So-and-so's head. I will hang it at the gate. As you command. Oh, Eternal Fortress. Bai Chenyue changed out of her soaked clothes and dried her hair. At that moment, a mechanical notification sounded in her mind. Warning. You have been locked onto. Hint. A player has locked onto your approximate location, within a range of 100 kilometers. Bai Chenyue's entire body tensed. Locked onto? 100 kilometers? In this deep mountain range apart from her, there was no other living person. Had the enemy already reached her doorstep? She pulled up the fortress's external surveillance. On the 360-degree, blind spot-free feed, there was nothing unusual except the rustling of the wind and grass. For some reason, she recalled the surveillance footage of the Hope base being attacked. that irregular spatial rift that had appeared out of nowhere. The people of divine revelation had used that rift to descend directly into the center of the base. Could it be spatial teleportation? Combining that with the notification she had just received, a possibility began to take shape in Bai Chenyue's mind. Divine revelation possessed a method to lock onto a player's location and perform long-distance teleportation. Once they initiated an attack, no matter where she hid, they would be able to come straight to her door. By then, her identity and location would all be exposed. Bai Chenyue put down the hairdryer and began considering her next move. A direct confrontation was not wise. The enemy outnumbered her, possessed unknown teleportation methods, and a direct assault on the fortress was only a matter of time. At that moment, Ding Dang switched one of the walls into a news broadcast. On the screen was Guochang Fan. He stood in front of the ruins of the Hope Base, facing countless cameras as he delivered an impassioned speech. We will rebuild our homeland. We will become stronger. The Hope Base will undergo Phase 3 expansion, upgrading into a super large comprehensive base. We will absorb more players, recruit more players. We will make this place the most solid stronghold for all survivors. Bai Chenyue stopped walking. A bold plan began to form in her mind. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The best way to hide a leaf is to hide it in a forest. She turned and looked at Ding Dang, who stood respectfully to the side. Quantum classmate. I'm here, master. A stream of blue data appeared out of thin air, condensing into a chibi virtual figure of Quantum classmate. Can Eternal Fortress change its appearance? Bai Chenyue asked directly. Of course, master. Quantum classmate immediately replied. Through holographic projection technology and material simulation, I can disguise the fortress as any building form you want, ensuring that no flaws can be seen from the outside. After hearing this, Bai Chenyue's plan was set. She immediately pushed open the door of the Eternal Fortress and stepped outside. Behind her, the originally futuristic fortress began to transform. The metallic exterior lines softened, and the modular structure decomposed and reassembled. In the end, a plain, unremarkable two-story house replaced the fortress's original appearance. Ordinary, inconspicuous. Exactly what she wanted. Master, the holographic projection and material simulation systems are operating normally. Quantum, this won't be discovered, right? No, master. As long as no one enters the interior of the fortress, it will not be detected. Bai Chenyue was very satisfied. A light beneath the lamp. An excellent hiding place, a perfect hunting ground. She was going to infiltrate the Hope Base. Hope Base. When Bai Chenyue once again stood on this land, the sky had already brightened, and the rain had weakened, turning into a continuous drizzle. The base before her looked like a giant that had just undergone major surgery, its body wrapped in bandages. Traces of construction were everywhere. Towering cranes slowly rotated in the rain curtain, emitting dull rumbling sounds. Countless players, soldiers, and ordinary survivors formed construction teams, weaving through the muddy construction site. Bai Chenyue bypassed the most densely populated areas and walked straight toward the newly planned residential district of the base. Recalling Guochang Fan's speech about revitalizing the Hope Base, she successfully located the temporary office responsible for residential planning and construction. Bai Chenyue pushed the door open and entered. The room was not large. Several simple tables were pushed together, with a few staff members sitting around, all busy working. A refined, scholarly-looking young man raised his head. Hello, what can I help you with? I want to build a house in the base, Bai Chenyue said, lowering her voice. Her hood covered most of her face. The person in charge put down the blueprints in his hands and pointed to a chair nearby. Please sit. He took out a document and handed it to Bai Chenyue. This is the base's housing construction regulations. You can take a look. In short, depending on the area you choose, you will need to pay a certain amount of in-game currency or points every month. Bai Chenyue took the document and quickly scanned it. From 80 square meters to 150 square meters, the price increased step by step. A 100 square meter player residential plot required a monthly payment of 20,000 in-game currency. I don't have points, Bai Chenyue said, placing the document back on the table. Then you can only use in-game currency. The person in charge nodded as if this was routine. I'll take 150 square meters. Alright, please register your personal information and in-game nickname here. The person in charge handed over a registration tablet. Bai Chenyue took it. In the field for in-game nickname she wrote a few words. Stronger than livingly Kue. Chapter 391. There is something I need your help with. I'm sorry to trouble you, but please place my house farther away. I'm socially anxious. The registration officer looked up, examining the person in front of him who was wrapped up tightly. Plots inside the base were more valuable the closer they were to the center. They represented safety and convenience. This was the first time he had seen someone actively request a remote, deserted edge location. Player stronger than livingly Kue has transferred 20,000 in-game currency to you. The player handling finance received the transfer notification and nodded to the registration officer. The officer stopped asking questions and wrote down the information on the registration form. Name Bai Chenyue. Game nickname. Stronger than livingly Kue. Plot. Zone A095. The officer took a metal plate engraved with the 095 from the drawer and pushed it over. Turn left outside. Go find it yourself. Bai Chenyue took the plate, said nothing, and turned to leave. Following the instructions, she quickly found her plot. A 095. The location was absurdly remote. White boundary lines marked empty plots around it, and far away only a few scattered construction vehicles were operating in the distance. All around was still open land. She was the only resident. Bai Chenyue walked to the center of her plot and took out a silver cubic box from her spatial storage, about 10 cubic meters in size. The box unfolded silently, revealing the core module of the Eternal Fortress. Quantum Classmate. Activate holographic projection. Sync and modify all surveillance records within the area. In the next second, in all external surveillance and to the naked eye, a bustling construction project began. The entire process looked exactly like a normal in-game house construction. In reality, it was only a three-dimensional projection cast by the Eternal Fortress. The true fortress had already expanded its deeper structure underground, merging with the land itself. Night fell. The two-story house was already completed. Even the lawn in the yard had been laid. But in external construction records and surveillance footage, the progress bar for this area was still slowly moving. Bai Chenyue watched the lights gradually turn on outside, along with the still busy figures. The rain had stopped. Moist ground was warmed by the rising sun, releasing white mist. The entire Hope Base echoed with the rumble of construction. Her house was finally marked as completed in the official records. New neighbors arrived around her A-zone plot. Several player families carrying luggage and children followed their assigned plot numbers to their locations. They looked at the freshly drawn white lines on the ground, then at the two-story house not far away, already fully built and even lit up. Someone already moved in? The house is already finished. Don't worry about others. We've got ours too. I wonder what in-game buildings are like. The description says they're pretty comfortable. Most players only have one-story houses. That one's 2 stories must be rich. Anyone who can afford a 2-story blueprint and gather all the materials smoothly is definitely not ordinary. Better be polite if we meet them later. Don't cause trouble. The group exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Inside the Eternal Fortress living room, Bai Chenyue held a steaming cup of milk tea, looking through the one-way floor-to-ceiling window at everything outside. It was time for the second step. She walked to the mirror. Big Ding Dang controlled a set of micro-mechanical arms. A laser swept through her hair. In less than a minute, her long hair was restored into a neat short cut. Having interstellar tech really was convenient. Instant hair length switching, no worries about growth. It would all grow back in a few minutes anyway. She checked her appearance in the mirror. Satisfied that nothing was off, she put on a white cat mask painted with a strange smiling face. Big Ding Dang, locate Guo Changfan's current position. Master, the base leader Guo Changfan is currently in the command center, hosting a reconstruction meeting. Bai Chenyue nodded, then stepped out of her home. The moment she crossed the threshold, her entire body turned into a blurred distortion, then vanished completely. Invisibility activated. Walking through the streets of the Hope Base, her senses enhanced by Super 5 senses activated again. Complex smells, the distant rumble of cranes, Nearby conversations, arguments, cries. Countless sounds and scents intertwined, trying to invade her mind. Bai Chenyue filtered out everything unnecessary one by one. At the command center, armed soldiers stood guard outside. The atmosphere tense and killing intent thick. She walked straight in. No one saw her. Inside the command center, in the innermost office, she met Guochangfan. Guochangfan sat behind his desk, piles of documents stacked like a mountain in front of him. Base leader. A voice suddenly echoed in the room without warning. Guochangfan abruptly looked up toward the source. From the empty air, a figure gradually formed, from nothing to something. When the familiar white cat mask with its strange smiling face fully appeared in his view, Guochangfan's tightly tense muscles relaxed, and he smiled. Leaning back in his chair, a wave of exhaustion returned to him. "It's you." Bai Chenyue said nothing, simply pulled over a chair and sat down. The two faced each other. Her gaze swept over Guochangfan, and a faint blue stream of data flashed in her eyes. Target, Guochangfan. Game nickname, prosperity flourishing. Status, severe fatigue, mental exhaustion, sleep deprivation, over 150 hours, cortisol severely elevated, arrhythmia. Note: a man walking on the edge of sudden death due to overwork. Friendly reminder: if he keeps this up, he might put up a flag for himself before divine revelation even arrives. As expected, the previous rank 2. Bai Chenyue withdrew her gaze. Guochangfan also looked at her, or rather at the mask. "Your infiltration ability is more frightening than an army." He took off his glasses, rubbed his aching temples, and gave a self-mocking smile. "Theoretically, this office is the safest place in the entire base. After the attack, we immediately upgraded all security systems. But it seems it still can't stop you." He paused. "Or rather, it can't stop a top-tier player." Bai Chenyue smiled. "If I wanted to act, no one could stop me." Guochangfan nodded in agreement. Confidence befitting the top ranker. "That's right." He looked at the mysterious ally before him, his emotions complicated. From foreseeing the apocalypse, exchanging supplies, assisting the national team, to the world of the Momeos. Every time at the most critical moment for Huaxia, this person appeared. Never initiating contact, never asking for reward. "Here today for something?" Guochangfan asked with a smile. "I came because there is something," Bai Chenyue said. "I need your help." Chapter 392. "I'll be the bait, you set the ambush." Guochangfan looked at the cat-faced mask in front of him, and for a moment he didn't react. "Help." His extremely fatigued and sluggish brain took 2 full seconds to process the word. Hearing that word come out of the mouth of the top-ranked player felt unreal no matter how he thought about it. Guochangfan straightened his posture, a serious expression appearing on his tired face. "Go on." Bai Chenyue didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I've been locked onto by the people from divine revelation." Guochangfan's pupils contracted slightly. "I received a notification. The other side has locked onto my approximate location, within a range of 100 kilometers, Bai Chenyue said slowly, her tone completely steady. "I suspect divine revelation possesses some method of tracking players." Guochangfan was no fool. He immediately understood what she meant. A capability that could ignore geographical distance and launch a decapitation strike against a specific player anytime, anywhere. That meant that in front of divine revelation, any base or defensive structure was effectively meaningless. If they wanted, they could appear anywhere they wished and kill anyone they chose. However, the only silver lining was that the range was limited to 100 kilometers. "If they can lock onto you, they can lock onto any of us," Guochangfan said in a low voice. "All of us have become live targets." "Exactly." Bai Chenyue tapped the table lightly. "That's why I came to you. Instead of passively waiting for them to come to us, we might as well take the initiative and draw them out." Guochangfan adjusted his glasses. "You mean?" "I'll be the bait. You set the ambush," Bai Chenyue said concisely. Guochangfan's mind began racing. "What are the chances?" Bai Chenyue answered without hesitation. "With your strength added in, the odds of winning are high." She looked at him and continued. "Divine revelation slaughtered nearly 10,000 civilians at Hope Base. Do you want to avenge that blood debt?" Guochangfan's hand, resting on the table, tightened until his knuckles turned white. Did he want to? He dreamed of it. These past few days, every time he closed his eyes, all he saw were the densely packed names on the memorial, and all he heard were the cries of the survivors. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Once they arrive through teleportation, we'll make sure they never leave. We can do it like this. After a long while, the plan took shape. Bai Chenyue's figure gradually faded into the air, until she completely disappeared. In the office, only Guo Changfan remained. He walked to the window, looking at the bustling reconstruction outside, then at the thin layer of sweat in his palm. Pass down my orders. He picked up the phone and issued commands. Summon all members of the national team and all officers. 15 minutes from now. Meeting in conference room 1. Also, notify the commander of the Special Operations Battalion. Full unit on level 1 combat readiness. Await my orders. Oh. A small plain house sat nestled in a mountain hollow, the place where the Eternal Fortress had originally stood. On the open ground, the air twisted. An irregular black rift appeared. Along its edges flickered a dim purple glow, connecting to an unknown place. They're here. Zhu Yunyang's heartbeat accelerated. He pressed down hard on his communicator. All units, attention. Target has appeared. All the soldiers and players watching through their scopes held their breath. This was it. Exactly the same rift as the one that had appeared during the attack on Hope Base 7 days ago. When enemies meet, rage ignites. The black rift, like the gaping maw of a demon, began to spit out people. One after another, figures clad in combat suits and wearing ferocious masks stepped out of the rift. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Upon landing, they quickly formed combat formations, energy weapons in their hands glowing. Genetically modified soldiers. Minions of divine revelation. More than 500 of them emerged one after another. After landing, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Did we get the wrong place? The leader was a tall masked man. His mask a grinning clown. The positioning is correct. Who's that so-and-so is right here. That shabby house up ahead is their residence. We searched for 5 full days, we finally found it. One of the modified soldiers said excitedly through the helmet communicator. The target is very cunning, using official protection and even disguising the base. If Fox hadn't conducted another large-scale positioning, and if we hadn't sent people to sweep and scout the area, we never would have found it. The Flame Demon and the Crow both fell at the hands of who's that so-and-so. His Holiness the Pope has ordered us to bring back his head. Stay sharp, don't capsize in a gutter, the clown-masked man said. He's just a lone wolf, how strong could he be? Another modified soldier said with disdain. With so many of us here, and with you Lord Clown personally leading the team, crushing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. The clown-masked man let out a cold snort. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Don't forget, this is Huaxia's territory. End it quickly. Take the head and withdraw. Yes. They moved cautiously in combat formation, closing in on the small house. They did not notice that, in the darkness not far away, countless gun barrels and artillery muzzles had already been aimed at them. Fire! Through the highest command authority, Bai Chenyue issued the attack order to all combat units. The night was torn apart by firelight. Countless streams of gunfire burst from the darkness. Accompanied by deafening roars, they engulfed Divine Revelation's forces. The outermost genetically modified soldiers were the first to be hit. They didn't even have time to react before being torn to pieces by the dense barrage of firepower. Flesh and blood splattered, and the air filled with the smell of burning and gunpowder. Spread out! Defend! The clown-masked man roared. The energy shield around his body activated, blocking the first wave of attacks. But the modified soldiers around him weren't so lucky. Their shields shattered the moment they lit up, their bodies pierced through by artillery fire. Damn it! There's an ambush. It's a trap. We've been set up. Suppressing fire. Return fire. Divine Revelation's formation fell into chaos. They were well trained, but faced with overwhelming saturation level attacks pouring in from all directions, they were completely caught off guard. Lord Clown, we're surrounded. Their firepower is too strong. One of the modified soldiers shouted. The clown-masked man's eyes turned grim. He had underestimated who's that so-and-so. Charge through. The target is who's that so-and-so. Capture them and we'll have leverage to negotiate. He took the lead, charging toward the small house under the barrage of intense fire. What greeted him was an even fiercer round of attacks. Bang! 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 Dozens of explosive mushrooms were precisely thrown along his path, their blasts forming a wall of fire that blocked his advance. The clown-masked man was thrown off his feet by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ground. Before he could even get up, a streak of silver light shot out from the darkness, aiming straight for his face. Chapter 393. Locking onto any player on a global scale. Silver light tore through the night. That streak of radiance was unbelievably fast, carrying a piercing sharpness capable of penetrating anything, aimed straight at the clown-masked man's forehead. Clang! At the critical moment, the clown-masked man raised the energy gun in his hand in shock to block it. Metal collided with the sword tip, bursting into dazzling sparks. An irresistible force surged along the gun, splitting the web of his hand and instantly numbing his entire arm. The weapon nearly flew out of his grasp. He was forced back several steps by that force, each step leaving deep footprints in the ground, his face filled with shock. Who's that soul? You finally dare to show yourself. Enduring the intense pain in his arm, the clown-masked man shouted hoarsely. Bai Chenyue's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. She wore a black combat suit, with a pair of dark wings on her back. A hood covered most of her face, and the smiling cat mask appeared especially eerie under the flickering firelight. None of you will escape. Bai Chenyue raised her hand. Dozens of drones descended from the sky, the explosive mushrooms they carried pouring down like rain, precisely falling into divine revelations formation. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted one after another, flames soaring into the sky. Divine revelations forces were torn apart once again, suffering heavy casualties. The clown-masked man stared at Bai Chenyue, rage burning in his eyes. We've fallen into your trap this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Bai Chenyue ignored him. A cluster of golden flames ignited out of thin air in her palm. The flame was small, yet it contained a terrifying power capable of burning everything to nothing. The surrounding air warped from its presence, and even light seemed to be devoured. The expression on the clown-masked man's face turned into utter disbelief when he saw the golden flame. Golden flame? The flame demon's golden flame. How is it in your hands? Bai Chenyue remained silent and gave a light wave of her hand. The cluster of golden fire suddenly surged, transforming into a vast golden inferno that stretched across the sky, sweeping toward the remaining forces of divine revelation with unstoppable force. Wherever the wave of fire passed, the genetically modified soldiers panicked and fled, but were quickly caught by the flames, disintegrated and annihilated without leaving even a speck of dust behind. Screams echoed endlessly. Lives that existed one moment were erased from the world the next. With a single strike, the battlefield was cleared. Monster, you're a monster. The clown-masked man's teeth trembled uncontrollably. The mission had failed. Who's that so-and-so had joined forces with the Huaxia authorities, deliberately laying a net from which there was no escape, to bury them all here without leaving a single survivor. Retreat! Retreat! He shouted the order. But the surrounding web of firepower showed no signs of weakening. If anything, it only grew more intense. The warriors and players of Huaxia land were as if injected with adrenaline, frantically unleashing their firepower. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. The clown-masked man attempted to break through. Bai Chenyue's gaze pierced through the mask and landed on him. As if she had already predicted all his movements, the flying sword would always appear with pinpoint accuracy on his path of advance, cutting off his escape route. You can't get away. The flying sword let out a clear, resonant hum, once again transforming into a streak of silver lightning. No! The clown-masked man tried to flee, but his body's reaction speed simply couldn't keep up. Poochie! A flash of silver light swept past. His tendons in both hands and feet were precisely severed. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of rotten mud, completely losing his ability to resist. The soldiers and players of the base emerged from their hiding places, their weapons spewing out the flames of vengeance. What the hell? What kind of fire is that? It burned everything without leaving a trace. Zhao Zhe blasted the head of a straggling enemy with a single shot. Looking at the battlefield that had been completely wiped clean, he was so excited his face turned red, even his voice changing pitch. Is that what the top-ranked player's strength looks like? Stop standing around. Charge. Anyone who dares slack off in front of the big shot will double their training volume when we get back. As he shouted, he became even more fired up, as if injected with adrenaline, and threw himself more ferociously at the remaining enemies. He was determined to leave a good impression in front of his idol. Save the boss. And several apostles, seeing the clown being captured, charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Bai Chenyue did not dodge. She swung her flying sword and decapitated several apostles. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. The members of Divine Oracle lost their command, and their formation collapsed. Big shot! She screamed excitedly. Bringing her hands together, two thick water dragons condensed out of thin air, roaring as they charged into the enemy ranks, smashing several players of Divine Oracle who were attempting a counterattack into disarray. She ran toward Bai Chenyue, her face full of excitement. Big shot, I'm Nyota Paiyenzi. I really admire you. Bai Chenyue turned her head to look at her. Realization flickered across her expression, so it was her. She nodded, considering it a greeting. She saw two vividly formed water dragons. Under Lu Qian's control, they would sometimes transform into resilient water whips, and at other times condense into sharp water blades. Their offense and defense switched seamlessly, moving with incredible agility. Player Lu Qian. Game nickname, Nyota Paiyenzi. Status: extremely excited, spiritual energy consumption 45%, water affinity ability affected by emotions, activity level increased by 15%. Note: she currently looks like someone at a live concert who has seen their idol in the flesh, so excited she might perform a flooding Jinshan temple act on the spot. Don't ask why she's this happy, answer. She's seen the top-ranked player alive. Bai Chenyue withdrew her gaze. She remembered this ability. Zhu Yunyang held a submachine gun and shouted at the top of his lungs. Holy crap! It's really the top-ranked player. Brothers, charge. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of the big shot. He wielded a modified submachine gun, fully unleashing its firepower, bullets pouring out in a torrent, pinning the modified enemies so hard they couldn't lift their heads. The people of Divine Oracle were completely surrounded. Under Bai Chenyue's assault together with the soldiers and players, their formation rapidly collapsed. The battle ended quickly. Gong Changfan led a squad of soldiers over at a brisk pace. Looking at the devastation across the ground and the death zone scorched by golden flames, he began commanding the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and check the injured. Take them alive, Gong Changfan ordered. Several Divine Oracle players were forcibly pinned to the ground, their masks ripped off, revealing faces filled with fear. Gong Changfan walked up to Bai Chenyue and looked at her deeply. Hard work. Bai Chenyue stepped in front of the crippled clown and looked down at him from above. Speak. Who gave you the coordinates? The clown-masked man coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at her with hatred. You wish. Before he could finish, Bai Chenyue stepped on his broken hand and slowly ground it down. Aya! Bones shattered, accompanied by a piercing scream that turned the faces of the surrounding captured Divine Oracle players deathly pale. I'll say it again. Who is it? Bai Chenyue's voice was cold. It's the fox. It's the fox in our organization. Another captured modified player, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted tremblingly. The fox has the player localization ability. He can lock onto any player anywhere in the world. Fox. Bai Chenyue memorized this name. The blood debt had only just begun to be repaid. Chapter 394. Zhu Qianwan lives up to his reputation. The battle was over. In the night-shrouded mountain hollow, the smell of smoke mixed with the nauseating stench of burned corpses from the golden flames filled the air, thick and suffocating. The bodies of the Divine Oracle's gene-modified fighters lay scattered across the ground. Most had been burned into charred humanoid shapes. The earth still sizzled faintly, radiating intense heat. The soldiers and players of Huaxia land were cleaning up the battlefield, their faces carrying both the satisfaction of vengeance and the exhaustion of surviving the ordeal. At the center of the battlefield, Bai Chenyue stood silently. The cat-smiling mask on her face flickered in and out of light under the fire glow, giving her an indescribably oppressive presence. "Bai, big shot!" Lu Qian rushed up to Bai Chenyue first, her face flushed red with excitement, her eyes bright like searchlights. She was so excited her mouth opened and closed for a long time, but she couldn't even form coherent words. "Top-ranked player. It's really you. I'm Nyota Paiyenzi. I sent you so many private messages in-game and you never replied. I finally get to see you alive." Right after her, Zhao Zhe stepped forward. He had completely shed his usual arrogance and teasing attitude. His eyes were now filled with sincere admiration and respect, even a bit shy. "Big shot, hello. I'm Zhao Zhe. I'm your fan. Big shot, Zhu Yunyang, top-ranked player." Zhu Yunyang pushed Zhao Zhe aside without hesitation, leaning in with a fawning grin so wide it showed all his teeth. "Big shot, do you still need a support item? The kind that can shout, 666, serve tea, pour water and even tell jokes." Three people surrounded Bai Chenyue from three directions, forming an enthusiastic bombardment, encirclement. Song Qingge watched from behind, anxious beyond words. No, this is bad, her position is going to be stolen. She had already completed missions with the big shot before. How could these people, who were working with her for the first time, compare? She was clearly the most loyal supporter by the big shot's side. Of course, Sister Yen was an exception. Bai Chenyue was a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. The corner of her mouth under the mask twitched almost imperceptibly, and she let out an extremely short sound from her throat. Just one word, yet it felt like a pause button had been pressed. Lu Qian and Zhao Zhe exchanged a look, their excitement only growing stronger. "Cool. Too cool." As expected of the top-ranked player, even the way she speaks is so concise, full of expert-level demeanor. So aloof. They loved it, they really loved it. Lu Qian was still staring at Bai Chenyue, about to say something more, when her gaze was suddenly drawn to a streak of silver light returning. The flying sword transformed into a mercury-like stream of light and flew back to Bai Chenyue's side, quietly hovering there. Looking at the sword, the excitement on Lu Qian's face gradually faded, replaced by confusion and a hint of sadness. "Big shot, your flying sword, it looks really familiar to me." Her voice lowered slightly. "I have a friend who, she also had a flying sword like this. She was the former leader of the Hope Base. Her name was Tian Tian. We came back from the Talos mining planet, and she got into trouble. At that time we were in Beijing, and there was no time to mount a rescue." As Lu Qian spoke, her eyes turned red. Zhao Zhe even turned his head away. His fists clenched tightly. He could never forget it. Tian Tian had died right in front of him, and he had been completely powerless to do anything. A faint ripple moved beneath Bai Chenyue's mask, a trace of fluctuation rising in her heart. I know her too. My flying sword came from her." But she couldn't say that. Bai Chenyue didn't know how to respond and said calmly, "It's an imagined construct." Thinking of the devastation at the base, the group fell silent. "Handle the prisoners first." Gong Changfan broke the brief sorrow. He ordered the soldiers to bring over the surviving captives. Several captured Divine Oracle members were forced to their knees, their masks removed, their bodies trembling like leaves. Gong Changfan stood in front of them, expression grave. Bai Chenyue walked forward slowly. She said nothing, only looked down at them from above. That silent pressure was more terrifying than any torture. The golden flames that had just burned everything to ash had already shattered their psychological defenses. "How did you find me?" Bai Chenyue asked coldly. It was the fox." A captured prisoner was the first to collapse completely, trembling as he confessed everything. "Our organization's fox has a special skill called player localization. As long as she knows a player's in-game nickname, she can lock onto their approximate position." "What? So we can be found at any time? This is still playable? That's basically a full map wall hack." An uproar broke out among the surrounding people. "How did you teleport here?" Bai Chenyue continued to ask. The prisoner, desperate to survive, did not dare to hide anything. That's That's a teleportation item bought from the in-game shop. As long as you know the exact coordinates, you can teleport anywhere in the world. But each time it can only send 10 people. What is it called? Spatial teleportation beacon. Zhu Yunyang squeezed over and quickly opened the shop to search. Bai Chenyue glanced at it. Item: spatial teleportation beacon. Description: one-time spatial teleportation item. After entering specified coordinates and activating it, it establishes a one-way spatial passage lasting 10 seconds, supporting up to 10 units to pass through. Large-scale weapons cannot be transported. Usage range: current planet. Note: cross-planet teleportation is not supported. Premium express delivery mission guaranteed. As long as you can afford the fare, we can even send you to the enemy's house to dance. Friendly reminder: please confirm that the destination is not waiting with heavy firepower, otherwise it may turn into a send yourself to your death service. No refunds after sale, dear customer. Zhu Yunyang saw the price and blurted out immediately. Holy crap! 200,000 game coins each. The surrounding players all sucked in a cold breath when they heard the price. 200,000. This was an astronomical figure for ordinary players. For many of them, even everything they had earned up to now might not add up to that amount. After cursing, Zhu Yunyang straightened his back, his face full of swagger. He cleared his throat, raising his voice so loudly that everyone could hear him. For the revenge of our fallen brothers in the base for Huaxia land, I'll pay the 200,000. He felt all eyes converging on him, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welling up inside. Especially with the top-ranked player standing right beside him. He had to perform well. Zhu Yunyang waved his hand grandly, pounding his chest with a solid thud. He glanced at Bai Chenyue, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Big shot, don't worry. I've got it from here. Isn't it just game currency? I've got everything else except I don't lack money. He grinned, his voice full of show-off energy. I'll start with 20 of these teleportation items, just to scout the way. Damn! Zhu Qianwan lives up to his reputation. 20 teleportation items, that's 4 million game coins. He didn't even blink. As expected, the big shots friends are all big shots too. If I had that much money, I'd be lying flat every day and never run dungeons again. The surrounding players looked on with envy and amazement. Zhu Yunyang basked in the admiration of the crowd, feeling as though his life had reached its peak. Even his posture became noticeably straighter. The most silent person in the entire scene, Bai Chenyue, finally spoke calmly. I'll buy 500. Chapter 395. Spatial Teleportation Beacon. The entire scene fell into dead silence. If Zhu Yunyang's lavish spending of 4 million had been like dropping a boulder into a calm lake, then Bai Chenyue's light, casual sentence was like dropping a nuclear bomb straight into it. The lake itself, along with its shores, was blown away. The expression of heroic confidence on Zhu Yunyang's face froze. He stared at Bai Chenyue, his mind going completely blank. The persona of Zhu Qianwan he had just built shattered into pieces, leaving not even dust behind. His throat felt dry as he muttered, F500? Beside him, another player quickly did the math, tapping his fingers frantically, his voice trembling. 20,000 per one, 500 of them. Isn't that 100 million? Hiss! A wave of sharp intakes of breath rang out around them. Every gaze locked tightly onto Bai Chenyue. Their expressions formed the same world-famous painting. Utter, synchronized shock. Even Zhao Zhe and Lu Qian were completely stunned. They exchanged a look and saw the same overwhelming disbelief in each other's eyes. So this is the top-ranked player? So this is what a big shot is like. I feel like I'm not even playing the same game as the big shot. 100 million, my god. With that much money I'd have to start grinding dungeons from the beginning of creation. Stop talking. I just want to kneel in front of the big shot right now. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhu Yunyang's face turned red and white in turns. In the end, he slumped his shoulders in defeat. Comparisons between people really did kill morale. In front of the top-ranked player, his little fortune was nothing but a younger brother. Bai Chenyue ignored everyone's reactions and in full view of all, opened the game shop. She found the item glowing with a golden light. Item: Spatial Teleportation Beacon. Price: 200,000 game coins. Quantity: 500. Total: 100 million game coins. Confirm purchase. Bai Chenyue clicked confirm. Ding! Player who's that someone purchased spatial teleportation beacon times 500, spending 100 million game coins. The big shot really spent 100 million. Zhu Yunyang clutched his chest, feeling slightly breathless. Now he just wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Too embarrassing. Even the usually calm Gong Changfan now showed a rare shift in expression. He quickly walked up to Bai Chenyue. His expression serious and sincere. Your intentions we understand. But this sum is not a small amount. This is a matter of the state. It should not be borne by you alone. We will find a way. Bai Chenyue closed the interface. Her gaze drifted toward the direction of Hope Base in the distance, where the night wind lifted the hem of her clothing. Commander Gua, I don't lack this 100 million. But Divine Oracle must die. This is also an explanation for all the fallen comrades. At the mention of the sacrificed compatriots, the atmosphere around them grew heavy once again. Gong Changfan fell silent. He had not personally experienced the brutal battle, but the post-battle footage alone, every frame, felt like a branding iron seared into his mind. He looked at this ally, always shrouded in mystery, and made a decision in his heart. He nodded solemnly at Bai Chenyue and said nothing further. Some things were not suitable to be said here. Oh! The command center was suffocatingly tense. The office door was closed. Outside stood 2 rows of armed soldiers. No one was allowed to approach. Inside the office, Gong Changfan and Bai Chenyue sat facing each other. Gong Changfan adjusted his glasses and looked at her. The 100 million game coins, the state will. No need. Bai Chenyue interrupted him directly. I don't lack game currency. I have one condition. Bai Chenyue continued. When you attack Divine Oracle, bring me along. Especially the player called Fox. I want them alive. I have use for them. All right. Gong Changfan did not hesitate. He agreed immediately. Then he opened the player inventory and took out a card. The card was only the size of a palm. It had a semi-transparent texture, and countless deep blue data-like patterns flowed slowly across its surface. At a glance, it was clearly no ordinary item. Bai Chenyue looked at the card. Item. Item conversion card, unique. Description transferable. Can permanently convert any item produced in the game into a player's special skill. During the conversion process, there is a high probability of optimizing and upgrading the item's original attributes. Note: drawing cards carries risk, conversion requires caution. If you accidentally turn your divine toilet plunger into the passive skill god of laxatives, don't cry. A subtle fluctuation appeared in Bai Chenyue's eyes beneath the mask. Convert an item into a permanent skill? The value of this thing could not be measured by even 100 million game coins. This was equivalent to gaining a top-tier skill out of thin air. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. Bai Chenyue shook her head. You must take it. Gong Changfan's attitude was unusually firm. He pushed the card forward, placing it right in front of her. Ever since you warned us about the apocalypse, you've already done far too much for this country. We can't keep letting you bear everything alone. This is a reward I obtained last time in the game for ranking second by chance. If it weren't for your intervention, I might already have died inside the game. Take it. Think of it as our gratitude, and the gratitude of all the fallen comrades. Bai Chenyue looked at the shimmering card on the table, and could feel Gong Changfan's sincerity. Not a transaction. It was recognition and entrustment from an entire nation. In the end, Bai Chenyue reached out and took the card into her inventory. All right. Seeing her accept it, Gong Changfan finally showed a relieved smile. Bai Chenyue did not linger. She stood up. Next operation, or if there's any lead on Divine Oracle, have Nyota Pai Yinzi contact me. With that, before Gong Changfan could respond, her figure slowly faded into the air and disappeared completely. The office was left with only Gong Changfan. Oh! Bai Chenyue quietly returned to Area A095, the seemingly ordinary Eternal Fortress. The moment she stepped inside, the invisibility effect lifted. The futuristic interior contrasted sharply with the plain exterior. Ding Dang came forward to greet her. "Welcome home, master." Bai Chenyue sat down on the sofa in the living room and opened her player inventory. The item conversion card lay quietly in a slot, glowing with a faint deep blue light. What item should she convert into a skill? Her mind began rapidly going through all the items she possessed. The first thing that came to mind was the flying sword that had drunk the blood of countless enemies. If she converted the flying sword into a skill, would that mean truly achieving a state of human and sword as one? Bai Chenyue shook her head. There was no need. The flying sword had already been modified. She could simply take it out of her spatial storage and use it directly. As long as she didn't casually say it turned into bubbles, it wouldn't have any real impact. Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled Tian's flying sword. From the surveillance footage at the time, it seemed that after Tian's death, the flying sword had disappeared on its own. Could it be that after a person dies, their bound imaginary construct automatically disappears? Chapter 396. Evolution of the Dark Knight Lightwings. Bai Chenyue spent a long time sorting through all her items before finally making her decision. Her gaze ultimately settled on a quiet imaginary bubble in her inventory. Imaginary creature Dark Knight Lightwings. This was the wing she had copied from Qi Feng. Not only could they allow flight, but the feathers also possessed a certain degree of offensive capability. Both offensive and defensive, its potential was immense. More importantly, in the vast interstellar civilizations, possessing a pair of wings was a symbol of royal authority among certain high-ranking races. Turning externally equipped items into part of my body, that is true strength. Having understood this, Bai Chenyue moved her mind, and the radiant item conversion card appeared in her palm. Detected unique item, item conversion card. Confirm usage. Confirm. Please designate target item for conversion. Bai Chenyue reached out and lightly tapped into the void. Within her inventory, the sealed Dark Knight Lightwings imaginary bubble turned into a streak of light, extracted from the inventory, and quietly hovered before her. Target: imaginary creature, Dark Knight Lightwings. Detected item: imaginary creature, Dark Knight Lightwings. Confirm as conversion target. Bai Chenyue looked at the exquisite imaginary bubble. Confirmed. Confirmed. The final word fell. The conversion card in her hand shattered with a thunderous crack. Countless deep blue light particles exploded outward. Instead of scattering, they swarmed like a flock of fireflies guided by some mysterious force, surging overwhelmingly toward Bai Chenyue's body. Pain. Bai Chenyue let out a muffled groan. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She could clearly feel her shoulder blades being forcibly reshaped in a way that defied all biological structure. Muscle fibers tore apart and reformed, while new bundles of nerves rapidly grew, connecting directly to her cerebral cortex. Countless streaks of white light erupted from behind her, weaving together into the outline of a pair of wings made purely of light and shadow. The phantom wings suddenly spread open. At first, they were pure white, so dense and radiant that it seemed they would swallow all the light in the training room. Then, the deep blue particles began to merge into them. On the white wings, deep violet patterns slowly emerged, flowing like swirling nebulae. The edges of each feather began to shimmer with a blade-like cold glint, so sharp that a single flap seemed capable of slicing through space itself. Ding! Conversion initiated. Fusion progress. 10%, 50%, 90%. Conversion successful. Target potential detected as extremely high. Initiating skill upgrade and enhancement. Bai Chenyue could clearly feel a brand new power being born behind her. It felt like a new organ growing inside her body, foreign, yet intimately bound to her blood and life. Skill Dark Knight Lightwings upgrade complete. As the notification fell, the illusory wings behind her condensed into reality. Shwa! The white wings were fully spread open. Every feather looked as though it had been carved from the highest grade white obsidian. Bai Chenyue opened her interface, and the new skill description appeared. Skill: Dark Knight Lightwings. Permanent. Form 1 White Knight Stealth Mode. The wings take on a semi-transparent shadow state, silent and without light, capable of perfectly blending into white darkness and shadows, with extremely powerful concealment effects. In this mode, Flight speed is constant and mental energy consumption is extremely low. Form 2 White Day Holy Light Mode. The wings fully unfold, absorbing the color of the sky and transforming into pure light elemental wings of dazzling white. In this mode, the user can perform ultra-high-speed flight and instant burst acceleration. Maximum speed depends on the user's mental and physical limits. Mental and physical consumption is extremely high in this mode. Ability 1, Void Feather Burst. Evolved. Effect. Materializes feathers into projectiles for large-scale attacks with extremely strong penetration power, followed by explosive effects upon penetration. Each use consumes a certain amount of mental energy. Feathers regenerate automatically. Ability 2, Death Tracking Feathers. Effect. Actively launches 3 razor-sharp feathers from the wings. They lock onto one or multiple targets and pursue them until impact. Possesses extremely strong penetration and armor-breaking properties. Each use consumes a small amount of physical and mental energy. Bai Chenyue felt slightly moved and headed toward the training ground. Her gaze locked onto a piece of rubble in the distance, left over from previous weapon testing, roughly the size of a soccer ball. Let's try death tracking feathers first. With a thought, Bai Chenyue activated it, without even deliberately aiming. Her eyes simply landed on the stone. Locked on. The command flashed through her mind in an instant. 3 feathers silently detached from the wings behind her. It made no sound at all, vanishing from its original position just like that. The next instant, a thin white line appeared at the very center of that solid rock 100 meters away. The line rapidly expanded, forming a deep bottomless hole. That feather had already pierced through it. There was no earth-shattering explosion, not even the slightest excess energy fluctuation. It was that simple. If it was seen, it was hit. That was the true meaning of death tracking. Bai Chenyue was very satisfied with this effect. Next she tried the other skill. The evolved version of Void Feather Burst Void Burst Feathers. She gently flapped the wings behind her. Dozens of feathers seemed to come alive, transforming into a dense, impenetrable white barrage that swept toward the alloy target wall at the far end of the training ground. Puff, 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 puff. A series of dense, soft sounds rang out like raindrops striking banana leaves. Those feathers easily pierced through the specially reinforced alloy target wall, embedding themselves inside it. The next second, the entire wall, made of high-strength alloy and capable of withstanding artillery bombardment, began to light up from within with faint, scattered points of light. Then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The target wall was blown apart into fragments, countless pieces of metal mixed with flames scattering in all directions. Pretty strong. Bai Chenyue clicked her tongue in admiration. If that hit a person, they'd probably explode on the spot. She was very satisfied. She decided to try something else. Feeling the surging new power within her body, a thought flashed through her mind. The white wings behind her silently folded in, then completely merged into the skin of her back, leaving no trace at all. Perfect control, both activation and retraction. No longer like before, where she had to secretly find a place with no one around and store it back into an imaginary bubble in her spatial inventory. At that moment, a notification sound rang from her game interface. It was a message from Nyota Pai Yenzi. Big shot, we found Divine Oracle's coordinates. That clown had a pretty tough mouth, but after using some special methods, he confessed everything. Below the message was a set of precise coordinates accurate to 6 decimal places. Bai Chenyue's gaze turned cold. Who's that someone? Call me for the operation. Chapter 397. Assembling the team. Hope Base, the expanded central square. A killing aura like a tangible cold current circled above the heads of 6,000 soldiers. They came from all over the country. There were ordinary players who volunteered to join, elite special forces drawn from major military regions across the nation, and core national team members led by Zhao Zhe, Zhu Yunyang, Lu Qian and Song Qingge. 3,000 soldiers, 300 squads, formed a silent steel forest standing upright in the faint light before dawn. And at the outer edge of the square, at some unknown point in time, the area was already filled with people. All the survivors of Hope Base. They stood outside the security cordon, densely packed, yet without any noise or commotion. They simply stood there, watching. A mother who had lost her child covered her mouth tightly, tears silently slipping through her fingers. A young man who had lost his right arm clenched his remaining left hand into a fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm, drawing blood. An elderly man with white hair held a black and white memorial photo in his arms, his cloudy eyes burning with a final unextinguished flame. Oh! Every one of them raised their heads, their eyes burning as they looked toward the figure standing at the center of the square wearing a cat-faced mask. That was Who's That Someone? The top-ranked player who had repeatedly helped the nation in the game. They did not know her real name. They only called her Big Shot. Bai Chenyue stood at the very front of everyone. Beside her stood Gong Changfan, dressed in a lightweight black combat uniform. He was also one of the 3,000 selected. In front of the square, 600 silver glowing metallic cubes were neatly arranged. They were the spatial teleportation beacons. For this operation, the state funded part of it, along with enthusiastic contributions from surviving players. In the end, 3,000 people were selected to participate. 300 teleportation beacons were designated for the assault on Divine Oracle. The other 300 were their return tickets. 10 people per team, 1 teleportation beacon per team. Gong Changfan's voice rang out clearly through the amplification system, reaching every ear. The team leader is responsible for activating the beacon. Remember, each set has 2 beacons, one for entry, one for return. Whoever loses the return beacon better figure out how to swim back on their own. After arrival, capture the Divine Oracle member codenamed Fox alive. Everyone else is to be eliminated without distinction. Our goal is only one: erase Divine Oracle from this world as quickly as possible. Yes! The roar of 3,000 voices merged into a single earth-shaking tide. Within them were grief from lost loved ones, anger over destroyed homes, and long-suppressed hatred. Gong Changfan looked at the fully prepared army of vengeance and slowly raised his hand. Operation Begin. With a single command, 300 team leaders set coordinates and simultaneously crushed the spatial teleportation beacons in their hands. Buzz! Space twisted and trembled with unprecedented intensity. 300 black rifts of varying sizes and distorted shapes tore open in the air above the square, like hundreds of starving abyssal mouths appearing out of nowhere. For the fallen comrades, charge! Zhao Zai's eyes were bloodshot as he let out the first roar. Without hesitation, he led 9 fully armed Special Forces soldiers behind him and plunged straight into the nearest spatial rift. Immediately after, Zhu Yunyang, Luqian, Songqinga. We're going too, Commander. Bai Chenyue looked at Gong Changfan, then stepped into the rift. Gong Changfan followed behind her. Like a surging flood that had broken through its dam, the crowd roared and rushed forward, throwing themselves without hesitation into the unknown darkness. Oh! Divine Oracle Base. Above the dome, a massive mural depicted the majestic descent of gods, gazing down upon all beings with merciful eyes. 12 towering pillars pierced into the sky, engraved with epic reliefs narrating the glory and grandeur of the Divine Oracle organization. The floor was paved with flawless white marble, so polished it reflected the colorful light streaming through stained glass windows on both sides. The air was filled with the sacred scent of high-grade incense. Everything looked like paradise. Buzz! A sudden tremor shattered this sacred silence. Buzz! 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 All around the grand hall, one distorted black rift after another tore open like festering sores on a painted canvas. The Divine Oracle guards stationed inside didn't even have time to raise the alarm. Kill! A roar filled with boundless rage and killing intent exploded through the sacred hall. Zhao Zai was the first to charge out of the rift. His eyes were blood red. The moment he saw the masked members of Divine Oracle, the image of Tian Tian lying in a pool of blood flashed through his mind again, along with her last light, almost casual words. See you in the next life. There is no next life. Then I'll use your filthy lives to bury her. The long spear in his hand erupted with overwhelming lightning. Blinding electric serpents raged wildly, instantly striking the 2 stunned Divine Oracle members in front of him, obliterating them into dust so fine that not even ashes remained. You Divine Oracle bastards, your Grandpa Zhao is here to deliver express service. Every single one of you is a one-way ticket to hell, refusal not accepted. He laughed wildly, leading the 9 Special Forces soldiers behind him, each of them equally red-eyed, straight into the enemy's formation like a blade tearing violently into flesh. More rifts opened in rapid succession, and even more soldiers poured out from within. Every one of them wore the same expression as Zhao Zhe, madness and determination carved into their faces. Boom! Zhu Yunyang's figure flashed into existence. He didn't even bother identifying enemies. Purely on instinct, he hurled a high-explosive grenade into a group of newly assembled Divine Oracle players. The explosion's firelight and shockwave sent them flying along with their shields. Broken limbs and shattered white robes spun through the air in a tragic arc. Water Dragon chant. Lu Qian appeared next. Behind her, two massive water dragons formed from high-pressure streams surged into the sky, letting out silent roars. The water dragons coiled around the towering pillars with astonishing agility. Wherever they passed, Divine Oracle guards were snatched up and crushed with snapping bones. In the next instant, the water transformed again, becoming countless razor-sharp blades that effortlessly sliced through throats and armor. Blood stained the white robes red. Divine Oracle base was thrown into chaos. The magnificent murals were blasted apart by artillery fire. The merciful face of the god was torn by a grotesque crack, one of its eyes falling from the sky and shattering on impact. The pristine marble floor was now painted a shocking deep red by the footsteps of the Avengers and the blood of their enemies. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hold the line! Piercing alarms and screams rose and fell without end. Divine Oracle's response was swift, undeniably so. One powerful white-robed apostle after another rushed out from different parts of the temple, their faces twisted with rage at the desecration of their sacred domain. They raised their weapons and clashed with the tide-like invading force. A Special Forces player's energy blade burst with blinding light, carrying an unstoppable, suicidal momentum as it slashed down. For Tian Lauda. A roar. The apostle he was fighting was cleanly split in two from head to toe. Internal organs and blood splattered across the statue behind him. Scenes like this played out in every corner of the temple. Every soldier of Huaxia land fought with the resolve of men already prepared to die. They were here to collect blood debts from Divine Oracle. 300 spatial rifts continued to pour out waves of avenging forces without end. And after all squads had been deployed into this bloody storm, at the final rift at the edge of the square, a figure slowly stepped out. The top-ranked player. She had arrived. Chapter 398, Big Shot Wide is. At this moment, deep within the Divine Oracle base inside the monitoring center, the Pope stared expressionlessly at the screen filled with dense red dots. The red dots were appearing at an astonishing speed in every corner of his base. Huaxia land. Who's that someone? His withered facial muscles twitched, blood vessels spreading through his eyes. He had been outplayed. The people he had sent out were captured, and Divine Oracle's coordinates had been completely exposed. They had used his own methods against him, delivering a fatal strike. Pope! The enemy numbers are too great. They are appearing all over the base. Our defensive lines are about to collapse. A white-robed apostle rushed into the hall, his voice filled with panic. Panicking? The Pope laughed madly. And what if they are? Do they think this alone is enough to win? How naive. He extended his dry finger and slammed it down hard on a blood-red button on the control console. Let them witness the true power of Divine Oracle. Let them all become nourishment for the birth of my new god. Buzz. A deep, low rumble came from beneath the ground. Countless cultivation pods shattered in response, their glass casings exploding outward as thick green nutrient fluid spilled across the floor. Hisses. Billions upon billions of blood-red heat-red worms surged out from every corner of the base. Every pipe, every crevice, every shadowed gap, like a living tide gone mad. Their targets were only two. In the center of the grand hall. Who's that someone? And Gong Chong Fan. Holy, what the hell is that? A player locked in combat caught sight of the crimson flood from the corner of his eye and screamed in shock. Damn it! Heat-red worms. Get out of the way. Don't let them touch you. Those things are poisonous. A player closest to the wall was half a step too slow. Several worms crawled up his calf, and his combat suit instantly corroded with multiple holes. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his leg skin rapidly festered and turned black. In less than 3 seconds, his entire leg dissolved into a pool of pus and blood. Aya! Screams rose one after another. The Huaxia fighters who had just held the advantage now saw their formation begin to collapse into chaos. They were not afraid of Divine Oracle's players, but this kind of overwhelming, inescapable swarm of insects triggered a primal terror. The worms seemed to share a single collective will. They completely ignored any Divine Oracle members in their path and moved with absolute precision toward the Huaxia fighters and players. The largest wave of the swarm, however, was heading straight for Bai Chenyue and Gong Changfan. Big shot! Watch out! From a distance, Lu Qian, still locked in battle, saw the scene and screamed a warning. Gong Changfan's expression changed. He knew exactly how terrifying the heat-red worms were. Seeing the crimson tide of death less than 10 meters away, he instinctively stepped forward and placed himself in front of Bai Chenyue. He had already prepared to sacrifice himself. He had to protect. Who's that someone? As long as she was alive, Huaxia land still had hope. I'll hold them off, you run. Bai Chenyue smiled. A trace of warmth flowed through her heart. She didn't retreat. Instead, she reached out and patted Gong Changfan's shoulder. Commander, don't panic. She pulled out a butcher sonic resonance device from her spatial star chart and shoved it into his arms. Use this. If I get distracted, make sure you protect yourself. Gong Changfan naturally knew from national team reports that the butcher sonic resonance device was the nemesis of heat-red worms. And you? He asked. Bai Chenyue calmly spat out 2 words. Watching. She stood quietly in place, facing the tsunami-like swarm of billions of worms, and let out a cold snort. An invisible mental pulse radiated outward from her body as the center. Brain shock, insect natural enemy. In an instant, a bizarre scene unfolded across the grand hall. The frenzied, hissing, suffocating crimson swarm, dense enough to trigger severe trypophobia on sight, suddenly froze the moment it entered within 20 meters of Bai Chenyue. Every heat-red worm's movement halted in perfect unison. The madness and bloodlust in their scarlet compound eyes rapidly dimmed, replaced by blank confusion and chaos. Their neural systems were forcibly scrambled into a mess, completely losing control of their bodies. Thud. Crackle, crackle. It was as if a rainstorm made entirely of insects had begun to fall from the sky. The first wave, tens of thousands of heat-red worms, began raining down from walls, ceilings, and towering pillars. They smashed onto the pristine marble floor, bursting into distorted red masses of flesh. After a few spasms, they went completely still. Within 20 meters, an absolute forbidden zone for insects. This sudden scene left every Huaxia fighter, who had been on the brink of despair, completely stunned. Gong Changfan's hand, still holding the sonic resonance device, froze in midair. What kind of ability was this? No attacks. No weapons. She simply stood there. And yet the billion-strong insect tide was unable to advance even a single step, even beginning to turn on each other. Gong Changfan reacted quickly. All units listen up. Center formation on the top-ranked player and clear outward. Do not let a single insect approach the regular soldiers. After issuing the order, he activated the sonic resonance device in his hand as well. Waves of invisible infrasound were fired out, directly shattering the struggling insects at the outer edge of the forbidden zone from within into fine powder. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhao Zai's excited shout rang out. Holy crap, did you see that? As expected of the big shot, those bugs are literally avoiding her like she's death itself. He drove his spear through a Divine Oracle Apostle's chest, looking at the sharply divided safe zone around Bai Chenyue, and felt his entire body boiling with adrenaline. His blood felt like it was burning. No matter how many times they saw it, it still felt unreal. The godlike figure standing in the center of the battlefield. Bai Chenyue. She didn't move. She didn't even actively attack. Yet she alone had carved out a forbidden zone in the insect-tide 20 meters of absolute death space where even billions of heat-red worms could not take a single step forward. That was not just strength. That was dominance over an entire battlefield. Not worthy of being called my idol. Invincible. Brothers, what are you waiting for? The big shot is clearing the map in front. We can't embarrass ourselves. Kill. Zhao Zai roared, his thunder spear erupting with even more violent lightning as he charged back into the enemy ranks. Water dragon. Sweep them in. Lu Qian was also completely fired up after witnessing Bai Chenyue's overwhelming presence. A vacuum water shield formed around her, wrapping the nearest allies inside, blocking even a single heat red worm from entering. At the same time, she clapped her hands together. 2 roaring water dragons soared into the sky. At first, she had intended to use high-pressure water streams to disperse the swarm, but after realizing the effect was limited, she immediately changed tactics. The 2 water dragons no longer attacked directly. Instead, they turned into agile water whips, spiraling across the battlefield. At times, they turned the ground into a slippery death trap, sending charging Divine Oracle players crashing to the floor. At times, they wrapped around enemies and flung them with precision straight into the surging insect tide. The heat red worms would not actively attack Divine Oracle members, but once those bodies were thrown into them, the worms instinctively treated them as intruders. And then, Aya! Screams echoed endlessly across the battlefield. Nice work, Sister Yan. Songchinga gave Lu Qian a thumbs up while using the Butcher Sonic Resonance device to clean up stray insects. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the cat-masked figure standing at the center of the insect corpses. Stars practically filled her gaze. Big Shot Wise. Chapter 399. Death Tracking Feathers. Zhu Yunyang had originally been trembling in his legs at the overwhelming insect tide and sea of enemies, almost ready to activate his stealth camouflage and slip away into the environment. Scared my ass. The Big Shot is holding the front line. Blow them up. Keep throwing. Kill them all. But the moment he saw that calm, cat-masked figure standing like a mountain in the distance, an inexplicable surge of courage shot straight to his head. This time he had to perform in front of the Big Shot. He ripped open his tactical backpack and pulled out grenade after grenade, tossing them like confetti at New Year straight into the densest cluster of Divine Oracle players. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. Firelight mixed with shattered flesh and severed limbs, turning the once grand, sacred temple into a slaughterhouse soaked in blood. Not enough firepower. Blow them up harder. Die already. Zhu Yunyang's eyes were completely red as his movements grew faster and more ferocious. Under the dual pressure of Huaxie's desperate assault, and the heat-red worms being forcibly turned against them, Divine Oracle's defensive line was collapsing step by step. One gene-modified fighter pushed to the brink, let out a crazed roar. He broke away from the crowd and charged straight toward Bai Chenyue, trying to seize the leader first. Bai Chenyue merely lifted her eyelids slightly. Buzz! The flying sword hovering beside her gave an excited hum, transforming into a streak of silver lightning, striking first despite moving later. A flash of silver cut through the air, so fast it was beyond human perception. The modified gene-enhanced fighter was still charging forward, but from head to toe, a perfectly straight line of blood slowly emerged. Then with a soft squelch, his entire body split cleanly in two. Internal organs spilled onto the ground in a wet, chaotic heap. From beginning to end, Bai Chenyue did not take a single step. With her as the center, a silent 20-meter radius of death existed, an invisible forbidden zone. Some of the more perceptive Divine Oracle apostles quickly realized the pattern. They tried to bypass the chaotic battlefield, flanking from the sides to launch a surprise attack. They had all figured it out. The cat-masked figure was the core of the entire invasion force, the stabilizing pillar. As long as they killed her, the entire battlefield would be reversed instantly. Heretic! Die! 3 elite white-robed apostles moved in a triangular formation, attacking from 3 tricky angles. Their weapons flared with blinding energy, clearly activating some powerful combined strike technique. Gong Changfan's expression tightened as he was about to warn her. But Bai Chenyue didn't even bother turning her head. Death-tracking feathers. Swish! A pair of wings made purely of light elemental energy suddenly unfolded behind her. The radiant holy glow eclipsed even the light pouring down from the dome of the temple, so bright that it was almost impossible to look at directly. 3 razor-sharp feathers silently detached from the wings. They vanished into the void like ink dripping into water, completely gone without a trace. The next second, the 3 white-robed apostles who had already closed in with cruel smiles on their faces, suddenly froze mid-charge, as if someone had pressed a pause button. The fanaticism on their faces had not yet faded. And then at the center of their foreheads, a single drop of crimson appeared almost simultaneously. The red dots expanded rapidly into clean, penetrating holes that went straight through their skulls, leaving them staring hollowly into the distance. There was no explosion, no sound, not even the slightest spill of energy. The three towering bodies simply toppled backward, hitting the marble floor with three dull thud-thud-thud impacts. Instant kill. Another clean, decisive instant kill. Gong Changfan's eyelid twitched violently. Flying swords, mental shockwaves, and now these bizarre feathers. Just how many types of attack did she still have hidden? The thought had barely formed when more divine oracle players, completely driven mad, surged in from all directions. A rainstorm of chaotic attacks poured toward Bai Chenyue. Yet Bai Chenyue still stood in place, unmoving, unflinching. She merely raised her right hand slowly. A wisp of golden flame ignited in her palm out of nowhere, flickering like a dancing spirit. The flame expanded rapidly, forming a spinning ring of fire around her body, blocking every incoming attack before it could even reach her. At the same time, her left hand ignited with an identical golden blaze, which she casually flicked forward. The flame left her hand, and in the next instant it swelled against the wind. Boom! Golden fire transformed into a surging tidal wave that stretched across the entire temple, sweeping forward in an unstoppable fan-shaped inferno. Wherever it passed, energy beams and mental shocks were swallowed whole and annihilated without even a ripple. The divine oracle players at the front, those who had been charging with savage grins, froze mid-expression. Their smiles turned into pure, distilled terror. They wanted to run. They wanted to retreat. But their two legs moved slower than a snail in front of the golden flame. Aya! The screams didn't even last half a second. Any divine oracle member touched by the golden fire wave, together with their armor and weapons, was burned completely to nothing. Not even a speck of dust remained, as if they had never existed in this world at all. In a single exchange, the entire area in front of Bai Chenyue was forcibly erased into a 50-meter-long death zone. Within 20 meters. It was not only a forbidden zone for heat-red worms. It was also a death zone for all enemies. Gong Changfan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling. He had witnessed Bai Chenyue's combat 4 times before. The operation against Wang Yizha, the annihilation of the Flame Demon Squad, the battle against the Valley Abyss Beast, and the siege of Divine Oracle. He had thought he already understood her strength. Only now did he realize he had been far too naive. Those battles were likely not even a fraction of her true power. She was alone, a super-scale army. Even someone like Gong Changfan, who had seen countless storms, was now visibly shaken, unable to stop himself from whispering. As expected of the top-ranked player, this level of strength is terrifying beyond measure. Commander Gong, I heard that, you know. No need to exaggerate like that. Bai Chenyue's eye twitched slightly. With her enhanced perception, super senses, her hearing was absurdly sharp. Even amid the deafening explosions and screams, she had still caught his muttered remark clearly. Gong Changfan's old face flushed slightly, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was simply the truth. At the same time, in the monitoring center deep within the temple, the Pope stared dead at the screen. There, a cat-masked figure strolled leisurely through the insect tide. Wherever she passed, all things either submitted or were erased entirely. His dry, wrinkled face twitched violently from sheer rage. His bloodshot eyes looked like they were about to burst. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He slammed his fist hard onto the reinforced control console. The entire data interface flickered violently under the impact. Alarm signals screaming across the screen. Who's that little someone? I've remembered you. A twisted, obsessive madness and venomous hatred flickered in his eyes. You think this is over? No. This is only the beginning. Chapter 400. Awakening. The Pope quickly strode toward a massive reinforced metal door behind the monitoring center. On the access panel beside it, he entered a long string of complex passwords, followed by iris, fingerprint, and blood verification. If insects are useless, then I'll let you witness what true divine power looks like. Rumble. The heavy metal door slowly slid open with a screeching grind that made one's teeth ache. Beyond the door lay an abyss of darkness, as if it led straight into hell itself. As the gate fully opened, rows of emergency blue indicator lights lit up one after another, revealing a deep corridor that seemed to have no end. On both sides of the corridor stood enormous cylindrical glass pods, each 3 to 4 meters tall. Inside the eerie green glowing nutrient solution floated creatures that made one's sanity plummet at a glance. One had mantis-like scythe arms, but a body swollen like a hippopotamus. Its decayed skin was covered in hundreds of constantly blinking eyes. Another had serpent-like scales and claws, but also bat-like wings rotting at the edges, with tentacles resembling those of an octopus extending from its mouth. They were abominations stitched together from countless genetic fragments, his proudest creations. Rise, my children. Go. Tear that blaspheming heretic into pieces. The Pope spread his arms wide, speaking in a tone like a solemn hymn. Awaken. The Pope said calmly. Buzz. All the glass caps of the incubation chambers lit up with blood-red alarms at the same time. Crash. Indestructible reinforced glass shattered violently from within. Green nutrient fluid poured out like a broken dam, mixed with countless shards of glass cascading to the ground. Roar. Hiss. One after another, inhuman, ferocious roars echoed from the shattered pods. A humanoid creature crawled out of the nutrient fluid. Its body had 8 spider-like legs, while its upper half was a muscle-bound human form. It had no facial features, only a gaping, opening and closing mouth filled with razor-like teeth. On another side, a creature covered in pitch-black armor plates, dragging a scorpion tail, casually snapped a thick metal pipe as wide as a grown man's arms using its massive pincers. A total of 12 such genetic fusion bodies awakened from their slumber. Their crimson eyes locked onto the Pope at the end of the corridor, filled with an overwhelming thirst for blood. But the Pope only let out a dry, faint smile. On his withered finger, a ring emitted a soft, gentle glow. Feeling the mental signal transmitted from the ring, the madness in the 12 creatures' eyes was suppressed, replaced by absolute obedience. Go. The Pope pointed toward Bai Chenyue's location on the screen, his voice hoarse yet fanatical. Tear that heretic apart. Bring me her flesh and blood. Roar. The 12 genetic fusion beasts let out a unified roar, transforming into 12 black afterimages as they surged out of the corridor, diving straight toward the chaotic battlefield. Oh! Divine Oracle Grand Hall. The battle had already reached a white-hot stage. Zhao Ze was completely wrapped in violent lightning, his spear dragging a net of electricity that turned nearby Divine Oracle players into overcooked, convulsing husks. Trash. How's your Thunder King combo meal taste? Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. Even while fighting, he kept spouting trash talk without restraint. Behind him, 9 Special Forces soldiers formed a standard combat unit. Their coordination was flawless, crossfire, suppression, elimination. Any enemy that tried to approach Zhao Ze was instantly turned into a sieve. Team Zhao. Left side. 3 targets. One soldier shouted. Got it. Zhao Ze didn't even turn his head. With a violent sweep of his left hand, a thick lightning chain burst through the air, striking the 3 Divine Oracle players that had just emerged. Sizzle. 3 human-shaped charred statues collapsed to the ground. On another front, Lu Qian was also fully in the killing zone. Water Dragon chant. Smash them. 2 high-pressure water dragons spiraled around her, as if they had life of their own. One dragon dove down violently, knocking an entire formation of Divine Oracle guards into disarray. The other circled above her head, constantly shifting forms, sometimes becoming a solid water shield that blocked incoming energy beams, sometimes turning into countless razor-sharp water blades that rained down like a storm, shredding enemies into pieces. Go, Sister Yan! Song Chinga followed beside Lu Qian, holding a butcher sonic resonance device in her hand, precisely picking off every stray enemy that slipped through the cracks. Watching Lu Qian unleash her full power, her eyes sparkled like stars. That's right. Don't forget who your sister Yan is. Lu Qian answered proudly while still fighting, her face full of confidence. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunyang, after issuing disruptive commands to his squad, activated his imaginary beast mimic camouflage, blending seamlessly into the environment. He became a top-tier assassin, drifting along the edges of the battlefield. A Divine Oracle squad leader had just finished issuing orders when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. His vision spun violently. Zhu Yunyang's figure flashed behind him. A blade in his hand dripped a single drop of blood. Next one. He licked his lips, locking onto another group of divine oracle players operating heavy weaponry. Under his silent assassinations, the enemy's rear firepower nodes were systematically eliminated, greatly relieving pressure on the front lines. Huaxia fighters, led by these core players, fought like they were fueled by adrenaline. Wave after wave of assault crashed forward, and Divine Oracle's defensive line kept collapsing. It was only a matter of time before it broke entirely. And then, roar! A terrifying roar drowned out all gunfire and screams on the battlefield. An overwhelming pressure surged out from deep within the temple. Zhao Zai's movements froze. It felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his heart. His breathing became heavy and strained. He abruptly looked up toward the source of the sound. A black figure suddenly burst out from behind one of the towering pillars. It was a humanoid monster with 8 spider-like legs. Its movement speed was terrifyingly fast, its long limbs leaving afterimages across the ground as it charged straight toward Zhao Zai's squad. Holy crap! What the hell is that thing? Zhao Zai cursed. Open fire! Stop it! His special forces team reacted instantly. Weapons roared, unleashing furious streams of fire. Dense bullet rain poured toward the creature. Rounds powerful enough to pierce steel slammed into its body, but only a series of sparks exploded. Not even its skin was scratched. Physical attacks are ineffective, one soldier shouted in alarm. Chapter 401 Total Annihilation. Use high-explosive grenades. Zhao Zai roared. Several grenades were thrown out, exploding at the creature's feet. Boom! Boom! Shockwaves and flames swallowed the monster's figure. Did we get it? Everyone stared tensely at the smoke-filled area. As the smoke cleared, the creature's figure appeared again, completely unharmed. The explosion had done nothing except seem to enrage it. It let out a sharp, piercing screech, its speed skyrocketing as it instantly closed the distance. Its faceless head split open, a massive mouth tearing wide as a wave of foul stench blasted forward. Spread out. Zhao Zai's eyes were about to split open, but it was already too late. One of the creature's forelimbs flashed down like lightning. A Special Forces soldier who failed to dodge was bitten clean through, armor, shield, and body alike, from head to waist. Blood splattered across the face of the soldier next to Zhao Zai. Old Wang! That soldier roared in grief and fury, eyes red as he tried to rush forward. Calm down. Zhao Zai grabbed him hard. Something's wrong with this thing. Everyone fall back. Keep distance. He himself stepped forward instead, his spear erupting with blazing lightning. Boom! Zhao Zai's full-powered strike finally left a scorched wound on the creature's body. The monster let out an enraged roar and lunged straight at him. A terrifying howl cut through his thoughts. Both sides instinctively looked up. Through the chaos of battle and the thick smoke, Bai Chenyue's gaze locked precisely onto the 8-limbed humanoid monster fighting Zhao Zai. Species: genetic fusion body, spider demon, experimental model. Status: berserk, lightly damaged, extremely high biological activity. Description: a failed experiment by the Divine Oracle Organization, stitched together from mismatched genes. Extremely strong physical defense, but mentally incomplete and highly unstable. Weak points: eyes and heart. Note: a bizarre creature, forcibly combining the strength and too many legs advantages into one body. Friendly reminder: its saliva is highly corrosive. Do not attempt any form of romantic contact. Failed product? Bai Chenyue raised a brow. A failed one was already this strong, what would a successful one even look like? Her attention shifted to Zhao Zai's situation. He was barely holding on, relying on speed and reaction to keep distance. 2 members of his Special Forces squad had already fallen, and the remaining ones were tied down by other Divine Oracle enemies, unable to assist. At this rate, Zhao Zai's entire team would be wiped out. I'll handle it, Bai Chenyue said to Gong Changfan. Be careful, Gong Changfan nodded. Bai Chenyue didn't waste another word. Her wings unfolded silently behind her. Pure white light wings absorbed every ray of colored light filtering through the stained glass dome above. As Bai Chenyue moved forward, another squad immediately stepped in behind her, forming a protective perimeter around Gong Changfan. It's the top-ranked player. The big shot is about to act. Lu Qian and Song Qinga were practically shaking with excitement. Bai Chenyue paid no attention to the surrounding gazes. Her eyes locked onto the spider monster dozens of meters away, still arrogantly dominating the battlefield. Lock on. A command flashed through her mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pure white feathers detached silently from her luminous wings, vanishing instantly from sight. The spider demon, still locked in combat with Zhao Zhe, seemed to sense an incoming fatal threat. It abruptly halted its attack, all 8 eyes sweeping blankly across its surroundings. But it saw nothing. The next instant, 3 faint, almost inaudible sounds of flesh being pierced rang out nearly simultaneously. The massive, hardened body of the spider demon stiffened violently. At its forehead, heart, and one of its ocular weak points, 3 of its most critical vulnerabilities, appeared 3 tiny bottomless holes. Its body swayed. The murderous glow in its eyes rapidly dimmed. Then with a heavy crash, boom, it collapsed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and did not move again. It was dead. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence once again. Zhao Zhe, who had been barely holding on, froze completely. His mouth hung open as he stared at the massive corpse of the monster in front of him, then slowly turned his head toward the distant figure with white wings. His mind went completely blank. What just happened? He had gone all out, used everything he had, even the very last ounce of strength in his body, only managing to leave a scorched mark on that thing. And yet, the moment that big shot casually flicked her wings from dozens of meters away, it died? Just like that? Was that even reasonable? If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be. But that was the top-ranked player. His idol. Then it suddenly felt very reasonable. An overwhelming sense of frustration welled up in Zhao Zhe, but it was immediately swallowed by even greater, burning admiration. Big shot is insane. He didn't even know what came over him. He just shouted at the top of his lungs. That single roar snapped the others out of their shock. Holy! Instant kill. That was a monster even squad leader Zhao couldn't take down a hit on. And it's just gone like that. Boss is mighty. Boss is sweeping away Oracle. The morale of the Huaxia side soared to its peak. On the Oracle side, however, everyone looked ashen-faced, their courage shattered. Even the Pope's most prized fusion body had been killed in a single strike. How were they supposed to keep fighting this? After establishing dominance with a single move, Bai Chenyue did not stop. She pressed her hand to her earpiece. Everyone moved toward the base commander. Fall back. The soldiers of Huaxia obeyed without question, quickly contracting their defensive line toward the rear. The Oracle Apostles and remaining genetically modified fighters still didn't understand what had just happened. Thinking the enemy was retreating, they prepared to pursue. Bai Chenyue merely flapped the light wings behind her gently. Void burst feathers. A dense, impenetrable barrage of white feathers, like a rain of deathly scythes, instantly covered the most concentrated area of Oracle players. Puff, 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 puff. After a series of dense, light sounds like raindrops striking banana leaves, every Oracle player in that area was left with countless tiny holes in their bodies. They didn't even have time to let out a single scream. The next second, boom, 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 boom. A series of violent explosions erupted from inside their bodies. They were like human bombs detonated all at once. Flesh, bones, internal organs, armor. Everything was blasted into a sky full of blood, mist, and fragments. One strike. The battlefield was cleared. Bai Chenyue hovered in midair, her pure white light wings slowly flapping. Her long golden hair danced in the shockwaves as she looked down coldly at the hellscape she had personally created. Wherever her gaze passed, all surviving Oracle players retreated in terror. They threw away their armor and weapons, utterly broken, not even able to form the thought of resistance. The 11 gene fusion bodies that had just charged into the battlefield let out low growls toward Bai Chenyue. Their eyes filled only with battle intent. Bai Chenyue shifted her gaze and landed it on them. A bunch of stitched-together monsters, and you dare to bark? Before her voice even faded, she raised her left hand. Boom! Golden flames transformed into a towering wave of fire, swallowing 6 of the monsters whole. Not even ashes were left behind. At the same time, the flying sword suspended beside her let out a clear, resonant hum. It turned into a streak of silver light, drawing an invisible trajectory across the battlefield. Squelch! Squelch! Wherever the silver light passed, the monsters were decapitated, their massive bodies crashing to the ground. 12 gene fusion bodies completely annihilated. Chapter 402. The Pope ran away. Surveillance Center. On the screens, that figure with pure white light wings flapping made the Pope grind his teeth in fury. The gene fusion bodies he had spent countless efforts and resources to create were being slaughtered like chopping vegetables by those endless feathered volleys and golden flames. For the first time, his wrinkled, withered old face was filled with something called fear. He had lost. A complete and utter defeat. He didn't even have his underwear left. The insect horde tactics he had always been proud of had become a joke in front of that opponent. His final trump card, the gene fusion bodies, had been wiped out in a single move. Who's that little bastard? The Pope stared fixedly at the screen. His eyes filled with venomous hatred and unwillingness that seemed ready to overflow. He was a mad scientist. All of his power came from the creations he had made. And now all of his creations were gone. Staying here, if he were caught, would mean certain death. Run. He had to run immediately. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything else. The Pope no longer looked at the screen. He grabbed a silver briefcase and turned to rush toward the deepest part of the surveillance center, pressing rapidly on an inconspicuous relief carved into the wall. Click. The wall slid open, revealing a secret passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. This was his final escape route prepared for himself. The Pope didn't hesitate at all as he crawled inside. In the briefcase was the essence of all his research, his capital for a comeback. As long as he was alive, he could always rebuild an even stronger army. At the end of the passage was a teleportation platform, with a spatial teleportation marker placed on it. He stepped onto the teleportation array and was about to activate it. Suddenly, bang! The door of the transmission room was violently blasted open from the outside. Cough cough. What the hell is this place? Looks like a sealed room. Be careful. The team leader input the coordinates one digit wrong. We almost got teleported into a wall. A few players wearing Huaxia Special Operations uniforms rushed in with weapons in hand. They were one of the most unfortunate squads in this operation. Their teleportation had deviated, causing them to be separated from the main force. After blasting through walls and searching their way through, they had unexpectedly stumbled straight into the Pope's lair. Both sides stared at each other wide-eyed. Who are you? One of Oracle's people. The leading captain asked cautiously. The Pope's heart sank instantly to the bottom. Trouble truly came one after another. He looked at the players in front of him, clearly not top-tier combatants, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Since he had been discovered, then there was only one option. Silence them permanently. God? I am God. The Pope roared. His withered body visibly swelled, veins writhing beneath his skin as a dark, evil aura erupted violently from him. Not good. This guy's wrong. Open fire. The squad leader's expression changed drastically. Da-da-da-da. Energy rifles spat out flames, but the bullets hitting the Pope only produced a series of crisp ting-ting-ting sounds. They couldn't even scratch his skin. What? All the squad members were stunned. Die ants. The Pope smiled sinisterly and turned into a blur. His withered fingers, sharp as blades, easily pierced through one soldier's chest and ripped out a still-beating heart. Shaoli! The squad leader roared, his eyes splitting with rage. This seemingly frail old man was actually a close combat monster. Retreat! Fall back! The leader screamed into his communicator frantically. We've found Oracle's boss. But before he could finish shouting, the Pope's claws had already pierced through his chest. He then turned toward the remaining players. Seeing the situation turn hopeless, they immediately tried to run. You want to leave? Too late. The Pope licked the blood from his fingertips, his figure vanishing again like a ghost. Pissing. Another life was mercilessly taken. In the blink of an eye, the 10-person squad was reduced to 3. They backed against each other, faces filled with despair. Fight him! The 3 players exchanged glances, roared, pulled the pins on all their high-explosive grenades, and charged straight at the Pope. For our dead brothers! Boom! A violent explosion swallowed the entire transmission room. As the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, the Pope's figure appeared once again. One of his arms was gone, and half of his body was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. He looked utterly wretched, but he was still alive. A bunch of damned ants. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not daring to linger any longer, he dragged his heavily injured body and activated the spatial teleportation marker. A towering pillar of light shot into the sky, a spatial rift opened, and the Pope's figure slowly faded away. At the very moment he disappeared, a roar came from outside. "Where is he? I clearly heard an explosion over here just now. Search. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find him for me." Oh! The battle in the Oracle Grand Temple was already nearing its end. Under Bai Chenyue's heaven-shattering, earth-collapsing assault, the players of Oracle and the gene-modified fighters had already collapsed. What remained either dropped to their knees and surrendered, or were immediately executed on the spot by Huaxia soldiers who had gone bloodshot from the fighting. Bai Chenyue slowly descended from midair, retracting her light wings as her gaze swept across the captives scattered all over the ground. Guo Fan immediately issued the order. "All squads listen up. Identify the prisoners and find the target code-named Fox. We want him alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yunyang dragged over a captured Oracle player with a broken leg. As if afraid someone would steal his credit, he jogged over excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. Boss, I got him. This guy is Fox." Everyone's eyes immediately locked onto the man. The man stiffened. Realizing he had been exposed, his face turned ashen. "Well done." Bai Chenyue rarely gave praise, but this time she actually complimented Zhu Yunyang. Zhu Yunyang instantly felt like he was floating. He straightened his back proudly, grinning like a sunflower in full bloom. Getting a top-ranked boss's praise felt more satisfying than killing 10 enemies. Who understood that feeling? Don't kill me. I surrender. I don't know anything." The man collapsed onto the ground, clutching his head as he begged in fluent Chinese. Bai Chenyue crouched down and forced him to meet her gaze. "Speak. Where is the Pope?" The Pope-sama, he." Fox's eyes darted around as he stammered. "It looks like we'll need some special methods," Bai Chenyue said, and stepped on his broken leg. "Aha!" Fox immediately let out a pig-like scream. I'll talk. The Pope-sama. He's in the surveillance center." Bai Chenyue released him. Soon after, a report came through the communicator. "Report. The surveillance center is empty. We only found a friendly squad. All personnel Kia. The Pope had escaped. Regrettable but expected. Still, it didn't matter. As long as they had captured him, it was equivalent to cutting off the Pope's eyes. Boss, what do we do with this guy?" Zhu Yunyang leaned in and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Should we execute him on the spot?" Fox was so frightened his soul nearly left his body. He quickly kowtowed repeatedly. "Don't kill me. My ability is useful to you. I can help you locate players. Just give me a player nickname, and I can find them." In order to survive, he betrayed all of his remaining value without holding anything back. Chapter 403, We won. Copy successful. "Oh, is that so?" Beneath Bai Chenyue's mask, the corners of her mouth curved into a playful arc tracking players. She looked at the man kneeling before her. A thought flashed through her mind. This was a windfall. "Your ability does have some use." Bai Chenyue spoke indifferently, giving Fox, who was kneeling on the ground, a glimpse of hope for survival. He suddenly looked up, tears and snot streaming down his face, shouting incoherently. "It's useful. Boss, I'm useful. Really. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your ox and horse, help you find anyone you want. You're not needed." Bai Chenyue looked at him. That cat-faced smiling mask in Fox's eyes was more terrifying than any demon. Thief also has its way. Target Fox. Specified copy. Special skill player positioning. Ding. Skill Thief also has its way activated successfully. Copying target Fox. Copying progress 10%, 40%, 100%. Copy successful. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained special skill. Player positioning. It worked. Boss, can this guy find the Pope? Zhao Zhe couldn't hold back first and leaned in excitedly, rubbing his hands together. No, Bai Chenyue shook her head. Why? Lu Qian panicked. Is he lying? Zhu Yunyang was even more direct. He kicked Fox hard. You dare mess with us? Fox screamed in pain and cried out. I didn't. I really didn't. My skill only works if I know the player's nickname. But the Pope isn't a player. The Pope isn't a player. What? Not a player? Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? Everyone around erupted in shocked exclamations, none of them believing it. Zhao Zhe looked grim. Not a player? A normal NPC can build an organization like Oracle? Can he create gene modification and that kind of hellish heat-eating insects? A high IQ villain, Bai Chenyue evaluated calmly. We found it. We found it. A distorted, excited roar came from deep within the temple. A soldier rushed out with a face full of ecstatic joy, sprinting all the way to Guo Changfan's front. Because he was running too fast, he nearly stumbled and fell, barely able to speak coherently from excitement. Bah! Base Commander, we found it. The soldier panted heavily, raising the documents high above his head as he roared. We cracked the Pope's core laboratory and inside we found all breeding data for the red-devouring insects, from Generation 1 to Generation 3, all evolution datasets, and methods to eliminate them. And also all gene-modified soldiers' original sequences and live experiment records. Everything is inside. The entire field fell silent for 3 seconds. Holy! We won! We actually won! Ha 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 ha! This was totally worth it! All surviving soldiers, whether players or regular troops, raised their arms and shouted in celebration, embracing one another and crying uncontrollably. With these materials, the red-devouring insects that had ravaged the world, leaving countless people displaced and families destroyed, could finally be completely eradicated. This was a war of revenge paid for with countless sacrifices, and it had yielded a prize far more valuable than anyone had imagined. Even Guo Changfan, who had always remained composed in the face of collapsing mountains, was now trembling slightly. He turned around and looked deeply at the ever-calm cat-faced mask, enunciating each word. We won. The tense atmosphere that had been weighed down by the Pope's escape was instantly swept away by this sudden, overwhelming good news. Great! Ha ha ha! Great! We won! We really won! Brothers, did you see this? We avenged you! The surviving soldiers and players threw down their weapons and embraced the people beside them tightly, crying or laughing as they poured out emotions that had been suppressed for far too long. They had paid too much in this war. But now all those sacrifices had been repaid. Guo Changfan clenched the small hard drive in his hand. It felt heavier than a mountain. He walked up to Bai Chenyue, clearly having a lot he wanted to say, but in the end he only took a deep breath. This time, it's all thanks to you. Without the top contributor, they would never have been able to so easily breach Oracle's lair. Without the top contributor, they might still be drowning in the chaos caused by those damned red-devouring insects. It's everyone's effort, Bai Chenyue replied calmly. Immediately transfer all data back to the capital. Guo Changfan did not let victory cloud his judgment. He issued the most critical order at once, but then frowned slightly. But there's too much here. Bai Chenyue saw through his concern and directly took out an empty spatial storage disk from her interdimensional star plate, handing it over. Use this. Guo Changfan froze for a moment. He accepted the storage disk, slightly surprised, but didn't stand on ceremony. Once we're done, I'll return it to you. No need. It's yours. Bai Chenyue waved it off. I used your item card. It worked pretty well. Guo Changfan smiled. Looks like giving it to you was the right call. With the battle over, the process of inventorying spoils proceeded in an orderly manner. The sheer scale and luxury of the Oracle base exceeded everyone's imagination. It was like an independent underground kingdom. The confiscated resources, weapons, and equipment piled up like mountains. Holy crap, this haul is insane. We're actually rich off this raid. Zhu Yunyang almost drooled while looking at the neatly stacked weapons in the warehouse. But the moment they opened the door to the deep experimental section of the base, all laughter abruptly stopped. The experimental materials imprisoned inside the facility made everyone who saw them feel rage surge straight to their skulls. There were mutated creatures forcibly modified and stitched together into monsters, ordinary survivors dragged in for live experiments, and even players from other countries. They were restrained on operating tables, bodies pierced with tubes of various colors. Some of the survivors were locked inside rooms with only a small window, 5 people per room, their eyes hollow like walking corpses. You animals! They're real animals! Zhao Zhe was shaking all over with rage. He kicked open an empty cage, the metal door slamming into the wall with a deafening crash. Lu Qian and Song Qinga, along with the other female players, turned their heads away, unable to keep watching, their eyes red. Guo Changfan's face had darkened like a pot bottom. He enunciated word by word. Rescue all surviving captives. Bring Huaxia citizens back home. Contact the respective countries for all other survivors. Bai Chenyue did not look at the horrific scene. In her previous life in the apocalypse, she had seen things 100 times more cruel. Her heart had long since turned to iron. And in that past life, Oracle had been even more brutal. Far more people had died at their hands. In a sense, destroying Oracle was a good thing. Chapter 404. The boss's #1 hardcore fan, live calling out support. The nearly 10-hour-long cleansing and search operation finally came to an end. The Huaxia Army of Vengeance had paid the price of nearly 300 lives to successfully destroy this nest of evil. The wounded and surviving personnel were prioritized for teleportation back to the Hope Base for treatment, while the confiscated supplies and prisoners were gradually being relocated. The surviving soldiers sat together, some silently wiping their weapons, others speaking in low voices with comrades, sharing the feelings of having survived a catastrophe. A young player looked at the electronic watch on his wrist and sighed. If I didn't have a watch to tell time, I honestly wouldn't know whether it's day or night anymore. Yeah. Ever since that rain, it's never gotten dark again. The sky's just been gray all the time. We got the insect data, but when is the weather going to recover? Can we even grow crops anymore? Don't think about it too much. At least the red-devouring insects can be dealt with now. We survived. Yeah, we survived. The joy of victory had been diluted by sacrifice and the heaviness of the weather. Bai Chenyue sat alone on a rock at the entrance, opening her interface panel. A brand new skill icon had appeared in her list. Skill Player Positioning. Effect. Enter a player's in-game nickname to obtain a global approximate location. Range 100 km. Note: this skill only works on players. Congratulations, you are now the world's top-tier people search engine expert. Bai Chenyue automatically ignored the final line of complaints and immediately tested her new skill. A virtual input box appeared in her field of vision. She silently typed in 2 characters. Pope. Searching for player Pope. Search failed. No matching nickname found in player database. As expected, the Pope was just a code name. Bai Chenyue tried again, entering Ox's Butt Crack. The next second, a semi-transparent map appeared in her vision, centered on herself. A red dot marked her position, labeled Self, Local. Another arrow-shaped coordinate appeared, indicating Ox's Butt Crack. She then opened the input box again and entered 2 names that had long since disappeared. Raven. Flame Demon. Searching for player Raven. Search failed. No matching nickname found in player database. Searching for player Flame Demon. Search failed. No matching nickname found in player database. If they were dead, they were truly erased from the game system. Bai Chenyue confirmed this fact. Oh, Hope Base Cafeteria. The cafeteria was noisy, filled with players and soldiers discussing the recent assault on Oracle. And at the center of every conversation, there was always one name. Mysterious, powerful, and impossible to ignore. Asterisk, who's that guy? Asterisk. Man, you didn't see it. Those bugs came in like a tsunami. I almost went weak in the knees. A young player who had just returned from the battlefield said excitedly, eyes shining. But then the boss just stood there. You believe that? He didn't even move. And those bugs, they freaked out like they'd seen a ghost, just started dropping like flies. The whole swarm collapsed on its own. It was insane. Seriously? That exaggerated. I'm telling you, I saw it with my own eyes. Within 20 meters of the boss is a forbidden zone. Anything that enters just malfunctions instantly. Damn. So he's basically invincible? And that's not even the best part. Another squad member leaned in mysteriously. Later we ran into a boss monster. Looked like a scorpion. Its tail swing shattered our captain's shield in one hit. We couldn't even damage it. And then? The boss stepped in. The player slapped his thigh, face full of fanatical admiration. He just whoosh, white wings spread behind him. Didn't even move closer. Just looked at it from afar. One look. That's it. And then what? And then the monster suddenly had 3 holes in it and got instantly deleted. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the cafeteria. Everyone wore the same expression. Like they were watching something beyond their understanding. Amid the chatter, Zhao Zhe silently poked at the food on his tray, eating without a word. Somehow the meal didn't taste right anymore. What's wrong, young Master Zhao? Lu Qian bumped him with her elbow and teased. We just won a huge victory. Why do you look like you've lost the will to live? Zhao Zhe put down his chopsticks, sighed deeply, and stared at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a melancholic gaze. Yanzi, listen. I used to think I was pretty awesome. I had money at home, I was handsome, charismatic, lots of strengths, my game talent was decent too. I've always had smooth sailing. I really thought I was the chosen one. Zhu Yunyang and Lu Qian exchanged a look, both seeing the same helpless, here he goes again expression in each other's eyes, along with a hint of disdain. Especially that part about decent game talent. That was honestly hard to even complain about. Decent. Yeah, the kind that had never even cracked the top 30. Until today. Zhao Zhe's voice turned sorrowful, full of the weight of experience. I realized I was wrong. Compared to the top boss, my strength is nothing. Literally nothing. You didn't see it, the spider monster, the one with 8 legs. I used everything I had, all my strongest moves, and I only managed to scratch off a layer of skin. And then what? The boss was dozens of meters away, just by 3 feathers, and the monster dropped. He gestured dramatically with his hands, mimicking the feather attack. I feel like the game I'm playing and the one the boss is playing aren't even the same game. He's on God mode and we're in hell survival mode. Zhu Yunyang nodded deeply in agreement. It's hard to argue with that, because it's just the truth. Listening to their sighs, Lu Qian rested her chin on her hand, eyes full of longing. Say, just how strong is the boss, really? Every time they make a move it's so casual. Like they're not even trying. If they went all out, what would that even look like? Could they slap the planet apart or something? Zhao Zhe rolled his eyes. You should seriously consider writing novels with that imagination. Then he sighed, picked up his chopsticks again, and turned his frustration into appetite. From today on, I, Zhao Zhe, am officially the #1 hardcore fan under the boss. Anyone dares say a bad word about them, I'll be the first to fight them. TCH #1 fan? That's clearly me. Lu Qian protested immediately. It's me. Song Qingge somehow joined the argument too, jumping into the conversation. Chapter 405. Eagle Sauce comes looking for trouble again. You all can step aside, Zhu Yunyang said, patting his chest with pride as he cut in. Clearly it's me. I captured Fox and made a huge contribution. Do you even understand the value of that? Oh please. Song Qingge raised her chin, radiating confidence. I cleared a dungeon with the boss personally. She swept her gaze across the 3 of them and dropped a finishing blow. Among everyone here, who has ever been personally led by the boss to complete a mission? Zhao Zhe, Lu Qian and Zhu Yunyang fell silent. It's me. Song Qingge lifted her chin another notch. And among everyone here, who has fought alongside the boss 3 separate times? The 3 of them quietly lowered their heads and started eating. Still me. Song Qingge's chest puffed up even more. So, she concluded triumphantly, the boss's #1 hardcore fan can only be me. Broaden your perspective, okay? The 3 exchanged glances. Fine. This round they really couldn't win. They were jealous. Seriously jealous. They also wanted to run dungeons with the boss. Zhao Zhe, whose lifelong goal was to catch up to the top player, felt his heart shatter into 8 pieces on the spot. Defeating the boss? Forget it in this lifetime. They couldn't even catch up. But becoming stronger, and managing to follow behind the boss, waving flags, shouting 666, as a qualified underling. That should be doable, right? But now, even the position of number one underling seemed to have been stolen. Turns out the real clown was me all along. Oh, while Zhao Zhe and the others were fiercely competing over who is the boss's number one fan, they still had no idea that the lightning operation led by the top boss had already triggered a global shockwave. In an instant, the eyes of the entire world turned toward the mysterious East. Eagle Sauce, the Black House. Inside the Oval Office, the newly inaugurated president's face had turned green with rage as he stared at the intelligence report in his hands. His voice trembled. "What did you say? Oracle has been wiped out." "I'm afraid so, Mr. President." The intelligence director kept his head lowered, his voice dry. "According to our most reliable intel, Huaxia assembled thousands of top-tier combat operatives and directly took down Oracle's headquarters. The battle lasted less than half a day. And Oracle is just gone?" The president suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth in the office like a trapped beast. "And who's that guy? Did he make a move?" "He did." The intelligence director swallowed hard. Based on fragmented battlefield footage, he alone may have eliminated nearly half of Oracle's core forces, and even instantly killed their strongest bioweapon. The president's roar almost blew the roof off. "I've been saying it all along. Do not provoke a sleeping lion. Now look at this." Not only did they fail to suppress Huaxia, they just flexed in front of the entire world. "Mr. President, I think we shouldn't rush." A deputy beside him rolled his eyes and offered a bad idea. "Huaxia, without reporting to us, conducted operations on our turf. That's a blatant disrespect. We must demand an explanation from them." The Prime Minister snapped out of his daze. "Right, forget whether attacking Oracle was right or wrong. The real issue was, you didn't even report to me before you acted. That alone makes it your fault." Oh, Japan Prime Minister's residence. The atmosphere inside the residence was equally suffocating, heavy enough to squeeze water out of it. The Prime Minister stared at the intelligence report in his hands. For the first time, that face, usually wearing a hypocritical smile, revealed undisguised fear. "Baka, how did it come to this?" He slammed his palm onto the table. Wasn't Oracle supposed to be the strongest player organization? How did they collapse in less than a day? Useless trash. "Prime Minister," a nearby aide carefully reminded him, "Huaxia was serious this time, and who's that guy? His power has already surpassed our understanding." Who's that guy? Again him. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth, his mentality completely collapsing. His eyes were filled with resentment, yet also deep helplessness. Last time they tried to kill him in the game, result, the entire team wiped out. This time they tried to use Oracle to undermine Huaxia, result, Oracle's entire base was wiped out. "Immediately carry out orders," he rasped. "Cut all contact with Oracle remnants. Destroy every piece of evidence linking us to them. Now, hurry." Oh, Beijing Dragon Shield Base. In the highest level strategic conference room, above the dome, a holographic projection formed a virtual circular conference table, with the avatar of the Eagle Sauce president prominently displayed among the participants. Chun Yin sat at the main seat, calmly watching the screen. On it, the white-haired old man with meticulously combed hair and an expression full of arrogance was passionately delivering his accusation, complete with his signature exaggerated hand gestures. "Minister Chan, the Oracle organization is on our Eagle Sauce soil. That is our internal affair. You Huaxia acted without any authorization, without any notification, and launched an operation on our territory. This is a violation of our sovereignty and a provocation to our dignity. We demand that you immediately give us a reasonable explanation." The president performed with great enthusiasm, fully embodying the attitude of a so-called world police. Chun Yin listened quietly. Only after the other party finished did he slowly speak. "So your meaning is that an organization occupying your territory, conducting inhumane live experiments, creating global disasters like the red devouring insects, and causing the deaths of millions, is your internal affair? Or are you saying it was officially authorized by your government?" If you already knew Oracle was extremely dangerous and located within your own borders, why didn't you send people to eliminate it? Are we to understand that everything they did was effectively condoned by you? He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck like a blade. We helped humanity eliminate a tumor. Instead of sending us a thank you banner, you're holding us accountable. Chenye's eyes turned cold. The sharpness in his tone left the Eagle Sauce president momentarily speechless. This is two different matters. Then let me ask it another way. Chenye cut him off directly. If Oracle's base were on our territory, what would Eagle Sauce do? Would you first notify us, go through diplomatic procedures, or would you just launch missiles and erase it from the map? The president's face flushed slightly. He would want to launch missiles, but he didn't dare. Minister Chun, you are shifting the premise. Chun Yen leaned back into his chair and said nothing more. His expression carried a calm. I'll just watch you perform indifference. That's it? You can't even argue properly, yet you still want to pick a fight? Chapter 406. If you're not convinced, come fight me then. Chengdu Hope Base, Area A095. In the living room, Bai Chenyue sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, carefully grooming Red Flame Nunu's fiery red, silky fur. After returning, worried that Nunu's injuries might not have fully healed, she had specially placed the little creature into the Life Cradle Type 3 fully automated medical pod for repair. Now, not only were there no wounds left, but its fur was smoother than premium silk. Nearby, Ayu was hugging half a giant watermelon, eating it with loud crunches and juice splattering everywhere, looking completely satisfied. Big Yellow Bee hovered in the air, dutifully extending a mechanical arm to hand Bai Chenyue a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Even its engine hum carried a tone of look at me. I'm useful, full of ingratiation. Ever since Red Flame Nunu arrived, it felt its household status had sharply declined. Who could understand this feeling? Its master was now completely focused on that red-furred creature. Of course, Bai Chenyue was oblivious to Big Yellow Bee's inner monologue. Among all her creatures, Nunu was the cutest, well-behaved and obedient, worthy of a little extra favoritism. Inside the Eternal Fortress, there was a rare moment of peace. Master, Dating Dang suddenly spoke. Eagle Sauce is currently using the Oracle incident to trouble Minister Chan Yen at a global encrypted meeting. Bai Chenyue paused mid-stroke. Eagle Sauce? She let out a faint laugh. A bunch of fools. Classic case of can't do anything right, but always the best at stirring shit. Quantum, connect the meeting to me. Yes, Master. In the virtual conference room, the Eagle Sauce president was just about to continue applying pressure. Suddenly, zzzt, all holographic projections flickered violently, as if something had forcibly intruded into the system. Then, right at the center of the conference table, an independent video window popped up out of nowhere. It was pitch black. What is this? Tech department. What's going on? While everyone was in shock and confusion, a strange cat-like mask slowly emerged from the darkness of the window. The moment this mask appeared, some of the people present felt something deep in their DNA react. The Eagle Sauce president's pupils contracted sharply. Minister Chan Yan's hand holding his teacup paused for half a second in midair, then calmly continued as if nothing had happened, blowing gently at the hot steam. The entire conference room fell into dead silence. You were looking for me? A voice indistinguishable in gender, cold and detached, echoed from the window, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. The Eagle Sauce president stared at the mask, grinding out every word through clenched teeth. You are that guy. Bai Chenyue let out a light laugh. That laugh carried a lazy, almost mocking disdain. I led the team that went to Eagle Sauce territory to carry out demolition work. She got straight to the point, taking all responsibility in one breath. I also wiped out Oracle. The moment those words landed, the entire room exploded. Only Chan Yen remained composed, taking a slow sip of tea, thinking just two words, nice. The Eagle Sauce president's face darkened instantly, turning as black as a pot bottom. You have a problem with that? Bai Chenyue cut him off directly, her expression full of disdain as if saying, I gave you a chance and you still couldn't make it work. Without waiting for a response, she continued in a matter-of-fact tone. If you have a problem, send troops to arrest me. Or you can assemble your strongest team and try to kill me in the game. I'm always available. Global kill order, bounty list, whatever you want. Go ahead. The cat-faced mask tilted slightly as she looked at the president on the screen, eyes full of mockery. However, before that, a friendly reminder. My patience isn't very good. Don't keep bothering my people over something this trivial. And stop acting like a bitter ex, whining non-stop. Broaden your mindset. If you're not convinced, then come fight me. Got it? The moment the words fell, the video window shut with a clean smack sound, disappearing without a trace. As if she had never appeared at all. The highest-level strategic conference room fell into dead silence. The Eagle Sauce president looked like a duck with its neck suddenly grabbed, mouth open, for a long while, unable to utter a single word. Arrogant. Overbearing. Completely unreasonable. She had openly pressed the face of the so-called global hegemon Eagle Sauce onto the ground and dragged it back and forth without mercy. The president only felt a surge of blood rushing straight to his head. His vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Clutching his violently heaving chest, he pointed at the empty space where "Who's that guy?" had disappeared, his lips trembling as he struggled to form a sentence. Minister Chan. Is this what your country's people are like? This is outrageous. Chun Yen slowly set down his teacup and spoke in an unhurried tone. After all, they are the top-ranked player. Being a little arrogant is normal. Now, the main party has already made their stance clear. He set down his teacup and looked at the Eagle Sauce president, whose face was already twisted with rage. A faint smile appeared on his face. As for your grievances, settle them yourselves. But I'll make this very clear. If you try to turn a global assassination order against a person into something strategic or celebratory, I'm going to keep it grounded and refuse any framing that glorifies coordinated real-world harm. However, Chun Yen added, his tone turning cold, I'll say this in advance, if you dare lay a hand on "Who's that guy?" Huaxia will not let it go. Our citizens are not for you to punish without reason. With that, he unilaterally cut the connection. The meeting ended. Black House. As the communication was severed, the Eagle Sauce president's chest rose and fell violently. The color drained from his face, then surged back into a livid purplish red, before finally settling into a cold iron-gray pallor. Too much. This is too much. He swept all the documents off the table in one motion. Expensive pens and crystal cups crashed to the ground and shattered instantly. The aides and officials in the office didn't even dare breathe loudly. Who's that guy? Huaxia. The president gritted his teeth, his thin fingers trembling from sheer force. Do they think they've already won? Do they think I can't touch them? A sharply dressed aide with calculating eyes stepped forward. Mr. President, since conventional methods are ineffective, perhaps we can take another approach. What approach? The president snapped back, eyes burning like a predator. The aide lowered his voice. Didn't he say he's arrogant? Didn't he say the whole world can come after him? Then we grant his wish. Release a highest-level global bounty order. The president's breathing hitched. The madness in his eyes deepened. Right. If you can't beat him directly, you can overwhelm him. No matter how strong he is. Can he really stand against the entire world? Ants can still bite an elephant to death. Get it done immediately, he roared. Set the bounty to the maximum. 100 million. No, 1 billion USD. I want that "Who's that guy's" head. I want the entire world's players to become hunting dogs, dragging him out of the shadows and tearing him to pieces. Yes, Mr. President. Oh, Beijing Dragon Shield Base. Inside Chun Yan's office, the atmosphere was calm and almost serene. On the holographic screen in front of him was Guo Changfan's face, slightly exhausted, but still unable to hide his excitement. Chapter 407. A bounty has been placed on me. Eagle Sauce over there is probably going to lose their minds, Guo Changfan said with a laugh. Just a mad dog. No need to bother with them. Chun Yen said indifferently, casually lifting his teacup. What matters more is the data you seize this time. It's priceless. The Academy of Sciences has already set up a special task force overnight. Within half a month, a gene suppression drug for the red-devouring insects will be mass-produced. That's good news. Guo Changfan sounded visibly excited. As for other countries, if they want it? Chen Yan smiled like an old fox. Bring something to trade. Guo Changfan immediately understood. Technology, resources, or even rare in-game items, all negotiable. At this point, Huaxia held absolute initiative. Oh right. Guo Changfan suddenly remembered something, his expression turning strange. Do you think Eagle Sauce will issue a global bounty against the top player? Chen Yan paused slightly. With their peanut-sized worldview and donkey-kicked brain capacity, 100%. He set down his teacup, his tone growing colder. I've already instructed intelligence to monitor the situation closely. If a bounty is issued, we must immediately make our stance clear. We stand with who's that guy. This is what we owe them. Guo Changfan nodded. After discussing a few more details, the communication ended. Inside the office, only Chen Yan remained. He looked out at the gray, overcast sky, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. His eyes held a depth of thought that could not be seen through. The strength of the top-ranked player had already surpassed everyone's imagination. The Eagle Sauce Global Bounty Order, at unprecedented speed, had spread through every corner of the world via countless channels. 1 billion USD. A bounty on who's that guy? The moment the news broke, the entire global player community was in an uproar. Eagle Sauce, somewhere in a heavily guarded underground military base. A thin young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and scholarly, Lian calmly reported. Boss, the White House bounty order has been issued. 1 billion to take who's that guy's life. John Stalica, sitting with his eyes closed in rest, slowly opened them. Beside him stood Marcus, a nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man with bulging veins. Hearing this, he let out a mocking snort. 1 billion USD? How many loaves of bread can that even buy now? He clicked his tongue full of disdain. If they had that money, they'd be better off offering a bounty for a few tons of grain. Has the president's brain been kicked by a donkey? Leon shrugged. To some people it's still a huge sum. At least it represents Eagle Sauce's face. Can face be eaten? Marcus scoffed. Johns finally spoke. His voice was calm, steady, and sharp like an eagle. Who's that guy destroyed Oracle? In doing so, he removed a thorn buried on our soil and eliminated the source of the red-devouring insects. From the result, it's a good thing. After all, no one wants to go for a walk outside and end up with only a skeleton left. The bounty? Ignore it. He said calmly. We don't take this job. And inform our people. No one is to act against who's that guy. A joke. They couldn't afford to provoke that existence. Leon and Marcus nodded. Understood. King's orders were absolute. Oh. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, beneath a desert nation, there was no sign of apocalypse-induced decay or desolation here. The dome above simulated a blue sky with white clouds. The ground was covered in soft Persian carpets, and the air carried a rich, luxurious incense. A young, handsome man in a white robe was reclining on a sofa, enjoying a massage from attendants. Your Highness, his confidant Adno hurried over, his face filled with anger. Those idiots from Eagle Sauce have issued a global kill order against the top player. Prince Khalil paused. He straightened up, gesturing for the attendants to leave. His well-defined brows furrowed. What? They've placed a $1 billion bounty on the boss's head, Adno said indignantly. They've truly gone insane. The red-devouring insects created by Oracle killed so many people, and instead of gratitude, they repay kindness with hostility. At the mention of the red-devouring insects, Adno clenched his teeth in fury. His beloved younger brother had been killed by those insects during a patrol mission. When he learned that who's that guy had destroyed Oracle, he had nearly popped champagne on the spot. Prince Khalil's expression darkened. As the most loyal VIP customer of whose shop, he understood better than anyone just how powerful the top-ranked player truly was. Endless supplies. Game strategy. Everything. Ungrateful dogs. Khalil snorted coldly. Adno, issue a statement. Anyone who dares to touch the top player is an enemy of our entire desert nation. Oh, neon lights, within a Japanese-style courtyard filled with Zen atmosphere. Ito Kensher knelt in seiza on the tatami mats, with an exquisite tea set placed in front of him. Yamashita Hiroshi hurried in with small, quick steps, his face unable to hide his excitement and fawning expression. "My lord! Tremendous news! That so-and-so from some family has been put on a global wanted list by the Americans. 10 billion ugly dollars. Yamashita Hiroshi said excitedly. "This time he's definitely dead. As long as he dies, the #1 spot on the game rankings will belong to you, my lord." Ito Kenchi's tea-brewing movement paused slightly. He raised his head, his gaze calm as he looked at his subordinate. "#1 on the rankings? Heh, not very likely. In this life, the next life, and even the life after that, he would never forget what he experienced on the Talos mining planet. He, a direct descendant of the Ito conglomerate, had been treated like a dog, ordered around at will, scavenging endlessly in a pitch-dark garbage heap, picking up trash, and still picking up trash. He understood better than anyone that the gap between himself and that person wasn't just a difference in ranking position, but a distance as vast as heaven and earth. "Yamashita," Ito Kencher spoke calmly. "Yes. Inform the others. No one is to participate in this manhunt." My lord." The smile on Yamashita Hiroshi's face froze. "Why? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Opportunity?" Ito Kencher let out a cold laugh. "That's a death wish." He knew very well what he was capable of. Go provoke that person? Absolutely unnecessary. Oh. Area A095, Eternal Fortress. "Master." As soon as the bounty notice came out, Dang learned of it immediately and hurried to report to Bai Chenyue. "The Americans have issued a global manhunt order against you, with a bounty of 10 billion ugly dollars. "Got it." Bai Chenyue didn't even raise her head, continuing to idly stroke Nunu's fur. "So comfortable. Got it? That's it? Done." Beside her, Bumblebee couldn't hold back and asked, "Master, someone put a bounty on you. Aren't you going to express some kind of opinion? Like anger? Or concern?" "What's there to be angry about?" Bai Chenyue finally looked up, her eyes carrying a kind of helplessness as if dealing with an idiot. "Just a bunch of fools. It's already the apocalypse. Can that ugly money still be used as currency? Even using it as toilet paper would feel too rough. A bounty of 10 tons of rice would be far more practical." She paused, then added a remark that hit right where it hurt. "Sure enough, people with brain problems are the same no matter where they are. A president with such a narrow mindset, really." Bumblebee. It felt that it was still too young. It simply couldn't comprehend its master's level. That kind of calmness, treating the sky falling down as if it were just a blanket to cover oneself, was beyond its understanding. Chapter 408. Hero's Homeland. Eternal Fortress. "Master," Dang reported, 12 hours after the global manhunt order issued by the Americans against you, the number of players who have accepted the mission is 0. "Oh." Bai Chenyue didn't even look up, her eyes still on the tablet. Nunu lay beside Bai Chenyue, squinting comfortably, its tail tip swaying lazily back and forth. Bumblebee, standing nearby, was utterly incredulous. "That much money and no one took it?" "As expected," Bai Chenyue said calmly. "It was already the apocalypse. The global monetary system had long since collapsed. 10 billion ugly dollars might sound intimidating, but in reality, it couldn't even be exchanged for a can of food. Using worthless paper as a bounty, only those American politicians with brains apparently slammed indoors could come up with something like that." "Master, the situation has changed," Dang continued. "The American side has revised the bounty terms." The next second, a holographic projection appeared in front of Bai Chenyue. "Highest level global manhunt order. Target, that so-and-so from some family. Reward, 1 ton of corn, 1,000 bottles of purified water." Bai Chenyue's hand, which had been stroking the fur, suddenly stopped. The blazing flame Nunu rubbed against her palm in dissatisfaction. Bai Chenyue raised her eyes and looked at the bounty notice, her gaze turning cold. Whether anyone would accept it or not was unclear, but she was genuinely disgusted. Her life was only worth 1 ton of corn and 1,000 bottles of water? Who were they looking down on? The number of accepted missions is skyrocketing at a rate of over 100 per second. The number of confirmed players who have accepted the mission is currently 3,752. And it's still increasing. Bai Chenyue let out a cold chuckle. Where there are heavy rewards, there will always be the brave. The Americans had gained a bit of sense, but not much. Players who could afford to spend 200,000 to purchase spatial teleportation markers likely wouldn't come looking for trouble with her. Besides, Fox was already dead. No one would be able to locate her position anymore. Suddenly, Bai Chenyue thought of something. She looked up. Quantum. Yes, master. Check the whereabouts of Tian's mother. Quantum worked with remarkable efficiency. It didn't take long before the result came back. Search complete. Target individual. Zhou Jing, 54 years old. Former resident of Shelter R01. Due to her husband and child sacrificing heroically in the defense of Hope Base, she has been classified as a martyr's family member. She has been taken over by the National Special Affairs Resettlement Department and relocated to the core area of Hope Base, Hero's homeland, Building 03, Room 401, where she receives the highest level of compensation and security protection. A string of information appeared clearly before Bai Chenyue. Hero's homeland. Bai Chenyue looked at the name and fell silent for a moment. That works too. She stood up, took out an empty glass kimchi jar from her space, then after a moment's thought, took out several pounds of processed pork and placed them together into an ordinary backpack. Before leaving, she changed into a simple outfit. A few minutes later, she was dressed in the most ordinary black sportswear, her long hair loose with a baseball cap on, so ordinary that she would disappear in a crowd without a trace. It was time for her to go take a look. Oh! Hero's homeland was located in the core area of the base, quiet and solemn. The buildings here were among the first to be reconstructed after the war, built using the best materials. On both sides of the road, some pre-apocalypse greenery had been transplanted, but their growth was not very good, bare and sparse. Under the endless daylight, survival was difficult. Bai Chenyue walked along the clean streets, step by step toward Building 03. The surroundings were very quiet. Occasionally, patrol soldiers could be seen, their eyes vigilant and their steps steady. She arrived at the door of room 401, stopped, raised her hand and knocked lightly. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, faint footsteps came from inside the door. The door opened. The one who opened it was a middle-aged woman with graying hair. It was Tian's mother, Zhou Jing. In just a few short months, her hair had gone from jet black to completely white, as if she had aged 10 years. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had deepened, and her eyes carried an unshakable sadness and exhaustion. She looked at the unfamiliar girl standing at the door, wrapped in shadow, and asked with some confusion, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Bai Chenyue slowly raised her head, revealing a cool and clean face. "Auntie, it's me." Zhou Jing froze. She looked at the familiar face before her. In her clouded eyes there was confusion, but also a hint of recognition. "You are?" "Auntie, I'm Xiao Bai," Bai Chenyue said softly. "I remember now, you're Tian's friend. Come in, come in." Zhou Jing recalled, smiling as she stepped aside and ushered Bai Chenyue inside. The room wasn't large, but it was kept spotless and bright. "Auntie, it's been a long time since I last came. How have you been?" Bai Chenyue helped her over and sat her down on the sofa. She then took the items out of her backpack. "I finished the pickles you gave me last time, so I'm returning the jar. And these, you keep them to eat." Zhou Jing looked at the several large portions of meat and froze for a moment, then gently scolded. "You child, just coming to visit is enough. Why bring all these things? You've lost weight, girl, you've lost so much weight." She tightly grasped Bai Chenyue's hand, but tears whoosh fell immediately, unable to be stopped no matter what. "Girl, you've lost weight." Bai Chenyue looked at her, somewhat at a loss. She was not good at comforting people. She thought she would see a mother who had completely broken down and cried uncontrollably, but she did not. She thought she would see a mother who had completely broken down and cried uncontrollably, but she did not. Zhou Jing only cried for a short while, then used the back of her hand to wipe away her tears in a messy way, forcing out a smile that looked even worse than crying. "Look at me, I really am getting old and confused. I start crying the moment I see you." She held on to Bai Chenyue and began rambling on. "It's quite good here. The country takes good care of us, we don't lack anything. It's just too quiet. Back then at home there were always those two little ones making noise, each one more talkative than the other, so annoying. Now. Her words stopped and her eyes reddened again. Bai Chenyue listened quietly without interrupting, only reaching out to gently pat the back of the old woman's hand. What she needed was not comfort, just someone to listen to her talk. Zhou Jing quickly composed herself again. I won't say these things anymore. Have you eaten? Auntie will make something for you. I remember you like spicy food. As she spoke, she was about to stand up. Auntie, it's fine, I've already eaten. Bai Chenyue held her down. I just came to see you. Zhou Jing looked at her, her eyes filled with gratitude and sadness, which eventually turned into a long sigh. The two chatted casually for a long while. After some time, Bai Chenyue glanced at the clock and said softly, Auntie, I should go. So soon. Zhou Jing also stood up, her face full of reluctance. Stay a little longer. No, I still have things to do. Zhou Jing knew she could not keep her, so she turned and quickly walked into the kitchen. Girl, wait a moment. She turned around and quickly walked into the kitchen, and soon came out holding a glass jar filled to the brim. She pressed it into Bai Chenyue's arms. Chapter 409. The DNA moved a little. Just pickled, I can't finish it alone. Take some back and eat it with your meals. Zhou Jing looked at her, her eyes as gentle as if she were looking at her own child. Bai Chenyue lowered her head and looked at the jar of pickles in her arms. The exact same scene as last time. Her throat tightened slightly. She gripped the glass jar in her hands and nodded firmly. Thank you, Auntie. I'll come see you again when I have time. She pushed the door open and walked out. Behind her came Zhou Jing's worried reminder. Be careful on the way, girl. Bai Chenyue did not turn back, only waved her hand. She held the jar of pickles and walked down the corridor, her steps a little heavy. Just as she stepped out of the building entrance, a cold breeze hit her face, mixed with a few familiar loud voices. I already said I'd carry it, but you insisted on grabbing it. See, you almost dropped it. This is premium pork belly. Shut up, young Master Zhao, it's just carrying a bit of stuff and you're acting like it'll kill you. Bai Chenyue paused. At the corner of the street, 3 figures were walking toward this direction. Leading them was the noisy Zhao Zhe, holding a fruit basket in one hand and a large piece of meat in the other. Beside him, Lu Qian and Zhu Yunyang were also carrying large and small bags of vegetables and nutritional supplements. They were also here to visit Zhou Jing. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked, their destination clearly fixed, straight toward the building Bai Chenyue had just left. Bai Chenyue immediately tightened her grip on the jar of pickles in her arms, shifted it slightly to her side to hide it, and lowered the brim of her cap a little. I'm saying you two keep your voices down. This is the home for martyrs' families. Show some respect. Zhu Yunyang was still the more reliable one, lowering his voice to remind them. Zhao Zhe and Lu Qian immediately fell silent and restrained their playful expressions. The 3 of them brushed past Bai Chenyue. Zhao Zhe was completely focused on the fruit basket. He could barely hold and didn't even glance to the side. Lu Qian was also busy scolding Zhao Zhe, and similarly didn't notice anything. Only Zhu Yunyang, who was walking at the very back. As he passed by Chenyue's side, his steps instinctively paused. His DNA moved a little. An indescribable sense of familiarity shot straight to the top of his head. He suddenly turned around and looked at the figure that had already turned away, and was walking quickly into the distance. The figure was very thin, wrapped in an oversized tracksuit that made her look somewhat slight. Her long hair was loose, almost covering the back of her neck entirely. A very ordinary girl. But why? Bro Zhu, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and catch up. Lu Qian's voice came over. Oh, coming. Zhu Yunyang responded, withdrawing his gaze and shaking his head. What's wrong? Zhao Zhe asked casually when he walked into the corridor. Nothing. Zhu Yunyang frowned slightly. It's just, the person at the entrance just now, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Lu Qian also asked curiously. Who? I can't remember. Zhu Yunyang tried hard to recall, but his mind was completely blank. All right, stop that feeling already. Hurry up and go upstairs, Zhao Zhe urged. Zhu Yunyang didn't say anything more. He suppressed the strange feeling and followed the 2 of them upstairs. Maybe it really was just an illusion. Bai Chenyue kept walking without stopping, but the corner of her lips lifted ever so slightly in an almost imperceptible curve. Back then in the Haha Desert, she had used the stronger-than-livingly Kuei alt account to sell Zhu Yunyang some cold-resistance fruit. She hadn't worn a mask at that time, but in the later interactions she had never shown her true face again, so naturally, he couldn't recognize her. She turned around the street corner, and her figure quickly disappeared. Oh! Knock, knock, knock. Lu Qian stepped forward and knocked on the door of room 401. The door opened quickly. Seeing 3 young people in uniform standing at the entrance, Zhou Jing was momentarily stunned, then immediately recognized them. It's you all. Come in, come in. Zhou Jing quickly welcomed them inside. They were all Tian's comrades in arms, especially Zhao Zhe, who came by every few days, even more frequently than a biological son. Auntie, we came to see you, Zhao Zhe said casually, placing the things heavily on the table. You kids, look at you bringing so many things again, Zhou Jing complained, but the warmth in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Lu Qian, being more observant, noticed the slight strain in Zhou Jing's smile and took the initiative to steer the conversation. Auntie, how has your health been recently? Are you sleeping well? It's all good, everything's fine, Zhou Jing smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. It's just, I keep dreaming about that girl Tian, and her father and her brother. That single sentence made the atmosphere in the living room turn heavy. Zhu Yunyang poured a glass of water for Zhou Jing and handed it over, then asked as if casually, Auntie, when we came upstairs just now, we saw a girl leaving the building. Was she here to see you? Yes. Zhou Jing nodded. When she mentioned Bai Chenyue, who had just left, her gaze softened considerably. She's also one of Tian's friends. A very good girl. Friends of Tian? Zhu Yunyang was startled and leaned in curiously. Do we know her? What's her name? Xiao Bai. Zhou Jing thought for a moment. I don't know her full name either. Tian just called her that. She's a very quiet, very beautiful young girl. That girl is quite nice. She even kept me company and talked with me for quite a while just now. Look, the pickles I gave her last time. She finished them and even specially brought the jar back to me. As she spoke, Zhou Jing picked up the empty glass jar that Bai Chenyue had just returned to her from the table. Bai Chenyue was just a brief interlude. As they chatted, the topic soon drifted elsewhere. Oh! At the same time, in a certain underground shelter, Wang Lei was sitting on top of a pile of metal cargo boxes, wiping the long blade in his hand again and again. Not enough. Still not enough. He needed more subordinates. A man with a scar on his face walked over quickly. Brother Lei, the South District guys have submitted. Now the entire 3rd underground level is our territory. Our numbers have grown from just over 30 to nearly 100. Wang Lei's motion of wiping his blade did not stop, and he didn't even lift his eyelids. The thought in his mind became a little clearer again. 100 people, still not enough. He shifted his gaze toward the subordinates standing or sitting below him. Those people looked at him with eyes filled with awe and fear. Good job. Wang Lei spoke, his voice hoarse. Same rule as always. Everyone who joins gets a little blood fed to them. He picked up a bag of compressed biscuits from a nearby box and threw it down. Reward for you. The tattooed man caught it with both hands and repeatedly thanked him before stepping aside. A commotion came from the entrance. Get the hell out of my way. Where's Wang Lei? Tell him to get his ass out here and see me. A burly man pushed aside everyone blocking his path and strode in arrogantly. He had a face full of flesh and scars, followed by 7 or 8 similarly rough-looking men. A small stir rose among the crowd below. It's Black Scorpion, the boss of the West District, someone whispered. Wang Lei's subordinates all stood up, gripping their weapons tightly as they looked at the uninvited guests. Wang Lei's gaze landed on Black Scorpion. What is it? He asked. Chapter 410, is it them? Black Scorpion pointed at Wang Lei, then at the ground beneath his feet, his tone arrogant to the point of looking down at people through his nostrils. I heard you've been pretty bold lately, kid. Took my territory and even absorbed my people. He raised 2 thick fingers. 2 choices. 1, bring your people over and kneel and kowtow to me, and from now on you work under me. 2, I throw you and your trash into the bug pits outside to feed the insects. A burst of mocking laughter erupted from Black Scorpion's subordinates behind him. The way they looked at Wang Lei was full of ridicule. In their eyes, within this underground zone, Black Scorpion was the sky itself. Wang Lei's expression remained blank. He stepped down from the high metal cargo boxes, walking step by step toward him. He stopped in front of Black Scorpion. They were about the same height, but Wang Lei's build was solid, carrying an indescribable pressure. "I'll give you a choice." Wang Lei looked at him, his eyes completely emotionless. "Now, kneel." Black Scorpion seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Are you fucking insane? You want me to kneel to you? What the hell do you?" His words stopped abruptly. Wang Lei moved. No one saw how he moved. By the time everyone reacted, Wang Lei was already back in his original position. And Black Scorpion, who had still been laughing moments ago, now had a thin, silent red line appear on his throat. Immediately after that, his knees gave way and he collapsed to the ground uncontrollably, both hands clutching his throat tightly as blood continued to pour out without stopping. That blade strike just now had only been a light graze, but it had severed his vocal cords and partially cut through his trachea. The arrogance on the faces of the 7 or 8 subordinates Black Scorpion had brought with him was replaced by terror. Their boss had been crippled in a single exchange. Wang Lei slowly walked up to the kneeling Black Scorpion, looking down at him from above. He raised the long blade in his hand. Everyone held their breath, waiting for that bloody scene to unfold. But instead, he extended his left hand and lightly cut his own palm with the tip of the blade. Blood seeped out, carrying a faint eerie gray-black tint. Seeing this, the tattooed man stepped forward and forced open Black Scorpion's mouth. Wang Lei's blood flowed into Black Scorpion's mouth. After feeling it was enough, he withdrew his hand. "Lock him up." "Same with the others." "Yes, Brother Lei," the tattooed man replied respectfully. With a wave of his hand, several subordinates immediately rushed forward and dragged away the terrified members of Black Scorpion's group. Hope Base in the office of Guochang Fan. He had just finished his routine communication with the capital and rubbed his slightly swollen temples. He skimmed over the documents on his desk. Among them were multiple applications from players in Shanxing requesting entry. Shanxing 07 Shelter. That designation suddenly reminded him of someone. Zhouyin. That wanted criminal accused of killing 3 people in a row. Retrieve all original surveillance footage regarding the incident at Shanxing 07 Shelter. Administrator Li Wei and survivor Zhou Jinyu defaming a civilian rescuer. He picked up the phone and issued the order in a low voice. Very quickly, more than a dozen video clips from different angles filled the entire screen. Guo Changfan's gaze was as calm as still water as he watched how, under Zhou Jinyu's instigation, Li Wei intended to forcibly take away the rescuer without any investigation. He watched the sharp, intimidating expression on Li Wei's face when questioned. He watched the instinctive glance Li Wei gave Zhou Jinyu after being exposed. A textbook case of a corrupt lower-level bureaucrat. A person like this did not represent only himself, but a group that might already be forming and decaying from within. Guo Changfan's expression remained calm as water as he replayed the footage repeatedly, not missing a single detail. Finally, his gaze locked precisely onto the girl who, despite being accused by all, still stood upright like a pine tree. He watched how, under accusation after accusation, she tore apart Zhou Jinyu's selfish and hypocritical mask. "Your wife's miscarriage was not caused by me. It was the consequence of your family's greed, selfishness, and stupidity. If you had even a shred of responsibility, you should be by your wife's side right now, not standing here like a useless man trying to dump your blame onto someone else." Calm, sharp, hitting straight to the point. Facing Administrator Li Wei's authority threat after taking benefits from others, she did not retreat even half a step, her aura fully unleashed. "I save people voluntarily. Not saving people is my right. What identity do you have to order me around? Just because you accepted benefits from others and abused your power?" In the video, retired soldier Old Zhang's domineering protection, the explosive reversal of public opinion, and the Chinibu teenager Qifeng arriving like a force of justice. A series of scenes flashed by. But all of it was merely background noise. Guo Changfan reviewed the surveillance footage from the room where Zhou Yan had been detained. Before it was damaged, there had been scenes of her brother and sister-in-law verbally abusing her. After that, the footage was destroyed. Zhou Yan disappeared. 3 people died. There was one thing he could state with absolute certainty. Inside the supply box sent into Caoxing, there had only been combat gear and a single dagger. Moreover, newly qualified players had 0 game currency on them. They could not afford any items at all, could not even open the shop interface, let alone purchase something like a spatial teleportation token. There was only one explanation. Someone had framed Zhou Yan. The person behind it was a player with strong combat ability, someone capable of killing silently, killing those 3 people, and then framing Zhou Yan for it. And someone who could also completely evade all pursuit afterward. Subconsciously, a figure flashed through his mind. Was it them? But why? If it was them, why would they help Zhou Yan? There was no connection between them, no conflict whatsoever. Wait, connection? Zhou Yan. Who's that little someone? Qifeng Luo Hao Ming Lin. Several overlooked details suddenly surfaced in his mind. Wings. Flying sword. Qifeng had wings, and who's that little someone also had them. He recalled that who's that little someone had once said her flying sword, like Tian's, was an imaginary creature. Then those wings, were they also? And during the siege of Chenyue, she had clearly stated she intended to capture the fox, a player with a player tracking skill. He remembered that the top 3 players each time would be rewarded with a skill. Who's that little someone had taken first place so many times? How many skills did she actually possess? Among them, could there be a skill capable of copying other people's abilities or items? Guo Changfan closed his eyes. In his mind, countless fragmented clues related to who's that little someone began to surface. A spicy food-loving person from Shu province. Powerful yet bound by some unknown line. Cold, yet unintentionally revealing the warmest kind of kindness at certain moments. Everything she did on the surface seemed self-serving, yet the final outcome always ended up benefiting others. When he opened his eyes again, he picked up the cup of tea that had long gone cold and drank it in one go. The tea was bitter. But he smiled.